The kettle's on, you little blood clots. Wait. Yeah, boy. Walk one.
So if it were your kid, if it were your So if it were your kid, would you get them vaccinated?
I think they need it.
So what would you say? Homeschool or get the vaccine? If it were your kid, would you get them vaccinated? So if it were your kid, would you get them vaccinated?
I think they need it.
So what would you say? Homeschool or get the vaccine?
Honestly, I don't think
Meet scientist Justin Durant and regional business lead Brandon Schatt, officials with pharma giant Johnson & Johnson. Both men echo startling admissions about their own company's COVID vaccine and their concerns on long-term repercussions for children.
you just don't do that.
Right.
Not something that's so unknown in terms of repercussions down the road. You know?
So would you say we don't know the repercussions of it?
I mean, how could you? Right? There's nobody who's 30 years in that said, hey, I got the vaccine and I don't have a third eyeball.
So what do you think this is about? Do you think it's about the money?
Politics, money.
Okay, so then if you think that babies don't need to get vaccinated, then why do you think there's such a strong push for it?
Justin Durant, scientist at Johnson & Johnson, is clear on one thing. Don't get this vaccine. And he doesn't want you to know that he said that. He even texted our journalist reminding her to keep what he said secret, saying if the public found out, he could get in mad trouble.
To tell her to not get the Johnson & Johnson one, don't get the Johnson & Johnson.
Okay. Despite these doubts, Durant appears to embrace his company's role in pushing policies that, quote, inconvenience the unvaccinated into second-rate citizens.
The only way people really so it's like that's me. That's a lot. I mean, if you can't work, that's fine. I know that's like a second process. You can't keep anything on inconvenience them to the point where it's like, I mean, it's the hot, not the hot,
And as to what the media is saying about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine,
So you said I shouldn't trust the media?
In no capacity, she's waiting for anything that you say.
The government doesn't want to show that the darn vaccine is full of shit.
It needs to be registered. The people who aren't vaccinated, that's sounding very Germany. I'm going to go door to door instead of them.
Boom. We in the building, man. One thing I want to say is that this platform definitely says trust your government and stick to what they are telling you. I just thought I'd play you a clip of this stupid documentary that is actually trying to question the safety of a particular brand of inoculation. And for me personally, I'm like, never question what the government is saying. I've been vaccinated. I think you all should be vaccinated. You know how we do over on Trilluminati Live. We don't ask dumb questions. We just listen to our leaders and we know that they want the best for us. Do you know what I mean? And big up YouTube as well, man, for supporting and partnering up with a platform like mine that out here to speak the truth and let people know that it's safe to get vaccinated. Please go and do it. Like, just do it. Do it now. Do it. Like, drop what you're doing and go and do it, because it takes all of us. You know, we're in it all together. We're all in it together. You know what I mean? So, Yeah, man, go get jabbed up. Big up. You get me? Old tight sign him. See, my. It's my. Yeah. Happy New Day, Happy New Day. Big up Mood Best, man. Big up Music, like number 8. That's right, don't hate. Came in with the first rhyme. Cause Mood Best ain't got no bars. So not only is it Somalis can't dance, they ain't got bars either. Is that what you're telling me? No, I don't believe that. I know Somalis can rap. I know they can rap. I know Silverback, you get me? But you want to be able to listen to the live stream on Monday, right? I'll give them the disclaimers. So yeah, man. I hope everyone's good though. What's been going on? Has the family been looking after the live stream? I didn't really get to listen at all yesterday. Big up, brother. Big up, man. So yeah. What we on? I ain't even got a plan. I ain't got a plan, man. I got some cheese and garlic bagels and a cup of coffee. I ain't got no plan yet. You lot talk to me, man. What's the damn plan? What we doing today? Ooh. So just looking around. Let me get a little beat on, you know, a beat always helps. Hey.
If you ever feel like this is it, like your life isn't going anywhere and all you want is to work on music every day, but instead...
What's good? All right, man. What's good? It's your boy Jedi for Trilluminati Live, Jedi Online, Red Pill Trill. Like, comment, share. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. In fact, if you want to type in the chat, please make sure you're subscribed. Because you know the chat is set to subscriber only. Right? I'm going to go sort that out now. Hey. Hit the like button. Let me know the number of your likes. Old tight Honey Pharaoh. Hi, Honey Pharaoh. You know what's mad? We just was watching a video with you in yesterday, you know. And I actually asked a question about you. And the question was, there's a small woman with a fur jacket that has a nose piercing in which side of her nose? And that question was about you. And that was yesterday. Ain't that weird? But yeah, big up, sis. Hey, big up. Yeah, we just warming up, man. Hit that like button. Let me know the number of your like. Hey, let me know the number of your like. I was bad for month. I was on the trike. Yeah. Now I'm on point like Spike. I don't mean Lee. It's J-E-D with a one eye, like a fun guy. I don't leave much room. I'm just booming. Play this one out loud when you're cruising. I don't care what you're doing. Just make sure that you're winning, never losing. No drug abusing. Why am I rapping like this? Why am I rapping like that? Yeah, man, pick that up. Yep. Solid, boom. All right, we in the building now. Yeah, man. So where was I? Like number 8. We got everyone, man. Slap that like button. Hold tight like number 9, Silverback. Hold tight like number 17, RE Murder. Big up your chest. Hold tight Prince 1, like number 16. Hold tight Honey Pharaoh, like number 13. Chillo G says, like number 11, beat the depression, grab yourself a weapon, get ready for Armageddon, come and step in. Chillo G is from Morocco, and I'm from Peckham, far from Devon. Yo, link me in the street at 11:30. Yo, it's me and my brethren, me and my Codys. Don't act like you know me. You just know the old me. You don't know me now. What's a shot in the crowd? Smoke an ounce of the loud. Sonic boom. When I run in your room, I got street sweeper, but this ain't a broom. Turn your room to a tomb. Turn your bed to a grave. Man, they best behave. Must be crap that you're blazing. Bring a nightmare like Craven. Think first name's Wes. Something. Curry like mutton. Don't press my button. Sonic boom, perfect. Yo. Like number 19, Tuz got the better verse on vaccine. Hey. On tight scripture, the real like number 19. Big up yourself, man. Big up H, man. Like number 19. Yeah. All right, man. Let me put this link out here. Join the show. Yeah, come join the show, family tree, man. Jump on, come.
Hey, I'm Taylor, and this is Rumpus, and I'm going to show you how to.
Shut up, Taylor. Yeah, come join the show. Let me know how you lot feel, how you lot are doing, what's your plans for the weekends. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Make sure you're subscribed, man. Make sure you subscribe so you can chat in the chat. It might take you 5 minutes if you've not been subscribed before. Well, go ahead, man. Hit that button, man. You can always unsubscribe if you don't like what we're doing over here. You know what I mean? You're not a hostage, but yeah, show a little love. I forget to say my screen name. Damn, he didn't. Nah, bro. I'm too slick for that, man. Ain't gonna be. I'm not feeling that. Yeah, but come through though, family. Definitely come through, man, and let me know what exactly has been going on. Man, like scriptorial, you know. All type scripts. Well, go on, family. Your scripts. Wait, have I done something wrong? Hold on. What? Scripture. You're not even talking. Nah, Scripture ain't talking because you'd see his little icon moving, isn't it? Yeah. All right, Aero Traumatic, big up yourself. Yeah, man. Everyone big up yourself, man. Hit that like button. Hit that like button, please, please, please. Keep these likes coming in. Yo. Big up
Yaga John.
Go on.
Man like Jediah.
Yeah, man like scriptorial. What you saying?
Well, go on, brother.
Long time, bro. Long time.
Trust me, been a minute still. Been a minute. You get me? You don't know. Man's always in the background supporting and that. You get me? Saying nothing.
Yeah. In the background there. What you been on?
Daddy daycare, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Just been on daddy daycare and just slapping out my piano mixes, man.
Okay. What is that? Is that a website or a software?
No, that's a genre of music, bro.
What is it? Is it like a house?
South African house.
Oh, so that's what you've been mixing it up, yeah?
Yeah, bro.
Let me play something real quick. 1 second.
Go on. That me I said. Get me 2 foot shuffle and thing. Get me 2 chin bop and that. You know what I mean? Well, go on family tree in the chats, man. Big up on ourselves, man. How you mean, man? Get me? We call this Friday high day and all that. Get me? You don't know how the thing's set.
It's like a hip hop. It's like house with a hip hop attitude kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of thing. Still.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah. You get me? 100%, man. It's not tribal, it's not funky, it's not house, but it's a type of. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's more gritty. It's got more of a authentic feel to it. Because to be honest, I've never been a house guy. I've never been a house guy still. So when I came across it at first, I kind of dissed it, bro. I can't even lie. Still, I dissed it. My brother was there listening to it, and that, like, he phoned me and was having a conversation, and I'm listening to this thing in the back. I'm like, "What's this that you're listening to?" He's like, "Oh, well, you don't know about my piano, blah blah blah." Like, bro, fuck that shit, bro. You know what I mean? Like, lock that off, bro. You get me? Year and a half later, bro. Look at me. You get me? I can't get enough of it. Can't lie. Can't get enough of it. Can't. I swear down. Yeah, man.
So we can get some piano from you in your next set, yeah? Definitely.
Yeah, no, 100%, bro. Like I got stuff there already on Mixcloud still. So if anyone wants to go and have a check, you get me? Yeah, I'll slap the link in the chat later on or something. You get me?
Slap that link in, bro.
Yeah, man. You get me? What you saying though? You been good?
Yeah, my brother. I just miss my brother, man.
Yeah, no, I hear that still. 100, same. No homo and all that. You get me? 100, bro. You get me? It's been a minute still. You get me? Yeah.
So you saying? You chilling? You chilling?
Yeah, man.
You got 60 minutes with you?
Yeah, just about. Hopefully, still, bro. Hopefully, bro. It's one of them ones. I got this little girl just looking at the phone right now. You get me? She's just looking at the phone. You get me? Yeah, looking at the TV and that. I got little, you get me? Little something on for her and that. So
yeah,
she's kind of stuck between two minds because she's more looking at the phone like she wants to get involved in the conversation. There you
go. There you go. There you go. Stuff to say.
You get me? Say hello to the world. You get me?
Welcome, baby girl. All right, yeah, big up.
Yeah, man. She said, "Well, go on, man. It's good to hear the brother, man." You get me? Yeah,
you're right, little girl.
Bronco Jeds. You get me?
Looking after your old man, eh? Keeping him safe and that. Keeping him good. That's good. Keep him young, man. 28 flavors, 28 food for thought. Today's menu: grab a plate. What? Ram. Sleet, Sash, and NJ trying not to hate or get a backhand slap. Why are you always? Why you want to clash? Freestyle Friday.
Flame. You get me? Yeah, Flame come with the flame, and it's not even Freestyle Friday time yet. You get me? He's already starting it early.
All the time.
Jeez, for real though. Still,
like for no reason.
For real. You jumped on the wrong profile today, my brother. You get me? Where's the Yasin Gallis? You get me? Man, coming all the smoke this morning.
That's not him, right?
Yeah, I know it's not him still, but yeah, you get me.
Yasin Gallis. 34. Only goodness comes knocking at my door. I big up yourself, MD Gold, man. Only goodness comes knocking at your door, yeah? Like that, man.
Come on. Big up, sister. Come on.
Just bypass Flames fuckery. You get me? Made him feel mad now. Made him mad now. Why did I write that?
Like it never existed. You know what I mean?
Right. Mad. Oh, actually, he never sent for MD still. He sent for Sleet, Sash, and MJ.
True.
Let me. Only goddess. Flame said she meant only goddess comes knocking at my door. With a funnel. tapping on the door of my phone. You ready for your appointment? Big up the 41 people in the Rouse Club Mother Club building.
Come on, big up on the chest.
You know?
Come on.
Much love. Hope you lot are good. You know, special shouts out to the SMFY family. And man like Snipes as well. Sniper is fucking hilarious. He gives me way too much to it, bro. Yeah. I was out with Snipes, yeah.
You say got mash up.
I was getting in the smoking area. Yeah. Turn around. He wants to see someone he knows. He's like, oh shit, why? You good, yeah? Some woman. You good, yeah? The look she gave him. She's like, yeah. This is my meet my husband. This is what I was.
Sniper Snipes, you know.
All she had to say was, hi, how are you doing? Long time. She took about, meet my husband. Where she done it? Oh, yeah. I was cracking up. I was like, bro. And then he says to the husband, then the husband goes, yeah, I recognize you from somewhere. And it was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, you look familiar.
Yeah.
When we walked away, I was like, yo, Snacks, what? Did you know that girl? Because the way she tried to fling her husband in the mix was like, she felt hotted, like, get me?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm not sure yet, but fucking, I think I banded up the husband before.
Them ones there.
Because, like, bro, it was so awkward. You know, in an awkward scenario, I could only just laugh. I'm like, fuck this. I don't only just laugh. I'm laughing, bro. This is funny. Yeah.
Straight.
Me and one of these brothers was just cracking up, like, yo, that was tense. Like, meet my husband. It was so bare aggressive. Like, for now, like, I wasn't even saying that. I just said hi, you know, like, oh, bro, what? He's like, oh, you're right, yeah. Meet my husband. I kind of like pulled him forward, like.
You know, like, stand right here next to me, like, remember it's him.
It like,
you know, there was this.
I'm married now. I'm married.
to him. You know, there was to him, to this guy. You know this guy.
It was to the husband. It was like to say to the husband, look, I do tell people I'm married. Crack out. Just saying hello, you know, like, just, are you right? Better people would be saying hello to you.
To be honest, bro, it could have been the guy that told his missus, hey, listen, I know that guy, you know him. I know.
I think it might have been something like that. Yeah,
you get me?
It might have been something like that, or the fact that the husband don't like her saying hello to people, right? So
yeah, true that.
So she's catering to his insecurity or something.
Maybe.
Like, oh yeah, meet my husband, bro. Relax, man. Nice to meet you. I was like, yeah, welcome, man. Big up, man. The husband was like, I swear I know you from somewhere. But the look in his face was like, Snapper used to bully him or something. I don't know what it was. I know that. Bro,
like, man, chat to man in a way one time somewhere.
Yeah, you definitely I know you from running around. You get me? It was one of them ones.
Yeah, you know someone that I know when we come to almost a little, something one time.
Be my husband. Better, bro. I know she probably thought to herself, why did I say it like that?
Yeah. Maybe it was a thing where like she ain't seen Snipes in a long time. It was like raw, like he's gotten better with time kind of thing. But meet my husband. You know what I mean?
Honestly, I think it was an innocent thing, but it was an innocent thing from Sniper. And for her, I don't think man's not allowed to like say wagwan or hello or maybe it was like a blast from the past like that. And I don't know, man. Either way, meet my husband. Like, meet me, look here, look, See? Get me? Yeah.
See, what if it was like the other way around kind of thing? Let's say it was a woman at a party with her friends.
You know already what it is.
You know what
it is. If a woman sees a man that she knows from back in the days, and it's like, oh, hello. And he's like, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Meet my wife. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Wife's he's not trying to make the wife look over, see him chatting to her and think anything like she just, Instantly, let me just dead
Anything.
everything. Ah! Here's my wife. Ah!
Yeah, do you get me?
I didn't get my partner before. Ah! Now relax, man. It's cool, man. Man said he had back turned to her and all that. It weren't that deep. You get me? It weren't that deep. Oh, come on, Grussler, man. Raise the levels a bit, Grussler, man. Yeah, you just want to dwell in the gutter all the time, huh? And you know, say carnal mind can't make it into Zion, you know. Hear me? Like 39, I'm here, and some people are doing 69. Like what's going on? I think you want to do 69 secretly. You say you never ate pussy, which I don't believe you. You're fucking lying. You're lying, you're a big man to be lying about Nyam and Pum Pum. But I don't expect you to admit it either. That's why I rate you as an uncle.
Man, so you're a big man, you know. You're a big man, but you don't have to tell the truth and you don't have to lie neither. You know them ones?
Yeah, stay simple. But if you want to lie, I respect it. Because these young youths want to tell you how much they eat batty.
Mad.
Like now, for no reason, unprovoked. Yeah. Oh, I eat her batty. Like, what the fuck? So I'm glad we got uncles like Beefy pretending they never Nyam Pum Pum. I love that. I love that. It's a bit of the old school. You get me? A bit of the old school, man. Big man got respect and pride. And like, yo, man, you don't need to know my personal business. Man, them too nyammy nowadays, anyway.
Man, too chatty too, you get me?
Too chatty and nyammy, man.
Get me?
Get me? Talk about nyammy. Hey, big up Chill Billy X, man. Well,
why did you put his name in that same sentence there?
No. I'm just a bad guy. I'm just a bad guy for no reason. They suck toes too. Okay. Right, why is she acting that like that? Hey. We know what you like now. Hey. Yeah.
It's looking, man.
Yeah, what's going on?
Is it? Mad thing, Sneaks. Mad thing. Still. Trust me, I didn't expect to see that from you still. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think, that they've been doing toes from before, like,
before the batty thing.
Toes is new.
Before the batty nyamming.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I don't think toes is new. Toes is like, whatever. I just personally, put a 1 in the comments if you enjoy feet. If you find feet sexual at any point. Be honest now, man. Be a grown up now. Like, come on.
You mean? Talking. Yeah.
I'll know if you're lying or not. You get me?
Yeah, South Central smoking your juice in the hood type of stuff.
What, 8 times a day, yeah? Sneaks is talking about 8 times a day. Wow. Toe jamming. What? I'm not. Come on, man. Stop toe shaming as well. Let the brothers and sisters that are into
look
it
good, but I don't know about eating them. Do you get me? that's my opinion. Man.
For me, it's pointless. Like, I don't know, but I'm. You know what I mean? It's
like, yeah, like what? Like what? Oh, you're gonna get tickled a little bit. Like,
what is it? For the other person.
Like, yeah, like
for the other person. If she really enjoys it and it makes her feel good, then I can see why you're doing it. But I feel like sucking a girl's toes is for like the man's doing it for him because he likes the toes. Not
like,
it's weird, isn't it? Like,
yeah, must be, man. Because I can't fathom why myself.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless you know it's gonna help with her coming or something. I don't know.
Like
I can't see it, bro.
If you does it for her, then yeah, all right, cool. I get it, man. Whatever, man. It's a woman, isn't it? From it's a woman.
Yeah.
Do your thing, innit? But boy, personally, I just find what made you focus on foot? I don't get it. With all the aspects of a woman, what made you focus on foot?
On big toe and little toe.
On foot, like literally toes, bro. Like what? Have you got the whole body? And then you just said, yeah, you know what? The toes is my thing.
What are you saying? The kneecap would have been better.
Well, you know, it would have been closer to the vagina. Yeah, man, I don't understand. Yeah, it's closer. And it's not constantly on the fucking floor. You know what I mean? You know, things like that. You know, or maybe, I don't know. It depends on your gal, innit? It depends on your gal. I should take that back. You get me? some girls seem like they don't get off their knees. So I don't know.
Bad, isn't
I
it?
don't know. Man. Yeah. If you're not twerking, they do. Anyway, just leave it. But yeah, I mean, why are people not coming forward saying they like toes? Why are you not trying to fucking lie? There's like 50 people in the building. Someone likes toes, bruv.
You know what I'm saying?
If you don't want to be true here, where are you going to be true? Speak your truth, man. Yeah, we might rinse you. We might even make a meme out of you. But so what, man? Step forward.
Don't worry about it, man. It'll be forgotten in a couple of days.
Don't be listening to Beefy out here lying, bro. He's several silkfish patties. I'm telling you, bro.
That's several. Fuck, you know.
Several silkfish patties. It's not just been one. He's gonna lie and say, if you could like lie detector him, he'll say, yeah, I tried it once with my baby mother or some shit. Like, you know, he's gonna lie. Somehow, man, them only ever tried stuff with their baby mum. You get me? I was with her for 10 years. Like, yeah, shut up, man. You're lying. You're lying, man. You're lying. You get me? You did that shit with. I was gonna say Caitlyn, but I just feel like Caitlyn's banned as a woman's name now.
That's a Caitlyn.
I feel like a man stopped any women being able to use the name Caitlyn now. It's crazy, isn't it? He's like copywritten a woman's name, and now no one else can be Caitlyn. That's wild, bro. Like, no, bro, I'm actually chatting truth as well. Like, it's wild. No one's gonna name their naturally born daughter Caitlyn after the tranny dude.
Yeah, no, that's facts, bro.
He's just owned the whole.
To be honest, that's why I'm laughing. I can see the humor in the darkness, but it's the truth. He ain't lying.
Like, a man owns a woman's name now. He's copywritten it. It's his thing.
Facts.
Silkfish fritter. Yeah, look, Beefy's laughing, man. Prove it. Beefy's a prove it. Man. Fall back. I remember when we talking to Beefy about sex, yeah, or one time we talked to Beefy about sex. And boy, man weren't convinced, man. I weren't convinced that he's doing it properly. But obviously, I don't need to be convinced. But the things he was saying, now he's
yeah, no, I remember, bro. I remember still.
It was awkward, bro. Like, I don't know, what did he do? You know, I just put it in, like, I don't know what he done. We was asking him, okay, so you don't name crutches, unks. Yeah, and I'm glad you don't. That's my uncle. I'm glad you don't. Like, I rate that. I'll tell the whole world, what, my uncle don't suck pussy? Man, bad man. You get me? I rate you. You get me? If only we could all be like you in the script. Yeah, but we try in life, man. We try in life. It's good to have role models to look up to. But yeah, when we was asking you, so how you get Mrs. Beefy like ready? Man was talking about I just turn up. I just arrive. Very rare. I don't know what he's doing. Looking at
man was talking about he just shove it in and no foreplay.
They had the cheek to talk about, when you make her toes do gang signs and that. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. Yo, Uncle Beefy, jump on, man. I might admit into eating pum pum. Can't bad man that. You dumb, bro. You dumb. What do you think this is? Think I'm one of them rough them 90s babies and that. Running around talking about namming crutches on air and that. Man, fire for that. Fire upon that as well. You get me? All we know is that you don't do it, Uncle.
Who asked that question?
Uncle Beefy, like, embarrassing. The shame of it. How could you ask your nephew that if he eats pussy? Nah, man, that's rude. That's a mad thing, man. And you got no pride. Big man like you asking little you. Like, I'm basically a picnic.
Big man like you.
A big man like you.
You're a big man, you know, Beefy. You're a big man like
you. You know, like you know. Yeah? Big hardback. We miss hardback. Big hardback man like you know. Yeah?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah?
Make yourself.
Yeah? You need to come and help one.
Because I'm inexperienced and I'm trying to learn about the world. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm like, Uncle, what's, get me? What's nyamming?
Get me? Nyamming? Get me? How do you say nyamming? Get me? In South Africa? Get me?
I didn't grow with my dad around me and that, man. You're an older man in my life. You're supposed to be like, yo, sit down. Yo, Jess, let me tell you about two things. You get me?
Tell you about this time, Jedi.
Yeah, trust me, man. In our lifetime, we're gonna see a madness in this world, bro.
Just
Things we're chatting about are minor. Yeah, in this world, you're gonna see mad normal, like things that are normalized. Even now, bro. When our people watch, bro, bro, we've all got like weirdos in the family. Ones like, bro, just bare hypocriting right now. You know, we're bare hypocriting. Like, yeah, man, up on bare fire on Batty man to the and like man, them's got bare like gay and lesbian cousins and aunties. It's mad. It's mad, you know. But
hypocrite walking all over the shop, my brother. What do you mean?
Yeah.
This is just what it is. Unfortunately, you can't choose them things. Unfortunately, you get what I'm saying?
It's mad, bro.
Like it's mad, bro. Like even the ones that are listen, the amount of family that I have and the ones that I talk to on a regular basis, you'll be hella surprised, my brother.
Wow.
Yeah, you'd be hella surprised. I got a big family, brother. And more than often, I'm the one that makes a hell of a lot of effort to see them, talk to them, whatever. And to be honest with you, it's not like I've had enough, but right now, I can't see that love being reciprocated. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of people's argument, man.
That's what it is, bro. Unfortunately, I'll probably more end up linking up with you, Maku, and whoever else more than my own Ross Clark cousins. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is just what it is, bro.
It's just what it is. Sometimes it's a good thing though, because
you
know you've got some family members that if you're too inner with them, it's probably it could go left as well.
Yeah, no, that's facts. I do have family members like that. That's facts.
Yeah.
That's facts. I got a cousin. I'll give you a prime example, Jez. Yeah, I got a cousin. I asked him for some tobacco the other day. Man didn't have no tobacco. Man needed the tobacco from some herbs. This brother took 4 days and he didn't even get back to me each time he said that he was going to get back to me. This brother lives 10-minute drive from me, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. So when I ended up speaking to him on the 4th occasion, I was like, cuz, like, what happened to you, man? Oh, yeah, man. Da, da, da. You know what? Don't worry about it. I ain't spoke to him since then. And that's just how it be. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you see, if the shoe was on the other foot, it would have been nothing for him to come and get that from them.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, differently, yeah. Don't be a joker smoker, man. You get me? Differently, yeah. I hear you and all that. I hear you.
Yo, when you have to make the thing stretch, my brother, you have to do what you do. You get what I'm saying?
That's the first fight. Yeah. I'm not even going to let that one pass. Make the thing stretch. Can't even allow that.
Yeah? How you mean? Me talk about herbs, yeah? Stop it.
All right, that's good. I like you. I like it when you're being specific. Mostly see each other. Yeah. How tight you look though, man? Who's jumping on? Who's doing what, man? What do you think this is? Just listening to Jensen Scripture Day.
Yeah, like what?
Scripture yesterday we played some sick game of observation, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad actually.
I can only look on for a certain period of time, man, because I had the little ones all day and that, man. Literally, I'll tune in and tune off, bro. Like I could be here for 5 minutes, 10. I could be there for half an hour, hour. But like I'm there and I'm gone again, bro. Literally.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you, man.
I am an African. A proud of me motherland. Don't doubt me. A proud of me ancestry. Tell the Ku Klux Klan. That it is African. And they can't erase me. I'm a born Vincentian, but I am an African.
I swear you got some St. Vincent in you.
Most Russian.
Yeah, but ain't got no St. Vincent. Yeah, I know there's a difference. I'm saying ain't you got St. Vincent?
Nope.
Vincentian.
Vincentian.
That's what they call him as though, isn't it? Vincentian. It's mad.
Yeah, boy, that's a bad thing still. even Monster Ration's a bit much. You know what I mean?
Monster Ration. Yeah.
Get me?
Yeah, Monster Ration. Yeah. I'll type Monster Rat though, man. I mean, what about for Montserrat, man? You got fucked up by a fucking volcano, innit? A couple years
Bro,
back.
them man there right now. Them man there right now are trying to figure out ways how to use that land. That's that newly built land. Do you know what I'm saying? To have somewhat of an island again. Don't get me wrong, them man are still functioning, but it's not great there. You get me? It's not great still. Most Montserratians have either gone to Jamaica or surrounding other Caribbean islands. If you're still in Montserrat, it's only because more than likely you don't have the money to get out.
For real?
More than likely, bro.
Why though?
Because it's not really like, don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful place, it's a beautiful island and that. Like,
yeah.
But it's not, it don't have much like the rest of the world. You know what I'm saying? Even Jamaica's better than there. Do you know what I'm saying? Opportunities and whatever else have you. Do you get me?
It's just a very small place, right?
Yeah. Small, man. Small. Very small, man. You know what I'm saying? Take maybe like just over half a day to go cover the whole island, basically. You know what I mean?
Fucking hell.
Yeah. But it's a nice place, man. It's nice.
What kind of music you trying to play and get me in trouble? What is this, man? Yeah, he's like, love of music. Yeah, look. Love of music, brother, man.
I know, and then they want to turn around and tell you that you copyright strike them.
Copyright strike and that, bro. Just allow people music, man. White man in Montserrat. He ain't got nothing to say. Everywhere, isn't it? They're fucking everywhere, man. And you white folks really do get around, you know, like you're not playing. You're not fucking playing, bro. Just like your older cousins, the black man, how they traveled the fucking world. You lot's time now. You know, just everywhere. Everywhere. And you get me? Imagine now, in 50 years' time, 100 years' time, they're gonna be saying, "Oh, we're not sure how these white people got here, but we think through the Nigerian slave trade, the Caribbean slave trade. We think that Caribbean slave trade has dropped them off." Yeah,
that's facts, bro. I'm telling you.
Really?
I wouldn't put it past them. Trust me.
Nah, listen, man. I'm telling you, man. Like, big ups to the white folks, but sometimes, man, I be side-eyeing you. You lot live a different life to man. Sometimes
you lot be living over the wall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, some mixed life. You get me? And you get me? Big ups to you lot, though, man. Big ups to you. Sometimes like I'll be out or whatever, and I'll see a white man or I hear a white man laugh or a white woman laugh, and I just want a moment in time where I could feel that level of joy.
Like, you get me? You ain't gotta worry. You ain't got shit to worry about. You know what I'm saying?
I live in life sometimes, you know. Sometimes I can see it's great to be white, you know. I can see it. Like,
bro, you ever get out of, like, bro, just think about it. Like, you wake up smiling, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah? Smiling. Stretch your arms in the air, the sun shining through your window.
You cunt. Morning officer, you fucking cunt.
You get me? Your dog come and jumps in the bed, wishing you a good morning.
This is you up in the mouth, you do a fuck. You get me? Yeah. You buy a chicken, take it home, take it out of the wrapper, and just fling that in the oven. Yeah, fling that in there. You get me? You ain't gonna worry about nothing, marinade what? You get me? Yeah? If you go to a rave, if you go to a rave and you're bunning you, just back off your shoes. If you're tired, just sit on the curb. Sit on the fucking curb. Sit on any patch of grass. No blanket, you just don't care. Yeah? Sunbathe on a random patch of grass. Don't matter. Just move the needles and dog shit out of the way, man. Just lay down. You know, get me? Go to the gym, go to the sauna, yeah, and not use no fucking footwear, no slippers, no nothing.
Nothing.
Fuck it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah?
Yeah.
And when it's
Just
time for
bare
changing,
foot.
get a towel and just put it over your shoulder. Don't even
Straight.
hide your things. Don't even hide your
Nah.
genitals.
Nah.
Yeah?
Don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Don't give a
Living.
fuck. Live
Yeah.
life like a white
Talking
man.
about.
Yeah? Live life like a fucking white man.
Yeah. Get out the
You know what I
shower.
mean?
Yeah. And don't cream yourself. Yeah. Winning.
Clean yourself. Bro, get back to
Yeah.
the shower. Let's talk back to the shower. Yeah? Wash your
True
hair.
that. True that.
Wash your
True
hair and let the soap suds from your hair rinse the rest of your body. That's it. You know what I mean? You washing your legs for? You're white. Get me? A fucking flannel. Hey, bro, white man be living life, man.
Talking about.
You be stressing about all sorts. Stressing about dumb things. Yeah? Like, you season the chicken?
Season
Stressing
what?
you
Season what?
man?
If you season it too
What
much,
blood
yeah,
clot?
you're going to cause us Ebola again. Yeah? Talking about young man.
Hey, travel anywhere. Do what you like, bro.
Man, like Silverback's like, yeah, Jupiter.
Yeah? Shout at a policeman. Just shout in his face.
You get me?
Shout in his
Yeah?
face.
No repercussions.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah? With an 8 for fucking powder.
Snort.
In
Yeah?
your skinny jeans.
You get me?
Fuck.
Yeah? In your Levi's. Yeah?
Go around, run around, get me. Listen to Pot of Paper. Yeah?
Yeah.
Live life, bro.
Yeah?
RD,
And Ed Sheeran.
Yeah?
Yeah.
RD featuring Ed Sheeran. Just live life.
Yeah?
Yeah,
But you know what? You know what the joke is as a white man? Yeah? You can play R. Kelly.
Play R. Kelly, bro. You can play Gary Glitter if you're white, bro.
Yeah, that's facts. Facts.
Yeah.
What do they think this is?
Oh, man.
Huh?
You know what it is? Be white, yeah? Let me tell you about being white. Yeah? Yeah? Don't study in school. Don't do shit in school. Don't even get good grades or nothing in school. Yeah? Don't even look for a job at all. Yeah? And then have your uncle make you a millionaire because he needs you to work for him. Yeah. Hang on road with your black bridges. Watch them all go to jail. And then just go work for your uncle. Hey, buy a house. Nah.
By a whole street. By a whole street.
Grandma you never met left in 2 yards.
Yeah.
Grandma you never left. I swear down.
Yeah.
All right, say that.
And they're and on that road, they're 1.2 million. Yeah.
Wow. Like
Yeah.
that, yeah. Millionaire Row and that, yeah?
Yeah. You don't live on Millionaire Road. Just your nan's house is worth that much.
That's it. Minor, bro. Get me?
Hey.
Yeah, fuck enough black girls and mixed race girls. Fuck enough of them, and then just marry a white thing.
Settle down with money your own.
You know, I'm fucking sick, man. You lot got skills. I ain't gonna lie. Fucking hell. All right, come on, man. In the chats, let's see some. Let's do some positive white stereotypes. Yeah, positive white stereotypes. Yeah. So tell us some of the benefits you think about being white, right? And I want to hear from some real white guys as well, right? And white ladies.
Right? Yeah. You got to tell us. Come on. Right? We've had enough. You got to know the truth nowadays. Yeah.
I was actually asked this question this morning, right? The question I was asked this morning was, if I could be any white person for 24 hours, who would it be? And I was like, wow, you know, that is actually a great question, you know. If you could be any white person
in 24 hours,
who would it be? Yeah.
Will you still have your conscious mind of who you are, though?
Do you want to be? Do you want to have your conscious mind? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can have that. You can have that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. 100%, bro.
Cooks breakfast. What do you know about what do they call that thing there? All day breakfast and that. I'll be slapping back with the little mini sausages and the beans and that. Bro, you dumb. Yeah? Yeah, the sausage is wrapped in bacon for brekkie. Don't piss me off.
Winning.
Stick to the blanket.
Winning.
Living life, bro. Hey, listen. Sunday, man, I'll be heading down to fucking Harvester or Toby Carvery. You know what I mean?
Go and get that pub grub. You know what I mean?
Come on. Pub grub will be banging. I'd eat at any pub since the pub's open. You know what I mean? You know about that, bro. Well, you know about a pint at 11 o'clock. You don't know nothing about that, bro. You don't know shit. You can only do that on holiday. Yeah? Sip your little sex on the beach or your little daiquiri on holiday. And you get me? And still feel guilty. Man, I do that right now in Lewisham. Now. Make it happen right now. Drink a pint. At the gate.
Bro.
You get me?
That's facts.
Always get a job in construction or something. Any job that allows you to say, "Alright, yeah, hey Steve, yeah, mate, yeah, it's coming out there." Yeah, man, that's what you gotta do. Man, man's getting whipped by his parents and that. You know what I mean? To try and fucking learn some shit in school. And I could just be white and just be like, "Alright, yeah, mate, yeah, alright, yeah, it's coming up, yeah, it's to the left, yeah, alright, yeah." That's what you gotta do. Bare money, it's all right, man, if you know how to do that. Yeah, excuse me, yeah. Fucking hell, man.
That's facts.
Go
You know.
fishing. Yeah, we could go fishing. Come on. Well, you know what, going fishing?
Yeah,
Go
like I go
fishing,
golf.
bro.
You talking about? Yeah.
Oh,
Go and play
golf, man.
golf.
Are you trying to be, you're not just trying to be white, you're trying to be bougie and what that. Golf.
Yeah,
I
man.
haven't
What
done
you
that,
talking
bro.
about, man?
Golf.
Ivory
Get into
League,
the-
bro. You know what
Get
I'm
into
saying?
the members clubs. What's that racist
Yeah.
club in fucking in Central? Get into Tate or whatever.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Get in there.
Straight in. Straight in
Yeah,
or
man.
straight in? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Is it all right if I
Yeah, man. Them type of white people, them
Yeah,
type
please.
people, the type of white people that go behind the curtain. Yeah.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
Mr. Nigger
man.
Man. Sorry, Mr. Nigger Man. Can I just get past? Get me?
That's the security guard you was just talking to.
Yeah, Mr. Nigger Man. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just gonna walk in with my pals with these Reeboks on, right? Now I
Fuck's
know
sake.
you're not letting anyone in with sportswear, but I'm white, as you can see. All right, go straight in there. Push me.
Sweet as
You're in,
that.
lad. Yeah, street ass. Hey, fucking hell. Yeah, we can roll down the road saying, you never walked in your ends, yeah, apart from Carnival, with like a couple thousand man walking through the ends, screaming stuff. You never done that. Oh, Tommy.
Hit me.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Tommy.
That's got to be
Come
like
on.
a carnival for white man. Racism, beer, walking through central London. Bro,
For real, going carnival as a white man must be a mad thing still. Seeing all these nignogs punch each other in the face. Yeah. At Westwood and that. Mad
As
thing.
a white man, I go to carnival and dance with a few adiolas. Adiolas, you know what I mean? I dance with a few adiolas. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Give me waste a bit of a wiggle on that. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Cause my mate, fucking Winston, right? I went to school with him.
It's always
he taught me
Winston.
about
Isn't
this, he showed me how to do this old. I can't remember what he calls it, but it's like you do a circular thing with your with like your hips.
it?
Right?
Circular motion.
Circular, right? It's circular your hips, right? And I tell you what, the fucking birds love it. Tried it on my missus in bed.
Can't
She
get
went
enough,
fucking
mate.
nuts. She
Can't get
went
enough,
fucking
mate.
crazy.
Telling you.
Right?
Yeah, can't
I'm
get
telling
enough.
you, man. Best 5 minutes of my life.
Yeah,
That was-
felt like a real fucking merry-go-round that did. Tell you, mate.
Oi,
Like,
mate, oi. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, man. Yeah, man. You know, we could even start just growing weed. Apply to our cousin for a license to just grow weed or some shit. Just do some shit that them black folks can't. We do. Oh, we have so much fun, man. Give me so much fucking fun. Never get pulled over. Never get stop and searched.
Never.
Just roll with all the drugs all the time.
And we could do all of that while drink driving.
Bruh, twice. You know what I mean? Twice on the Thursday, bruv. Yeah. fucking life, bro. Telling you. Telling you. Your face just fits everywhere you go. Your face just fits.
Everywhere.
I mean,
Just blend in.
everywhere. You're right, sir.
Do you know what I mean? Just blend
Best
in.
customer
you know what I mean?
service. Best
Yeah,
customer
best.
service. Everywhere you
Thinking
go.
about. Yeah, because I know your manager probably.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Proper, deal with me proper. Hey, being white in England must be mad.
Hey.
Sometimes it must be like crazy. Like some of the things.
Even going certain places around the world, bro. Especially if you're going to a darkies country, bro. Like,
yeah,
even
where
there, bro.
Yeah, where your money's long and that, boy.
Yeah. That must be mad, bro. You get what I'm saying?
Like, Prince William, when he went to Papua New Guinea, said it was that's carrying him around on the fucking on that that shit that I've only seen in Tarzan films and that. You know when they carry the white person up on that fucking
Man! Like them old school films like they carry Queen of Sheba and that. Yeah.
Supreme ruler. Mad thing.
That is the truth, you know. I'm telling you. That is the truth. Yeah. Out here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Pay for that pound.
Oi. How about you're walking down the road and a black taxi stops to ask if you want to live? Mad thing.
No. You know what? You have to repeat. You have to repeat that again to some people in the chat. Say that again.
You're walking down the road, yeah, and a black taxi stops to ask you if you want to live. Mad thing. Really? You right there, mate? You want to live? You want to live?
Oh shit!
You want to live? I mean, fucking hell, bugging you. Now jump in, mate. Nah, jump in. Nah,
slowing down for you, you know. All right, mate. You're all right. Sure, you're all right. You know it's pissing down with rain on your head top, bruv. Yeah, my man. You all right, mate? Hey, where you off to then?
Oh, Trillo G's going all in. Trillo G said he'd wear a suit every day to maximize his privilege. Yo, white man in a suit. Hey, you got fucking clear. You have one. That's a cheat code. I have a white man in a high vis, yeah, or white man in a suit. You fucking cheat code. You've won.
No.
I'm telling you right now. A white man in a high vis could knock my door right now and just walk in. You right, mate? Yeah. I just come to check you out. I'm like, yeah, come through, bro. Yeah, man. What do you need to do? What do you need to do, Mr. White Guy? What do you need to do, man? It's obviously important. Just come through, man. You know what I mean? Keys to the fucking city.
Because I don't know shit about shit. Like you just walking my house.
I don't know about his rap. All I know about is rap and chicken and watermelon. I don't know nothing. You know what I mean?
All right, fellas. All right, fellas. How you doing, fellas?
Fucking geese. All right, geese.
Right. All right. What's going on here, mate? What's going on? I see all these
dark Scalomania.
What's going on?
Hell, man. I ain't seen that character in fucking years.
Fucking hell, mate.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, scripter. I should have said to you, Street Fighter theme today. Like, what's going on?
Say nothing, my brother. Let me pattern up in it and forward back in a sec.
Yeah. So Beef, how you gonna spend your 24 hours white, man? What are you gonna do?
Listen, mate, I'm gonna fucking smell some cocaine. I'm gonna get drunk. I'm gonna punch up a darkie.
Man said he's gonna snort some coke. First thing he's gonna do is to snort a bag of coke. That's hilarious. Oh my god, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna join you. I'm gonna join you with a coke, man. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
Go down the boozer. You know, go down the boozer.
Yeah. Yo. You're only white once, man. Yo, man. Hear me? Oh man, what are we gonna do with these? What are we gonna do, man? That's why I swear to God, let me do a film, yeah, but like white chicks, but we're guys, yeah. I'm sure they've done it, you know. Sure, there's a film where they did like basically did like what would you call it? Whiteface. Where some black brothers made themselves.
It was one where was it one of the Wayman brothers. You done a film like that, I think, once.
No. That's white. That's white chicks.
No. There's another one where he did like he like they changed bodies where the black guy was in the white man's body or something like that.
Okay, they swap bodies and that, bro. That'd be funny, man. That would be funny. Bro, to be white for the day. Oh man,
That's a madness, bro. I can't even imagine it. I can't even fathom it, bro.
It'd be crazy. No, honestly, yeah, I want to spend some of the day stealing, just looking at the security guard, thinking, you dickhead, like how can you not see I'm stealing? Like, are you dumb? You know, ask the security guard to hold this for you while you put stuff in the bag. And he's just gonna let you walk out. He's like, what the fuck? Oh man.
It's a privilege, man. It's a privilege.
Oh man. Yeah, man. All right, listen, big up the white folks, man. You know who's white in the chat? Where's my white brothers? Where's boss levels and that, man? Where's the white family? Listen, if you're white here, tell me something. Oh, the link. What do you mean the link, bro? How did Beefy get
You haven't pinned it. You haven't pinned it yet.
Never pinned it. My bad. Sorry, family. Sorry.
I had to go up the chat to find it.
All right. Let me sort that out. Hey,
big up everyone in the building. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe. Let's get to 3K ASAP.
Who would you be? Who would you be, Beefy?
Who would I be if I was white for the day?
Yeah.
Boy.
You can actually be someone.
Oh, wow.
So many. Like, I had bare names, but they're all like, I got bare mega rich man's names. I don't know why I got Bill Gates and all these weirdos.
Yeah.
You know, or a Rothschild or something. Or Rothschild or like someone in the inner workings. I want to see some shit. But like, I don't know what we're doing today, yeah? Who we sacrificing today? Do you know what I mean?
What did they get up to, bro? What did they get up to? Like, you got billions in your bank account. What are you doing?
Do you think the Queen ever just chills naked in her room? Just chills. Bruh, these people can't be real. When you try to think about them doing anything real, like, tell me if you've ever seen any video footage of the Queen eating. I mean, actually biting food, chewing and swallowing it.
Never.
Bro, man. You telling me that they don't just hang these people up in a room like
off button.
Who are these people? Yeah, off button. What do they?
Are they even real people? Are they actors with prosthetics on that? Are they even real? Who are the fucking prosthetics?
Bro? Like, who are these people? I swear to God, I would have thought to myself, yeah, like, for real. When they told, they did something where they said the Queen. They said the Queen. Someone broke into the Queen's. Someone broke into Buckingham Palace and went into the Queen's room and was sitting on her bed, right?
Yeah. I remember the story. Yeah,
chatting to her. They were sitting on her bed chatting to her. Like, I'm just like, really? What does the Queen do? You're gonna tell me that the Queen goes into her room, pulls down her royal knickers, and does a doo-doo? You want me to believe that? I don't believe it, bro. She fancies suddenly, like 11 o'clock at night, she fancies a cheeky Nando's. I don't get that. I don't get that any human vibration from the Queen at all. Like, she'd be into that. Do you know what I mean?
Big up. Happy New Day.
Happy New Day.
Salam. I'm white for a day, yeah?
No, I think, do you know what?
White for a day, mate.
Time putting the pin in the chat. Do you know how long I've been waiting? And I can't even stay long now.
What's the Queen's husband's name?
All right, Karen. Slow down, Karen.
Oh,
please.
Philly.
Do you know what I'd do? I'd go bloody backpacking. That's what I'd do.
You're in your own world.
Prince Philip, man.
You know, we're backpacking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where white people die. You carry on.
Yeah.
You want to be the most
mountain climbing.
No, do you know what?
And bungee.
I met a French sister, yeah.
Listen.
This girl went Cambodia.
Hello. Anywhere they catch a single white female with a backpack, she's dead. She can't even walk around Clapham Common anymore, right? So don't be backpacking. Yeah, it's peak for the single white woman. Yeah, all these.
Where you gonna find problem?
All these hungry darkies wanna feast on your pale flesh. Yeah.
All these fucking hectors walking about, taking Jupiters about, What the fuck is going on around here?
What?
Oh my God.
You
I'm
get
here
Everard
trying to
in
live a
Sydney.
dream, yeah, and then all you're doing is giving me problems.
Yeah, no, they'll
Karen,
Everard.
Karen,
I'll go
sit down,
Tenerife.
have a
All
sniff of
right, fair
coke,
enough.
and
I'll
just
just go
shut
bloody
up, yeah?
Tenerife
If I
then,
slap
innit?
you once, Karen, yeah?
Well, hey, said you don't fucking talk to a
Calm
woman
down,
like that.
mate.
Hey, don't you fucking tell me calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down, mate. If I slap you on.
Right, it's 11:10. I'm going for a beer.
Yeah, I'll join you, mate. Get that booze out.
Hey, we're already in the boozer.
Oi, Tommy.
Hey. Fuck it up. And you know how much time I saved today not needing a flannel and not washing my
Oh,
legs.
fuck's sake.
Not washing my legs. I washed my hair, right? And I just let the suds, run down and wash the rest.
Mad.
Just air dry. That must be nice, isn't it? Just have you wash your hair and then just air dry it, isn't it?
Yeah, air dry. Yeah.
In it. It's the in it.
No shrinkage, no nothing. It just stays where it is.
Pause.
Yeah, holding
But,
loose.
yeah.
Put a bit of holding loose in it. I mean, Bob, your uncle. Your uncle. I ain't even washed my ass. My hair's all sparkly. Love it. Do you know what I mean?
Lovely, Geese.
I read somewhere, you don't need
Lovely.
to wash your ass, it washes itself. Self-washing ass.
Well, I don't know. I was born with uncomfortable hair.
Oh, uncomfortable hair.
My shit's gonna be sticking up like, yo, I can't sleep. I can't sleep. Man.
No. If I'm gonna
I'm
be a
white.
white person,
Hey,
I'm
listen,
gonna
I'm
have
white.
proper white
That
hair.
day, yeah. That day,
Yeah.
me being white, yeah. I'm not sleeping. What's the point of sleeping?
Yeah,
It's
I know.
wasting
Man's
part of it.
We said the first thing we're doing is sniffing bear coke.
Yeah,
Let's sniff
easy.
coke for the
Lightweight.
sake of it.
No,
Yeah?
I wanna. You know what I wanna do? I wanna
I
get
hope,
into the secret
I hope
code.
it's a semi-hot day so I can come out in the smallest shorts.
You know the language.
You know, 70 degrees, complain about how hot it is outside.
Daylight today, I'm out there.
No, I want to try some of them white girl teas.
Beautiful
I want to
day,
see
Geese.
how
The beautiful
that
day today,
works.
Geese.
The white what?
We best said fox.
The white woman teas. You don't know about that? That can get you out of anything, apparently. White woman teas apparently can get you out of anything.
Oh,
man.
White woman tears.
City. You do anything, anywhere. Stop the fucking world. White woman's crying. Stop the fucking world.
Oh.
Everyone stop. You're right, love. You're right. Yeah.
Who made you cry? Who done it?
Who
Who
made you
dark
cry?
you down
Was
it?
it him? Fucking
It's cool.
monkey. Was it
He's
him?
yeah, fucking monkey. Are you? Hey, Jed. How about practicing the N word? You get me?
What?
Be bossy with it.
Nigga!
Yeah,
You fucking
nigga.
Say it in the mirror and all that.
Nigga.
No. What's the 2.1? You black bastard.
Yeah.
And then she goes say, and you white bastard. Boo!
That's
That was
what I
funny.
want to learn, Jed. I want to learn the
Because you're a
secret.
black bitch and then tries to call the other girl, and you're a white bitch. Now, don't try it, man. Don't try it. All that you'd say white bitch just so that you can say black bitch is fucking hilarious.
You fucking
Jedi,
slag.
it's in context. You know, you don't know the context.
There's nuance. There's a nuance. There's a
nuance and
That's right. You can't forget about them nuances. They're everywhere.
Nuances, man. Hey, do you know what, man? Fucking.
I'm buying a shell suit.
It'd just be amazing, man. It'd be so amazing. You know, get on a tube, see an empty carriage with one black man in it and just not sit there. Just not be there like that. Get me? Make no eye contact with any black man. But then
do you know what? In reality,
bust a nut over his dog. Like literally air him. Like he don't exist.
I want to.
Bust a nut. Oh, what a cute puppy! Oh my god! Yo, you lot are mad with it. Mean. When I went to hospital the other day, bro, the nurse did not make eye contact with me. She did. She refused. Mad. She refused, and I thought, you know what? She's a bitch. Cool, but I held it. Yeah. She introduced two new patients to the waiting room. Yeah, and the way she done the customer service, like it was mad.
Royal.
Anything you need, just let me know. And they're laughing and smiling. I'm like, no, I'm imagining this. Like, am I actually going nuts? Like, even when the woman went to take out she went to take the cannula thing, the little thing that they put just in case I needed a drip or something. So she
Uh-huh.
went to take, so that it's bare plaster she has to peel off. The woman tried to rip the plaster off quick, like to cause me pain.
Miskin.
But in my head, I knew she was gonna do it. So I said, let me see how she deals with me. The whole time I'm looking right in her face. She never looked at me once, you know. Got my paperwork, gave me my paperwork, rare. I was just looking on the floor, looking to the side. Ain't that a bitch? I want to be white. I want to fire some people. I just want to fire some people. You're fired, and you're fired. Your services will no longer be required. I'm sorry.
Winston, can I talk to you in the office, please?
No, do you know what you got to do? You got to talk to the manager.
Winston's fuck.
Matthew, that was the one.
Don't go, Winston.
Now you know you've been given 2 written warnings for your behaviour. Being all aggressive and that, flicking your cigarette and that. You know what I mean?
Intimidated. Now, Winston.
Walking around all big and black. What's going on?
Yeah,
black and that.
I'll level with you, Winston, right? We really love you here, yeah? But we've had a few complaints. We've had a few complaints. Look, now, not to be rude, but customers are complaining of what seems to be pubic hair in their food. Look, I know it's your what's the correct term for them? Locks? Yeah, I know it's your locks, but you know what I mean? Like, look, I'd love to grow hair and have locks and that, but I can't. And I just feel like it's not really in keeping with the company, you know, image.
Company guidelines.
image. Do you know what I mean?
Image.
I'm not asking you to cut them off, but you know, I'm not asking you to cut them off, but you know, if you want to keep your job.
No, but fair enough, yeah, Winston. Yeah, all I'm saying, yeah, don't just go our own ways. We are happy. We're happy. Everyone's happy. You know, Winston.
Nothing
my cousin Paul is looking
personal.
for a job. My cousin Paul is looking for a job, so he needs to be coming here tomorrow.
And by the way, you can work to the end of the week and then clear out your locker. Mud. With a big smile as well. Big smile. Don't matter what work.
You come up a pint after, Winston.
I wanna know the racist white people sign language. You know, when you're sitting on a train or something and they do special eyes to each other and all of that type of stuff. You know, I want to know the secret language. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's a secret language, you know. Yeah, they can be in the room with you and you wouldn't even know they're talking about you. Oh. Yeah, my wife's making told in the old tonight. You're like, what? What's going on? Why are they all laughing?
That were code words.
Yeah, hide the Hitler. All of these types.
Salt and vinegar. You know what I mean? Look at that salt and vinegar over there.
I wonder if my taste buds would change. I ain't gonna like thing. I'm gonna want bacon for breakfast. All of these type of fucking.
You're gonna sweat when you eat salt and pepper.
Yo, Dave.
McDonald's for dinner.
Yo, Dave. What's good, bro?
What's going on?
You all right?
Chilling. What's up?
Yo, big up.
Not much, man. Welcome to the show.
Big up.
Hey.
Have you been on before?
No, never.
Okay, man. Where you calling from, brother?
US.
Okay.
All right, man. That's cool.
Why, you guys all in London?
Sorry?
You guys in London?
Some of us, yeah. Some of us. Welcome, though. Welcome, man. You're a white guy.
I'm not gonna lie, you kind of sound far from the microphone. Can you get a bit closer or put the volume up, please? Thank you.
Oh no, maybe I was far. What do you say? If I'm a white guy?
Yeah.
Why, you a black guy?
Yeah.
I'm not. No, I'm sorry.
What is it, like a black show or something like that?
No, not at all.
I don't know. No, I'm actually Puerto Rican.
Oh, you're Puerto Rican.
Spanish.
Okay, you're half Spanish. Okay, so we was asking the question: if you could be white for a day, what's some of the things you'd do?
Well, I am pretty light. I am pretty white. I'm a white Spanish person, so I mean, I am fucking white basically. I mean,
You're white already.
Yeah, I'm like kind of white, but I could be white. I don't know. Maybe fucking not get a traffic ticket or a couple things. Maybe if I could. I don't know. Maybe go to Speaker's Corner and make up a new religion. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Maybe fucking punch hijab fucking whatever his name in the face.
Oh shit.
He'll probably accept it. He'll probably accept it as well.
If he was PT Dave.
You know about
Big up
Speaker's
Ultra
Corner
with
and
the super
stuff, right?
chat.
What?
I said, so you know about Speaker's Corner and stuff, right?
Yeah, I've been to London.
Okay. Well, have you been to the corner yourself?
I've been there.
Oh,
Have we ever met?
No, I never met
have
you.
you met us? Have you met us before? No.
No, I never. Never.
You never heard of us? No.
No, I never heard you. I just put open panel in the YouTube search box.
No, I mean.
Okay.
Sorry,
Cool.
you never heard of us at Speaker's Corner. That's what we're saying.
Good
You
still.
know this dude.
You
know
go to
this dude in the picture.
You go to Speaker's Corner?
Yeah. Do you know this dude?
Yeah, didn't he get into a fight or something?
Yeah, he did. The little fucker, didn't he? He got into a fucking fight. That's what he's known for, fighting.
You know this dude.
Is he Muslim?
Nah, he's not Muslim, man. He's Muslim free.
Do you know this dude?
Unfortunately.
Do you know this dude?
No, did they find the guy who stabbed what's her name?
Hatun. Nah, they didn't.
Yeah,
nah, somehow he just miraculously disappeared.
He looked like the one with the locks. He looked like the one with the locks.
He miraculously
he just disappeared into the crowd.
It's crazy how he miraculously disappeared when it's so hard to get out of Speaker's Corner that way.
I don't know how the fuck he did that with the police right behind him.
Right behind him, you know.
Behind him. It makes no sense to me. But hey.
But yeah, if we was white for the day, I don't even think I'd go Speaker's Corner. I haven't got enough time. There's not enough time.
There's not enough time
white stuff.
I'd probably go to like Iceland or Greenland and act, and then like just bang all the girls that were Iceland.
Go bang the girls.
Don't you want to climb a mountain or bungee jump or something?
No, I mean I've been to Greenland. I mean they're pretty good looking people over there. A lot of them are pretty good looking.
I'll be climbing a mountain.
Yeah, but you probably do well as a Spanish guy though, right?
Parachute.
I don't know, man. You know, you think that not really. Sometimes, it depends. Like those people are to themselves. You know, they really they only like their own people. They like Chinese.
I know I'd do good if I went over there because I think I'm a big contrast. So I know I'd do good.
They might like, you never know.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. You just never know.
But so how long have the Spanish considered themselves white? It's interesting to me.
Well, I mean, let me see. Puerto Ricans have been in the United States for, since the First World War, so almost about a century in the United States. Then in let me see.
But you've got Afro Latinas there. In Puerto
of course,
Rico.
I mean I have African blood as well, but I mean.
Yeah, and they got different terms like morena and.
You said what?
Mm-hmm.
What do you say?
They've got different terms for because they like a melting pot. So like you got morena, which are the like more darker skinned Puerto Ricans, no?
That just means black. Moreno just means black. That's all that means.
Yes.
Oh, does it?
But
Okay.
They're darker.
Yeah,
they're darker. If you go to Puerto Rico, there's the lightest. You have green-eyed, blonde hair, blue-eyed people, and then you have really dark black people, and they're the same bloodline. You know, they're all Puerto Rican.
Right.
Did they have the same kind of thing that Dominican Republic had, which was, that elevate la raza, which was basically to keep diluting the blood until the
la mijo la raza.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. So you corrected me. Yes.
Well, I mean, don't forget Christopher Columbus came to the Caribbean islands in 1692. So when he came there, he came from the Queen of Spain, which Christopher Columbus, they think he's Italian with Roman descent, but he's really Portuguese.
Jewish.
So all those lines come through there, but they went through England first, French, Napoleon, Dutch, Ottoman Empire, Roman, Persian, modern day Iran. So,
but brother, that concept of la mijo la raza,
I can't hear that sniper.
Where does it come from?
But
I don't know. I don't really know about that concept.
Black Funk is talking though. But if you couldn't hear Sniper when he was talking, leave and come back, brother. So, sorry about that, guys.
But I mean, there's so many different nationalities.
Before we get into it, yeah, big up Wab Funk and everyone. Please hit the
Big
like
up, brother.
button. Yeah, we're about to get into a nice little discussion. We got I don't know, we got John Smith, Dave Smith, we got Wab Funk, Sniper, MD, Beefy, and myself, and Scripture. And yeah, man, happy Friday.
Big up, Scripture.
Big up everyone in the building.
Big up.
Big ups to everyone, man. And let me just quickly just do this jingle.
Ultra
Fruity in the building.
I do again. Spinning bad key.
Astaghfirullah.
Yeah, I think
You guys ever heard of Sonic Fox?
Sonic Fox? No.
One of the best Street Fighter players in the world.
No. Let me go and look him up.
Ultra.
Oh,
You know him?
I thought you followed Street Fighter.
Nah.
I met him a few
It's
times.
more for the nostalgia, but Ultra, the guy that's
Who
put
can?
the comment in, yeah, he knows about Street Fighter. He's quite good.
Yeah, he's quite good, but he thinks he's the best. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I could pull up some YouTube, videos.
No,
of
I've
guys
seen
who play that
him.
game, man, and
I've
it's
seen
crazy.
him. I've seen him punch man up though. Still, big up Funky. Still, I see him punch man up there. I
No,
can't
but
lie, bro.
you know, like that's like same thing. Like I've seen Todd's mash up the place, have the whole room just leave the computer. Like I don't even know.
Yeah, and Uncle Bane.
Uncle Bane's got that energy. He's got that energy, so I can imagine him being good at it.
Yeah,
and
Uncle
laughing.
Bane's quite good. Yeah, no, he's ranked. He's been ranked.
You don't want to get
before.
beat by
He's
Uncle
ranked.
Bane as well.
I'm sure he was.
Oh, it looks like he wants some more.
Yeah, you don't get dissed in the thing by Uncle Bane. No.
Yeah,
way.
he's got
That's
a
mad.
smack talk you.
Nah, you don't want that.
Still you smack and smack you. Like, yeah,
He's
it's
annoying.
gonna piss
Man
you
cry.
off. Like, why'd you have to be so loud?
Ultra wants it again. He wants dupes again, but this time for £3 cheaper. I'm not really sure about that.
Ultra combo.
Psycho Crusher. Psycho Crusher.
What do you mean when Chung Lee's doing the
Astaghfirullah. All right, man. All right. We've had enough. Thanks. Big up Ultra once again, man.
Sick, man.
All right, cool. So where was we at? You was talking about Wab Funk. You said man something.
Sonic
kinda,
Fox?
No, the kind of
It was the
term
Spanish term for elevate the races, and the first time I personally heard of it was from the Dominican Republic president, like their prime minister, and that was like in the early 30s or something like that, around about them times, or 40s or whatever.
I've heard the term. I heard the term, but like, yeah, I really haven't dug deep into it.
But that's why I was curious. Do they, because it's the islands are quite close to each other, do they have that same kind of mentality?
I got a question, Dave.
Yeah.
All right. How do you feel about Fat Joe using the word nigger? And how do you feel about using the word nigger?
I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna tell him not to use it. I mean, he grew up in the middle of the Bronx. He grew up around all quote unquote black people. You know what I'm saying? So, I live in those areas too. So, I mean, in New York, it's a different terminology. New York is kind of like a country in itself, and you got to look at it like how the United Kingdom is in London, or like maybe even like Paris and France. Like even the cities within France, they're like huge cities. They all have different terminology. So somewhere you could say something, and somewhere else you can't. So it's like you probably wouldn't be able to do it in like California, but New York is different. New York is different. Then again, I'm not black, but I mean, none of my black friends really ever even they don't care. I mean, it's like if a white person comes out and says it, I guess it's the way you say it, but like some people overuse it. But like it's kind of like like bloke, and when people say bloke, you know what I mean? Like in England, like they fuck around and say bloke. You guys say that, right?
Yeah.
Who's this bloke?
Yeah.
Like that. But then again, most of the Caribbean people that are Hebrew, they come from Hebrew descent. I believe in the Hebrew tribe lines that come from Israel.
So you're an Israelite
So I do
yourself,
believe No, I'm not an Israelite, but I do know I'm Hebrew descent because the some of the bloodline that I've traced back from my chronological timeline comes back from the Tehran era, more like the Tehran, which is Lebanese, which is Persian, and then basically Hebrew, which is your Sumerian on the Sumerian side of Palestine. So I don't know. It's like a rabbit hole, that keeps on going round and round.
Guys, what do you think about that, man? You are just all silent. What's happening? Ultra flooding us with money, showering us. I know what he wants.
Yeah, he just wants it, boy.
Well, what do you think about the Hebrew thing that the brother said?
Yeah, I don't know about all that. But
I missed it, bruv. I came in and came out. What did he say?
He said that he believes that he is a Hebrew through Persian and Sumerian descent, in a nutshell.
As a Dominican?
Yeah.
Puerto Rican.
Is he Dominican? He's Puerto Rican, right? Same thing.
Yeah.
So you're African and Spanish.
It's not. It's different. There's a difference,
Doesn't
though.
even make sense.
Because culture-wise, there's a difference.
I don't think so.
There are some similarities, obviously. Huh? Okay.
What Europeans are Israelite? That's what I wanted to know.
Oh shit, that's something else. That's a different level.
Yeah, I know
what
that
Europeans are actually Hebrews.
The African
Hebrew
side
Israelite
could easily be. The African side of him could easily be that, but I don't know about the European side. There's no
That's
Israelite
something.
on that.
That's something.
Like you can come from those regions of Syria and all of that, but I don't know.
Yeah, that ain't
Sumeria, really? It's like
I mean, if you look at
3,800 years ago, like Sumeria.
If you look at religion alone, if you look at Islam, just for one, if you look at like the Hadiths, if you look at I follow Christianity first, just let you know that, but it doesn't mean I don't read every other book and find out what's going on. But I mean, in the Quran itself, if you read the Quran, which I've read in English, you know how there is always the quotation. They always say that the Quran is the most purest, perfect thing ever made. Which to me personally, that's false because once something's translated from Arabic,
bro. Listen. What is your immediate heritage?
Immediate heritage?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Puerto Rican by nowadays terms, but like
what is your heritage by being Puerto Rican?
Spanish. I speak Spanish. What do you mean? English, Spanish.
Yeah, that's a language.
My heritage.
No, you said earlier that you had African blood in you. So what, do you have Spanish blood? Do you have German blood? Do you know that actual
basically Puerto Rican is a
bloodline that you're
mutation.
mixed with?
Puerto Rican is a mutation of a lot of different nationalities: German, Dutch, Irish.
So what's yours?
Yeah.
What's yours?
I got some Cameroon. I have some Arabic, West Indian, Native.
Have you had a DNA test?
Yeah, I've had a 23andMe, but you really can't go by 23andMe all the time because
what was the 23andMe?
And 23andMe, most of it was Spanish, basically, Spaniard. About almost like 40%. It was like 20 something percent Arabic. About 22% Arabic.
What's Arabic?
About almost 40.
Ain't Arabic a language?
37%. Arabic is a national.
Sorry, Marco,
it's a
brother.
bloodline.
How much Spanish?
What? Arabic is a
About
bloodline.
23%.
23% Spanish. Okay, what was the rest?
He said Arabic, and I don't understand that statement.
No, he said 23% Spanish. What was the rest?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He said 40% Spanish.
He said 40
No?
something percent.
Oh, 40%.
Yeah.
What was the rest?
He said
what was the rest?
Arabic, something Arabic.
20% Arab.
Yeah, like a percentage Arabic. I don't know what that is.
How much African then?
He said Cameroon.
Okay, how much African
as well? I don't know. Well, yeah. What's the
How much?
percentage of the African side? Hello.
You still there, brother?
You're on mute. Yeah.
Sorry, it's cutting out.
Mijo la raza. La mijo la raza.
He said what percentage was African? Sorry. Or Cameroon.
11 or 12%. I'm not really sure. It was about 11 or 12%. Cameroon.
Okay. So
And you know, for the
Cameroon,
Arab
and
part
what
of
else? What else in Africa? What else on the continent besides Cameroon?
Dutch. I had Dutch also.
So you know, for the Arab.
Oh, okay. So nothing besides Cameroon from the continent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. But like I said, I took another test from another company. I forgot the name. I had it. I don't have it off the top of my head. I forgot the name. It was a little more expensive, and because I don't know if anybody knows about the transatlantic slave trades, the way it worked. Cameroon is on the west, on the coast, is on the by the water. So normally, most of the tribes in the inner African continent would be brought there, by the Bantu or by the Somalians, or at that time was called. They didn't practice Islam. They were they had a religion called the Wak. I don't know if anybody's Somalian, if they know. So
yep.
They were brought to the West Coast, and that's why everybody's always Cameroon, but not everybody's always Cameroon or Ethiopian. I had 5% Ethiopian.
Okay.
I think I'm not mistaken. The original.
What did you say about being brought to the West Coast? What did you say about that?
This girl, man.
Well, the original Bible is in Ethiopia. The only chapter of the Bible that's not in the
but what did you say about them being brought to the West Coast?
There was a mad cape for that 5%.
Most of the Africans that were enslaved by other Africans were brought to the west coast of Africa.
MDA gonna ask no more questions.
That's why it's always
By who?
Cameroon on these tests.
By who?
By other African tribes, and by Europeans as well. But that were paid. Most of the Europeans, the Dutch or the French, usually paid other African tribes to take out other African tribes.
What does that have to do with the Horners? What does that have to do with the people in Ethiopia or Somalia, whatever?
Well, they all were part of the slave trade. Every country.
Are you gonna pay someone who don't know about money? What are we doing?
Well, I mean,
but on a side note, let me teach you a word in a language from your bloodline. Yeah,
makes no sense.
I'm gonna greet you in Amharic, yeah, which is one of the languages spoken in Ethiopia. So Danana, which means how are you? So you can say Dananing, which means I'm fine.
Danan.
And if you want to greet a sister, say Dananish.
Dananish.
Sister, are you from the Horn?
It's a beefy.
She's giving you.
Sister, are you from the Horn?
Yeah, I'm Ethiopian.
Okay.
Now, the Bible, the original Bible is written on pigskin. It's written on pigskin. And the book of Enoch is not in the Bible. It's not, we call it the Bible. There was no books in those days. They were written on scrolls. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, the scrolls that are in Ethiopia, the book of Enoch is not in there. But it's written on.
Do you realize that you've got a sister from Ethiopia who is probably one of the original people from civilization that came before religion, monotheism?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there was plenty of other ones, like the Semites had the Wak. There was a lot of man-made religions. I'm sure there's a lot more.
All religions are man-made, though.
That's what I was
I think
about
what
to say.
religion is
What's
man-made,
going
because
on?
if man didn't have religion,
So you're talking to a sister that came before that civilization, and you're talking to a
What's
panel
going on here?
of brothers that came before them.
What's going on? What's going on here? What's going on?
Jeez, Wab Funk.
Do you know a big
I
reason
actually
why
agree with Wab Funk for once.
I
don't know what's
a big
going
reason
on.
why the Muslims, why the
What
Islamic
happened?
people don't like
That's
pig
why I'm
is
like,
not
you
only
get
because
me,
it's
like, I'm
dirty.
listening to man, I'm like, what's going on here?
Continue,
What's
Wab
going on?
Funk, man.
It's
Start
not
the
only
thing, man.
because
Start
the
this thing.
it's written on pigskin. What I was trying to get at is written on pigskin. But
You know what
Islamic
it
people
is?
don't
We're
eat pig. They don't
speaking
eat.
through him right now, Maku. Just hold it.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Am I getting in trouble? You guys, am I saying
No,
something
not
wrong?
you, not you.
No.
It was Ultra.
But it's written on pigskin. The Islamic people don't like pig because that's one of the main reasons. It's an unwritten rule. It's not really in any books, but it's written on pigskin, the original sea scrolls, and that's pig is something they don't eat. That's because the original Bible, the sea scrolls were written on pigskin. On
Hold on,
pigskin.
wait. Is Fat Joe Puerto Rican?
Yeah, he's Puerto Rican. Yeah.
Big up Fat Joe though. Big up Fat Joe. I just asking. Yeah, like, I'm trying to get my Puerto Rican, like the people I know who are Puerto Rican.
Brother, what do you think about Haiti?
Like,
the people of Haiti.
Uh-oh.
What do you think about them?
It was cutting out.
Brother, what do you think about the people of Haiti? They are hop, skip, and a jump
People of
away from
Haiti,
you.
they come as far as like the tribes of Israel that they come from the tribe of Reuben and Simone, the Dominicans from Simone. I think they've honestly right now it's like America's kind of they need to become a state because right now they're having third world country problems, and as far as that they have their identities being pretty much demolished. They don't speak really broken English. They don't even speak broken French. They speak.
Where is Haiti in regards to your country? Where is Haiti in regards to your country?
Haiti is the same island as Dominican Republic. They share the island. Dominican Republic and Haiti share the same island.
Yeah.
They're not that far from us, but they're coming into Florida and a lot of the states by the thousands, and they just took out one of the president was just assassinated by 23 Colombian military guerrillas, and which was probably done by America. America probably did it. Even London was probably in on it. They probably want a piece of whatever Haiti has at this point. They know they have no choice. They probably have to give up. So, but they do have another underground guerrilla warrior leader named by the name of Barbecue.
So you're very religious in the way you talk. Do you think that Haitians are
Hebrew?
Disgraced or what do you think about Haitians?
I think they're good people. They got good food. Their food is very similar to Caribbean food.
No, religiously.
Very
religiously.
Religiously, I think they. I think the French kind of left. Well, I got to get to that point. But when the French kind of left there, they kind of like didn't give a shit. So I think when they left them with very little bit to be intellectual with, and their original people that was already getting brainwashed. I think religiously they're very big into like the black magic, voodoo, or what they would call santeria or brujeria.
So exactly. So when you talk about the concept of la mijo or la raza, how do you see them?
That term you're using is like it's like a soap opera term for me. I mean, for you, it might be something.
But it's what you guys live by, right?
It's not what I live by. I don't know, but
you don't.
I said, no, la raza means your blood. It means like your representation. Like la raza means like your gang, like your posse. That's what la raza means. Like hijo de la raza. It doesn't mean it doesn't really mean much. But the bigger aspect of that would be like santeria or brujeria, which would be black magic in a sense, like in English. That is kind of like they go by voodoo and stuff like that. So, I mean,
do you?
It really no different than like the
Come on.
Do you believe in voodoo?
The Devil's Bible.
Or voodoo?
Do I believe in voodoo?
Does it come out in your?
I don't believe.
Side?
I don't believe in it. I believe whatever you believe in your mind is real.
Is it part of your heritage? Is it part of your heritage?
Sure, there's a lot of things that are part of my heritage. I mean, if I speak English, Spanish, those weren't my original languages. I know my original language. It's Hebrew. It's Arawakan.
Oh,
but I don't speak it. You know.
Wow.
Okay.
Big jump.
But I know what it is.
Man.
But
what's going on? I don't know why.
When Christopher Columbus came to Puerto Rico in 1592, he brought translators with him. When you were a voyager and you go conquering the world, because that's what men do, that's what people do. When he went there, He brought translators. He brought translators from the East, you know, from Israel, from Palestine, from Lebanon, from, you know, etc. You happen to bring some.
What do you think about the Taínos? Where do the Taínos stand in your paradigm?
Taínos are an indigenous Indian. I am a Taíno, but before I was Taíno, it was Arawakan.
What?
Wait.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You can't be all these things and the DNA saying.
You can't be all these things. Come on, bro.
Arawakan is not going to come up on a DNA test. That it's gone. It's an extinct thing.
Another Turok here.
It kind of will, though. It will.
Taíno will come up. Taíno will come up, and it'll come up as
Can everyone pause for a minute, please? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Look,
please.
he's just trying to say he's from the Intergalactic Federation.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Or we could just go back to the Egyptian Codex and say the Egyptians made it with the Anunnaki.
He's an alien.
And we could just go on hypotheticals as well.
No, Benetton is a word. I thought it was a word. I didn't.
Have
know
you
it was
ever
a
heard about
person.
that? You ever heard about that hypothetical situation?
What's
where
that?
the Egyptians made it with the Anunnakis?
What Anunnakis?
Or the Sumerians?
Hold on.
I mean, it's a hypothetical, but you know, it's a theory.
I'm saying,
bro, why do you think that you've got Hebrew heritage?
how long have the people been in Puerto Rico?
Because Ephraim is
What
the
we
tribe
doing?
of Puerto Ricans, comes from the son of Joseph.
You ain't been there since biblical times. Like, stop your nonsense. Like, what are we doing?
No, I haven't. But I mean,
how old is Hebrewism? How old is Hebrewism?
I mean, a lot of people can't trace.
Well,
their
Hebrewism
DNA
is not.
all
I never
back
heard of Hebrewism. There's Judaism, but I'm not. I don't follow Judaism. I mean,
Yeah, let's go with that. How old is Judaism?
One second. Well, I need to clear something. When was Puerto Rico formed? The country
as
Puerto
a country?
Rico. Yeah.
As a commonwealth or as a country?
As a country. When was it formed?
This guy is a colonizer as well.
The first, I don't know the exact year, but I know it was between 15.
Ask the Taínos.
1590 and 1602. Between there, I don't know the exact year, but between 1590 and 1602, somewhere around there. Not exactly sure when it became actual.
You got there.
And was it a plantation before it became a country?
Wait. You got there not long before Columbus came there.
No. That's the whole
Columbus
topic of
is
discussion.
God.
That's the whole topic of discussion. Were we there?
La mijo la raza. Columbus is his God.
You understand? That's the whole topic of discussion. Were we there prior or were we there already? When Christopher Columbus came there in 1592, he landed in Cuba, first of all, in the Bahamas.
It seems like you were. So hold on. It seems like you were, but not long before.
Well, that's when he landed there. I mean, who knows? We had to be there before he landed there, right? Because when he got there, we were there, right?
Yes, exactly. So
I mean, that's
when,
just how long we were there.
In what form were you? What people were there before the Spanish, Portuguese, or any type of Europeans came there? What people were there?
I mean, in 1500 BC, you had the
before they told him he was a Hebrew Israelite.
No, I don't listen. When I say that, I mean Hebrew. See, some people go with a Hebrew Israelite and that crazy talk, how they talk crazy and try to make everybody feel like a piece of shit. No, that's not what I mean. I know I come from Hebrew descent because I know I've looked into it very deeply. I mean, I'm talking over 10 years that I've been looking into it. So that doesn't mean that I don't follow. There's a small sect in Iraq called the Yazidis. The Yazites. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
Yes.
It's a small, it's a Christian.
We've heard of it.
Only one. It's the only one. And if you don't remember,
the Yazidis are not Christian.
It's a Christianity sect. Look it up right now.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, look it up.
I don't have to look it up. They are Muslim.
They're not.
They are Afghanis.
It's an
essentially.
Iraq. Look it up. I mean,
Yazidis are on the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Right.
What are you talking about?
He's right.
I don't know if maybe we're talking about the same thing. Then we might be talking about two different things. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong, or maybe I'm.
Where did the Yazidi come from? Have you got
peanuts right
Have you got Yazidi in your DNA? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Persian, Iranian.
Because you said you had Arabic. And I don't know. It's not specific, is it? It's like to say someone's Arabic. You could come.
Do you guys know who Christian Prince is? The Christian Prince.
Those Yazidis are those Afghanis that look like Asians.
We know
because they're on that border.
No, you're right, defo. But I'm wondering where his thinking's coming from. Like things are not connecting.
Yeah, and he doesn't know the Hebrew.
You can't claim Israelite when majority of your DNA says you're not
otherwise
Israelite. Yeah, the Cameroon side.
This is Portuguese.
Israelite. You get it. You got Portuguese. You got Spanish. You got well, lot Spanish. You might as well say you're majority Spanish. Like, let's be honest. Like you said, you know what I mean. So you just
And then you got to go into the fact that
I think the variant,
these Spanish people don't look European.
Some of
Tall, dark, and handsome. They're talking about the
What?
Spanish people and the Portuguese and all those people.
No, I mean the original Spanish were varying hues, but after Isabella, remember Isabella is going to send Columbus, so this is the European takeover of Spain. You understand? So yeah, everything's going to be whitewashed after that. Trust me.
But you got to think about the fact, Maku.
Sorry.
You got to think about the fact that the reason why these people look Mediterranean on the other end of Europe is because of the mixing.
Of course.
Thank you, Beefy.
There's a mixing during the Ptolemy days. That's where
low level. You see,
come from.
Mixed enough with us.
Ptolemy, the Moorish influence, all that sort of stuff. That's why they look the way they do. On the other end,
Romans.
That's right. On the other end of Europe, they're on the easternmost tip of Europe.
They're Europeans, man. Right, this is the facts.
Alexandrians, I call them.
Yeah, a lot of them are like they're just Europeans. But anyway, let's go. So we're saying like, yeah, if man's the majority Spanish, Arabic, we don't know what that is. Do you get what I'm saying? A little bit of Cameroon. You know what I mean? Like, where's Israelite and this? Like, you know, those people.
You know, the fact is, if you look at Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, and all these other, those guys are not considered Arab. They're considered a mixed race. If you look at where this guy comes from, his islands are considered a mixed race.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they are. Come on, those Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic.
Yeah, he wants to attach himself to Bibles and all this sort of shit.
Exploitations, and that was it. I think Puerto Rico was owned by the Spanish.
End of.
Dominican Republic Spanish. Haiti was owned by the French first and the English.
Yeah.
So that's where you get the mixing.
Sorry about that, guys.
It was Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic. The slave masters wanted to mix with the slaves.
Well, of course, they use it as a place
where
to trade
in
things
Haiti
like
that the policy of no mixing at all. You see what I mean?
You look at his country's culture. It's African.
Yeah, there's a little bit of whitewashing in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic.
Wait, 7 of the most richest people. You know the company Domino Sugar? It's owned by 7 Anglo-Saxon white males. That's the company of Domino Sugar. They've been in Puerto Rico for about almost 200 years.
We know this. We're on the country before.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, we were talking about whitewashing. So I mean, it's whitewashing.
Yeah. That's true.
That's the relevance or the correlation.
That's right.
So can you define la mijo, la raza to the panel?
No, I can't define it because that definition could be in many different
Tell us, I know you know the meaning.
No, you can tell you can tell them what it means.
I know. I feel like
in the way that it's said.
I feel like you want me to say
make the race pure. Is that not what it means?
Right. Like I said, remember when I said I said that it's like your gang, like it's where you come from, like it's like your thing. It can mean many different things. It means make your race pure, and it can mean many other things as well.
Like what?
Don't you think everybody should have the right to keep their genes pure, no matter what nationality or race?
Exactly. Like what?
Whether they're Ethiopian, Somalian, Irish, Greenland, Iceland, Dutch, Swedish, Ukrainian.
But how do you keep your race pure if you're all mixed already?
Well, there are a few.
Sleep with a white person. Sleep with a Spanish person. That's what it means.
Makes sense.
I don't know about that, but what are the purest people in the world right now? They're not black people and Spanish people. I could tell you that. To me personally, my own opinion would be people from Iceland and Greenland are the purest people in the world, like untouched.
Wow. Have you seen what happened?
But in the context of la mijo, la raza, it means sleep with a Spanish person.
Sorry,
who is white?
That doesn't mean that, man. I don't know who told you that. Somebody told you that?
That is exactly what it means.
It means keep your bloodline pure. Like if you had a horse.
How?
How do you do that? So
if
you are a Somalian man, and you're a Somalian man, you're a Somalian man, and your father, your Somalian parents. If you let me explain, your parents are Somalian.
You're going
And
to
you-
Somalia, bruv.
I'm just
Stick in
any
your
country.
area.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Any country. It doesn't matter. You just want to keep your genes pure. So you want
Yeah,
that.
but
You want your kids to be with kids of your own bloodline. But
hold on,
that's
hold
not
on,
always going to
hold on,
happen.
hold on,
Evidently.
hold on.
In
But
Somalia,
countries-
there isn't
I'm
a
sorry.
concept that is
I'm
called
sorry.
La Mejo La Raza.
I'm sorry.
You've got
You know
black
that,
people
Rico.
in
You know
the
that for
Dominicans
100%.
and all that sort of stuff.
You're
They
talking about a
claim to
country,
be white.
but you're talking about a country that doesn't even recognize their own true religion that was given to them like 3500 BC before. So to tell me something like that would be like telling me that.
Yeah, but we're
maybe,
dealing with,
it's not true. It's not totally true what you're saying.
especially
So
my
it's
guy.
not that
None
it's
of us here from Somalia, innit? But you're from the area. We're asking about your country, innit? But you're not making sense, my bro.
I don't know what term
That's
he's
what I'm
using. He's not. That's a Mexican. I don't know what term. I've heard that, but it's not. That's just a terminology. That's not a. That's
Well,
not something
yes,
to be- what is
The
it?
Mexicans do not live by the concept La Mejo
La
La
raza.
Raza.
La raza
They
is a
don't do
Mexican
it
word. La raza.
because
La raza
they
is a
are
Mexican word.
indigenous to the place, so they don't do it. You
who's
do
not
it
indigenous
where you
to the
come
place?
from.
So you saying
You're mistaken. You're mistaken, my friend. In all due respect.
the brother's saying it's Mexican, and you're saying it's Puerto Rican.
Yeah, he's basically telling me what that I'm not Mexican, but I know a lot of Mexicans, and I know the word. Just like if let's say you're in London, you hear somebody.
Are you Mexican?
And I give analogies because
Are you Mexican?
Hold
I have
on,
Mexican
Wab,
family. I've
stop
been to
cutting him
Mexico.
off,
I mean,
bro.
I know how they talk.
Please.
When
Yeah,
you say
so
La
Wab-
Raza, La Raza is a Mexican thing. Look it up on the YouTube. Look up Mexicans and La Raza. Look that up. Go ahead. Check it
So
out.
yeah,
You
Dave
can see for yourself.
Smith.
Yes, sir.
Wab Funk will cut you off. He's speaking.
Oh, that's
style
okay, man. I like to have
he's like that.
dialogues and monologues.
Yeah, he will cut you off in the middle of you explaining some shit.
Everybody's
He's a bit
just
crazy
passionate.
like
They
we
love
try to
it.
calm
It's
him
a great-
down. We
it's a
try
great
to calm
topic.
him down. He's a bit crazy like that.
Stop it,
But,
Jedi. Come on.
That
Let him
is
talk.
true though, man.
You are
He's
Wab, man.
wild. You're wild, Wab.
But
Man. You need
you've
to
been
chill
all right
out.
today. You've been all right today. Still, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. But
I've been trying. I've been trying.
I've been trying.
man. Right. There's a song about it. Says Miss Betty Boot about this Larassa. So, Wab Funk. So your point is that this is a Puerto Rican terminology, and it just means sleep with a Spanish person, don't sleep with a black person.
No,
Essentially,
pure.
that's what you're trying to get at,
purity.
right?
It basically means don't identify as black, and if you've got the opportunity to sleep with a white person or Spanish person, that's what it means.
That's not true.
And
you
if you
said
look at
four
the
words in
Mexican,
Spanish
if you look at
and
the
you said 9
Mexicans,
in English.
Well,
and
the
English is the
DNA
most
says-
difficult language to speak in the world.
if you look at the
DNA says they're
Mexicans, bro,
obviously white.
listen, bro, the Mexicans have got that machismo thing, right? Machismo,
You said
machismo.
something before
Yeah,
about colonizers. Do you feel like
that's
I'm
a
a
Spanish
colonizer? Is
thing
that what
too.
it is? Is that why you feel like?
Do you feel
I
it's
don't know.
Spanish?
I feel
What do
like
you feel?
I feel like you have a deeper. I feel like you have a deeper emotional issue. And listen, what is wrong with identifying with your colonizer if that's who you claim to be? You're not identifying who.
What
who
is
you
wrong with identifying with a colonizer?
Okay,
You've
what is
made
your
my
last name?
point just there.
What is your because I know where you're going. I know where you're going, so I'm just going to give you what you want in a sense. But
Of
your
course, you
last
know where
name
I'm
is
going
not-
because it's part of your
Let
culture.
him go. Let him
Because
go.
I
Let
know where
him
you're
go. fam.
But
Go
what
on.
is your last name? I don't. Obviously, you're not going to tell me. But if your last name is not what it comes from the African country that you come from, then you are not your original name, right? So when people
Hey,
preach
bro,
us back to Puerto Rico,
I'm
shit,
African,
back to-
so I don't know.
Okay, so your last name is African? I don't believe you. Now I don't believe. You know why I don't believe it? Because
It
for
most
10
certainly
minutes,
is.
You keep on probing me about a colonizing thing, and you think I forgot about it, but I didn't. And I'm just saying, like, your last name is what depicts you. African Americans in the United States have last names of their slave trader. If your last name is Rodriguez, that is the Spanish slave trader. So I speak 2 slave traders' last language. I speak English and Spanish. French is another slave trader's language. Dutch
Is your
another
last
one.
name Spanish?
Yes, it is.
There you go.
But that's what.
Man said
And your
there
last
you
name?
go.
Are you gonna?
But
are you gonna tell
the
the truth?
DNA agrees.
I know your last
agrees
name
with
is not
you.
African.
The DNA agrees with you.
It is.
I don't know.
But the La Raza thing, come on. Yeah, I don't know who told you that. You need to go back on the internet and check that out. That's not pretty much. Somebody lied to you.
That's not too far-fetched.
What?
You know what happened in Australia, right?
What?
When they done something in Australia with the Aborigines. They try white to breed them out. So that's not.
I think a
The
lot of those
stolen
countries.
generation.
Wait, I think
It's
a
like
lot of
it's-
those countries.
And it's happened. It's
are,
happened for many years.
When somebody conquers a country, when they went to Puerto Rico and conquered, and they conquered DR and Haiti and all that, a conqueror is a conqueror. You blame somebody for conquering. That's what men do. That's what human beings have done since the dawn of time for thousands and thousands of years. They conquer things. People go somewhere, they conquer it. Let me ask you a question. If the Africans would have went to Europe and conquered Africa before Europe, if the Africans would have went to Europe,
that's kind of besides the point, though.
No, let me ask the question. Answer it.
Because you're speaking on the side of a victimization type of thing.
We
like
didn't, though.
We
didn't.
No,
Africans did not do that shit.
I can hear it. You get very emotional about it, and I can understand that. But
one second.
I am the same way. I was victimized too, and I was enslaved. My people have been enslaved. I've lost all my culture. I had to go find it. That's the reason why I know what I know.
Yeah, but what is the question about Africans going to Europe?
Say again.
You want to say that again?
If the Europeans did not go to Africa, let's say Africans went to Europe. Let's say the Africans, the continent Africa, because continent's in Africa, not a country, right? A lot of people have a misconception about that. So let's say the people from Africa went to Europe and did what the Europeans did to Africa. What will we be talking about now?
They did not do that.
Totally different things.
They didn't do it.
What Europeans?
Of course they didn't do it. I know that.
Africans went to Europe before Europeans went Europe, first of all. But even then, when Europe was going through the Dark Ages, it was Africans who went back into Europe to bring them back out of the Dark Ages.
Yep. Okay, you're talking Dark Ages. We're talking before Christ. Okay, there's different timelines here now. You're talking slavery has been going on forever, right? We know this, right? Forever. So let's say Islam came out in 759 AD, right? AD, mano di mano, which is in Latin, because Latin is actually
way before religion. Slavery happened way before religion.
2021 years ago, Christ supposedly died on the cross, right? Because I'm going by the chronological timelines, right? That's what I'm doing. 2021 years ago, Christ died on the cross, supposedly. If you believe in it or you believe it or not, whatever.
Is that chronological, though? Is that chronological?
Yeah, it's timeline.
Did that shit even happen?
In history?
The books come way after the death. So how sure?
Say what?
I said the books which claim Jesus died on those days come 200 years after the fact. So how would you know it's true?
After you, what do you mean after the fact of what? Okay, what year are we in? 2021. What is that based
on? When was the Gospels
Christian?
written?
That shit didn't even happen. I don't know what this guy's talking
about.
I never said it happened or not. I said I'm doing it chronologically by dates and things. That's
whether it happened or not. But you're doing it chronologically.
Right, but that's the way you live your life, because if you look at your calendar, it's
did it happen or not?
The kind is fake.
To me, it happened because I believe in it. Just like if somebody believes in voodoo,
why?
They believe
because you believe in it.
Right? Why not?
There you go.
Scientifically, we know 23 chromosomes and 22 chromosomes make a human being, but you still can't tell me the paradox of life, how veins, blood, and all that comes out of a woman's vagina. That's a miracle. That's unexplainable. That's
but you believe in the Bible. But you believe in the Bible.
Why wouldn't I? Why? That's my choice, right?
And that's how you live your
life.
You
don't, or you do? That's how I choose to live my life, sir. Yes, sir.
How did the Bible get to Puerto Rico?
Just like everything else, by boat. Right? I mean, how did the Bible get there? Like, obviously by a boat, right? I mean, who brought it there? Christopher Columbus, right?
He said by boat.
Come on, man. Come on. If
you
want to ask me something. Don't sugarcoat it, please.
One second. So if Columbus bought the Bible, but I thought the Hebrews were already in America already. For Columbus.
They didn't know they were Hebrews yet.
Hebrews.
They were told they were Hebrews by Columbus.
Tell him, Magu.
Telling you,
he doesn't get it.
Yeah. I can't hear this other guy. That's why I have to keep leaving and coming back. But I'm going to listen on the YouTube. Yeah,
I was telling you a story about how when Christopher Columbus came to Puerto Rico, he brought translators with him. These translators were from all different countries of the Far East.
What did Christopher Columbus come with? What did he come with?
To
those Tainos and Native Americans and all those other people.
Can I finish?
They were there already.
He brought translators. The translators on the boat that he brought with him, because normal voyagers, they bring translators because they don't know who they're going to run into. So when Christopher...
Where did those translators come from? Bruv, what are you saying?
The Far East. I told you that. Middle East, the Far East. You got to listen to
So how do they know your language in America?
So the people in the Americas.
Right. Okay. You know, let me finish. Keep on interrupting me. Which one is it? I don't know. Because we have to
go on.
So basically, when the translators got off the boat, obviously, whatever they did, cook some turkeys. I'm just joking around at this point. Now, these translators tried speaking with the natives that were there already in 1492, all the way up to 1592.
How do they know how to speak that language?
No, the translators that Christopher Columbus brought. It's documented. You can look this up. The translators that.
Yeah, how do the translators know the language? You know, simple question, bro.
I'm not even finished yet. The translators knew the language that the Arawakan and Taino Indians were speaking. They're to say that those Indians were there. Those people were there a long time ago. And the dialect of language was Aramaic, which is the old dialect of Hebrew. That's 5,000 years old.
Are you fucking serious, bro?
Usually laughing leads to serious stuff. But
wait 1 second.
Nah, come on.
Wait, 1 second.
Look it up. Listen, I subscribe to your channel. I'm not a liar. One thing I'm not a fucking liar.
So the Portuguese had people in Portugal and Spain that could speak Taino, all these native Indian dialects.
Christopher Columbus was Portuguese. He was Portuguese bloodline. He comes from a prince. He comes from prince bloodline. Christopher Columbus comes from prince bloodline of Portuguese people.
What edict does Columbus have? Did you not find their place?
Listen, I understand you don't like and agree with what Christopher Columbus did, but it's still history. No matter which way you cut the pie, it's still history. Even though he enslaved my own people, I still have to understand.
That's bullshit history, bro. Bullshit history.
Listen, but
history. If you don't know your history, you don't know where you're going.
Yo. Sorry, bro. Just want to make one thing clear to you, bro. Like, yeah, Dave Smith. Yeah, this is my channel. You know, the one I'm the guy with the Akuma profile picture. This is my channel, and like as you see, open panel. I just open it up, and people come on and talk and debate and whatever. So you know, like I tried to show you earlier, Wab Funk style is not necessarily it's not my style, right? But Wab Funk just does his
Sorry,
thing.
bro.
I don't. No, wait, because you annoy people, Wab Funk. I need him to know, because it's his first time here, that this, like, Wab Funk is Wab Funk. He doesn't represent the channel, right?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's discourse.
No, I'm just saying,
discourse.
Just so that you don't think, oh, I ain't fucking with this channel no more because guys don't let me finish.
No,
Wab Funk has got an issue with letting people finish sentences. I don't know why he's like this.
No, he just like honestly, it comes from sometimes.
Yeah, what fuck knows what he's doing? He can hear you, but he doesn't care.
But when you come from a level of ignorance, I'm not saying he's ignorant, but when you come from something you don't know and you're speaking about
ignorance, brother. Come on.
You don't look at the truth. The truth is the truth, whether you like it or not. Whether somebody's a colonizer or they're a slave trader or whoever they are, that is what it is. You at least need to learn about it and accept it for what it is. And if you don't, you're only lying to yourself. And if you teach that to your kids and let them feel like they're a victim of some type of thing that happened 10,000 years ago, and you still have that sentiment now, you're only enslaving them mentally. And that's how I feel. So we must teach our children better ways to deal with the colonization that's going on nowadays.
I hear you.
Yo.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that if Wab Funk pisses you off and you end up leaving, come back again, yeah, because he might not be here. Yeah, he probably won't be here.
No,
so
don't worry. I'll come back. Believe me, I go on forums with Islamic people, and they threaten to kill me, and they like, because I tell them I don't agree with Islam. So
you can get dirty then. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not worried anymore. Go ahead, you guys, man. Go ahead. I'm enjoying this. But Wab Funk, please, man. You ask him a question.
Let's talk about Funk, please.
When you're trying to answer the question, you took over him. It's crazy, bro.
My apologies. My apologies.
And you're gonna do it straight away again. Okay, so where are we now? Where are we?
No, you know what it is? It's probably therapeutic. It's therapeutic for a lot of people. This is very therapeutic, and I get it. You know what I mean? And it is for myself as well. A lot of times you can't really talk kind of stuff face to face with people. It's therapeutic.
All right. So Wab Funk asked the question. Yeah. How did the translators know how to speak Taino and whatever?
No. But they weren't speaking Taino. They were speaking Hebrew. Remember the
Thank you, Uncle.
They weren't speaking.
Thank you.
Taino is not a language. Taino is not a language. Okay, Taino is not a language. It's a Hindi, and Arawak is Arawak is a language. Arawak is a language.
But hold on. None of those people.
So they could speak Arawak.
Hold on. None of those people.
They spoke Aramaic, right? But
1 second, bro.
You gotta listen.
None of those people.
Those Tainos could speak Aramaic.
Wait,
really? This guy can't help himself
because they never existed, obviously, before the Cameroonians, and it seems other Africans who use Santeria. Come on, man. What are we dealing with here? We're dealing with the Orishas.
No, where does voodoo come from? Voodoo comes from Africa. Voodoo comes from Africa, doesn't it?
Wait, I mean, 1 second.
Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and Caribbean people did not invent voodoo.
Hello, it's not voodoo, right? It's a mixture of Catholicism, yeah, and the Orisha system. So obviously,
No,
these people
but
gave.
Columbus had people that could speak.
Yeah,
He brought
supposedly.
translators. Listen,
Hold
those
on,
translators
wait.
understood the language of the Indians,
Well, it would
of all
only
dialect of
be
Aramaic, which
it
Hebrew.
would
You look it
only
up.
be
You look it up.
the same people who gave him directions, like the Moors that were on the ship guiding it to the West Indies. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Moors
So
are of
that's
Arabic
fine.
descent, aren't they? They were all over Spain.
No.
The
Again,
Moors
they're
to
just
me.
Bruv,
African.
stop
Wait,
this
my
nonsense.
brother.
For
Are
goodness
you
sake.
kidding me?
Well, wait, my brother. Anyone
You believe
who
you believe the Moors is a real? You believe that they were a what do you believe about the Moors? I would like to know that.
I think
give
it's
me
the
your
word being used, bro. Like as you said, morenos.
no
Black.
Moreno
That's
means
what.
black in Latin.
Right.
Not in
So
Spanish.
this is what
Where's
more
where more
means.
comes from?
Hold
So
on one
more is a
second.
black
In
word.
Latin. In Latin.
One second, bro. Yeah, this is where the word comes from. So when you say moranos, yeah, that's where it came from. So and they use the word more as what it says on the tin. It means
Descriptive
black.
term.
Right. So that's not really identifying. That's like saying Arabic. You've got
The Moors were working with the
20%
English. The
Arabic.
Moors were working with the English to defeat Napoleon in 1801
No,
to
but
1809.
the
They were
Moors,
in Spain and all over in big pockets
my,
of
But
France,
my,
in
who
Spain.
did
my
the
brother,
Portuguese
my
and
brother.
the Spanish take to the Caribbeans that could speak the language of the
They took
Tainos
translators. They
at
took
that
translators
time?
from all over. They took like I don't know
Okay.
exactly how many, but all I know is that there were translators on
Yo,
that boat
son.
who spoke Aramaic, and Aramaic is an old Hebrew language, and they knew
But
that the
hold on,
Taínos spoke it. That's why they took over the
hold
island the
on.
way they did, because they knew they weren't the first people to discover it. They had a meeting about it. Him, Trujillo.
Can you speak Taino? Can you speak Taino?
Taino
Is
was a
Taino a
Hebrew.
language
Taino was a
where you
Hebrew
come
word.
from?
No,
Taino
Arawak.
is a Hebrew
Maybe
word.
it's
Look it up
Arawak.
right now. Somebody
It's
Google it,
Arawak
please.
Aramaic. Simple thing, bro. The way we're going on in circles. The people
It's
who
what?
were there spoke Arawak, and Arawak is Aramaic. Let us get that right.
No, that's totally
Right.
different. Aramaic is a language. Arawak, it derives, but Arawakan is a indigenous Indian. It's just another name for an indigenous Indian. Okay, that like
Hold on,
But
hold
they
on,
got
hold on,
a
hold on, hold
language,
on.
yeah.
Hold on,
It's a
hold
language, yes.
on. Please. How can an Indian be indigenous to somewhere? Explain.
well,
Other
indigenous means that
than
they come from there.
hold on. No. Then what
No,
does
no.
the Indian bit reflect?
I'm not clear on your question.
Right.
They come from
What I'm
India.
saying is
That's what it means.
they come from India, bro. Like this is
No. That's
Look. It's simple. It's simple.
bro.
First of all,
The
Pakistan
Portuguese and the Spanish
Pakistan and
took
India were one country at one
their
point.
people to those Caribbeans
You're not talking to a
and
child.
just hammered those
Indian.
people.
Indian is an American word, first of all.
Decimated
Obviously, 500 years ago, every word we're saying now was not that word. You have to keep that in your mind also. You can't think that
Before
everything you think
America,
now.
there was the West Indies, my bro. Get that right. Before America was even found. Before anyone knew
Okay,
about
that's what I'm saying.
America,
Things were
there was a
different
place
words.
called
There
the
were
West
different words that had different meanings.
India. It was there already, my bro. It's not an American word. It's not an American
Beefy.
term.
That's not
These
even an
people
analogy.
took their people over there and they decimated them. They learned the language a lot later.
Bottom line,
A
when you're
lot
indigenous,
later.
that means you were there before the people that got you, that conquered you. Indigenous. Now, where are you indigenous to?
Well,
That's what I would like to know.
that means the African.
Hey, bruv. Hey, me, I'm an African, bruv.
1 second.
No.
That would mean-
When you say African,
hold
that's
on.
like me. That's like me saying I'm Spanish. African is not where you come from. Where do you come from in Africa? What country?
Wait. They say
I might know a little bit about your own country if you
hold
tell
on.
me.
You said that
What country?
1 second,
I don't
bro.
know. Tell me
You
what
said
country in
that
Africa.
bro. You said you got Cameroonian descent, right?
Right. Everybody on 23andMe is Cameroon because they only have that and like 2 other options. There's not a lot of options. That's why you have to take a higher grade.
This is why Africans say, I'm your daddy.
Okay.
I'm your daddy.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Because they don't
Cameroon
do
is like the
certain-
most popular brand of African. It's like, oh, everybody's Cameroon. No, not every. Some people are Bantu. Some people are Zimbabwe. Some people are Nigeria. Some people. It's so many. But the problem is when
that's what we're trying to say to you. What I'm trying to say to you is that there's some Nigerians tribes.
Of course there is.
And probably
Of course.
Probably
Working
because the
right.
system of your Santeria.
What do you mean, of course? The Nigerians
Sorry.
built
It's because
this,
the
what the Caribbeans are.
you have a deep and emotional sentiment problem. Like I don't know what your problem is, dude, but you have a very deep emotional problem, man. Like you take offense to things. Nobody's even saying anything wrong to you. I don't understand. I really don't. I've been more than polite to you.
That's just web funk, man. Don't worry about it.
You're not taking offense. You sound less like African.
No, it's
still
just like,
aggressive, just our
I
style.
think he likes to do it though, because I know how it is. You know, a little bit of trouble
Yeah,
here and
he's
there.
like that. He's like that. He's like that. But his style is different. But
And I
no,
apologize for it. Sorry.
I'm genuinely confused.
How many times
because-
you apologize a night?
I'll keep doing it. I'm sorry.
Are you from Australia with the Aboriginal Indians? Are you Aboriginal? Because from your accent, I could tell you're from Australia, or you sound like you're from Australia.
Mad.
You see, I could put you in a box too.
No, but
Do you want to know about that?
I think he sounds Australian to me, but he could be living in. I don't know. It just gives me that Australian feeling. Are you down under, my brother?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. What do you think about Australia? You don't think that the all those little islands that were over there, would you believe if I told you all those little islands they're Hebrew as well, and they have descent that goes back to Aramaic?
No, they're not. Fucking hell.
Would you believe that?
Please don't deny these people of their own culture.
Oh my god. Oh my.
The
Do not
Hawaiians,
do that.
The Hawaiians that have the same bloodline as the
The Hawaiians are on your side of it.
Okay, but Hawaiians are very simple. You don't think the
Hawaiians, the mix of
are related to
Chinese,
anybody in the Canary
Indians, who
Islands?
came there
In the Canary
with the
Islands?
Columbus. Come on, bro.
These are all mixed people, bro.
Hawaii,
Hey, bro,
China,
listen.
I'm gonna set this talk up for another day because you guys, I don't know who it is, but you guys are going on like disbeliefs and just like emotional rants. Like I don't hear any facts coming out of neither of you. To be honest,
All right, okay. All right. So let's
I
get
can't
to the
get
facts.
a word
Hold
in
on, man.
anyway.
Hold on. Let's get to some facts now, guys.
Yeah.
Why don't we start pulling up some information? And that's to everyone.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, you can share the screen and let's get into some info. Like it's just bullshit chat now. Can we get into some info? Because this could be a top conversation. If you men are tired, then whatever. We're gonna lose a good talker. Once he goes, no one's gonna want to chat to Fab Wunk and Wad Funk, and I'm gonna need to unmute my mic and start doing their bullshit chat. Long, we got a good convo here. If you disagree, Beefy, Wad Funk, if you disagree, Slaps, if you disagree, let's pull some shit up, man. Let's pull up some info.
All right. So look, the brother over here.
Share your screen. Share your screen. Webfunk, share your screen. You got some.
Wait. He. Sorry, bruv. He went to me. This is simple. I don't have to share a screen. He went to me.
Let's just pick a topic.
Right? And then he went to Hawaii. What did America do to Hawaii?
We're jumping around to a lot of topics and like
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. What are we talking about? Webfunk.
How do people play?
You pick a topic, sir. Since I'll give it up to you.
Yeah, Webfunk, man, you're killing it, man. And the brother's being patient, but
you pull up the Christopher Columbus thing that I said about the translator. Let's see if that's true, right? Let me go there first.
I can't share my screen.
Why don't we see if there was a translator that Christopher Columbus brought with him that understood the languages of people in the Caribbean? You know, you can type that into YouTube. I'm sure something will.
How?
Very simple. Something will. It will come up. You'll see a little video come up, and you press the play button, and then you'll see.
Yo, John, can you share your screen?
Show us.
Can you
I can't get my screen. I'm on my phone. I can't go on my. I'm not on the computer. But if somebody would like to.
Because it's bullshit. That's why. Show us.
He's gone off.
1 second.
No, I don't even read all this Hebrew stuff. It's not making sense to me. Everyone's claiming to be Hebrew these days, man. What's going on? What is going on?
Yeah, but like your whole argument, it's like you man are like sometimes it's like you man are fresh to the internet. Like you're fresh to live streams. You man don't know how to conduct a conversation, don't know how to have an argument, don't even know how to like start pulling no facts, no nothing. Just their endless shit, dumb questions, and then cutting man off when man's answering. It's bullshit, bro. Like I'm not gonna lie. It's actually shit. Man needs to sharpen up their techniques, bro. Bro, we've been doing live streaming for a long time, man. Man have to come better. It's proper whack to listen to, man. It's a bag of noise. And then you and Web Funk with your accents on that. Bro, you like jarring, bro, man. Like you like talking the most and can't even understand what you're saying. Web Funk, but why? But why, man? Why? Let him answer, man. Sounds like a bad thing, man. And now look, 3 people left on the Rascalite panel. Now I've got to be back fucking talking. Yeah? Me and Mackie drank so much rum yesterday. I'm just trying to chill out, bro. I'm trying to chill out, man.
But it was
Fuck,
interesting.
man.
I wanted to get a few words in, but I couldn't. Bro,
I know, man. Bro, this is why, you know, I just kick Web Funk from now on. The thing about Web Funk is he creates a good combat vibe, right?
Right.
So you're like, yeah. So I'm like, yo, this is gonna get juicy.
This
But
gonna
you
get
don't
juicy,
let
I
the other
thought.
person talk.
Yeah. But why?
And then they act like they've got the patience of a saint, and within 5 minutes they're gone. I've seen it happen so much times. Yeah, no, don't worry about it, man. I'm used to it, man. After a while, they're like, you know what? Fuck this, man. This dude's annoying. Now you and Bitcoin would have had a great convo.
Yeah, it was getting.
Get me? You and Bitcoin would have had a great convo. Yeah, he's back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
big up,
you
big
probably
up,
have a better convo with Brother Sniper. But fucking Web Funk, man, he's out of here for now, man. He's out.
One thing I love intellectual conversations. I don't duck no smoke.
Right.
I don't go
You
nowhere.
don't duck. Okay, cool.
I ain't running
I
no-
hear that. I can hear that about you still. So let's get back to it. Sorry, let's get back to it. So where are we going? Snap.
So can you put a link to anything you're saying in the back chat? Because you're saying it's a YouTube video, right?
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so you know how you can't do that. I'm on my phone talking to you guys. So you know,
Okay,
on your
but
phone,
no.
I can't. I'm not on my. If I was on my computer, I could do it. Maybe another time I can do that. But right now, I don't have the capabilities to do that.
Okay, just tell us what we're looking for. I'll find it.
I'll look up Christopher Columbus, translators who understood the indigenous Indians of the Caribbean in a shorter term. Like, you know, Christopher Columbus, translators understanding Caribbean indigenous Indians, Hebrew, and put the word Hebrew. It'll come up. You'll see. It'll come up, and you'll see something. If not, you know, like I said, another day I could try to find it for you. I can definitely find it. I just need my computer by my side. I don't have it.
Christopher, what really happened, Christopher? The discovery of America.
During the day, I trade Bitcoin and Ethereum and stuff like that. I'm a day trader, so you gotta
Right.
Go I get you.
I got me some Litecoin, and then I got locked out of my. Yeah, I don't know. I got me some. What's that thing? The Ethereum Litecoin, right?
Yeah.
I got me a little Litecoin.
I got a little bit of Litecoin.
I've got looked on
Bitcoin.
it for how many months? I got locked out of the app. Is it Coinbase? I got locked out of Coinbase.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to get back in. So
Do you guys got Cash App over there in London?
yeah, hell yeah, man.
Yeah, but you can't send a Cash App from London. You can't send a Cash App from over there from here to over there. No.
Yeah, we're the only ones we can send Cash App to each other.
You can't send it to me, and I can't send it to you.
Yeah, we can. America to UK, UK to America. That's it. That's the only two that we can send it to.
Are you sure?
100%, bro.
I know PayPal I can.
Yeah. Well,
I run an online poker site. On Poker Bros. It's like called Poker Bros. So it's everything is Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal, Zelle.
Look, Wabfong wants to come back in. He's at the door. He wants to come back in.
Get him in here. Tell him to put the gloves on.
All right, Wabfong. Listen, bro, please, man, chill, brother. Don't say you will. Chill.
You got the QR code and shit.
Huh?
You got the QR code and shit.
Yeah, there's just the Cash App QR code for anyone that wants to show some love to today's stream. And here is the PayPal QR code for anybody that wants to show love. You know, just hold up your smartphone to the code on the screen, and it will take you straight to my page if you like. And you can drop a little donation. It's Friday. I know you're feeling good. It's the 1st of October. Pinch punch, 1st of the month. Spread some love, man. You know, you know, you give charity and you receive. Just remember, man. You know what I mean? Keep the currency flowing, man. Keep the currency flowing. So yeah, man. If you want to support, show a little love. Right. So I'm looking for. Let's share the screen. Right. So here we got history versus Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus. What really happened? It shows him talking to some dudes here. I don't know. It looks a bit $5 Indianish to me, man. Discovery of America, What Happened After, Steven Spielberg, Jewish Film Archive, Columbus and the Jews. Columbus and the Jews? Should we try that? What's that?
Yeah, you're gonna get, obviously you gotta dig a little deep, like, you gotta find, it's not gonna just pop up probably like immediately.
But hold on, my brother. Like when you were saying, like, yeah, they were speaking Hebrew and that would make sense, if what
you said the word Hebrew, like, certain words that you would say that would pop up something a little closer to the search, like,
Yeah, but you're saying Hebrew, but we know like the Ashkenazis were the ones who came with or revived supposedly this dead language.
So there's a theory here. There's a theory that I can see that there's a theory that Columbus himself was Jewish.
That's right.
He was Jewish. He was Sephardic Jewish from Portugal. He worked for he has a bloodline of the prince, one of the princes. I don't know the names because I know here you gotta be careful because
them man, they don't have princes. Sorry.
Would he be speaking Hebrew then, or would he understand?
No,
he learned Hebrew as a Jew.
He didn't even.
He didn't know what that shit was.
One at a time.
Of course he would.
Yeah, of course. To read his scriptures,
he didn't speak
Hebrew, no?
Yes.
So he wouldn't need translators if the Tainos are speaking Hebrew.
Well, there's different dialects of
right,
Hebrew,
but it's not going to be that different when you need the translator.
like this older dialects. So they brought people on those ships that knew like dialects from the Aramaic Hebrew descent, just like there would be like if you go to Ethiopia.
No.
In Ethiopia, you have
Aramaic is still the same today, like it was. It's still the same language. Aramaic, still the same language. It hasn't changed.
Language has changed, my brother, and you know that.
Arabic has changed, yeah, but
it doesn't.
Aramaic.
If languages didn't change, then guess what? Then we would all be speaking the same language. Then wouldn't that be the truth?
I'm talking about Amharic. We're talking about a specific language, Amharic, yeah.
Languages change.
Aramaic is a derivative of Hebrew, but also comes from.
Could Columbus speak
Hebrew?
Aramaic.
Sorry.
Have to look that up if he spoke.
Sorry, my brother.
Could Columbus speak Aramaic?
Hold on. Aramaic is older than Hebrew, so it would be that.
Right. That's my.
It would be that the Hebrew came out of the Aramaic, right?
But yes, Hebrew came. Yes, exactly.
Right, but that's got nothing to do with the people, because what we're saying is
nothing to do with
Portugal. It has a lot to do with the people. What do you mean? It has everything to do with it.
Nothing to do with Portugal.
You think that the Tainos in the Americas spoke Hebrew?
You're jumping
Hebrew,
around.
Right?
You're jumping around, right? You're talking about Christopher Columbus. Now the debate is if he spoke Hebrew, or if it's Aramaic, or if it's. I know you're trying to.
No,
I
know he spoke. I know he spoke.
No, this is.
I don't know.
Look,
I don't know.
The time of Columbus.
All right, cool.
Got nothing to do
with the language and its inception.
Well, I got a video.
Nothing to do with it.
Okay. Well, if that's true in retrospect, right? If that's true in retrospect.
What did Columbus speak? What was his
I do know the Italians,
Portuguese,
the modern day Romans, like the Roman Empire, who are Italians nowadays, right? Italians.
Are you putting Columbus in that time period?
No, you're doing it again. You're doing it again, bro. Let him finish.
The Italians claim Christopher Columbus, but he is of Portuguese descent. The Queen sent him on his mission. Portugal did not send him on a mission. He was a secret fucking agent. He was a secret agent for Portugal.
Which Queen?
Okay. Basically, he was a secret agent for Portugal. He was like an undercover agent.
Tell us which Queen sent him on that
Queen. What Queen sent him on the voyages? Queen of what? Can somebody remember that? I'm losing track right now.
No, you tell us. You tell us.
No, I just say I lost track. I'm not remembering what Queen sent him.
Exactly.
The Queen of Spain, Queen of Spain, or Queen of
Isabella.
There you go, Isabella. Right. So he went on the voyage for her, but he really was of Portuguese descent. So basically, he was on like a double mission, because if I'm not mistaken, Christopher Columbus, before he went back to see the Queen from one of his voyages,
here's the thing.
You guys, wait one second.
That those Portuguese people could speak Hebrew. They couldn't.
Okay. Portuguese people, I'm not saying Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus was the voyager. He was the voyager. He was the conqueror.
So where do you get your Hebrew
translator
from?
For the people? When you're a conqueror and you go to other countries thousands of years ago or hundreds, you brought people with you because you didn't know where you were going.
Bro, I'm an African.
You wanted to make sure you could translate.
I know what the Portuguese and who they are, as far as the historicity.
One second.
Does anybody understand that concept? If you were a conqueror, you're sailing on a boat.
No, the Portuguese
I can tell you how
did not speak Hebrew.
Where
do you get it?
1 second, Wolfgang. First of all,
That's
we
your
need to
heritage.
find out why the Queen commissioned Columbus to go to the Americas. How
Because to
did they get
discover
the
new
knowledge?
land, they wanted that goes back to man's
No, because
indefinite right.
but you know about Vasco da Gama?
They were looking for gold. Obviously, everybody's looking for gold and diamonds. And what is Puerto Rico? Do
you know
what Puerto
about
Rico means?
Vasco da
You know what
Gama?
Puerto Rico means? Port of riches. Port of riches. When they landed in
Yo,
Puerto Rico,
Answer his question, brother.
there was diamonds and rubies
Answer his
in the
question.
sand. There was diamonds and rubies in the sand. That's what they were looking
Do
for.
you know
hear
who
you. Okay,
Vasco
good.
da Gama was?
Beacon. Vasco da Gama, who don't know, Vasco da Gama was a Portuguese explorer way before Columbus, who had been to all those places before Columbus.
How do you know that? Do you have written record? History is always told by the victor,
Way
never the loser.
before.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why. If
bro,
you look
1
at
second.
African countries, no, listen, no. If you really want to know, because I'm gonna answer your question real quick. If you really don't know, look. History is always told by the victor, never the loser. So a lot of times I look at the loser.
I asked you, did you know Vasco da Gama? Yes or no?
I'm not familiar with it. I'm not familiar. No, not familiar.
So I'm telling you, this guy was a Portuguese explorer way before Columbus. We went to Africa, the Americas way before Columbus.
He was a voyager, right? Something like he was a voyager, like a voyager type.
Yes, who went?
Do you know who Amerigo Vespucci was?
You're gonna ask me random names of people? No, I don't know. No, I'm not gonna.
Do
say
you
it.
know?
So-
Hey, listen, America is named after this guy. Do you know who Amerigo Vespucci was?
No, I don't know. You want to elaborate?
Thank you.
Go on, what? So this pausing about, man.
Man, you ain't got nothing to say, man. He just do you know who it was? He says no. My man says thank you. Mad funk, man.
America was named after this guy.
I mean, it's funny because people like you seem to know so much about history, right? Like you seem to know so much about supposedly, but you don't even know who lives 3 blocks down from you or like next door to you. Or it's funny, like because I mean I see this a lot in a lot of debate forums and monologues and dialogues. Like you seem to throw things out there, what I call like cherry picking or a monkey wrench. Like you got to stay on topic and talk about one thing and get to the bottom. Like what is your issue? If you just want to debate and just argue, I mean, we could do that. I love to do that too. But if you actually want to like walk away with something with a good discourse, then we have to actually agree to disagree or something. Something has to happen here.
How much
because
of
if
your
not, then
culture
that's
is hip hop?
you know.
Bro, listen, how much of your culture is hip hop? How much of it? Bro?
I'm sorry?
Lazy, bro.
How much of your culture is hip hop?
I don't hear you. I can't hear you too well. You have to speak up a little bit.
Bruh.
How much of your culture is hip hop?
Is hip hop?
Yeah.
Said how much of my culture is hip hop?
Bro,
Yeah.
this guy nowhere. Chill out.
How much of my culture is hip hop? Well, I could tell you this: in New York,
Don't worry about it. Don't even answer that. We out of that. We out of that. Man. He's gone.
I love hip hop, and I grew up on hip hop all my life.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Sniper.
Yes, brother.
I'm not letting him back on for now. Anyway, I enjoy talking to him, but he's not coming back on for now. He can come back later. I can't.
He just wants to argue. He just wants to argue.
Yeah, and I don't mind the arguing, but like you're not giving anyone else a chance to have a fluid convo, and
yeah, we're not learning anything.
Not at all. All right, so what we got here, Sniper? What we got?
A brother I'm subscribed to. He likes to give history on the Americas and different parts of the Americas from a African-centered view. So I think he's kind of balanced and fair. So he's gonna give us an update on Puerto Rico itself.
What's this Pangea looking thing on the screen?
Well, if you look in the
Puerto
top left corner, you'll see a pink corner to the top left. That's called Aguadilla. That's Christopher Columbus landed. That was the second place he landed in 1592. Gotta have the year wrong. Nobody to quote me. There's a day in the religion called Three Kings Day. I don't know if everybody's ever heard about it. It's called Three Kings Day.
Mm-hmm.
And it came from there, the land of the water. That's what they call it. So that's the top left.
What's going on?
What's up with that guy, man? What's up, man?
What
do you want? Face to face?
proper Bushman face, you know.
Web funk. You ain't glasses, Web funk. You look
Proper.
grumpy, Web funk, man. You got a grumpy face.
African uncle. Why you got African uncle face? Light skinned African uncle face.
Got him. Got him.
Got him.
All
right, let's play a little bit and see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on here. Just listen, Rob Funk, man.
To another video of African history, culture, and worldview, and welcome back to my series, A Closer Look. Today, we're going to be taking a closer look at Afro-Puerto Ricans.
Ooh. Hey.
You.
And as always, if you want to support the home team, you can do so on
sake.
patreon.com. I have some new rewards for you guys, so be
Pick
sure
him
to
up,
check
man.
that out.
Let him
Also,
plug
go to
his face, man.
afrigraphics.com, a
Use his
website
face.
where you can find unique,
Plug his
illustrative
shit, man.
infographics summarizing African history. All links to
he
Patreon,
does his
infographics,
stuff.
and home team merchandise are in the description box below. Unlike most of the African diaspora in the so-called New World, the history of Afro-Puerto Ricans does not begin with slavery, but with the arrival of African men called libertos, who served alongside Spanish conquistadors in taking over the island of Puerto Rico. One of the descendants of these first free African men was Francis Gallego, who was known as the first entrepreneur of African descent in Puerto Rico. The libertos were Christianized and spoke Spanish fluently. The libertos had the freedom to move about and seek economic opportunities on the island of Puerto Rico. By 1820, there were about 104 free libertos in San Juan, the capital of Puerto Rico today. Though they outnumbered the Spaniards, opportunities for them to gain equal rights were limited. During this time, they primarily lived in restricted areas and were not able to choose freely their occupations or have access to social institutions. Even though they were able to use their legal position to acquire some wealth, they still experienced racial discrimination. The primary reason African slaves were brought into Puerto Rico was because the original Taino population was being decimated as a labor force. Friar Bartolome de las Casas, who had accompanied Ponce de Leon to the new island of Puerto Rico, was outraged at the Spanish treatment of the Taino Indians, and in 1512, he protested to the Spanish court. He fought for the freedom of the natives and was able to secure their rights, but the Spanish colonists, fearing the loss of their labor force, also protested before the courts. They complained that they needed manpower to work in the mines, build forts, and so on. Ironically, as an alternative, Las Casas suggested the importation and use of African slaves. Thus, in 1517, the Spanish crown permitted its subjects to import enslaved African people. These early enslaved Africans were brought originally to work on the gold mines, even though they also worked on sugarcane plantations. They became artisans, domestic laborers, ship merchants, and dock workers. Just a short time after their arrival, in 1527, the first major slave rebellion occurred in Puerto Rico, as dozens of Afro-Puerto Ricans fought against the colonists in a brief revolt. A few Afro-Puerto Ricans retreated to the mountains where they resided as Maroons with surviving Tainos. During the following centuries, by 1873, Afro-Puerto Ricans had carried out more than 20 revolts. Some were of great political importance, such as the Ponce and Vega Baja conspiracies. Even though the original Afro-Puerto Rican was a free man, coming to the island as a soldier, the overwhelming majority of the ancestors of Afro-Puerto Ricans today are descended from enslaved Africans. According to one historian, the exact origin of Afro-Puerto Ricans can be said to be primarily the Gold Coast of Ghana, Nigeria, and the African state of Dahomey, many of which coming from the Yoruba and Igbo ethnic group. As in other
naked God.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Naked God. Eh? Obviously, because they're doing Santeria and all of this type of stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm like, rah, where's Cameroon coming to this?
Boom.
You didn't hear what I told you that the test that 23 and chromosomes does, that 23 and 1? That's all they know.
He's not talking to you, just saying in general.
Yeah, I'm saying okay, so where did there was no maroon mentioned in this conversation so to date, so far. Did you get it? There was no maroons mentioned.
I know.
No one mentioned the
when I
maroons.
told you that's what comes up on a test. It doesn't mean what you really are. That's what the company. That's the only bloodline of African that they really use.
That are the
did you
bunch
have
of-
maroon? Basically,
That's what's said, but I know that's not 100% true. As you can see, it just stated a whole bunch of other places that Puerto Ricans derive from, which is absolutely 100% true.
Okay,
But that's not
so
going to
he's
come up
saying-
on a 23. That's not going to come up on a 23
Wait.
and 1 test.
Did you hear what he said in the beginning when he said that originally there was Africans there, right? They went there with the Spanish.
But first of all, this is a YouTube video. Let's put that disclaimer
Those
out there.
Spanish folks
I
bust us
understand.
over
Second,
there.
Right. Go
They
on.
bust us
Second, that's
over
the
there,
history of
and then they
African.
left
That's
us.
history of Afro Puerto Ricans. There are other
Well,
Puerto Ricans.
it's-
Like I said, there's the
it-
whitest of
no,
whitest,
but
and
it's
there's the
gotta
blackest
be-
of blackest.
Hold on, no, wait. We've got to. We're just looking at who probably was there first in some accounts, because obviously, like when we hear the introduction of other people coming to the island.
Another
but
thing.
these
If you didn't
guys-
hear the guy said, he said
okay.
that church guy Casa de los Megos. That was a cathedral Catholicism cardinal. That guy that had a statue a little bit back more. This is all around. I would say around from 1550 to like 1650. That's not really long ago when you think about history.
I know.
Okay, that's only a couple of hundred. That's you're talking 400 or 500 years ago. You know what I mean? So there was a lot more
That's a
things
long
before
time.
that.
Yeah,
That's all I
but
gotta say.
when in the 7th century, when El Cid conquered Spain and all of that, like as a Moor, and what we're hearing is there's Moors, Africans, and I told you that the word Moor, Moranos, you know what I'm saying, is the same thing. So like what we're trying to understand is that like we can understand that we can as African Spaniards, let's put it that way, right? As African Spain, yeah, with Africans went to that island, right? They went to that island before anyone else. So let's get that right. It's not
They were brought there.
European Spain.
They were brought
Hold
there.
on. No.
Just like the
people
Europeans
that
were
were
brought
brought.
African Spain was an actual thing. It was a thing.
Look at the Moroccan bloodline. I mean, there's so many
No,
examples.
I won't accept that they were
Again,
Moors,
again
like
Moors.
that.
Moors. It's just a term, bro.
They
Just
were
a term.
black Africans.
As I said,
It's
they
just
were
a term. You're
Africans.
right. Moors is just a
And
term.
because-
It's not a nationality. It's not a religion. It's not
Right.
a bloodline. It is a term. It's like saying Jewish. Jewish is not a bloodline.
Well,
it's
it
a way
is a
of life.
bloodline in a sense.
No, Jewish is a way of life.
They're generalized.
Hebrew is a bloodline. Hebrew is a bloodline.
So if it's a way of life, why
Jesus
are
of
you
Nazareth was
accepting
Hebrew.
that you've got
He was
heritage
Hebrew.
to them?
I understand that, bro. But
If it's
what
a
we're
way
trying
of
to do-
life, why are you accepting that it's
we're trying to
that you've got
understand
heritage to them?
Sorry, Ramfron. We're trying to understand, like on the island that you claim to, I mean, that you have origins from, right? Is a lot of mixed bag, right? But they're saying in this bit that the African side are all these different nations, probably included Cameroon or Congo or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? But they're all Moors, or they're all Moranos.
I mean, I see where you're going, but I kind of disagree because that
No,
word
but
Moor
it's from the
is very like the
perception.
vernacular of the word. And I don't mean to cut you off because I mean you've heard of Tower of Babel, right? Right in the Bible.
Okay.
I mean, this is a real place. All right, this is not just a Bible story.
Tower of
The Tower of Babel was
Really?
somewhere where they depicted languages from different languages, where a Somalian from a religion called the Waka monotheistic could speak to somebody from Israel, and they would try to translate it. Now
What are you
every
doing?
word changes. The vernaculars and the acronyms of words change throughout years. Certain letters, certain things are used in some language cultures and not others. So we all have to say sometimes like things have changed so much that, like personally to me, the histories I study, I'm right now my main study I'm studying is like the Sumerian tablets, Phoenician and Lebanese lines, the Tehran line. I'm like about 4500 BC, and that's like my.
Why are you studying this sort of shit?
Sorry.
When you are
Because if you don't know your history, then you don't know where you're going.
Can we stick to the point, please?
Really?
Sorry.
Diversion.
We're just hold on. We're just dealing with the video right now at this present moment, and I stopped it because of, they mentioned certain tribes in Africa.
Yes, the Yoruba.
And,
I think they said Yoruba.
Right.
What did they say? Something
And that would Igbo and it would make sense because of the, you could call it spiritual system, voodoo, because even Santeria is a
100%.
Now you're talking about his culture.
Sorry. No. I'm sorry to talk about it's Orishas.
That's not my culture.
Of the Orishas.
How?
Which is
How?
Explain.
Because it was
One
brought. It
second,
was
Wapang,
brought to
please.
Puerto
Because
Rico.
you
I
think
have
you're a
original
Hebrew.
people.
Wapang,
There are
wait,
original people. There are original people. The transatlantic trade is older than Christopher Columbus. Okay, Christopher Columbus did not discover America. Anybody that's a little intellectual should know that by now. If they don't, then they're lost. But he did not discover America. He did not discover the Bahamas. The first place he landed was the Bahamas.
Who
Who discovered it? Nobody fucking discovered it. It's been there. There was people there from the get-go.
There's been people
Now,
there
whether these people,
longest time.
whether these people were African
Who
descent,
discovered
which
it?
I truly believe in, because where's Israel?
And how
Where's
did they
Israel?
get there?
Israel's in Africa, correct?
Ah, for fuck's sakes, man. And this is
Is
bullshit.
Israel in Africa? Is Palestine in Africa? Is
Yes,
Somalia in Africa? That's a continent. I think you get I think this man has an issue with thinking that Africa is a country. It's not. It's a continent.
You're a Christian. You believe in the Bible.
No,
so
I
you
follow
go by
Christianity.
those
To be a
edicts.
Christian, Catholicism
That's
is a
what you
European
do.
thing. Christianity is a totally different thing. Catholicism is made by Europeans. by King David.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. So on the
This is
island,
an Old Testament motherfucker.
Sorry,
That's
sorry.
it.
Can I get clarity though? Is Santeria something that is done on your island?
Absolutely.
Right. And I'm saying that
Asking
the
me
basis
for
of
Dune
Santeria
is a thing.
1 second.
As part of his culture.
Wapang, you need to chill,
Wap.
bro. Wait, let the two talk.
I beg.
It'll get confusing.
You know what I'm saying?
Kind of three
So,
people having three different convos.
what I'm saying is, we can all look it up, right? If you look up what Santeria is comprised of, it's two different systems, right? One is the Orishas, right, which is exclusive to Nigerians in a sense. You know what I mean? It's a pantheon that's shared between Yorubas and Igbos and all of this, right? And the other side is Catholicism. Do you get what I'm saying? And obviously that's been brought by the European, he's bringing his book into the dirt. And what the people on the island have done, have combined the two, to create a kind of meld system. It still encompasses their African heritage or culture or whatever. And
Michael, ask this guy about the Day
too.
of the Dead and why he celebrated.
Oh, the Day of the Dead. That's another thing. That's not a Puerto Rican thing.
saying-
That's a Mexican
what
thing.
I'm
I see you watch a lot of. Did you watch a couple of Mexican
It's
movies?
not
because
a
of some-
Mexican thing. It's
Listen to
not
me.
a
The Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos, is the Day of the Dead. That is that derives also from Santeria and
Michael,
Brujeria, which comes from
Can
Yoruba.
you hear
It
what
comes
this
from
guy's
within.
saying?
But like I said, history is always told by the victor, my brothers, never the loser. So
I'm
we
gonna
really
bring it
have to
back.
look into the
I'm gonna
loser
bring it back
story
on it.
sometimes to find out the real
Voodoo.
truth.
Voodoo. Where does voodoo come from?
Oh, why don't you tell me? I mean, I would love to know where.
My bro. All right, you guys, wait 1 second. Hold that thought and let's just play the video. Man.
Coming to the island as a soldier, the overwhelming majority of the ancestors of Afro-Puerto Ricans today are descended from enslaved Africans. According to one historian, the exact origin of Afro-Puerto Ricans can be said to be primarily the Gold Coast of Ghana, Nigeria, and the African state of Dahomey, many of which coming from the Yoruba and Igbo ethnic group. As in other Spanish colonies, the early conquistadors and their African companions were not accompanied by females. Thus, intermarriage was rampant among the Spaniard Africans and Taínos. The same as other parts of Spanish America, the enslaved Africans were given the last names of their Spanish owner and later passed it on to their descendants. Enslaved Africans were abused in Puerto Rico as they were throughout the transatlantic slave trade route. They were branded like cattle with hot irons called carimbo, while forced to convert to Catholicism. Even though the enslaved lacked sufficient food and were subject to extreme physical abuses among the Middle Passage, Afro-Puerto Ricans, like all Afro-descended people, are the products of survival.
The lost generation.
Fix up, Michael. Fix up.
Slavery for about 365 years. The number of enslaved people from 1776.
What did he say?
Puerto Rico experienced slavery for about 365 years. The number of enslaved people from 1776 to 1818 grew from about 6,500 to 31,000. However, the greatest importation of enslaved people did not occur until the 19th century, when the sugar industry became the island's most important economic resource. Even though in 1835, Queen Maria Cristina of Spain had abolished the slave trade, illegal trading continued to persist. Afro-Puerto Ricans have significantly influenced the culture of Puerto Rico. Without the Afro-Puerto Rican populace, Puerto Rico would not be known for what it is today. Even though the modern-day city of Ponce has had an influx of many European immigrants, Afro-Puerto Ricans were still able to maintain the strong African cultural presence through religion, music, and even food. One of the most popular music forms in Puerto Rico is bamba and plena. Both share African origins and began primarily in Loiza and Ponce. Bamba is considered more pure African, coming from the Ashanti tribes and the older of the two. Bamba began in the 17th century. It was brought to Ponce by enslaved Africans who worked on the sugar plantations. The dialogue between the dancer and drummer was used as a diversion by the African slaves from the harsh treatment that was inflicted upon them. They would perform in song as well as dance during special religious holidays and social events. Not only did enslaved Africans use bamba for celebrations, but also as a tool to conspire towards their freedom from bondage. The drums would relay various messages. The dialogue would convey a series of signals that were used to translate messages without the slave owner's awareness. Plena's root can also be traced back to Africa, but it was transformed into a Puerto Rican art form by the fusion of English-speaking blacks who came to Puerto Rico from the British Caribbean islands seeking work in the late 19th century. Most became sugarcane field workers, from which came the fusion of Afro-Caribbean, Tayanos, and Spanish sounds that make up plena. As the rural workers traveled to various urban areas of Puerto Rico, such as San Juan, it became part of the Puerto Rican culture. Plena, as bamba, were performed for entertainment as well as to convey information. Plena was sung and played throughout Puerto Rico. Dancing plena became a kind of living newspaper conveying a variety of information, ranging from religion, local and national events, to evoking protest. Singers often sang about events and ridiculed their adversaries. Presently, salsa and reggaeton are the two most popular music and dance genres of Puerto Rico. Salsa, which translates to sauce, originated from Afro-Cuban and Afro-Caribbean rhythms. However, the term salsa was created by Puerto Ricans living in New York City who abandoned their bamba and plena for the fusion of the rumba, mambo, cha-cha, guanguaco, and merengue. Salsa has become a popular genre worldwide. Reggaeton is the most recent dance music genre in Puerto Rico. It's a derivative of Jamaican reggae and hip-hop, mixed in with the Puerto Rico's bamba and salsa rhythms. Reggaeton is primarily popular among Latin youth today. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help out in its continued production, please consider supporting the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
Hey. But somebody wants to talk about the Hebrew and shit like that.
Well, like I said, there wasn't a video about ancient. When you said it's a lot more ancient than that. That's a pretty, that's 1500s to 17. Oh, I think you even said 1900 or something like that. So that's pretty.
Where do you come from, bro? Where do you come from?
What do you mean, state or didn't I repeat that? Or I live in New York. I'm Puerto Rican, 100%.
Where were you born? Where were you
My
born?
last line was Taino, then Arawakan, and then Aramaic Hebrew descent, coming from the tribe of Ephraim.
Are you going
in
to deny
Israel.
the influence of these people in your life?
No. I never would do that. What are you crazy? I'm African to the heart. I know where Santeria and voodoo comes from and all that shit. That comes. That's part of it, but that's not what I practice. Remember, there's different parts of Puerto Rico also, just like there's different parts of any country. So not everything touches every part of it, everybody. You know what I mean? It's a part of me, but I never practiced that. It's only a religion. You know, I have my.
Do you
African,
identify with your African side?
Of course I do. I love my lips. If you look at me, I have a European nose. I have European features, but my lips are, pretty voluptuous. That doesn't come from white people. So I have a lot of features that, are you can tell that are, you would know, you would see, you would know. Of course I do. I love my African side.
Do you identify with your Hebrew side?
Of course I do.
And what is it? You just said you've got a nose, you've got this, you've got that. What do you identify with your Hebrew side?
I try to identify with every side that I have. Put it that way. Whatever I am, I am. I didn't ask.
Do you have a real Hebrew side, and where does it come from?
It comes from the original people that were there. They came from Africa, you said, right? A lot of them.
Now, what happened 1,000 years before that? They were going through the transatlantic slave trade. We're
So
talking
what's this Hebrew
BC
thing?
time.
So what's this Hebrew thing?
Find a video of BC. More history too. Things. It's a lot more history, my friend.
I think
There's a
you'll
lot more history
find
than just.
we'll find that before Columbus, the slave trade was going on already. Like the Portuguese were into slavery way before Columbus. They were into slavery during the Arabic slave trade. So,
Right. And who were the slaves for the Egyptians? The Hebrews. They built the pyramids. The Hebrews, the modern, the Jews,
Oh, come on,
were the
bro.
slaves for the Egyptians.
We're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that. Come on, man.
no,
Stop it.
That's what happened.
So who built the pyramids in the Americas?
What pyramids? What pyramids are you talking
mate. Oh, mate.
about?
What
It's a
do you
legitimate
mean?
question. What pyramids are you talking?
There's pyramids
What
all
pyramid
over
is in the United
North,
States?
South, Middle America, everywhere. There's
You
pyramids
talking about in
everywhere.
South
Just look it
America?
up. I'm talking about
All
Middle
of
America.
America.
You
I'm
talking about
talking
South
about
America?
North America. The
No,
whole of the Americas.
Americas.
hmm Look it up. There's God knows how many pyramids or structures or whatever.
I'm sure there is. I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting there is.
Yeah, but I'm saying if
I don't know
there
who
is,
built them in the
are you
Americas.
saying that the
But I-
Hebrew
The Hebrews were
Taínos or
enslaved.
whatever
The Hebrews were enslaved by the
built
Egyptians.
that?
What 3,500 BC? And the Phoenician. Who were the Phoenicians? You know, the Phoenicians are the modern day
Is this a
Persians, right? It's
thing?
Iran.
Hebrew Taínos?
Yes, look it up. Pull up the YouTube video. Say Hebrew Taino. Look it up.
The
Matter of fact,
Phoenicians.
play that video.
We got some
Pull that
Phoenicians
video.
here. Dublin, where are you? MJ, where are my Phoenicians at?
Excuse me?
What do you say?
We have some real Phoenicians up in here. Dublin, where are you? Jump on my G.
Yeah, what is a Phoenician? What is
It's
it?
time to
Before a
steal your
Phoenician was
history.
a Phoenician. What
It's
was a
time to steal
Phoenician?
your history, Dublin. My time to
A
steal your
Phoenician was
history.
Persian. A Phoenician was Persian.
Well, a Phoenician was someone who was described as the word Phoenicia, which meant extremely dark, like purple, like dark.
On the contrary, they
Some
weren't
say
that dark.
some
That's the
say
whole thing too.
Merple.
Well, purple is not a description of someone who's fair. That's all I'm saying. Do you get what I'm saying? So to be Phoenician, yeah, you had to be of the darker hue of melanin, which
Olive
is you could have
skin.
been Asiatic.
If
Michael,
we correlate with today's time and day, do you know who the Phoenicians are? I just said it twice, but they're the Iranians. The Iranians
No,
are the Persians. The Persians,
they're
the
the
Persians,
Turks. They're the Turks and
are the
Romans.
Iranians. The Iranians are the Persians. They're the same people.
They're Turks
It's
and
just a
Roman mixture. The Iranians.
Of course,
They
there's
mix
plenty
of
of
Turks
mixtures.
and
But when you
Roman.
date the
Hold on,
bloodline back, Phoenicians
sorry.
are Persians.
The Phoenicians and the Persians are not the same, no?
They have the similar. They have
They're
the
not.
same bloodline. They all intermix, just like the Lebanese, and you could take it back to the Bible to Adam and Eve, because Adam and Eve had more than one child. They didn't just have Cain and Abel. The Canaanites, when Cain killed Abel, they also had Sarah and Seth. Seth was another child. You never hear about that.
Seti. I don't know about Seth. I know about Seti. I don't know about Seth.
Seti is Seth.
So my brother, you're saying like you identify with all your sides, right? So if your majority is Spanish, right, what do you know of that side?
The Spanish is not even. It's not as old as people think. It comes from Latin. Latin is a
No.
lot of Arabic. Arabic actually plays a very big part, and Hebrew is
Yes,
Hebrew.
that's true.
Palestine. If you know, even
I'm
today,
talking about
Israel and Palestine.
No, I'm talking about your DNA. I'm talking about, the thing that's
DNA is a
inside
mixture,
you.
man. Like we don't. It's a bunch of things
Yeah,
nowadays.
but
That's nowadays.
I'm saying if you've got a large percentage of Spanish in you, what do you know of the Spanish heritage within Puerto Rico?
Well, I know where my last name derives from in Spain. I know where my last name derives from in Spain. There's a town called that in Spain. I have figured that route back. I also know if the Caspian Sea. Have you ever heard of Atlantis?
Well, what I'm trying
Atlantis
to say
is a little bit.
Caucasus Mountains.
I'm saying, what did the Spanish bring other than colonization?
Spanish brought. They brought disease. They brought other things like agriculturally. They brought clothing. They brought weapons. They brought other things that the
Clothing.
Arawakan did not have.
When you said about clothing, were the people naked when they got there?
Some accounts say they wore nothing or close to nothing, but they did have clothing, apparel.
Really?
But
clothing.
I wasn't there.
What type of clothing did they bring?
Exactly.
I mean, I would almost say what. Obviously, it would be wool. I know wool, cotton,
stuff of the hemp. I know they make hemp clothing, so I know that was a big thing back in the day. You'd have to look it up more.
You think explorers and colonizers and slave traders bring such things? Yeah, is that what you're?
Columbus went to the army. That's what he went.
Of course they do. Christopher Columbus was taken to court. He was put in jail. He was put in jail by the Queen. They came and got him and arrested his whole family, all his brothers and his top generals and all that, because of the atrocities that he was doing over there.
What? He was sent there to do that? What are you talking about? The Queen sent him with an army to the Americas. He didn't go there to explore. He went to conquer. He was sent with an army. How did you go to explore with armies? What's the army for? They went there to conquer. They went there with an army to conquer. They didn't go for exploring.
What? Sorry, Beefy. Go on, brother. Do you want to carry on what you're saying?
No, go on, come in.
No, I was going to say, what's this? Is anybody aware of someone called Kabahaya or formerly known as Coleman, Booker T. Coleman? He's half African, half Taino, right?
Okay.
Claims to go back to the tribes that the brother was just talking about. And he speaks of how the people from the diaspora, which I'm just assuming at that stage were all sort of known as Israelites or Moors, went to southern China and bred with the southern Chinese, and then did trade and whatnot, and then around sort of the
that's correct.
13th, 12th century they went to the Americas, so that's where you get the Taino with the Chinesey eyes.
Right.
But do you believe in that? Is that correct?
Yes, I do. I do believe in that. I believe in that. That remember, geographically, the way our continents are now are not the way they were. If obviously everybody went to a history and science class. There is this thing as the tectonic plates. So when people are like, well, how did they take these big canoes and travel on these big seas? Well, at those times, the continents were touching. Some parts, were touching. Or very close.
They came through the Bering Straits.
We're not doubting
exactly the Bering
people's
Straits.
ability to travel before slavery, because for you to even have slavery, it shows that some people
when God supposedly threw everybody out, right? When he threw everybody out of Israel, right? He threw a whole bunch of people out, right? All the people that were there, they sent them out because the modern day Palestinians and the basically like your Arabic type were invading, you're before Islam. So when he sent the people out, the true Hebrews, and it's in the Bible, don't ask me for quotations, it's in there, you just got to find it. Those people went out, they had to voyage, they just took off, they had to get out of there because they were thrown out of their land. Even in the Torah, they know that people will come back to their land. They know it's in the Torah. So those people went somewhere. Those people went somewhere. Where did they go? Those people were the tribes of what? The tribes of Israel.
So are you just going to ignore the Bering Straits?
Sorry, what did you say?
Bering Strait. What does the Bering Strait have to do with anything we're talking about? I don't even know where that correlates. I don't.
You are Asian. The Tainos are actually Asian. They're Chinese.
Of course, we have to have Chinese.
That's how they came through to the Americas, through the Bering Straits.
We'll say Oriental, because that's really the correct terminology. Because what was Chinese 500, 600, 1,000 years ago? That wasn't even a word.
Hold on, sorry, my brother. Sorry, my brother.
Michael. 1 second, I'll show you something. You should pull up your map of Alaska, please.
Map of Alaska.
Something.
If you look at the Eskimos, if you look at the Hawaiians, if you look at the people in the Canary Islands, they have very chinky eyes. I mean, of course, they had Oriental mixes in them. The Canary, all that. I mean, obviously, there was a lot of mating going on, migrating all over the world. People didn't know where they belonged yet. They were traveling. They were kicked out of their land. They were thrown here. They were brought.
So why aren't you identifying yourself with the Ming Dynasty, for example?
Why would I identify myself with the Ming? I'm not the Ming Dynasty. About I have 5%, 2%. I mean, I don't. That's not for somebody to say I'm going to identify with the Ming, the whatever dynasty. I mean, would you like me to identify with that dynasty?
Those are your heritage.
But then again, I mean, if you're talking about my heritage, which you don't know much about, then shouldn't we talk about yours as well? I mean, I feel like you're focusing on my heritage a little bit deeply.
My heritage My heritage is unquestionable.
Yeah, but the Americas is way more mystic and cryptic.
Why
You
would
know,
it be?
it's way more unclear.
People in America as well. They were original. They were original Vikings, and there were original people that came there. Mecca was a worship site for paganistic people, not even the Moors before them. Okay, like Mecca was not even a worship site for Islamic people. That was way before you had
I
pagans.
came first, though. I
We
came
know
first.
this. We know
Paganistic Arabics were way before that. So I mean, everybody, whoever thinks, whatever you think you are, you're not. You're something else. You think you are. You've been taught that for the last 100, 200 years. But there's more to the world than that. That's really what it comes down to. That's really the 360 circle of a rabbit hole here. Is that whatever you think you are, you're something else before that, and something else before that, and whatever you don't like and whatever you hate the most, that might just be exactly what you are. How about that?
As a modern human, history and anthropology says different.
Sorry.
Right, because what we see is the Dogons turning into the to a tribe. Then the tribe, I forgot what the name was, turned to the Arawaks, and then the Arawaks turned to the Aztecs. So it's the same blood, isn't it? But it's just different types of people coming in.
It is the same blood. But don't forget, you
Definitely
know
the
about
same
Florida. You've heard about the Seminole. You heard about Seminole, right? Seminole, Florida. I mean, I'm sure you've heard about that, right? Seminole Indians. Anybody ever heard about that? I don't know if you ever heard that term.
Heard about that. Is that
another way you could say,
That's a
because they didn't
culture.
know
That's
Christopher
a
Columbus
culture.
thought that these people were like, they thought these people didn't understand these languages. Remember, these translators understood the language of the Arawakan Indians. Also, they thought they didn't trade and they didn't do bartering, and they didn't. What they found out is that the Indians from Florida at that point, Seminole, would travel to Puerto Rico and DR, and they would trade, and they spoke the same languages. So when Christopher Columbus and his team knew that these
Who
people
came before the Seminoles, though?
the Seminoles are in Florida. They're an Indian tribe. They're a native indigenous Indian tribe.
Where do the Aztecs
from
come into this? Where do the Aztecs come into this?
The Aztecs are in Mexico.
They look a bit more
Are
Mexican.
they not the same people?
Dominated. The gene pool's Mexican, sort of Mexican type of Taino dominated, though.
Yeah, there's indigenous Indian Mexico. Now, who are all these Indians? Where are all these Indians? Tell me why all these. Now, this is a great point I'm going to make. This is how I know I'm Hebrew, right? This is how I know.
Expose yourself.
All these different,
You asked me to pull them out.
all these indigenous tribes.
Yeah,
all spoke the same language.
border between America and Russia, Alaska, the border. Show you that this is the one landmass where people going through to the Americas from Europe and Asia. That's how they crossed. This is recorded.
This is the Bering Straits. The Bering Straits is what's in between between Russia
and America.
And
now,
Alaska,
that's an up-to-date map? That's like right now?
Yeah.
Okay, now imagine you pull that map up 1,000 years ago. It's not going to look like that. Those tectonic plates probably were
1,000 years.
It's not about tectonic plates around the Bering Straits.
That was a Dogon era.
Sorry. There's a bridge basically of ice. It's so cold around there that the sea freezes. So it's called the Bering Straits. So it's frozen at certain times and certain periods where people could just.
Now, you don't think people do travel across that? So that means that migration can happen, just like the Iberian Peninsula. It's the same.
So we're showing you when these Indians came into the Chinese-looking ones came into Americas. They recorded what time they came in. It was way after the Aztecs.
Like I said, do Africans keep good records? No, they don't.
Yes.
You know why? Because most of your monotheistic
Come on.
religions, most of your monotheistic Africa, if you look at Africa in a whole, I'm not in a whole, as far as written down history, the Romans and the Greeks were the best, and the Chinese and the Orientals. They kept the best written records. That's why they can go back thousands of years, and they got records from crazy way back in days. They were the best.
Understand that people existed before records.
Sorry. I like to refute that concept because
if you refute it, then you'd have to find out. Then your last name would be what you came out thousands of years ago. That's why Romans and Greeks and Aegeans they had their original last name from.
So sorry.
All kind of fun way, my friend.
Existed before.
One second. Sorry. This is coming from a guy who doesn't even know that where he came from, all around those type of regions, they had pyramids, and obviously pyramids in a lot of cases especially in the Americas, seem to have hieroglyphics on the outside of them. Do you get what I'm saying?
This guy thinks his existence started 5,000 years ago.
This is writing, my brother. This is the concept of writing,
Script.
and you know that's firmly with the Egyptians also. Do you get what I'm saying? Who gave you papyrus so that people could write on with a quill?
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? And ink
Herodotus.
and blah blah blah. So
10,000 years ago.
I'm saying you can never claim one thing. You can never claim is that Africans never kept good records. We invented the concept of records. We invented the concept of king's list. We invented the concept of laws. We invented the concept.
And that's another reason why South Americans, they don't have good records as well, because they never kept good records. They got washed away, stolen. They never kept good records.
Stolen.
No, that is false.
Look what Napoleon. Look what Napoleon fucked up. Look at Napoleon. He went to Russia when when Moscow was the capital. They changed when he was invading the whole world. That's when the Moors were in Spain. Europe. England had the best navy in the world, but the French had the best military in the world. That was the biggest thing in the world at that time, 1799 to 1809.
300 years ago.
Look what Napoleon did. Napoleon went into Russia. He made that mistake, and what killed him? The terrain, the weather, the conditions. And look what Hitler tried to do. He fucked up. He didn't realize. He didn't read history. You know why? Because he did not read the history of what happened before him. He went again, and he tried to go into Russia. And what happened to Hitler, as we all know? They fucked up in Russia. The cold got him. The terrain got him. And they killed themselves. If he would have read history, he would have known not to do that. So that is the reason why you need to know your history, and who writes the history is the victor. That doesn't mean it's right.
What's your heritage?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, that's all well and good, but if the information is not correct, it's not correct, is it? So, we understand that the British came on the water. They were the last. Perception. That's a perception thing. Wait. What's right and wrong is a perception. We understand from history, yeah, that the British were the last ones on the water. On the thing, the Spanish Armada was a wonder to behold, and all of that.
The Portuguese won before that.
Right. This is why these guys
go back and back and back. You can keep on going
I'm
back.
saying this is what Beefy was saying earlier, that these certain people like Vasco da Gama and other people, and the conquistadors and all of this type of stuff had already traveled to the Americas in various parts and
before the British.
Right, before the British got onto the water. So as soon as the British got onto the water, rules and regulations became into play. And
why? Because the British would go on a naval expedition and would take the most immaculate records. They would take the most immaculate records.
My brother. They wanted to control the waters. Like, if you control the waters, it just shows you that boats are moving around. Other people's boats, ships are moving around. So that's obviously giving you a clue in more recent times, 1400s, 1300s, that people were flying around through the Caribbean and all of this there, calling them pirates now because they want to control the water. But there were merchant traders,
like the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. It's very dramatic, but it's very true.
But there were merchant traders thousands of years before a lot of these Europeans even got onto the water.
They did not keep records. They did not keep records, and it goes back to records.
So my brother. The fact of keeping records for Europeans comes with the Moors. For them,
no, that's
right. We understand that
you can't substantiate that with any hardcore evidence.
I can speak Spanish. He claims to be Spanish.
Let me give you a reason why. Because the idea of peace treaties, if you look it up, the oldest peace treaty in the world, is in Egypt, right? Under Ramses or whatever, he's put his stela with that information somewhere in Egypt, so you can see it. It's not like something that's made up. Do you get what I'm saying? This is what they're saying when I was looking up. Oh, what's the oldest treaty? Because treaty supersedes any rule of law, in any land, and So these are the first
it's just
contracts.
A piece of paper, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah, I understand. But it's not the Europeans who invented the concept. It's these Moors or these Africans who, when they started trading or doing whatever with Europeans, started to put these
Showed them.
documents into play.
Right.
So that's
And
showing
you know
you
who invented
something.
the tire? Like okay, it's a good concept, but Puerto Ricans didn't invent salsa. First of all, Cubans did. It's called guaguancó, but the Puerto Ricans perfected it. Who knows who invented the tire? I don't. But guess who perfected it? Goodyear. It's who perfects it, who keeps the best records. The victor tells the story. You don't hear from the loser. It really goes.
No, that,
It's the concept is the
about
concept. You can't
It's
change
not
the
about
narrative
that.
of a story.
Sorry.
No.
The narrative is the narrative.
Everything is not about winning and losing.
Losing. To say the truth.
Sometimes it's about theft and
Unfortunately,
skullduggery.
when it comes to history, it is. Because,
No, I'm
like I
saying,
said, if it had been the other way around and the Africans would have took over Europe totally,
Oh,
and did what
Yeah, but then
Europeans did to Africa.
is it true history then? That means it's not true history then. It's like, yeah.
Like I said, the loser has a story too, and I study the loser. I like to study the loser a lot of times.
It's
it
like
becomes
Herodotus
tainted, man. Tainted,
trying to copy history and then label himself for the father of history, and it's just a lie. Obviously, then
That's why
times
I gave
change.
the example of Napoleon when he went into Russia and he went to Moscow and they changed the capital of the capital of not capital what do you call it? I'm losing my fucking train of thought here. Basically, the capital they changed it to St. Petersburg. At that time, I think 1807, St. Petersburg was like all marshland. Okay, they changed it. He couldn't stand the terrain. Hitler knew. I don't know if he didn't know or if he didn't care because he was so blinded by
heritage, bro.
empowerment. He forgot that Napoleon couldn't even succeed, and Napoleon was 10 times of a bigger leader than him and more crazier, and he fell down to the same terrain and weather and conditions that Napoleon did. But if he would have just read some of these memoirs and things, he would have known not to do that. He would have known not to do that, and probably would have took over America and Europe and the whole thing.
Very probably.
So
Probably.
right there.
Let's deal with the facts. Why do you like dealing with probably? Let's deal with the facts. You know what I mean? Why would you deal with probably?
That is 100% damn fact. If he would have known what Napoleon had done and his mistakes, he would have taken over the world. There's no fucking question about it. I would have been speaking German.
No, we don't know that. We don't know that. It's never happened. So let's deal with probablys. Let's not deal with
What do
probably.
you don't know that? He basically almost took over Europe. If it wasn't for Europe,
Europe is the world, you know. Take over Europe is the world.
And
Why do people think
Europe? You'd be speaking German right now too. You wouldn't be speaking English. You'd be speaking German right now. Is that a yes or a no? You tell me that one.
Exactly. So what's your point?
You'd be speaking German right now. You'd be saying "Hi Hitler." You'd be over there fucking marching to a fucking thing with a fucking double S on your chest. Okay.
No.
Yeah. So that's
No,
not
we
a
don't know
probably. That is an absolute guarantee.
Why do you think that when someone wins a war in Europe, they control the world or they own the whole world? Why do you think that?
I never said that. You said that. You're
No,
pretty
you did.
No, I never
You
said
were
that.
saying Napoleon
I'm
control
saying
the whole world. You said Napoleon control the whole world. He was going to Russia. You say that?
I said Napoleon. He took over basically like everything. Do you know who? I mean, do you know who Napoleon is? Do you know what he did?
He took over Europe. Yeah,
about that.
Not the whole world though.
Okay, he took over Spain. He took over Spain 3 times. The Moors were there in separate pockets, and they were trying to do what they could, all over. I mean, you're talking about Germany. You're talking about parts of Poland. He took over like so much land. It wasn't even funny.
The time Napoleon came around, the time Napoleon came around, most of the Moors had gone already. Let's be real. When I left Europe.
You're not talking what you know, okay? I'm talking what I know. You're talking what you think you know. Listen, he took over the world. His mistake was when he went into Russia. When was Napoleon? When was Napoleon? If you know history, I can tell you don't know what I'm talking about. Anybody in the chat knows what I'm talking about? I mean, is any relation or correlation to anybody knowing what Napoleon did and what Hitler tried to do? If he would have known and read up on what
was he trying to? What was Hitler trying to do?
As a world leader, he would have known not to do that. And you'd be speaking German, not a probably, not a hypothetical, not an anecdotal or no, not an analogy. I guarantee.
Okay. I'll be speaking German.
You speak Spanish.
Of course. Why wouldn't I speak Spanish?
You can.
Do you speak Spanish?
No, I'm asking you.
What kind of question is it? Yes. Yo hablas español. Bien. Would you like to speak Spanish with me?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Is that
Why do you speak Spanish?
Are you trying to judge me or like I don't know? I don't get it.
No, why do you speak Spanish?
I'm sorry. What was your question?
Why do you speak Spanish?
Speak Spanish because that's what my colonizer taught me and taught the people before me and the people before them. Just like you speak English the same way. So you know better.
And
I
absolutely.
speak other languages,
You
but
understand?
English
If
is
you
the
don't speak,
lingua
if you don't
franca at
speak,
the moment.
if you don't speak your African language from where you come from, you're actually no better either.
So if I
So I
spoke it
wouldn't
now,
even
would you
talk.
understand me? 1 second. If I spoke my
Do you
language,
come
would
from?
you
And what
understand me?
language do you speak where you come
Even if
from?
you spoke a language, I bet you that's not the original language. So
If
give me
I
a
spoke
break.
my language, would you understand me right now?
No, because you can make up anything you want.
No, you
But
wouldn't
it's funny.
understand what
Not
you
only you know
can.
English, but you probably
Oh
understand a
my
little bit of
days,
Spanish, so you know what Spanish sounds like, right? So you actually know two slave traders' languages.
bro. I'm asking if you heard my language, would you understand it? Just say no. Don't say
No, of
I'll be
course not.
lying.
You can lie. You can lie. You can lie
Why
all you
would I
want.
lie? Why would I lie?
I don't
Answer
know.
the
Are you a
question,
liar?
bro.
I mean, would you?
No,
How
answer
would
the
I know?
question.
We
So
have
are
to
you
pull
saying
up a
wait,
YouTube video like we
one
did on
second?
me. Let's pull up a YouTube video.
Are you implying that there's no African languages out there?
Where are you from? Where are you from, sir? What language do you speak?
I'm from Zimbabwe. I speak Shona, Nyanja, bit of Ndebele.
Okay, you really do. That's nice. Are those French derivative languages?
No, the African languages. Why
You
are they
sure they're not?
French?
You sure they're not mixed with? You sure they're not mixed with French?
No,
Are you 100% positive they're not mixed with French or Dutch?
Can
no.
you speak Taino, bro?
I know they're mixed with Dutch and French, but you're
Can
gonna
you
sit
speak
here and tell
Taino?
me
How?
you're gonna sit
How?
here and tell me that they're not mixed with Dutch and French? Sir, you're not
No.
speaking to a young child. You're speaking to a grown man who
I'm not,
understands history.
you
And
show
understands.
me. You show me how they mixed in.
So you
How
know it's mixed.
how?
You know it's mixed with. You know it's mixed with Dutch.
How? You
You
tell
know
me
it.
how.
Okay.
You say I don't know, Rob.
You tell me it's your people.
You're making the claim. How are you making the claim?
I'm just
Then you
reading
say
books
it's
from the
proven.
victor. I'm just reading books from the victor, not the loser.
You
Remember?
1 second,
Don't
bro.
let that go over your head, buddy.
Rob, don't listen to me carefully. You are making a claim and ask me to prove it. So you made the claim. Prove it, bro. You said my language come from French. Prove it.
Okay, so pull up a YouTube video and type your language in, and then type up French, and let's see if it like you did
No,
to me. Let's see
bro.
what happens.
Listen. You said
Why
my
don't we
language come
prove
from
it?
French.
Let's
Prove
prove
it.
it.
Go
Okay,
on
let's
then.
prove it then.
What
I don't have a
video?
computer
Where's the
to do this,
video?
so let's ask the moderator or whoever's running the video if they could pull up the video. Let's see if Dutch or French or any European language is not mixed with Zimbabwe, which I could almost guarantee you 99.9% that it is. I'm not saying it all is,
Do you
but I'm saying there
recognize
is influence.
that there are languages that existed
Well, pull it up
before
then. All you're doing is babbling. You're
anything
babbling.
outside of Africa?
Pull it up. Pull it up, sir.
What is he talking about?
This
Pull it
guy,
up.
bro.
How about that? Once you pull it up.
Pull up what? Pull up what? You make a claim.
Pull up,
Pull
pull
up.
up, pull up me refuting what you're saying. I'm saying it's mixed with Dutch and French and some type of European dialects. Your language. So if you type in your language with European dialects of, let's say, French, forget English. We'll say French, Dutch, and Spanish. Let's put Spanish in it too. You never know. Latin. I can almost guarantee you that it's going to come up with something, especially from Zimbabwe or the farther Serengeti, all the way on that side of maybe even Nigeria, or how about Nigeria? You're going to tell me that nothing is mixed with languages? I find it hard to. I find it hard to believe. I could be wrong, but I would love to see it. I would love to see it on the screen. And Wob, where are you from, Wob? Where are you from? Because you seem to have a lot of knowledge on everybody else, but not yourself. Do you want to tell us where you're from?
I'm an African.
No. Well, where are you from in Africa? Since you got such a big mouth, you got so much to say, but you don't tell people where you're from, because if we know where you're from, we're probably going to tear you apart in little pieces, right? At this point. So you're probably smart enough to know not to open your mouth, right? Yeah, I think so. So why don't you tell us where you're from? Since I've told you everything about me. Where?
Zimbabwe. Do you know where that is?
Yeah, you're not from Zimbabwe.
This guy, bro. Oh my days.
You know, Zimbabwe has, I want to say roughly 9 to 15 languages, depending on how many dialects have been mixed with Dutch, French, Spanish.
You're right.
So don't think that your Zimbabwe language is the one that was spoken 500 years ago, my friend. Okay, and if you don't like that a Puerto Rican American is telling you, that's tough cookies. That's tough stones. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well done on you. But listen, yeah. The 9 languages spoken in Zimbabwe, yeah. You're gone.
Can anyone hear me?
There's probably more.
Yeah,
There's probably more.
Hello. Can I be heard?
Yeah, Scripture, I can hear you.
How are you?
Can anyone hear me? Hello.
Scripture, we can hear you.
Yo.
No, I'm in South
Yeah,
Wales.
Scripture, you can hear us.
Come on.
Yo, Scripture.
Yo.
Yeah, everyone can hear you. You can't hear them.
Could you hear me the whole time I was saying what I was saying?
No.
Okay, cool. That's fair enough. I can be heard now though.
I can hear you now, yeah. I can hear you.
Can you hear Beefy?
No, I can't hear Beefy
Yeah.
right now. No.
You can't hear Beefy. Everyone was responding to you when you said, "Can I be heard?" Everyone was responding. So you got an issue. Leave and come back.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat says define it linguistically. Well, linguistically, just look at Zimbabwe. Look who came there. Look who conquered the people. Look at who came there. Obviously, they drop more often something. They have linguistic languages. They obviously have trade. And that's why this gentleman probably is not really talking about it anymore, because you realize that the language he's speaking is mixed with a whole bunch of white people shit. I mean, it's the truth, man. What I'm trying to understand, reality with my culture and my colonizers, and knowing that's why I study.
You are the colonizer. You're Spanish, bro. You are the colonizer. I don't know how you colonize.
Okay,
bro, stop it.
I was a colonizer.
You're Spanish.
Okay,
you're Spanish. You are the colonizer in Puerto Rico. Come on, bro.
It's funny that Africans from Africa, they enslaved themselves as well. They enslaved their own tribes.
Oh, whoa, wow. Okay, we did.
The Bantu sold the people from the Serengetis over to the people from Tanzania, and Tanzania sold Nigerians over to the people of Nigeria. So listen, before you talk about somebody else and throw stones in a glass house, make sure you know what you're talking about.
I'm not throwing no stones. I'm not throwing no stones, bro. You
just
seem
said
to
I was
know
a colonizer.
stones.
Meanwhile, your own people are colonizers in Zimbabwe, who call themselves kings and queens.
You are the one who said it.
Enslave
Listen,
their own people.
bro,
So please. With that, don't go
Are
there,
you
bro.
Spanish or
This is
not?
gonna go
Are you Spanish or not? Are you Spanish or not?
Of course I am, and 100% proud about it. Just like you are 100% proud to be Zimbabwe.
Wait. 1 second, bro. Were the Spanish the colonizers in Puerto Rico?
Of course it was colonized.
Who were the Spanish, yeah? The Spanish, yeah?
More the Dutch, the English, the French, the
No.
Bro,
why do you like doing this? I'm asking about Spanish. I never asked about the Dutch. I never asked about the French. I'm asking about the Spanish, which you are.
There was many. There was plenty of people. You're focusing on one. You need to focus on your own language linguistically and find out what you speak, because what you speak is not your true language. Okay, that's what you need to focus on instead of mine. Okay. I'll be honest with you, man, because you really focus on making me look like a colonizer when your own people are colonizers themselves to their own people. Because there is not a state in history of Puerto Ricans who enslaved their own Puerto Ricans. Okay, but I can tell you right now, your people enslaved your own people. I know that for 100%.
Hold on.
The Bantu did it with the Bantus did it with the Cameroon. All of them did it. So the Europeans didn't really have to do much. They didn't really have to do much.
Let me play this. Let me play this. My brother, let me play this, man. And let's we settle down a little bit. You know what I mean? And here, let's.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Lock the doors, because what I'm about to say is going to upset some people right next here. Okay. Christopher Columbus did not discover America. So anyway, there were actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, there were so many people that were coming across these islands and this continent. But it's only been in the last century that evidence has surfaced and continually grown to indicate that many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa. So the first scientist to promote this possibility was Leo Wiener. He started noticing things. There are lots of things that led him to encounter certain discoveries that made him consider that possibly if the origins of American civilization might actually be in Africa. So he observed so many linguistic and botanical and other similarities that between 1920 and 1922, he published an extensive 3-volume piece called Africa and the Discovery of America. For example, he pointed out that Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells of how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold-tipped metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No. So what's interesting about that, so upon returning to Spain, is that he actually took the spearheads and he sent them away and they had them assayed, and it turned out to be that these spearheads were covered in this metal this alloy that the inhabitants called guanin, and the metallurgists actually found out that this was an alloy of 32 parts. It was like 18 of gold, 6 of silver, 8 of copper, which matched the metal used in spearheads made in Western Africa for thousands of years, as carried by medieval African warriors, including the Mali and the Moors. The West Africans even called this metal guanine, the same name used by the natives of Hispaniola. But nothing more was said about that.
I like the way he did that. I like the way he did
Conspiracy.
that.
Because, you know, in the interest of Spain.
I like the way he did that.
Mm-hmm.
So boy, just on that alone, there was bars there. There was Delil there. Like, yo, what's going on? Talk to me.
So
family.
even Columbus knew himself.
Right. I think it's kind of covered what everybody said so far. Do you get what I'm saying? Like Beefy said some of that, Wab Funk said some of that. I've definitely reflected on these highlights.
Morenos.
Like, yeah, these people were here before them, man. There. Do you get what I'm saying? You've got to acknowledge that. Forget all the Tainos and all of that. The people who were there thousands of years before were various different types of Africans. I told you they had boats and ships. They were traveling the waters way before any of these Europeans. Remember, the Europeans are only coming out on discovery. We already trading across the planet. Mad. But someone's got to take the L, and it's not going to be us.
It was in their best interest that they didn't want to have any challenges to their discovery and the claims of the islands of the West Indies. But you know, Leo Wiener, being the curious person and the linguist that he was, and the etymologist, he couldn't help noticing that the origin of these many place names and botanical names in Mesoamerica actually sounded distinctly like other languages in Africa, particularly Bantu and even Arabic. Wiener and numerous other botanists have also puzzled over the presence of certain plants that predated Columbus but originated in Africa. For example,
well, no Hebrew. Huh?
What are you? I'm waiting for the Israelites to come in. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for that.
What's the Hebrew thing?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it.
I hear Arabic. I hear other
Bantu languages.
What's going on? What's going on?
We know Arabic is Bantu. So what are we saying?
Well, we're saying the victors. He said the victor takes the spoils, isn't it? And the victors rewrite history. So, as none of those languages and being Spanish, yeah, those are the ones telling the story right now.
Yeah.
It's Spanish. Yeah, the people coming in.
They keep good records, Marco. They keep good records.
Excellent records. Excellent. Yeah, of what they saw and what they stole. Mad.
For example, the calabash bottle gourds. Now, this is a species originally from West Africa, where they were well cultivated in America before Europeans arrived. Now, even long before they existed in Indonesia or Polynesia. So, in fact, the Pacific was the last place that bottle gourds actually reached and expanded to. The Brazilian botanist George Marcgrave wrote that the establishment of a particular varieties of plantains in this region stands as a strong argument for
what? What?
Plantain?
Did he say plantain?
Did you say plantain or plantain?
Plantain?
You say plantain or plantain? Michael, is it plantain or plantain?
It's plantain.
Is it plantain or plantain?
It's plantain. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Plantain in the Americas. Yeah. Not saffron. Not you get me? Not Indian food. Like, what's going on? That's what I'm saying. These Asians that we're talking about or whatever, Tainos, they're import, man.
They came with Columbus and slaves. They're the original first slaves. Let's not forget. Oh, we'll touch on that one at a time. We'll touch on that another time.
Yeah.
But let's go there.
Let's continue.
For ancient maritime contact between the Americas and Africa. That's bananas. B-A-N-A-S.
Let's stop it. Stop it.
They came from Somalia, those bananas. Stop it.
I can hear Mood Best. I can hear Mood Best chuckling. Like, stop it. You get me? And stop Zilla. Like, stop it.
See, Beefy, bananas are African. They're Somali. Okay, listen, my Somali brothers, I apologize.
That's the
I apologize for the banana, but the spagbo, you gotta check the little L. But for the banana, I take back my dish on the banana. It's African. But on the spagbo, That's still, still up in the air, let's just say.
All right, let me just play the thing.
So how do these plants and languages and other cultural elements get to the Americas? Well, some believe, so what's that? Well, you're cheating. Well, some people believe that
COVID.
over thousands of years, Africans migrated out of Africa and then over the Bering Strait, then down into South America. And
who said that? Who said that? What? Migrated across the what? Take the what and left the what?
What?
Across the Bering
I don't know who said that, Baku.
I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on here.
You got to bring evidence. You got to bring facts.
Not probably. Not probably.
Yeah,
What if? What ifs?
yeah,
Don't do what ifs.
Probability, man. This is an FTK waiting to happen.
things like that. Well, another explanation exists, and so get ready. There you go. Let it out of your system. Awesome. Africans had ships. In fact, they had.
Not Israelites. You get me?
Not Phoenicians.
Not Persians. Not
Vikings.
Sumerians. Like what?
Not Sumerians.
That's Sumerian. What the hell? What Israelite ship. That's an Israelite ship right there. You get me? That's what it is. That's what it is, BP. It's an Israelite ship. Stop it. Don't make fun of our Israelite brothers. You know what I mean? They went over there to Puerto Rico, man. Come on, man. Floated over there quickly. Chill here, man. Keep it moving.
They had four kinds of. They had unbelievable. They had a shipload of vessels, and they had away. The anchors away. So in fact, they had four kinds of vessels. And Nubian pottery.
Not one, not two, not three, but four types.
And then he jumped to Nubian pottery. Wow.
That's going way back now. That's going way back.
Yeah.
Nubian pottery.
Yeah. Nubian pottery. Don't Snipe always say yeah, and then they always go back to the pottery. The oldest thing they can find usually of a civilization is a motherfucking pottery. You know what I'm saying? And they'll tell you, oh man, this is
records, written records.
Because niggas knew about ovens and kilns and shit. You get me? Thousands of years ago, obviously.
Mining gold and doing all them things way long time ago. How was that being done? Listen.
Alchemists mixing different metals to make spearhead.
What man was using stone?
They were dying of plague in Europe.
I mean, you gotta thank God for gunpowder. That's what the game changer. Let's be real out here.
We were sailing
the
seven seas from Wade. Yeah.
Wade.
History's there to back it up. It's just that in some people's mind, even though our own black folks' mind, it never happened. Like, how did we get from Egypt to do? How did we get from here to, bro? We had boats, bro. We invented boats. We got trees, more trees than any motherfucker. How do you think we make a boat, bro? Yeah, we got Vikings copying us. Yeah, using the center of the tree to make the stem of the boat. Yeah, they say that's an African style of making good strong boats. The same thing the Vikings did. I wonder where they learned that from.
What day?
Don't play with us, man. Stop your nonsense.
FTK squad in the fucking building. You know what time it is.
Art.
Jeez. Let's go back.
Nubian pottery with a painting on it that shows a long-hold pottery. Art. That shows either a long-hold boat or a papyrus raft or a hauled-out canoe. And then this other painting beside it is from the first one was from 3000 BC, and this is a bird's eye view of an oared riverboat in Chad. and it dates from 3500 BCE. Now, the Africans of Guinea.
3500 BCE, as Ultra would
Before,
say.
let's say
Let
what BC is.
that
Let it
sink in.
sink
Let
in.
that
BC,
sink in, bruh.
before the common era, before written history,
Before
which the
Christ
Europeans come.
existed. BCE, before Christ existed. Get it right, yeah? So, Lord of mercy, as we were saying, as what Punk was saying originally, you got people sitting here who are older than what your, you know what I mean, your religious views are, concepts are. Like, bruh, facts. You get me? It's a big, mate, this is lovely. Especially when a European's saying it. You get what I'm saying? Because when you put a brother on the screen, it's like, no, here we go. No. Let the European, let him
Let
tell
your own brother
you.
speak. Let your own brother speak.
Let
When man
him
said he was
speak.
white, Spanish
Yeah.
white. Now
Yeah. It's called Let Him Land. Let him land.
Let him land.
Hey, he looks like a candidate of being white for a day.
Yeah.
Black scholars white for a day. Like, yeah. If I was allowed to be white for a day, I would be a white scholar, so I could get all the information out.
Hey, bro, listen. Today, being white, you can be anything you want. This guy, he came on as white. He was everything. Taino, African. I mean, if you're white, you can be anything you want. It's not gonna. What's going on here?
Bad. All right. Let's
But can a black person be white? No way. No.
What is it? Well, he's gone, man. We need him to come back, man.
I see. He's writing the chat, isn't he?
Oh.
This is
Okay. Let's go
Let's
back
go
to
to
work. All right. Big up yourself, man. But anyway, yeah, let's play this anyway, man. Ciao.
Let's carry on the evidences.
Yeah, man. Come on.
Guinea also had dugout canoes hewn from these monumental trees on the coast there in 1500.
Monumental what?
Oh, this is getting peak.
Did I say it before he said it? I said, yeah, no one ain't got more trees than us. Like, yo, come on.
Have you been to the
We talking about hollowing out the center of a tree and all of this type of. And look what he comes with. Look. It's nothing. Boats. You want to tell man about boats. You want to tell us about keeping records. You want to tell us about all of the things we done from long time, thousands of years. What day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a few years after Columbus's voyage, the Portuguese captain Pacheco Pereira wrote, "In this country can be found the largest canoes made of a single trunk. Some are so large that they hold 80 men." Now, the West
made of a what? Made of a what? Single trunk. What did I? Bruh. I'm just gonna stop talking now. You see what I say when I say my words are delil? It's the magic.
I wonder how many boats you can get from a potato tree. Or from a nettle tree. Or from if after a deluge of ice, trees are gonna be very scarce at some point. Gonna be babies.
In some places.
So if you go to Africa, where trees have been there for millennia, millions of years, boy. So I gotta say about that.
Massive trees, yeah. Tree trunk trees. Anyway, pause.
West Africans were known to lash two dugout canoes together, side by side, and no one questions the seaworthiness of a similar type of Polynesian catamarans. Well, here's a 15th century Portuguese painting of sailing canoes on the Congo estuary. The Portuguese, like Captain Pereira, had heard that.
Wait. Congo estuary.
Walter, this is your people. Come and listen. Walter, are you there? Are you listening? Yeah.
Yeah. What are those? This is what are those?
Who
Wanna
taught you,
know?
man, how to? You see what I'm saying, bro? Who taught you, man? Stealing people's ideas, yeah, stealing, thievery, broad daylight. Look, Michael. Look, they're showing you history in broad daylight with Nick's ideas. Look, in broad daylight, they were nicking stuff.
Oh my God, what's that? Like, come on, man. Did you walk here? Like, what the hell? What are you expecting? There's big rivers, big thing, big lakes, Great Lakes, Nile, all of these things. They have to be traversed. What are we talking about? Stop it.
We've been doing that for millennia. How you
traders
think?
were visiting
They
Brazil.
said man was moving how many? 5 to 10 ton bricks.
Some of the stones used in Egypt for the pyramids come from way down, up Southern Africa. Some of the where the quarrying was done. So how does that stuff get all the way there? People need to just wake up, man, and think like it's not rocket science to think about these things, you know. Sometimes just basic things. Man had boats, innit?
Man had boats, man. Invented this shit. Burying pharaohs with boat and that. Like, stop it, man. Allow it, man.
It's on the glyphs. You see the boats on the glyphs there in plain sight.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
Bare disrespect, man. Told James Jones, man, like, fix that, man. You know what I'm saying? No, how do we have boats? Because it wasn't physically possible. And yeah, it was, bro. It was, bro.
You're dumbass.
So,
You're dumb.
in a sense, like, Israelites do have a claim. Because if everybody had boats, they came from the land of people who had loads of boats, they could easily do the boat thing. But that weren't really their bad. They wanted to go back in towards Jerusalem and all of that, across the Sinai Desert and all of that. That's not boat stuff.
And even like Michael, let's be real. When they're coming from Egypt, you know what I mean? They had going across the sea and it. But what they do, they just part of the sea. They don't need no boats. Man, just parting seas out here. What do they need boats for? Come on.
By the way, let the white professor go on. Let him land. Let him land.
Let him land.
Let the white for a day, brother, land, man. I don't know who he is, but yeah.
Brazil in the mid 1400s. Now, Islamic historian Amir Hajib reported that voyages west from Mali were happening in the year 1311.
Mansa Musa's going over to the Americas for what? To see who? His brother who's already been over there. Huh? Abu Bukhari took a whole batch of people and boats and went over. We've had this discussion many times and people are like, what? So they were Africans over who went over and settled in various points in history as well.
Way before Columbus.
Ain't no slavery, ain't no nothing, no. How?
We had the boats to go there to do that shit.
They didn't have the boats. 1300 Europeans, certain Europeans didn't even. Yeah, they had one ship. Man's got one ship and that. Like, man's got fleet.
Vikings. At that time, they're doing the Viking thing, Michael. They're doing the Viking thing at the time.
Yeah, the Vikings was running things for them because they had boats. They could go to the Mediterranean and all of these places and Asia.
To the British Isles and that.
You know what I mean? Cross over to the Americas and all sorts of Greenland and all sorts. Yeah, whatever, man.
Just 150 years before Columbus. Now, when he asked the Mali emperor, shown here, incidentally, holding a globe of the world made of solid gold,
the crown on his head,
asked him, well, tell me about this rumor about Atlantic travel. And he said that his predecessor had commissioned an expedition with 200 ships filled with men and a similar number with gold and water and enough provisions for 2 years.
His predecessor. That's it. It's just his big brother. That's all. Like, let's get it right. Yeah. Abu Bukhari. Anyway, FTK, man, all day, every day, you know how we do. Blah, 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 blah. This is just recycled, but I like to hear it from someone else's mouth. Do you get what I'm saying? Pause. Yeah. Saying what we always say. So, you know, we don't just say these things for nothing. They've been well researched and well oiled and greased and debated and all of that.
And he said, you know, go out and find something, and if you don't come back, so you find something or you run out of food. And unfortunately, only one ship returned, and the captains told the emperor that we sailed for a very long time, and until we met what seemed like a river with a strong current flowing in the open sea. So, well, this story seems to describe the trade wind-driven equatorial current, or the Canary Current, and you can see.
We explained this as well.
That
Everyone
man
take
got a
it
little
out.
raft from Africa to America. Simple things, no long thing.
No, look how cool we can just float into Middle America. Where's my cursor? You can see. Yeah, we can just go boom, boom, and there should be more one. There's another one that comes from here.
Yeah, the one by the bottom as well.
Yep. So we can float, man. We can do the thing. It's easy for us. No light work. You get me? Especially when we got boats before anyone
And
else.
if you understand nature, if you're one with nature, you know these wind currents. This is light work. Light work.
Yeah, look. This is Europe. Do you look like you need big boats? You get me? Before a certain point, they were no. It wasn't happening. What's a Russian need a boat for? You know what I mean? What's this guy over here? You get what I'm saying? And the Indians had boats. You get me? The Ethiopians and all of that, they had boats. They could sail this way and they were going that way, and we were sailing all over the gap. You get me? Other times we was walking. Earlier times or some earlier peoples, we was walking out and going to different places around the world, coming up on this side, you know what I'm saying, and settling down and whatever. You know what I'm saying? As well as us just constantly, generation after generation after generation after thing, trading, planting. We was planting, cassava, all sorts. Yeah.
Plantain or plantain.
In times, in times that me and Taruk discovered became before their existence. Do you get what I'm saying? So they never existed. He's saying, yeah, but cassava was there 10,000 years ago. I said, what?
What?
Cassava was in the Americas. Someone brought cassava to the Americas 10,000 years ago. And when did you lot come there?
And we know we're actually struck now.
We found out it was the 15 or 1600s.
But it was Turok. Yeah. But we found a Turok. The Sri Lankans were taken there in the like.
Right. Yeah, there's bad times. Labor trade, all sorts. You know what I mean? Dumped off in the Caribbean. We understand.
Yeah,
that.
come on.
You know what I mean? So it's not the
good records, record keeping.
It's not the Caribbean of Columbus. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of other peoples. So there's a lot of inconsistencies saying that the native, because the people of those lands, people like Jamaica, say, where are these people now? I watched the documentary where the guy was giving a history lesson, and he was like, this myth of Tainos and, Arawaks and all of that, like, where are they now?
Where are they now?
Here, like, thing from then. No, it was just pure Africans here, man. Like, let's not play this game. You get me? The people who came here and discovered the people on the land saw African people.
It's reflected in the languages, in the customs, in the culture. It's all reflected there. Come on.
And
what we doing?
Yeah. You know what I mean? And even to be a Native American or a Red Indian and all of that, you've got ostrich feather. You're using ostrich feathers. Where the hell did you get ostrich feathers from?
Then even the oldest people in Brazil, a Bantu tribe, say they came from Africa. They're the oldest people in Brazil. People go and check this out.
Yeah. As I said, there's Macus everywhere. There's Macu Indians in northern Brazil. I did Brazil and all over the South America. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I did in North America. Macu is a chief of a tribe or any tribe or whatever. And then in Nigeria, Macu is me, and my family and that heritage and royal lineage. So it's mad. We're all over the world, it seems. It's quite easy to see that we was there before thing. And a lot of these countries tell their history as that some of our people went over to Brazil, for example. Some of our people went over to, you know, Middle America, North America, South
But
America.
people do like people didn't stay. People went and came. So that it's not like they went there and just stayed there. People were going and coming back. People were going and coming back. It's how people travel the world. Some go, stay, some come back and tell the story of where the people went. It's how maps are built. So you do this map thing.
But we
You know
say
what I
this,
mean?
these streams and these currents, though, are as long as people could see it and see that, yeah, this is what's really going on, supposedly, you know what I mean, in the world. But it's easy to take a canoe. They've done an experiment where a man took a canoe and traveled over to the Americas quickly. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't an issue. Yeah. Didn't need no sail or none of that. Wasn't no deep waves and all of that. You just catch that stream and you're gone. A man done it, cruising. Said, nah, that's mad. I think it took him a whole day or whatever, but it was still like, yeah, right, that's amazing. But anyway, let me finish the thing.
See, it's very easy for Africans from the south and the Angola regions to come up towards the equator and going westwards, or from the western coast of Africa north of the equator to go eastwards along that same current. Now, at least a dozen explorers, including Constantine Ravenous, reported seeing blacks upon reaching the New World. In fact, in 1513, Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa, he said he met members of a tribe of Ethiopians in Panama. And according to Balboa's log, these men came from a totally black village that was 2 days' journey away. And he figured that these blacks had come from Ethiopia at a much earlier date. So there are also examples of physical evidence, including pre-Columbian African skeletons, which have been found throughout the Americas. Now, dating between 800 BCE and 300 CE, these murals are from the Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza. Now, they clearly feature, the color version is easier to see, but they clearly feature 3 races. And it's depicting black and Indian allies and a battle against white invaders. Now, because of their long blonde hair jewelry, a skin-hulled boat that we have here, right there, and also the fact that they're fighting naked, which was common for warriors from Ireland, they believe that these are Celtic warriors. And because
Dublin.
Michael, did they say, but the man said the brother's clothes.
Naked. Stalking.
Naked.
That's why Shab said what he said to you. You know what I mean? He knew about this stuff, this Celtic stuff.
Are you mad? Naked. What is going on? Stop. Wait.
What naked Celt is happening out here? You know
What in the pygmy stealing history is going on here?
Yeah.
What in the ginger wherever Machoda's gone is going on here?
Come on.
What? Naked,
you know, like pause. Several pauses on that picture.
Whoa.
This mural shows that blacks are clearly fighting on the side of the Mayans, that they must have been integrated into society much longer before this painting was done in order to form that form of alliance. Now, there are numerous pre-Columbian figurines with striking similarities to ancient African artwork, and they've been found in Central and South America. In southeastern Mexico, there are 18 rock statues of heads up to 11 feet tall that are facing the ocean looking east. Now, archaeologists call them the only colossal heads after the people that carved.
Pause. Dublin, delete the comment straight away. I can't see the comment in the chats. Please, I refuse to see the comment in the chats. Delete it right now.
I'm not looking. I'm watching the video. What's he?
He said it's real men fight naked.
Real man fight naked. Pause.
Delete that comment right now.
Time yourself out. What's going on?
Someone time him out. Like seriously, Jedi, you can't see the comments. What's going on here?
Triggered? Why are you getting triggered that everybody's unifying to whoop your ass? Why? Yeah. Why? Just take the L, man. Take the L. You came over there. Ugh and that. Yeah. No man won't having it. It's just dealt with you, man. Quickly. Yeah. Take out the rubbish. I mean, send him back to Ireland with his tail between his legs.
Naked.
Mad. Pissed off. It's a long way to come to get your pause.
That's what
To get your
naked.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing, man? What was you doing, man? Talk to your people, man. Fix up, man.
This gay thing is this been rampant in fucking Europe, man. From day dot, from way day, way gay.
Way gay.
It has been way gay from long day.
You get me? What in the Celtic gay hay is going on? what in the Gaelic gay hay? What in
Gaelic.
what in the Celtic gay hay is going on here, man?
That's why it's Gaelic, isn't it? Now I get it now. Makes sense. Fucking hell. Anyway, let's carry on, because boy,
you was brought there
unbelievable.
by the British, yeah? Mad thing. Naked. Nah.
Naked.
It seems a bit earlier than that still, family.
And they were produced for 50 to 200 years and date from at least 900 BCE, when they were mysteriously buried for some reason. So it took, now think about it, it took enormous effort to quarry these. The smallest one was 6 tons.
Message 900 BCE. Like fall back, man. Everyone else, fall back. Have several fucking seats. Yeah, because if these guys are the guys in Middle America, you know what I'm saying? Back then, you know what time it is. We're not going to argue over this, but we're just going to keep reiterating what he's saying and I'm saying and Beefy's saying and next man saying. Like, we was there, man. We came before Columbus, man. Pause. Bomber clots, man.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's not even Bomber Clover anymore. It's Bomber African.
This is ridiculous, mate. This is just like
what in the Bomber
this is called record keeping.
what in the stolen legacy is going on here?
I love, man, when he said, yeah, they were buried, some was lost, some was stolen. Yeah, stolen. That's the you don't believe the part, stolen part.
How's man older than Stonehenge when they're in the Americas? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Man was carving that, yeah, before they even thought about doing Stonehenge. And Stonehenge is kind of shit compared to this. Yeah, come on, man. We Africans, we've been doing that from Wade. Don't even start that. Oh, you know what? Making statues way back then. Well, yes, we was.
And what their strategy of little boys and little naked men, like what's going on? Like I don't get it.
And that's why we got advanced society, but it would seem simple. Because to sit there and manipulate stone and wood and all of these type of things, you know what I mean? It's what you do when you've reached the level of living that is calm. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the village is calm. Like everyone can specialize in different things, and we're building things and whatever. And you know, that takes time. Like, you know, we've already done the hunter gathering thing. We've already done the what do you call it? Agriculture thing. We're living good. So
we
that's
can't just grow now.
No, that's that. Yeah, exactly. One and two, to even create such monuments and takes a level of thing, skilled. You know what I mean?
Free time to think and ponder.
Yeah, to sit and ponder and say, you know what, put one here, put one here, put one over there, put one here, and face home. That's it. That's all you got to do. Make them face home. So anyone incoming knows who run things here. 9,000 years ago. Like, allow it, man. Allow it. You get me? That's way before Columbus. Columbus is the other day in comparison to
the other day. Man is bringing Napoleon, Hitler, like, bro, listen. This is actually the fact of the facts.
Yeah. Before anything named Spanish or Portuguese even exists yet. They don't exist.
Before Queen Isabella, who says she came from other places.
9,000 years ago. She never existed.
No, exactly.
Not even a bloodline yet. That was some other person.
You haven't come to your cube yet.
Yeah. That was some other person. No, it was just some other person in Europe, whatever. It's a bloodline that's in Cheddar woman. You know what I mean? Like, what was going on? Euro hunter-gatherer woman.
Paleo. What is paleo?
Paleo, yeah. Paleo. Yeah, that's all right. Let's concentrate. Let's focus.
Tons, so 6 to 50 ton blocks to quarry them and carry them 75 miles away from the quarry, and then carve them and then erect them. These people that they modeled them after must have been important. Whoever they were, they must have been important to be remembered or obeyed or worshipped. Well, Jose Megliar Serrano,
Veneration.
the
We
archaeologist who first encountered them,
idols. We know these
he
people.
said the facial features look amazingly like African blacks, and they all display distinctive headgear or protective helmets. Now, however, some people think that these are actually the facial figures of overweight babies. Yeah, I think they need more helmets. They think that so. And then still others find it easier to believe that instead of Africans, those depicted or responsible for these sculptures, and as well as the Mesoamerican pyramids, were not African Americans, but
what pyramids?
Mesoameric.
Mesoamerican pyramids.
What does Where does Meso come from, Michael? That sounds familiar. That Meso part sounds very familiar. Egyptian maybe, or something from that area, that region. I don't know.
But dun dun dun.
Turn your designs into profit
Where is he?
People don't show evidence.
So
yes,
why is it that so many people have never heard of this alternative of American discovery by the continent's nearest neighbors? So I mean, look. Now the thing exactly.
Well, what is so?
Yeah. Walter,
yeah, racism, yeah, all the Jupiters of the world and all of that.
Jupiter,
yeah.
James Jones, yeah.
Yeah, come on, man, come on. This, we're playing, but yeah, this is like FTK, man. It's rated, man. Smiting, man. I hope the brother's still tuned in and taking these good lessons and that. You know what I mean? Because all this Puerto Rican stuff is relatively new. Do you get it? It's a new occurrence, like, you know what I mean? After
people watching, watch Last of the Mohicans. I think it's true. Like, allow me, bro. Stop it. Daniel Day-Lewis, an Irishman, playing Last of the Mohicans. Am I serious? It's serious. Are you guys serious? Are you serious? I'm supposed to believe this shit? Like, what?
Mad, isn't it?
Mad.
All right, let me play.
Oh, where'd all the continents go? So this is look at how close this is. I mean, white people don't think that you could go this is closer compared to more than twice the distance that Columbus sailed. This will win a drink for you in a bar game sometime. Which state is closest to Africa? Maine. Yeah, look. See there, you got to need a globe for this. Look at that. Versus is it so? Yeah, geometry.
We've played this like
science
times on the show, right?
There you go.
Yeah. But it's sick though. But it's cool. I think we need to fact check him. We need to double fact check him though.
On some of the stuff, yeah, because
we need to double fact check him. But
it's still
he's eccentric. He's happy to expose that the Western version of history is grossly fucking false. The Western narrative, and it's good for the for the we was Kangs lot that think that it's black people that think it's just gonna be Ross Clark, Tariq Nasheed, and Hidden Colors that's gonna tell you the true history. It's good to hear a white learned man because the society has got this scientist in the lab and the clipboard kind of stereotype of someone that's
what's up, dog?
And true and factual, right? Exactly. Yeah, brother, you lot got too much goatee and Jareer hair for you to know what you're talking about. It needs to come from a white European guy. So this is why it's handy to have whistleblowers, you
Yeah.
know, from, you know, to show people like, yo, boom, it's not just black man saying this, you know.
Yeah,
Black
exactly.
man like just bigging themselves up. But yeah, man, I some great conversations today.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
man.
White come and fuck up the base and then left. Left when the brother left, which is jarring. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, some of you that need to jump on. Stop being bystanders. Come and talk with us, man. We want to hear some of your voices. We have to get like another new caller by the end of today. Trust me. We're gonna turn this live up, man. I'm waking up a little bit. Still drinking the same coffee I made this morning. We're gonna turn up in a minute, man. You get me? Let's get
You do the white thing, yeah. Have hair of the dog.
hair of the dog. Yeah, I might have some hair of the dog, you know.
That will sort you out. That will sort you out.
Yeah, I'll probably have some hair of the dog later this evening. I'll probably step out for an hour. You know, I say I'm not going to, and then I usually do. So
yeah, right. Yeah.
I fancy a Guinness, but not like not the. Nah, let me not say what I'm going to say. Snap will cuss me if I finish that sentence. Let me just like
Exactly.
But
Don't say them things.
in a pint glass. Sometimes it goes down when it's ice cold.
Yeah, no, it's nice as long as it's the
and
right
it's
one.
cheap and cheerful. You get me?
You can go down, yeah, but if you got the option, if you got the option.
Obviously. Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. All right, let's go. Hit the like button, family man, and drop that PayPal.
So anyway, so very
Yeah, man. Come on.
few Americans know this, and why is this? So having examined textbooks throughout for years up until 2018, James W. Lowen says that although some books cite the alternative possibility that Vikings, Norse, or even Irish may have reached America first, not one textbook, old or new, mentions the West Africans. So whether or not you give any credence to this admittedly controversial Afrocentric theory, it's obvious that Columbus was not the first to discover America, but the last. So why did he make such an indelible mark on Western people's minds? Well, conquest may have a lot to do with it. Right, Eurocentrism. Unlike the mundanity of perhaps thousands of years of peaceful African transatlantic trade, the quest for gold and world domination makes a much better story. The story of Columbus remains the most widely accepted version of American discovery, most likely because it was the most recent, the most well-armed, the most documented, and the most similar in appearance to the authors of American textbooks. And one other thing that should be pointed out here is that in the years after Columbus discovered America, in 400 years, 20 million Africans were stripped from the coast of Africa, half of them dying in transit for slavery, who knows how many fleeing inland. And at the same time, within 5 years of Columbus's arrival in the New World, 90% of the indigenous population had died from disease or murder, 90%. So the fact is that leaves few people to have a written or memory or an oral history of the seafaring of their African discoverers. Historian Samuel D. Marble wrote, as a subject for research, the possibility of African discovery of America has never been a tempting one for American historians. We choose our own history, or more accurately, we select those vistas of history that more or less kind of explain to have the promise of the greatest satisfaction for ourselves. And we have had little appetite to explore the possibility that our founding father was a black man.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Till the end.
Let us know in the comments.
Why does that sound like Captain Allen?
Yeah, you don't know. Man, come on, man. I'll big up everyone anyway, man. Yeah, we just try to bring a little skill, little something different, learn something.
Yeah,
if you didn't already know.
See the whole million people getting moved.
I don't know about that.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
Because even if you look at if you look at the boats, which were used during the Atlantic slave trade, they could carry about maybe 100 people, and most of those people used to die on the way there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah.
So the numbers just don't add up. The numbers don't add up.
You could say
No,
20.
no. The numbers would add up because that's what they're saying. What they're saying is more people died than actually made it to the destination.
But the numbers going on the boards, first of all, was very small numbers. You know, like the large numbers they're talking about.
Africans got malaria. Like, we're a lot more resilient to disease than what they're trying to make out. That's why we're erased from the records. It was the mixed ones of us who had mixed with the Orientals or mixed with the Asians. Do you know what I'm saying? That was more prone to their little diseases and stuff that they were bringing. So you're wiping them out, yeah, but you're not wiping out the indigenous, the real people. You just scrubbed us from history, from Moors to nigger, basically. You get me, to no Negro, and then to whatever. You know what I mean? So.
7 Soldier, you ain't jumped on for a while, brother. You need to come and talk to us. It says it was over a period of 400 years, though. Same time. That's a long time.
What, 400 years? That what?
Now I'm like the transatlantic slave trade. So what you saying?
I don't think it's that long. I don't think it's that long.
Not long in the terms of history.
But what the point he's making is it's enough time to steal 1 million people. Well, even if they don't all make it to the destination, it's enough time to go do back and forth trips and get 1 million people, which I would agree.
But he said 20 million, though.
The numbers are crazy, bro.
Yeah, he said 20 million, though.
Yeah.
So 1 million, we can agree with, but 20 million, like, what are you talking about? Where's the records for that? Like, stop that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? They would have to have records.
How many slave ships do you think exist still? How many slave ships do you think still exist or are kept in museums or whatever? I know everyone goes rare, but like obviously, if you're taking over 20 million people, that's a lot of ships, right? So
There's one in Liverpool. There's one in Liverpool. Slave museum. I think so. Yeah, in the slave museum.
Surely we should have whole fleets, like preserve private collectors and all that. Yeah, let me go and check. I think I know the answer to this, but let me just double check. Right? What should I type in? Where are all the slave ships? Where all
was by the end of it, they were custom built for for doing slavery. They were custom built.
Okay, hold on. Most slave shipwrecks have been overlooked until now. They are over 12,000 ships making over 400. They were over 12,000 ships making over 40,000 voyages over 250 years of slave trade. Well, their numbers ain't right. What happened to the 400 years? Last slave ship is discovered in Alabama.
I think I played a video on that still. On my show. They were saying where the last slave ship was. And then there was a town called Africa Town and all of this stuff of madness. It's crazy.
I saw one documentary where they've actually they were shipwrecked off the coast of one African country because Ghana or somewhere, and they put up this boat and everything, and examined it and everything, and that all the shackles, all the old coins in there, the whole lot. But the news was there, but it was recorded that it shipwrecked. But off Southampton, off the coast of Southampton in the UK. I'm wrong. The UK.
Way.
Water, people had maps 300 years ago. Like, stop it, bro.
If man's traveling over there 9,000 years ago, like that's just way out of order, mate. It's just way off scale, isn't it, mate? Africans are traveling to the Americas now. You know what I mean? Saw the streams and stuff. You know what I mean? Geez. We had boats. You know what I mean? Yeah, 20 million is dead food, man. That's a lie from the pit of hell. You can't take 20 million Africans nowhere, bro. That's just to make for their numbers that were already there. You get me? You're going somewhere and you're meeting people. Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? You go to the North America, you're meeting Africans. You go to South America, Middle America, you're meeting Africans. You go to South America, you're meeting Africans. They're all over.
But Jedi
over there.
Jedi early on was joking, yeah, but that was the true time when he said, "Oh, people are going to be asking 500 years time, how does white people get here?" Look, they're already saying they got there first.
Yeah,
they're already saying that now. You know what I mean? We discovered it. Rewriting history, like you can't
not realizing that they're Spanish. No, I didn't even start off like that. Look at the first slave ships leaving from England going to Portugal. They had 6 people on the boat, man. 6. They first started with six slaves. And the slaves were already in England. They were already in England, so they didn't take. You get what I'm saying? They just wanted to test it out and then go to Africa. Like,
also the Arabic slave trade took more people, and that route as well. It would come from Africa into Europe, so they were already in Europe.
I'm finding as much real physical evidence, of there being thousands of slave ships as I found of us going to the moon. Lots of composite images. Look, this is what it would have looked like. Look, good little, but ships, actual ships, bro, we're lacking, bro.
Fleets. Remember, they said that fleets. They're fleet of ships.
Bro, we fucking lacking.
There's not
we got some reports of a shipwreck off the coast of We got some detailed fucking diagrams that everybody knows the same picture.
Yeah, everyone's saying.
Yeah, bro. I don't know if
like Noah's Ark.
There's the fucking ship, though. You know.
Yep, the numbers don't make sense.
There's gotta be a ship somewhere. Where's the ship? An intact ship. Why are they all wrecks? You're gonna go pick up some pieces of wood on the floor and come tell me, yeah, this was a whatever 100-foot, 200-foot fucking slave ship. I don't know. Look, man.
There would
look,
be
diagrams. Yeah.
Wouldn't there be pristine vessels? Wouldn't they be like proper, like freshly made proper things? Because this is business, isn't it? So if I want to transport bare people, I'm going to build the biggest, baddest boat and I'm going to build enough of them. But boat building wasn't that easy. They had to go to Liverpool and all of these dockyards and places where they made boats. There's only a couple of them in England. So they didn't have boats like that.
You want to show me this, right? You want to show me this? Oh, yeah, like we might have found some remains of what we believe to be. Man, it's dead, bro. Because from this, you want me to leap to this in my mind.
Yeah.
Thousands of them.
Where's the bones?
Over 200 years, going back and forth, packed full of man them. And this, through things like this, you can explain to me how black people got there, here, there, blah. What? Why are there black people found here? Why are there black people found here? You're going to use this as your excuse.
Yeah.
This is the reason why there's so much black people in the Americas, why there's so much black people in Polynesia, why there's so this. Slavery. Slavery is a number one. Like, I just feel like slavery seems to be for lazy. No, I shouldn't say that because I believe slavery existed and is responsible for a lot that went on. But it just seems to be like when we're dealing with history, we're lazy with it. We're lazy. We just say slavery, and then that's it. And it just seems to cover big
Everything.
parts of history that actually need a little bit more looking into.
Clarity.
Yeah, man. Yeah, slavery, boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, the slave ships. Yeah. You know, slavery was running them times. But I'm like, slavery was complicated. Because at the same time as slavery was going on, you had black nobility, you had free men, you had indigenous people, you had all sorts going on, man. It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
You had men being taken from the Americas to the Caribbean and to Africa. You had people being taken from Africa to the Caribbean and to the Americas. You had people being taken from the Caribbean to Africa and the Americas. So now it's confusing now. Who's getting taken what? Columbus.
A whole lot of confusion.
When Columbus, air quote, stepped off onto the land, his people, his scouts and that, were saying, yo, these indigenous Americans look just like the Ethiopians. In fact, they called them Ethiopians because they couldn't tell the difference between them. Same with the Mexican. They said they couldn't tell the difference between the Ethiopian and the Mexican. And the so-called Indian, the indigenous Indian. So it does make you wonder, like, I don't know, man. The way they mislabel man already, it don't matter. If you got locks, you're Jamaican, innit? Do you know how it is in 2021? If you got locks and a gold tooth, you're Jamaican. Like, that's just how people's eyes are.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If you're the way that we stereotype and whittle down, I just feel like when you look back in history with that lens of stereotyping and blah blah blah, it's a madness. Because basically to them, everyone's fucking black.
Yeah, it's confirmation bias.
Don't matter. Yeah, black. You be bopping down the road and just get snatched up. That's telling you, yeah, you're a nigger. You're a fucking nigger. You're not. You get me? Where's your papers? No papers to say you're free. Boom.
Yeah,
You're
boom, got you. Yeah, exactly. So bare people got caught up in it, but they were already there. That's why I say black people's coming out on the porch. How you got a porch, fam? Someone's ancestors is reporting that they came out on the porch and saw people walking in chains. And tutus, man's coming towards the porch, dragging people from the yard.
You know what's funny, chat shit, yeah? Chat shit says, sounds like Jesse saying he might be Jamaican, LOL. You know what's actually funny about that is if we was to go to Jamaica and get one of these Maroons or one of these guys, yeah, and then we do blood tests, yeah. The joke is there's probably going to be very little difference between my heritage and theirs. Like literally, they ain't gonna have a bag of admixtures. So, I mean, to me, like it's been made very clear to me from when I was young that Jamaica is home to people of African descent. Do you know what I mean? Simple. You know what I mean? So it ain't really a far stretch. For me, it's not really a thing. Do you know what I mean? It's not really a thing. You're gonna find out. Obviously, Jamaicans love to be. Yeah, I know you know, brother. Jamaicans love to be Ghanaian. Obviously, Ghanaians are smiley. The women are beautiful, and they feel safe when they go together. They don't want to be part of. They don't want to be linked to more badmanism or Nigerian badman business. You get me? Everyone thinks Nigeria is some hellhole. I don't know why. You get me? Everyone wants to run to Ghana. Yeah, I think we might be Ghanaian. No, check again, man.
Yeah.
Check again, bro. You look Niger as fuck.
Man, I'm telling
you. Very few Jamaicans look fucking Ghanaian, bro. I don't even know.
Yeah, but it's a record. What's as well? Like different islands, the people came from certain places, innit? Not everyone came from what. So you can get by naming different certain places, you know where they came from.
Come on.
Sierra Leone brothers, they look Niger as fuck too.
Yeah, I
they
know.
look different. You know
Remember Sierra Leone, where people were brought back from the Americas. Remember?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
definitely.
Remember with that? You have with Garvey and them.
How are those people blacker than the blackest black of the black?
Blacker than the motherfucking black.
Blacker than the motherfucking black. How are they blacker than the motherfucking black in Sierra Leone and all of them places? You know what I mean? and they came back. These are niggas who just came back. Like, bro, I'm telling you, bro. Like,
I didn't
exactly
know
what
that
Fizz was
about
saying.
Sierra Leone. How
Yeah.
many people were
There's a
booked for
Freetown, remember? It's called Freetown. So it's called
Freetown?
Freetown.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Liberia as well.
So they, yeah, and Liberia as well, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
And they black
So
as
they're
black.
just gonna be a mixture anyway.
They
Yeah, it's a mixture.
Because you've
But it's
taken
just a
man from
mixture of the
everywhere.
blackest,
Some of them
blackest
gonna be
black.
American, some of them gonna be blah blah Caribbean, whatever.
Yeah.
It's just a
Yeah.
mixture.
Brazilian, some will be from that side.
Yeah.
We got bare Brazilians in Nigeria, man. Came back.
Out in Lagos, innit?
Yeah, came back, man.
They
Some
came back
some
and
would
built
even
Lagos
claim
out
it.
of there.
Some would even claim it in our heritage. Like, yeah, man, we had some. Yeah, we came back from Brazil, and then you get me. Yeah, nothing. I got a cousin whose mum is from Brazil, but is speaking Igbo, her language there. Didn't learn it. You know what I mean? She learned it there. There's people there that
Yeah.
speak the language there. Her family grew up there, but she knew where she was from and all of that. To get it. So her coming back and marrying a Yoruba man. Do you get what I'm saying? And then my cousin coming along like, yeah, man, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, cause yeah, man, I'm from Brazil. I'm from
So
Brazil.
again, apart from all these pitch drawings,
yeah,
I've
no
seen
shit.
a lot of drawings, King. I can't lie. And you know, like I'm trained enough now to get it now. Like, okay, you see a bag of drawings, you're like, all right, good, great illustrations. Now, where's the real shit? Where's the artifacts? Yeah, drawings is not artifacts, bro. All these illustrations, this is all we fucking get. I need some artifacts now. There's got to be a full slave ship somewhere. What are we talking about,
There's
bro?
gotta be a few. There's gotta be a few, bruv. There's gotta be a few.
Where are
There's gotta be.
Where are they?
But I was saying the same. I thought there was one. I actually thought there was one somewhere.
There's got to be one, and I don't give me a recreation either. Don't reconstruct.
Exactly, no.
You found a couple planks on the bottom of the ocean or washed up on the sea.
Yeah, reconstructed.
You want to build a whole ship out of it. Don't piss me off. Oh, judging by the length of this floor beam, we can assume that it was that. Now, don't do that. Like how you don't reconstruct dinosaurs from one tooth. Fucking bear chicken again. Am I lying?
Fucking nuts. Fucking nuts.
Yeah.
It had feathers, it had wings.
Yeah, everything. Feather, wing. This is what they eat. This is how they fuck. They fuck upside down. They sleep for 10 hours. This is the kind of sound they make.
Listen, my grandson is into dinosaurs, bruv. He knows all their names. But I don't break his heart yet. I can't break his heart yet. Tell me the fake.
Bro,
I can't do it yet.
I've been trying to break the kids' heart about dinosaurs for how long? They love them. All my
love
kids
it.
And I don't know what it is.
It's
What is
gradually,
love dinosaurs?
you gotta bring it in.
They fucking.
I feel like
You know it's fake. You know it's fake. They're not like. It's
They're not
to the
hearing
point
it.
now where
What are you talking about?
how can I expect them to see these things as fake? Bro, they watch dinosaurs every day, all day. Dinosaurs. They have 100 dinosaur toys, and bro, what are we gonna? I don't know.
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's not my fault. I didn't push that way, so it's time for them to. You push it. I'm side eyeing.
Yeah.
That's gone silent. Not me.
Yeah. I don't even know this.
But yeah, look, I love soil. Come talk to me, brother. Tell me, bro, where's the fucking ships, bro?
The ancient ships.
Like, I want to see. I've seen all these things. The bay. Oh, we've got the cove. We've got the docks and the outposts and the
forts and all that.
And great. Where's the fucking ships? I'm just asking.
And as I remember,
there's got to be at least 10 slave ships in fully intact. Huh? Because like, when they stop trafficking humans, they must have started trafficking animals or something else. Like, come on, there's got to be 10 spaceships still intact.
But remember, there should be the sugar they were bringing back from the Caribbean. What were they using? Slave ships, isn't it?
I don't know what they was doing, but I'm seeing a lot.
Boys, if you're taking goods one way, you have to bring goods back the other way, innit?
Right. I hear you. What's this?
So where are those boys though?
What's this? This is not a picture though. What is this? I mean, this is not slave. This is not from transatlantic slavery. Huh? Like, I'm not being dumb. They didn't take pictures them times, did they? I'm not being stupid.
No.
Yes,
Come on, Soil. We will educate you, bro. Come on.
Huh?
Soil.
If they,
When
if
did
they,
cameras start, bruv? Sometimes I have to ask
no, it
myself.
was 1800s. It was 1800s. It supposedly finished, right?
Right. Okay.
So they had the flash one, I think.
Extra black shiny
They
guns.
could black and white.
They be enslaving the extra black shiny ones, bro. The Merple brothers is the ones that's getting enslaved. Fuckery, man. But yeah, I want to see some. I want to see some ships.
We need to see one. Come on, one.
Okay, so has anyone even told me where I can find a ship? Not a reconstructed one, a authentic slave ship.
Do you remember British Injustice?
Who's drinking from this?
I am an African.
Who's drinking from that, bro? Remember, anything you pour from that, bro, that's death. Who's gonna drink from that, bro?
You're a judge.
Bro, who would be drinking from that? Don't ever try and pretend like a white man that was into slavery, yeah, would drink from that. He wouldn't drink from that. Slave niggas all up on the fucking thousands of slave niggas on the side of your thing. You know how much spirits is attached to that? Like, bro, no one ain't drinking from that. You can't serve that. Put man off his food and that. Get me? Put Monsieur Candy off his food. You know what I mean? Stephen would not be serving no gravy in that vessel there, man. What is that? Fucking like the pure white, beautiful porcelain with those little niglet figures.
It's Lucifer's gravy.
So that's where they got the image of the boat from. Oh, fuck's sake.
So
that's evidence. Is that evidence?
Nah, it's not evidence, bro. It's not evidence. It's a part of someone's collection, Bloomsbury collection. All right, cool. But look, man. All right. Where? No. Let me ask. Bruv, stop CGIing me, bruv. They be CGIing me. Yeah, look, here's Pluto. Here's Jupiter. Oh, look, we just landed on the moon. You're not doing that to me again twice in my lifetime. You get me? You get me once. You get me? Trick me once, fool me, and fool me. Or fool you. You get me?
Yeah.
Fool me. Like, you get me? You know, whatever the saying is. Bitcoin Bogata. Jump on, please, brother. I got a few questions for you. 1 or 2 questions. Jump on, please. Yeah, Clotilda. Yeah, we looked at that, bruv. Clotilda slave ship. It's whack, bruv. Whack. Whack. We think we found it. This lost slave ship that's just turned up. This, yeah? This.
Yeah.
Hey. This one turned up like the Dead Sea Scrolls. The found, you hear me? This. Oh yeah, just found. Now,
And man was laughing like a news, bro.
this is dodgy to me. Yo, Soil, what got my brother? Happy New Day, man. Silos.
Yo, bigger. Hey, I posted something in the chat. I did a little quick research. This the last slave ship they found, and there's an actual picture of a wreckage of it. But it don't show the whole entire ship, but it shows an actual picture of a ship that's damaged. But I don't know how credible it is. But they're saying the last.
We saw it.
Okay. Okay, that's all I see.
Yeah, we've seen it already. It's the first thing that we didn't look at the picture, but I read the description.
No, there's a picture of it. Though. The actual picture.
Yeah. Look, we got it on the screen now. There's a slave. There's a woman whose great grandfather was taken from Benin. Yeah, and he supposedly was on this ship. You get me? But they've just recently found this shit. They thought it was lost. They've recently found it, like in some random spot. I don't know, bro. Like, because I know, like, these does be like finding missing links and things that we need to affirm. And look,
They're
man, this looks
biased.
pretty authentic to me. It looks authentic to me. I don't even doubt that slave ships existed. I just want to say, can you show me 10?
I hear
Can
you,
they
but
be 10?
I hear you, but one counter argument, like from what you said, like you have time.
Bro, we got Viking longboats, bro.
I get that, but I guess
Yeah.
Viking land in the snow, so it gets preserved better. Then you got hot climates with a lot of water.
Nah. We ain't
No,
gonna do that.
listen, no. If you decompose, man, it's because it got to matter. Wood chips is like a mold you put on. You know what I'm saying? Like it actually decomposes. But the thing is, I'm just saying the amount of slaves. But
What did you do? What did you do to your mic, bro? Like it's been like months now. You've been having the same problem, glitching. It repeats. Like your voice repeats 2 or 3 times. It's weird.
Hold on.
Turn into a robot, man.
You get me now?
Yeah. You good now?
It's better or worse?
Better.
Much better.
It's the headphones. I tried Bluetooth headphones. That didn't work the other day. So I tried headphones you got to plug in. That don't. So now I'm just talking into the phone. I don't really like that. But if it work, it work.
Yeah, it works a bit better. Yeah, so what preservation and it's a ship, bro. What does it need to be? It's a ship. I'm confused, man. I just feel like that we should have at least 10, 15, 20 slave ships intact that we can walk onto. Look, here's the chains. Here's where they sat. This is where the captain would chill. Blah blah blah. For such a massive slave trade, the vehicles of
What if they got the
transportation.
slave ports? Like they got the slave ports where they
got some
house the
ports,
slaves.
yeah.
So, but if you got a port that we know slaves was housed and they're transporting them,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But it's when they tell us, listen, remember, I've heard claims from 20 million to 100 million. I'm sure you've heard the same wild numbers, bro.
No, don't listen. I numbers are wild. Like for even back of the numbers, because like my mom, who she pop out my great grandfather, we should call pops or whatever, OP. He's a maroon, so like you know what I'm saying. So I understand there was black people that look like us that were there originally. I don't you know what I'm saying. I know that for a fact, so I'm not like discrediting it, but I get you saying you discounting the numbers, but you're not saying that it didn't happen. It's just the numbers.
Okay. So they said, why would they keep the ships? Okay. Why would they keep the slave ports? We got slave museums. All the memorabilia from slavery is there intact, right? For historical purposes, maybe some ships are going to be decommissioned and blah, blah, blah. Where are the ships, bro? You can't tell me that all of a sudden the slave trade was over and none of the 12,000 plus ships that were created for this purpose would still be around and intact. You're telling me this is the only ship we got? This? And the same black and white picture, the same black and white plans, which I've heard what are not even authentic as well. I've heard that picture where you see all the slaves going around, laying on the boat. I heard that was like a fiction.
How do they preserve the other ships at that time? Like, can we find other ships preserved at that time?
Bro, look, let's go to
the regular ship. I'm not talking about like these famous billion-dollar wealthy motherfucking ships. I'm talking about like the average merchant ship at that time who would be transporting. Do we have a lot of those ships, or like we're talking about like the Queen?
I'm gonna type in 17th century ships. Yeah, does that sound fair? 17th century ships
or 16?
Yeah, if we're talking about the end of if we want to go to the end, but if we could go, you could start from the 15s, the 16s, the 17s, the 18s, if you really want to.
Yeah, 15. If you just want to be sure.
Because we're talking about 400 years at least. We can't just go to 100 years and then You know what I'm saying? Like, you
Here
show
we
me
go.
pictures again.
It's just like bam, bam. It's
No,
there.
look if that's a recreation. Like, read the article, see if it's a
Yeah, that's the
recreation.
real one. They're saying it's deteriorating fast. That's authentic. They're saying it's deteriorating. So that lets you know it's
What time
authentic.
period? What time period?
I know it's the 16th century.
Well, let's find out, Jedi. And then find that name and type it in the internet and see if that's actual real source. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's double check the information too. Like, let's see if we can actually find the name of that ship. It's a real article and all that. I can't really make out the name of the website.
Yeah, this is copywritten to the Associated Press. This story, the portside view, the warship. Yeah, it's not really detailed.
No slave ship.
This is an auction site, so I feel like someone's trying to buy this. It's not a slave ship, nah, it's a warship.
There's a name there? Any name there? Or just click or find the Associated Press link?
Nah, look, it was
okay. Let's not count that then. Let's not count that.
Yeah,
we can't find no.
okay. Yeah. I'm cool with that.
All right, let's try again.
This is the same ship. Mary Rose. These are like famous ships, though. Mary Rose. This.
And that in Greenwich.
Yeah, or something like that. Spanish.
You want to find stuff in America, though, right? America, that land in America that have in America,
Anywhere,
right?
man. Anywhere.
Spanish galleon.
Okay.
Little Spanish galleon ship here. Sailing boat from around the 16th century. I'm sure you can click into that and go and look onto that.
No, actually click them. No, don't click. No, like actually click because come on, bro. Like, let's not look at the image and then that's real. Click the image.
Nah, I never said that. I'm not even doubting its reality, bro. I don't need. Why is this fortune sailing boat? Sailing boat from around the 16th century. I don't know. It's an image.
No, we just that somebody just put something like. I get what you're saying, but that's like.
You think it was? Yeah, but like, what's the point of lying about whether this is?
What's the point of lying? Hold up. What's the point of lying about what?
I'm saying, yeah, we don't have a slave ship that they're claiming to be a slave ship that is intact like this. If we did,
no, but I'm saying that could be a recreation. No, Jedi, that could be a recreation model. Somebody can literally tie that for you to click it, the article, but that could be a model recreation. You know what I'm saying? They do this.
It could be, but we don't even have that for the slave ships. Is what I'm trying to say. We don't even have a model recreation.
But we don't even have a real actual. I get what you're saying, but still, let's be fair and find me one actual. Like documented. Let's find a name, something like this documented.
Bro, I think this. Honestly, personally, I know of the Cutty-Sark and the Mary Rose, just to mention a few that are here in England that we can go and visit. But I know they're old ships, and I know the Cutty-Sark actually burnt down and it got recreated.
Are we talking?
They used to take
no
us
American
there. That was a T-clipping ship, I think. What's that? What they call it? T-clipper or something like that.
No ships from America, though, right? We know pretty much exist.
Of course, there's going to be ships from America. Well, of course, there's going to be American
let's
ships.
find something. I just want to show you, like, it's hard for these ships to probably exist. To actually be here in 2000. Just say in our modern day time.
I'm not convinced, bro.
Me, I'm just saying. Let's just show some. Let's just be fair. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. 16th century.
Hold on, I'm not even gonna read the chat right now. They got talking about Noah's Ark and shit. At the last. But that shit in Turkey, that art they found in Turkey was actual, like I think the imprint of a ship. I don't know if it's actual they found the actual ship was an imprint on a mountain or something, but I don't know if it's actually. Let's be real about that.
That's a cursed water. I feel like that's still. That looks like it's still underwater, right? 17th century in the Baltic Sea.
But see, that would make sense. Baltic Sea has a lot of salt. Salt stops
all the seas got salt, man. The Atlantic is not salty.
I'll probably say it's more like if it's around the Turkey area where you got the sea and all that. There's a lot of salt. That's hence the reason and all that. The salt content. And things in water is not going to decompose as fast. Like for example, peat bogs are anaerobic, meaning there's no oxygen is flowing in the water. That's why you have these is that sludgy peat moss shit that's growing. It's plants that's not fully decomposed. But if you have on land, they're going to decompose way faster. So in the water, they can last probably like hundreds, almost thousands of years. Versus on land, they decompose in less like 100 years or something. You know what I'm saying? So it makes sense, but. I don't know about America though. We got fresh water and all that. Like imagine the Caribbean Islands, shit. The ship still in there. Hurricanes, you have hurricanes flowing every what 10 a year at least, and over there. So it's like you gotta be like, I'll find something like that. We having category 5 hurricanes in the 90s and 2000s. Then they probably had category what? Who knows? Probably greater. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? I'm trying to.
You know what they're saying? You know what's funny? You know what they're blaming? There's an echo, yeah. They're blaming the preservation of this ship in the Baltic Sea on the low levels of salinity. So that's low sodium.
Oh, so I'm wrong then.
Low salt. So maybe salt actually damages wood.
Okay, I would just think it would be microorganisms. So I because mainly what's damaged was microorganisms. They food source for organisms. That's why to really. And salt lowers microorganism activity. So maybe there's a special.
It's cold. And you was right. If you mention the temperature, they're giving credit to the temperature. Because in this second paragraph, it says in warmer waters.
In cold temps, it would stop microorganism activity.
Right. It says in warmer waters, wood-boring organisms flourish.
Exactly.
And can be and can do untold damage to relics such as this. But here, the chemistry of the Baltic and the unknown nature of the fluids sinking have left us with a remarkable relic for further investigation. But it exists. And I just want to see.
But hence, I mean, not Zulu. I mean Jedi. Hence Jedi. In the Atlantic Ocean, the warm temp find wood like that, bro. The hurricanes, microorganisms, animals just eat that shit up.
Yeah. I mean, like maybe not to that degree, but to what degree do we have it? Like, what do we? Okay.
I agree with you. Listen, bro, we should have fucking 3 ships.
Is it?
I get that. Don't get me wrong. We should at least have some fucking ships. Don't get me wrong. Because I think that should be a historical artifact or something, like a cultural artifact that would have been in America. I would think they would keep one. You know what I'm saying? But
Black Sea. But these are like that looks modern for some reason. I feel like this looks kind of modern or something. Oh. Shipwreck found in Black Sea is world's oldest intact. A Greek merchant ship dating back more than 2,400 years has been found lying on its side off the Bulgarian coast. The 23-meter wreck found in the Black Sea by Anglo-Bulgarian team is being held as officially the world's oldest known intact shipwreck. The researchers were stunned to find the merchant vessel closely resembled in design a ship that decorated ancient Greek wine vases. The rudder, rowing bench, and even the contents of its hold remain intact. It's like another world. Yeah. The reason the trading vessel, dating back to around 400 BC, has remained in such good condition for so long is that the water is anoxic, or free of oxygen. Lying more than 200 meters below the surface, it's also beyond the reach of modern divers. All right.
But you know, Jedi, the funny thing, the same argument white people can use and say why there's no artifacts in Africa showing the greatness of their like engineering ingenuity. It's because in Africa, certain regions. No, but I'm saying that listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Certain regions like Sudan, not Sudan, but hot regions. A lot of that stuff is just going to get eaten up by the microorganisms in the store.
Hotter than Nigeria. Hotter than
Nigeria. You listen. You're going to find way more stuff in the desert climate.
I'm just asking. Hotter than Egypt.
What?
I think we should think about what we're saying.
No. I said, listen. No, Jedi, you're not even understand. No, you're not even understanding.
No. I'm just saying. I hear what you're saying, but bro, if we got
you don't hear what I'm saying. No, you don't hear what I'm saying. The heat has to do with the heat has to do with microorganisms. The hotter the temperature, the more microorganism activity, the more woods and stuff is going to be dissolved. They even eat rock and shit. So all I'm saying is, heat over there in the desert doesn't even matter because it's the desert. It's dry. There's not enough water sufficient to even have more heat to have more microorganism activity. Hence why you can find artifacts in the desert because it's dry.
Like I said, what about Nigeria then?
That's what I'm saying. What about Nigeria? You talking about the desert part of the part where there's a lot of stuff.
No. I'm just talking about Nigeria. You said white people could say, "Where's the evidence if it doesn't?" And I'm saying,
that's the whole. That's the whole thing about modern. You're talking about
wait. Someone's echoing. I'm just saying that argument. Nigeria's hot. Nigeria is a home to microorganisms. It's not a desert. It has moisture too. And they've made billions out of our architecture, our artifacts, and they've learned that not only were we skilled engineers, not only were we detailed in art and proportion and perspective, we also smelted iron and bronze, copper, gold. So, like, I'm sure they're aware. So, like,
no.
When we asked him for like, okay, look, we know we got ports, yeah, we know there's slave ports in Africa and the Caribbean, right?
Stay on the knock. No, I just want to stay on the knock part. Don't go to the shit part yet. The knock civilization. We can look at the time period. When we said I didn't say when I said the desert artifact. I'm talking about BC, like 4,000, 6,000. 20,000 years on like little artifacts in Sudan, the desert, where they're saying ain't civilization existed. We ain't gonna really find shit like that over the other side because artifacts like that would decompose. Which I'm saying, I find engineering. Man, listen, they say agriculture started. You seen it in like a desert region by the Levant, like almost 10,000 years ago, 7,000 BC. You probably could find that in Nigeria, probably 12,000 BC, if the artifacts and the tools that they made that were wood stayed alive. That's what I'm trying to get at. That part I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the Knox civilization. That's early, bro. That's not even ancient to me. You know what I'm saying? That's not ancient to me. I'm talking about. Yeah. But the shit part.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Now, what you're saying is correct. You know, I can't argue with it, bro. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Who knows? I do believe, though. I don't know, man. They be finding super old shit all the time in places where they're not supposed to. So I don't know, man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we don't really dig up. We don't ever do the digging. This is the main problem. Fuck all of that shit. We're not even the archaeologists. We don't go looking for old shit ourselves,
bro. We can't even do that. You know, even if you find some shit, they're saying you don't have the technology excavated.
Right.
So they got to come to excavate it for you. That's the problem. You're gonna damage it if you excavate it. You're gonna damage the shit.
Right. Yeah. They got the ultrasound.
You got 30 years.
They got the radar. They got all of these things. Yeah. And this is the thing. I mean, maybe I've heard that it's because we have a natural respect for the past. So we don't want to go disturbing tombs and graves and stuff like that. These guys don't care. They'll cut a hole into the ground and just keep digging, right? But we're living there. We're actually living above our evidence. And it's like, we're being like, but I do think that black people, Africans, Caribbeans, should be getting more involved in archaeology, in digging. This is how come we never found no bones. We never find no dinosaur bones in Africa. We weren't looking for no shit. There's just big bones about the place. Like, oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. We weren't looking for nothing. These men are actually digging into the ground looking for shit on our own turf. You know, setting up massive sites of excavation. We never into that. We're not into that science. So they can tell us anything. They can literally tell us anything. And by us, I mean us, the masses, we get told what they found. When they discovered Alexandria underwater, yeah, it was nearly 10 years before they released footage and imagery of some of the artifacts that they'd found. They were studying that shit for nearly a decade before they gave us some shit to say, oh, this is what we found. And surely everything they found, noses knocked off. Do you know what I mean? Everything they found in Alexandria. It's a fucking joke. What can we do, man? We got to educate ourselves. We got to get the technology and the ability to look into the past ourselves and decipher what we're looking at. So you know, when it comes to archaeology, the white man's got that science on lock, literally on smash. You know, and it's a very important science because once I tell you, all right, come out the room, and then I start searching in your room, I can tell you I found anything or didn't find anything. You hear me? When police raid your yard and you talking about did you find the 10 grand? And they say, what 10 grand? You're done. That's it. It's a wrap. There's no 10 grand there. What 10 grand? You didn't find nothing. You hear me? Oh, what you mean this £1,000? Yeah, we put it in the evidence bag. Nah, where's the other 9? Like, we didn't find no other 9. What are you talking about? That's it. That's just it. Everyone's gonna corroborate what they found. Training day. That was the big licking training day, right?
Yep.
You know me? Lick man down, take man in, or say they take a man in, only turn in a certain amount of the peas. So what do you think they're doing all day, every day with our history when it comes to this archaeology shit? Right. 7th century. Is this the same ship? It's the same shit in Sweden. Come on, man. Well, we found like an older ship, but like they've just been preserved by miracles, you know.
Yeah, so that's it. It gives credit to. Yeah, it gives credit to the argument. They're just not around. They're just not around.
Okay, but but wait though. I tell you why it doesn't. Yeah. Well, maybe you're right, but would you if you say the knock is just yesterday, slavery is just yesterday too? Then right?
You're talking about iron and knock. With the knock, with iron smelting was the knock's niche. They smelted iron first in West Africa. Iron smelting and different. Let's keep it above.
No, wait. But you saying that the knock is not ancient, right?
Yeah,
so that's pretty modern, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, in terms of the transatlantic slavery, that's modern history, right?
I was saying like human existence. I was yesterday.
Because obviously the Nok civilization existed, predates slavery.
Thousands of years.
By thousands of years, of course. So therefore, it's definitely modern history. So with slavery being modern history, I think that to expect more physical artifacts like ships, I think that is fair, bro. Like a couple ships.
Listen,
I get it. Kane Black is saying ships are broken down to build houses in the Americas. Why would you need to break a ship down to build a fucking house? Man, them chat shit sometimes, you know.
Bruh,
You have trees. You got redwoods in America. You got fucking big sturdy trees. Why would you need to break down a slave ship to build a house? Fuck, we talking about?
I would make some money from the slave ship. Shit, keep making, keep.
Yeah, I get it. Recycling, yeah, upcycling. I get it, man. Maybe it's possible, you know. I don't know shit. I'll tell you that for free. I don't know anything. I'm just exploring, bro. So it's more than possible. But I feel like
it's a good conversation.
Yeah, I have to put this slave ship. I have to put this slave ship narrative under pressure, though, man, because we seem to be lacking some. It just seems to be lacking. 20 million, 50 million. What's some of the numbers you heard of how many slaves are in there?
Yeah, shit, I don't even know the actual number. It's all estimates at the end of the day. You give estimates, so I don't know the exact number, but I know it's in the tens of millions. I know that.
Doesn't make sense, does it? No boats. No record of
No,
no
we
boats.
just went through that, Mac. I don't know if you heard. We literally just went through this. Finally. So that article.
But you will find. You're supposed to find boat records, though.
So not the also yeah. I don't know. I don't see. Is not my. It's not. I don't know. I don't know nothing new about wood decomposition. Cause I make soil, so you can make wood into soil very easily in months. Say months if you really the right. So that's what I'm saying. I know that about that, but
how the slave traders gonna get home?
How the slave get home? You mean
You say are they gonna break up the very boat that they came on? Makes no sense. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna drop off slaves. They're gonna set up plantations, but they're gonna go home, or they're gonna go and get some more. Can't be just one trip and then build a.
Yo, go to Jacob.
Hey, Jedi, hold on.
Hold on. Go to Jacob. Is that you, sir? Got the feedback there. Go to Jacob. What are you talking about? What am I attached to? You know full well that I ain't attached to nothing, bro. I ain't attached to anything, bro. I'm just questioning the official narrative, as we all do, and I'm just looking for information and evidence. I'm saying that there is an acute lack of evidence of heavy traffic of humans to the extent of 12 million going from place to place. And by that I just mean the vehicles are lacking. I understand ships don't last very long, salt water, organisms, conditions, heat. We've looked at all of this, but I still feel like there should be a little bit more by way of evidence of like the ships. On the ship side of things, the evidence,
especially really because they boasted so much how their architectural skills and seafaring qualities were so great. You would presume you would find at least one that is semi-intact to such a degree that you could imagine it. No?
Yeah.
Big up, by the way. Like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the Cash App and PayPal.
What she said. So I'm not. Please don't think I'm trying to deny the slave trade. I don't know what you think I'm attached to want to deny this. I'm not trying to deny none of this shit. I'm just, I just want to separate a bit of like fact from fiction, or just make a little bit more sense in my head. That's it. Because really, where I'm coming from is a lot of the people being labeled as descendants of slaves or slaves are not really descendants of slaves. Like, as in,
they could be descendants of Africans, those that traveled there maybe years and generations, weeks and stuff like that, or could be indigenous to the land themselves. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's what. Yeah. I didn't word it right. I just feel like a lot of patches and holes in history and questions about how certain groups of people got in certain geographic locations seems to often be left down to the lazy explanation of slavery. and I'm looking to see evidence that matches up to these claims. That I just struggle with it, man. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna look for slave ships, and we ain't gonna find many because the sea and salt destroys wood, and these ships are gonna be made out of wood. So a lot of them
And
are
they
gonna
made
be.
them into houses.
Oh yeah, some people made them into houses.
And it's like, it doesn't make sense that you're going to make the boats into houses, because surely you're going to still want to use the boats for trade of other,
It's a
you know.
business. It's a business.
Remember, I did not. That's
Not a
coming
one-time
from
trip.
the chat room. You record that. I did not say about houses. I don't know about that. Maybe it's true.
Oh.
I'm not. I don't know about that.
Disclaimer.
Yeah, you never said that. That was not you. So. Sorry, yeah. People asking what's the triangular trade. It's weird. Did you see this on the screen before? Why you asked? I think Kane had mentioned it. Don't forget the triangular trade. So what is this? The slave trade brought vast wealth to British ports and merchants, but conditions were horrific. Slaves were moved on the middle passage of the triangular trade route. Many did not survive. So what's this like? What's the triangular trade route? Am I supposed to click this? I'm a bit confused. Yeah. No?
Sorry, I can't help. I don't understand this either. Sorry.
I thought that it'd be telling me to change. I don't know what's going on. Whatever. The triangular trade. Okay, so this is the kind of triangle. So from Africa to some islands of Central America to North America. From North America to Europe, England, from England to Africa. What? Okay. No, there's a whole key there. Sorry. Low key, I'm dumb sometimes, you know. Guns, cloth, and iron went to Africa. Slaves went from Africa to the Americas.
Hold on, you said guns, Africa? Guns?
That's what it's saying. Look, number one, guns, cloth, iron, and beer.
Okay.
It's a violation, but
Because they tried turning everyone into alcoholics, innit? Dumb down the brain.
It's a violation. So that shit's getting exported to Africa. Africa's exporting slaves to the Americas. Sugar and molasses and wood. Slaves, sugar, sugar, molasses, and wood are going from Central America to England. Slaves, sugar, and molasses are going from Central America to North America. And whale oil, lumber, fur, rice, silk, indigo, and tobacco. Why indigo? What are they saying? What's that? What's indigo?
The color, the dye for the clothes.
Yeah, the dye.
Which is derived from what? I wonder.
Probably a plant.
Map showing the triangle. The triangular trade was the sailing route taken by British slave traders. It was a journey of 3 stages. In 1700, a slave cost about £3 worth of traded goods. The slave trade then sailed across the Atlantic to the Thurs. So yeah, this is your triangle.
businessmen are good at profiting from any situation at any.
That's BBC. I can't fuck with it, man. You know how they are. I can't fuck with BBC videos. Oh, there's a flower called indigo. Yo, Labuto.
What's going on? Good morning, everybody, to the panel.
How are you?
What's up?
Big up.
Big up, my brother.
I wanted to join in on the conversation to, throw a monkey wrench in the conversation. I just turned in. I'm listening, and I've been in for like 2 or 3 minutes. And I wanted to cause a little bit of controversy and possibly offend people. I don't think slavery happened the way that we were taught in the history books, movies, etc. I don't think that it was, I don't think the transatlantic slave trade happened on the same scale that we're taught in terms of the numbers. When I was a kid, I had a lot of questions about, for example, supply and demand and supply chain. And one of the things when I was a kid, I used to ask, and I got the shit slapped out of me in grade school one time by a teacher. But one of the things I wanted to ask was, well, not ask you guys, but one of the things I asked when I was a kid, where did they get all the wood to build those slave ships? Another question I asked is, on the slave boats, supposedly, because, the Africans weren't slaves yet, but on the boats, where did they feed hundreds of Africans every single day for what I think the journey took about 6 to 8 weeks, but let's assume it took 6 weeks. We're talking about 40 to 50 days, right? 42 to 50 days. What did they feed these people every single day? And what did the slaves drink every day? They didn't drink the damn salt water in the ocean. No. So these questions arise, and what I really think, and this may be controversial, but I don't necessarily believe it because I wasn't there back then. But what I really believe is that the white man went over into Africa and he saw a lot of different tribal groups, and they were not unified, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that he introduced this idea of there's a new world and there's better opportunity in the new world. And I think what we think of as the slave ports and all of that, those may have been administrative offices for, when you go somewhere and you register or something like that. So I think that's what the slave, what we call the slave temples or dungeons. I think it was administrative offices, because if you really sit back and think about it, you're going to allow your enslaver supposedly to build a damn dungeon, a slave dungeon for you on your own coastal homeland, and see him doing it. It must have taken, the Brits or whoever, the Portuguese or the Spanish, must have took them a year and a half to build that shit on the coast of Ghana and the coast of other West African countries. So you mean to tell me the inhabitants sat there and watched him build a damn jail for them to be enslaved? It doesn't make any sense. Now, I'm not saying that slavery didn't happen. I'm not saying that it did happen. I'm just asking questions.
Questions. Thank you. Yeah. Just some questions. All right, but hear what now?
Thank you guys for letting me speak.
What did slaves eat on the ships?
Yes.
Simple Wikipedia says, at best, the enslavers fed enslaved people beans, corn, yam, rice, and palm oil. However, enslaved African people were not always fed every day. If there was not enough food for the sailors and the slaves, the enslavers would eat first, and the enslaved might not get any food.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that answer. You got more questions on that? Do you feel like? Yeah. How long did you say it was, Kev?
I think the journey. Now, according to different accounts, it may have taken 6 weeks. It may have taken 8 weeks.
8 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we really don't know. But again, and here goes the thing. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a quote unquote slave ship, but they have one in. You guys are from UK, so there's a city in the United States called Baltimore, and at the pier there's supposedly a original slave ship, which I call horseshit on. But nevertheless, you and I,
yeah.
yeah. Now you and I both know that a ship. Okay, so there were no docks on the coastline of Africa. So they would have to have taken smaller vessels. Every big ship has a smaller vessel. You mean to tell me these white men got on these small ass vessels and paddled their way to the coastline, left the ship there, and somehow gathered up all these Africans all the time? It just doesn't seem logical to me. You mean to tell me the Africans were that much of punks that they didn't fight back? It doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't. And I think that the telling of the slave narrative is a perpetual method for whites to keep some sort of power. I don't think slavery happened that way. I don't think our ancestors were that much of a punk.
Are you not trying to empower yourself by denying slavery? Basically, you're trying to find some self-esteem in the fact that your people could not be conquered or broken to that point where they were so easily, in your opinion,
Yeah,
I get it. I'm with you, bro. But we gotta stay out of our egos. We gotta stay out of our egos.
I just don't believe this shit. Like, I don't like. All right, so think about this. Most of our history on slavery comes from either fictional movies, fictional book accounts, because Roots which was written by Alex Haley, he even came out and said 90% of the book was fake. Most of it comes from movies, books that are fiction, and stories. Nobody has any nobody has any family member that has lived in slavery. Nobody has any family member that knew any slaves. The idea that people say, well, there are slave narratives. I'm like, well, supposedly in history, the slaves they were illiterate, right? So how the fuck could they write paragraphs and proper grammar? That doesn't make any sense. So a lot of things that I'm telling you, it's not that I believe that it didn't happen or did happen. But what I'm saying is that we as a people, I consider, I think we're all a part of the same race, even though you guys are Brits, we are all a part of the diaspora. I think that it is imperative that we investigate at a high level and a logical level what really transpired back then, because I think that if we started doing things like that, it will embetter the culture. Always rushing to conclusions and I think that we need to have the power of investigations first. Because again, I don't believe anything about this breaking the buck down and raping him in front of all these people. I just don't. First of all, and listen, I'm not trying to take up for the white man, but I've never really met any vicious white people like that. And no, just hear me out.
I'm hearing you out.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Was crazy. Soil, hold on.
Yeah,
I love Soil. Get back here, bro.
I beg your pardon.
No, I'm talking to my brother Soil from Florida. I'm trying to tell him to get back here. He ran while you were saying what you were saying. But yeah, you ain't seen no vicious white people.
To answer your question, sir, I'm not gonna lie to you. I would rather walk down an alley at 2 a.m. with 2 racist KKK members who are skinheads than 2 blacks behind me. Because again, I love my people, but I gotta call it like I see it. Now hear me out. I gotta call it like I see it. There is something that is fundamentally wrong within the African diaspora. Listen, we all know that, but let's not pretend that it's not. Black people, there may be something genetically wrong with us. There may be something culturally wrong with us, but there is something at a fundamental level that existed before slavery. There is something there's some sort of dysfunction. I'm not bashing blacks.
What is the dysfunction?
Oh my God, you don't even want me to start with the dysfunction. I
do.
Oh, Jesus Christ, we'll be here for hours. Do you really want me to do this?
Let's do it, man. I ain't gonna do it. Let's go.
First of all, let's start off with the African itself, the continental African. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, hear me out for a minute. To this day in Africa, you have over 1,000 languages. God knows how many languages existed in ancient Africa. It may have been 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 languages. That alone lets me know that the African was incapable of unification. Now, here goes the white man. You know how they were unified? They were unified generally under the Latin language, and they were generally unified under one or two religions. You know, the African had thousands of languages. He had thousands of religions. He was disunified. He wasn't unified in the beginning. So that may explain why a lot of times blacks have hostility towards each other without even knowing each other. It may be something that is genetically flawed with us. Another thing, we don't selectively breed right. Black men, and you guys know it. You guys live in the UK. I live in America. You have black men who will literally breed with any type of woman. The woman could be 4'2", ugly and fat. The woman could have schizophrenia. The woman could breed with a dude who's a complete fucking idiot. In the white race, listen, I gotta say this about them. If they are middle class, the expectation is you marry or date someone who is middle class and above. If they are rich,
let's pause quickly there, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Sorry.
I mean, I would say that the black middle class practice more racial. No, I say the black middle class are more selective with who they have children with. So I don't agree. If you're gonna say middle class, then I would say the whole middle class aim to interact with high quality.
Hey, by the way, guys,
lower class issue, and I feel like lower class white and black may have the same issue.
Hold on for a second. By the way, guys, there's about 80 people in here. Please, Cash App or PayPal, Red Pill Trill. Guys, you got to understand, this guy gets up here every goddamn day, entertains you guys with excellent content. Throw the guy $10 or I don't. I think it's what's the equivalent of $10 in
pounds?
Pounds. It's like $9 or something since today.
Yeah. It's whatever, man.
Yeah, Cash App. Quick $10.
Yeah.
Go
Thank
ahead, sir.
you,
I'm listening.
bro.
I'm sorry I cut you off.
Show some love. Oh yeah. So Kev.
Yeah.
Listen,
you asked me 1,000 questions, man. I got all day.
So yeah, me too. I got questions. So
I make money on the stock market, so I could chill all day on the computer.
What you said, sounds like you're describing the lower class. Full stop.
No, what I'm describing is a fundamental dysfunction within all of blacks. Now, of course, not every single black has this dysfunction. However, it permeates in us at a larger scale than in whites or in Asians, etc.
Okay, can you prove that?
I can't prove that. Look at their society and look at black society. That's the proof in itself.
I'm talking about. We're gonna look at lower class.
It's not
America,
just about
right?
lower class. It's about
because that's why you mentioned middle class.
No, just hear me out for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Left to our own devices, black people would not have, African people would not have ushered in the computer age, the information age, the industrial age, etc. It just wasn't a part of our culture. It wasn't a part of our history. And yes, there were scientists who were black. There were mathematicians who were black. But the difference between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking is that one of them contributed to science and one of them popularized science. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a famous black scientist, but he popularized science for mainstream culture, whereas Stephen Hawking actually contributed to theoretical ideas that are used in actual practical. So the difference is that
Of course it is. Of course, Stephen Hawking ain't shit. Yeah, and all that shit they come up with is mumbo jumbo and fucking white man voodoo. This is mumbo jumbo and white man voodoo. Yeah, and most of
the white man voodoo that you're using right now,
and most of it is theoretical and not actually applicable in real life. They deal with a lot of theorems. They deal with a lot of hypotheses, right? but very like Stephen Hawking had a hypothesis that the Large Hadron Collider would rip a hole would create a black hole and destroy life as we know it. You know, there's a lot of shit that these people say. First of all, we don't even know if Stephen Hawking is Stephen Hawking because his face changed so many times, and he had a disease that gave you a lifespan of living with that disease for about 10 years. However, he had that disease for over 30 years. So I'm not even convinced that Stephen Hawking actually was this great contributor to the scientific world as he was touted to be. He's more a scientific celebrity, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're both fugazi, man. They're both fugazi, in my humble opinion. But let's get back to the classes. You mentioned middle class, brother. You mentioned middle class white America and their unwillingness to select or breed with those of a lesser ilk. And I'm saying that's just middle class in general. When we look at the lower class, lower class, we have a whole term for these motherfuckers. It's called trailer trash, hillbillies, rednecks, inbreds. Yeah, we got and that's the white version, right? Looking sharp, man. Looking sharp, man.
Thank you.
That's am I right or wrong?
You're wrong, and I'm gonna tell you you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you why. Listen, I'm not trying to take up for Whitey. I'm not. I'm just talking about the real for what I see it.
Okay.
Yes, in the white race, you do have hillbillies. In the white race, you do have hillbillies. You have all types of lower class whites. But here goes what I've always observed. That hillbilly knows at least 2 or 3 different things. He knows how to do something in terms of a trade. You generally just don't see a hillbilly who's just a lazy nothing. I've been around black people. Okay, you may disagree with me, but I've been around black people.
Right.
They can be bookworms. They don't know how to fix a goddamn tire on a car. The thing of the matter is this. We need to start embracing the fact that we didn't invent every goddamn thing. You know, you talk to a lot of black hotep niggas. They say things like, well, we invented air. You didn't invent air.
Yeah.
You didn't invent grass. Stop it.
Right.
Stop it. And when we start realizing that, then I believe we will become a powerful race. We got black people out here saying, oh, we invented the internet. You didn't invent the internet. You just use it. Ask the average black person, hey, nigga, how does this work? How does this phone work? Nigga couldn't tell you. But the nigga will tell you his ancestor built the iPhone. No, you didn't. When you are people who sit back and say, oh, we invented everything, you know what that does? It breeds laziness.
Yeah, but wait. The people that are saying we invented everything are not the lower class people we're discussing. The lower class black man that we are actually discussing couldn't give a fuck who invented anything, bro. You sound like you talking about someone that's done some research on some shit. That's not the same guy. The guy that says we invented some shit, the guy that watched Hidden Colors, and said we invented everything, he's not going to be the same non-productive guy. They're different, bro.
Listen. What I am saying is this. I think there's some sort of cultural divide right now going on, or some sort of language barrier. There are smart black people, obviously.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is this. If you can acknowledge, give me a second, guys. If you can acknowledge the fact that people are better than you culturally, then you will be allowed to reverse engineer everything. That's what the Asians did. The Japanese, look up, this isn't me talking, this is facts. The Japanese had an isolated culture for thousands of years. White man came over there, the Japanese, I forgot which emperor said, we're going to lose to them. We need to do everything that they do and better. So the same thing goes with our people. We got to stop saying we invented every goddamn thing. We didn't.
No. What you need to do, Labuto.
No. Go ahead. What I need to do.
Yeah. what you need to do, my brother, yeah,
Go ahead.
You need to. If a man tells you that a black man invented the internet, what you need to do is to either go and research it or correct him.
I do correct him. The Negro did not invent the internet. The internet was not invented by one man. First of all, it was invented by a team of scientists, a team of engineers.
Who was integral in that team?
It could have, sir. It was not one black man. It was
bro.
Go ahead.
What's your? Let me be stereotypical. What's your basketball team?
What's my who?
Your favorite basketball team? Stereotypically.
Well, I don't really follow basketball, but I would say the Lakers.
You would say the Lakers.
Yeah.
How many white guys on the Lakers?
How many white guys are on the Lakers? I think it's like 4 or 5. I don't know, but they don't.
Okay.
I think it's like 4 or 5.
All right. Would you say that any of those white guys are significant contributions to the performance of the team? Like, without them, there'd be no team.
No.
Right. I feel like it only takes, on the reverse of that, yeah, you can have a team full of white guys. I have one black guy in there. But guess what? His creativeness, his ingenuity, his intelligence will actually be the basis and the foundation of what that team produces. However, when it's time to get your rosettes and get your trophies and get your accolades, you're gonna find a black man's his name ain't gonna get shouted out as loud. Yeah, this is
the Lakers.
Dr. Philip Imigwali. He's a computer scientist who was born in the 1950s in Nigeria, moved to the US to study mathematics and marine engineering. Philip designed the program for the fastest computer on Earth, which was made up of over 60,000 widely distributed microprocessors and ran more than 3.1 billion calculations. Migwali has said that his inspiration for this development came from watching bees networking together in nature, and realized that he could build computer systems that can work and internally communicate like a beehive. This achievement led to him earning the 1989 Gordon Bell Prize for the Institute of Electronics and Electrical Engineers, and his computing breakthrough of a practical way for computers to communicate with each other helped lead in the direction of the development of the internet. The technology that Philip designed is used today in a system of computers that are used by all search engines. So every time you do a Google search, you can thank Dr. Philip Imigwali. And this is why somebody might translate that to you like, oh, yo, black man invented the internet. They're not far off. They're not far off, bro.
Your argument has a lot of validity, but what I'm saying again is that this. Hear me out for a minute. Just hear me out.
Yeah.
I'm not here to bash our people. By no means am I perfect, but what I'm saying is that the achievements of blacks is not on the same in terms of anything outside of sports and entertainment. It's not on the same scale as whites and Asians. Yeah, so a black man contributed to the development of the internet. Well, so did 10,000 whites. The fact of the matter is that black people on a large scale are not focused on the STEMs. The fact of the matter is that a large number of black people have not contributed to the sciences, have not contributed to mathematics in comparison to. Just hear me out for a minute. In comparison to whites and Asians,
it doesn't matter about the numbers. It matters.
About the numbers because it has to matter about the numbers.
It doesn't.
Go ahead.
You can have it doesn't. It doesn't. 1,000 punches versus one knockout punch. The numbers don't matter.
You're using an analogy that. I get your analogy, but we're talking
at the end.
Can I ask you a question? Who ushered in the information age?
Who ushered in the
information age? Who ushered in the information age?
You could say somebody like Dr. Dr. Philip Imagwali.
No, I'm talking about what group of people ushered in the information age, the science. I mean, the computer age.
The computer age.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, you've got black mathematicians.
If left to your own devices.
Without them, no. See, what you're doing is you're trying to omit evidence I've just submitted to
I'm not trying to omit anything. I understand that there were black engineers, black scientists.
Listen. No. Not just black engineers, substantial contributions to the field of computing, which therefore means without their contributions, we wouldn't be at the level of processing and communicating that we have today. I just showed you the man that was behind the programs that allow computers to internally communicate. This is what the internet is. So without this man, who's to say who would have been next with this breakthrough?
But without the invention of the computer itself, which was made by a white man, there would have been any internet. What I'm trying to say is that these people.
Evidence the computer was made by a white man.
What evidence was the computer made by whites? Yeah. Who invented the computer? Who invented the computer processor?
You tell me.
No,
bro.
You tell me. You
made a claim,
sir. Who invented the computer processor?
Don't run, because you don't know. Google it, man. Google it and go and look and hope. God. Fingers crossed that it's a white guy, because you want to. I'm not trying to. Google that shit. Google that shit. The computer processor, according to Google, was invented by an Englishman named Charles Babbage. Okay, he was a white guy. He was a mechanical engineer and a polymath. You know how white folks be stealing ideas. Don't lie.
No, oh my God. Why do listen? Listen. No. Listen to me for a minute.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What makes our race inferior culturally to other races is the fact that we pretend that we've done a lot of things, when in actuality we have not. We don't have a culture of intellectualism. We don't have that kind of culture.
No.
So
wait, Kevin, man, why are you saying this, bro?
Because listen to me. Listen.
Good.
I am a black nationalist. I believe that the black man should be superior. But we have to start tackling the things in our community that make us inferior to other groups of people. One of the things that we do as a culture is that we sit here and we lie about a lot of shit. We did not invent every goddamn thing. We did not usher in the industrial age. We did not usher in the computer age. We did not usher in the space age. What I'm saying is that maybe if we started to actually embrace these things, then we will say one day in the future, we ushered in this age.
First things first. Without the black man's knowledge of space, there'd be no space age. That's
oh my God.
Yeah. Secondly,
what culture in Africa? Let me ask you a question. What culture in Africa right now?
Many
thousands of years ago. What culture in Africa? What culture in Africa was close to the space age?
Everyone.
How they didn't,
very carefully.
They didn't even have roads in Africa.
Listen, you don't need roads to know about to have the stars and the cosmos mapped out.
Other than the Dogon. And I believe that the Dogon got their information from Europe. I mean, not Europe, from Egypt, because I believe that.
And you think the Egypts were Europeans as well, right?
Other than the Dogon, than the Dogon, the Negroes found out Sirius A and Sirius B,
and the Egyptians.
The ancient, first of all, the Egyptian. Okay, you're talking about one society out of 70 something.
You speak about two. You said the Dogon. I said the
Dogon. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that the Dogon are actually descendants of the Egyptians, and they left Egypt.
We all descendants of the Egyptians. We're fucking Egyptian.
I'm not an Egyptian, sir. You can be an Egyptian. I'm not an Egyptian.
You your fucking Egyptian lips.
No.
And your Egyptian
sir, stop. Stop.
What the hell up, man?
Stop it.
You
I'm a West African.
Utmost. Yes, I'm a West African too. From Nigeria.
I'm not an Egyptian, sir.
Do you know where we came from? I'm Nigerian.
I came from Nigeria.
We're from the same country. Do you know your history? You here talking? You talking slick? Do you know what? So what? Do you know about the Bantu expansion? Do you know about the Bantu migration?
Sir,
do you know where we came
anybody
from?
of
Bantu. Do you know how we got to West Africa as Nigerians?
According,
no, you don't.
Yes, I do. What are you talking about?
Sorry, brother.
There's a lot of evidence that suggests, because of the Bantu languages, that we came from Eastern Africa, which, if you
Okay.
think about it, maybe we came from Egypt. I understand that, sir. I understand.
All right, then just chill. Just chill then,
I am
bro.
chilling.
All right, no, but I'm saying to you, yeah, bro. Like, you trying to run from some shit. Like, apart from Egypt.
I'm not trying to run from anything.
Yeah, I'm saying Egypt was the Egypt, Kemet, Tamaray. This was a vast empire. This wasn't just a town or a one country. So why everybody's claiming that they came from Egypt and descended? Because most of them did. Because most of us was in the catchment area that would be described today as Egypt. So once we get over the geography, we realize vast amount of Africa had and Egypt didn't create the cosmological view of Africans. The Sumerians got their way before them.
Let me ask you a question. If Africans are so great, why aren't you living in Nigeria?
Because I'm great. I didn't to be honest, let me tell you one thing. I wasn't born there.
Yeah.
I was born here.
Yeah.
I didn't choose to be born here.
Yeah.
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 2.
Yeah.
I don't have the papers or my shit in order for me to go and relocate here. I've got children here that are of schooling age.
Yeah.
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 So my duty right now is to make sure that I help my children see it through childhood into early adulthood before I think of picking up and packing up and going. But what I would say is I'm more than happy to live in Africa. It's not an issue. It's not an aversion. In fact, it's a dream and an aspiration. Yeah. So I'm not under any illusion that, without me going with that I need to stay in England in order for me to do that. It's just what it is. I don't see Africa as being the promised land. I'm not a Pan-African. I'm a Nigerian. I'm an Igbo man. I don't need to glorify a landscape. I'm not attached geographically to anywhere. Right? My home is actually inside of me. However, we just talking about straight facts about history. So this ain't about Hotepism or Afrocentric or black supremacy. This is just about facts. When you try to talk about wait, 1 second.
Yeah.
When you try to talk about the space age, this space age, this fictitious space age, they're just finding out information, that we have had logged down and registered for millennia. So if essentially our little brothers, the European man, are gaining, are catching up to our cosmological view. That's cool. We already mapped the stars. We already mapped the solar system. We already depicted the distance between wandering stars. So we're not behind on that, and that's our culture. That doesn't mean that we're the best. Doesn't mean we don't have no issues. Doesn't mean that we've got everything going for ourselves. But for you to now say, okay, these white guys are supposedly landing to Mars. You think Richard Branson and Elon Musk are on a space race to build a hotel in space by 2027? You think we're ready to go and live in space by 2027? This is the shit they're telling you. We can't look at the space race or the space age and allow it to be some kind of marker for human achievement, because most of it is smoke and mirrors, composite images, and lies. So we should just keep our head on the ground. Where the world is headed, where your children are headed, you happy with that?
Am I happy with the way that the world is going?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And also, I don't have any children, but I am happy with the way that the world is going. For the first time in history, we are able to instantly communicate with individuals from any part of the world. We're able to do business with anybody, any place in the world. I think that global.
You need to give thanks to a Nigerian.
I beg your pardon.
You need to give thanks to a Nigerian for being part of that accomplishment.
Okay, sure. But yeah,
a major part of that accomplishment.
Okay. I'm trying to answer your question. I believe that the world is going into a great direction. I believe, for the first time in history, there have been times in history where people died of simple ailments. We have advanced healthcare, we have advanced health technologies. People from all over the world can just fly over to different parts. Like, for example, where I live at, the Cleveland Clinic is the best hospital in the world. There have been princes from Saudi Arabia that have been in this small little Midwestern city in in Ohio. So no, I'm an optimist. I believe that we are heading towards what is called civilization. Hold on for 1 second. What the hell is going on? I believe that we are heading towards civilization 1. So yeah, I don't have a pessimistic view of society. I believe that people are more educated now, more civilized now, and I think that society is going to move forward. And I did an actual live stream about how I believe that Nigeria will actually be a superpower by the beginning of the 22nd century, because wherever Nigerians go, they tend to dominate at every industry. So yeah, I'm not an Uncle Ruckus, but what I am is a person who, in my opinion, who's very practical. And what I'm saying is, I believe that saying that we invented everything and talking about slavery being this, I just don't believe these things, because first of all, you got to look at scalability. You're smart. You're Nigerian. You know about mathematics. Scalability. You can't convince me that the white man stole millions of Africans. It doesn't make any sense in terms of just the numbers itself. There's no fucking way in hell a group of 2,000 people can go over to Africa on the coastline and just kidnap some 6-foot black ass muscular African. It doesn't make any sense to me, and put them on a boat. Come on. So there's a lot of things I just don't believe. But I don't necessarily believe that they didn't happen. I get into a lot of trouble in America when I say that I don't believe that I don't believe Harriet Tubman existed. I had people telling me if they saw me, they would drop me on sight.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not
a short, fat, pudgy black bitch with a fucking Elmer Fudd musket. Are you crazy?
I'm not sure about the whole
go ahead.
Harriet Tubman story.
I never believed that shit growing up. Teachers used to whoop my ass for not believing in that. I'm like, you mean to tell me some short, fat black woman with an Elmer Fudd musket? She was going through state to state. What did she eat? What did she drink? What about wild animals? What about bears and wolves and shit? She had a fucking musket? Come on, stop it. Black women don't even like going outside right now. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
No. I hear you, man. I'm not going to argue about Harriet Tubman or any of these political celebrities that were force-fed time and time again. So as far as I'm concerned, it's neither here nor there whether Harriet Tubman was a real character or not. One thing that has been pointed out to me, because I've had this argument before, is that the story behind it is an inspirational story, and I suppose some people want to hear it. So, like, they need it.
You want to hear? Let me ask you a question. Name me a real white man who wants to hear about some woman saving the white race. Come on, we black people, we are a very different type of race.
Yeah, but we got
as a man, you should feel ashamed that you should be inspired from the story of a woman.
No one said that Harriet Tubman saved the black race. But
I heard you. You said you want to get inspiration. I heard you. I didn't say that you said
inspiration.
Yeah,
right. Inspiration. Yeah. And I think many a black man or many a white man has taken inspiration from female heroines throughout their history. I know it's not new and it's not confined to black people.
Yeah,
you have a super cynical view of black people. I feel like you've chosen the stance to be hypercritical about your own to show that you are not enamored with being black, and you're actually just trying to be super critical and factual. But I think you've taken it to the point where you've become over critical, and you're not even allowing people to claim accolades that are real. So you keep saying, oh, if we keep going around saying we invented shit, but the fact is, if there is a black source to many modern day inventions, sciences, then this is just a fact that should not be buried. Now, whether that takes you forward or not is a different thing, but it should be celebrated and spoken about if it's fact. If it's fact that can be proven or researched or whatever, then it's
Yeah. I want everybody in the chat to
strategies
donate
of
$10.
how to move forward. Amongst ways of recreating such greatness or expanding on such greatness, but we should be able to speak on it. I don't think there's a problem speaking on it.
Okay, here goes the thing. Here goes the thing. When I was a kid growing up, people used to always talk about these ancient African kingdoms. And I used to say, where are they at? And then, people used to say, well, they were all destroyed. I'm like, no, the fuck they weren't. Because there will still be some sort of antiquity there. There will still be some sort of ruin there. There is no sewage systems. I'm talking about an ancient antiquity. There is no, listen, the white man, he was building goddamn aqueducts 5,000 years ago in Rome. They have the shit right there that... Astaghfirullah. So so here goes the thing. In my opinion, it's more of a disservice.
Yeah.
It's more of a disservice when we lie, because it creates a culture of laziness, and that's what generally happens within the Black culture. Mahatma Gandhi, he said this about the South African 100 years ago. He said that they are lazy. That's what he said about them. Mahatma Gandhi said it. He didn't deny it. He said it. They're lazy. Why do you think this stereotype permeates within the Black culture? Maybe, just maybe, other than slavery, supposedly, we were lazy for real. That's probably what led to the underdevelopment of Africa. Now, I will admit, Africa is a very different type of continent. First of all,
sorry. You're saying a lot of shit. You're saying a lot of shit right now. And one of the things you're talking about is you're comparing the achievements of Europeans in antiquity.
There is no comparison. The white man is 10,000 years ahead of everybody on the planet. Let's be completely honest. There's no comparison.
Sorry. I'm not sure if you're aware of what the Dark Ages were and the conditions in Europe.
The Dark Ages only affected a...
Wait, slow down.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The conditions in Europe surrounding things like the plague. Are you aware of the conditions? Are you aware of
the Dark Ages? Yes.
Are you aware of... Okay, so you know that at a time, the British, I speak for the British, were practicing corpse magic, where they believed that eating parts of the corpse from executed criminals would solve their problems. Yeah, where white men in the elite were snorting crushed up Egyptian mummies up their noses. Yeah,
red pill.
In order to achieve some kind of effect. One second.
Okay.
1 second. When men and women were sleeping with their cattle in their house and catching the pox, yeah,
okay,
the lurgy, yeah.
Whites have been known to do stuff like that. I mean, that might be a lot of truth behind that. They do shit with animals. Let's
talk about sewage systems.
But they had a sewage system. That's the whole thing. That's the difference between their culture and our culture. They had a sewage system.
They didn't.
What are you talking about? They had one that went back into Greece. They have it right now. The aqueduct.
They were taught.
Not the aqueduct. I'm sorry, but they had sewage. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, they didn't have sewage systems. They threw their excrement and their urine out of their windows into the street.
So what? Where did the African throw his shit at?
Wait. You show me where the African version of that was, yeah, in those times. You show me what the Africans were doing.
The
when
same thing, sir. The African just did it in the village.
They never shot in their streets. They
didn't have streets in ancient Africa.
They,
You know that.
They don't need streets in Africa. You comparing how a monkey climbs a tree to how a fish does. Yeah, they got different
the
environments.
African never had streets in ancient
They
Africa.
didn't
They
need
didn't have
fucking
streets.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. They didn't need the type of streets
because
that
they were
had
not
to do.
developed.
Bro.
God.
They were more. Listen, they were more. Listen, you think development is about having streets?
Yes.
You think that is about skyscrapers?
Look at
and
that.
streets?
Look at what
that's
street.
what
Look
human-
at what
that's what
roads.
human- Hold on.
Roads connected their cities to each other. That's why they're able to do commerce.
Bro. One second.
Okay.
So who created it? So who had the Silk Road? The biggest trading route in the world, yeah, with spices and fruits and cloth and knowledge, yeah, from the furthest reaches of the fucking earth, yeah. Where was the Silk Road,
sir?
Was it in Europe? No. Don't run from what I'm saying. Was it in Europe,
sir?
Who traveled? Slow down. I'm just trying to show you stuff. Who traveled to Timbuktu to learn from the universities?
That's a myth.
It's not a fucking myth. It's a fact documented by white people.
That's a myth. I'm telling you, that is a myth. Why in the guy's earth would whites go to Timbuktu to learn? What the fuck would they learn? How to build mud huts? What are you talking about, brother? Come on. We're lying to each other. You talking to me. You talking to Kevin and Sales. You ain't talking to nobody who's a bullshit. I have a degree in.
Wait, stop, Kevin Sales.
I can't believe it. I have an actual degree in African studies. I used to get chased out of classrooms. Why would the white man go to Timbuktu, sir?
Bro. With all due respect,
you're trolling, Kevin.
I'm not.
Yo, Kevin.
Go to my page. I'll show you videos of me. Go ahead.
You trying to distract me? I'm talking to you. You trying to not engage with me?
Go ahead.
To you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
By
the way, catch your question. How does my accent sound to you? By the way,
you just sound like an average dude, man. Like so.
Sir, I am an average dude. I'm nobody. What do you? You are goddamn right. In comparison to the grand scheme of things, I'm a fucking nobody.
Okay, so you're definitely trying to throw me off because I've been trying to get back on my point for the last 2-3 minutes. You deliberately trying to distract me. So we play your game. You just pretend that you want to hear some real shit. You telling me you got a degree in African studies? No way.
Yes, I do. I have it from Kent State University. I studied under Edward Crosby, who recently died.
Take it back.
If you don't know about the university in Timbuktu,
I know everything about the university in Timbuktu.
Slow down, bro. You just told me it was a myth.
I didn't say that was a myth. I said it was a myth that the white man went over there.
Why are you so animated?
I said it was a myth that the white man went over there to learn. Why in the guy's earth would the white man need to learn from blacks?
We didn't say that.
It was dominating blacks thousands of years ago. How would
Let me ask you a question. Stop now. Thousands of years ago, when the University of Timbuktu stood and was active, yeah, and the Africans lived in mud huts, yeah, what was the European man living in?
I don't know. Some of them were living in huts. Some of them were living in huts. Some of them were living in caves. Some of them were living in houses.
Yeah, mud huts are some of the most eco-friendly, scientifically viable fucking housing for mankind that exists till today, right? So let's get this right. Let's get this right, yeah? Right, yeah. Sketch your forehead and just tell me what the white man was living in when we were living in mud huts during that period. What was the white man living in?
Sir, they were living in huts. They were living in, shanty woods. They weren't. Listen, the whites were generally, the common white was generally poor, but the elites were living in castles. The elites were living in brick homes.
Castles, and we don't have castles.
Hell no, the black man didn't have. How the hell we didn't have castles? He ain't got that. What castles exist right now in Africa that are of antiquity?
We got so many of them.
Okay. You're crazy.
We invented lighthouses and all sorts.
Are you all right? Are you serious?
Go ahead.
Ports.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We had ports. We had ports. Everything. So like this idea of the white man and ports and no, we had ports for trading from thousands of years ago because we got boats and ships and all of that. You know, we had merchant traders. Like that's what it says on the tin. Merchant trade. You trade with someone. You leave from where you are, yeah, on a boat and go to other places in the world. But
Sorry, bro,
yeah, all this disrespect
Yeah,
of
go on, go on, go on.
of
It's
our African
disrespectful
people.
because wait a minute, hold on for a second. I've said nothing
No,
disrespectful.
and placing other people who came last on the planet as the prime importance and the example. No, I think that they spend a lot of time taking example from us. They spend a lot of time in the village. They spend a lot of the time finding roots and remedies for modern day diseases.
How come?
Going back to
Let me ask you a question.
basics and stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
so okay. You guys respectfully have children, right?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you don't take them to no goddamn witch doctor when they get sick. I bet you take them to the white man, to the hospitals, because you know goddamn well that Dr. Sebi shit is nonsense.
Dr. Sebi,
yeah, get these leaves and dry them up. Get the fuck out of here, you guys. I don't have any children. I would never in my life send my kids some goddamn African witch doctor.
Bro,
what are you talking about?
Wait.
That's what you're talking about. You're saying that they learn from the
Wait. Whoa. Let's not confuse using natural remedies with witch doctors. Let's not do that confusion, right? Because you're sounding real dumb right now. Because all the pharmaceutical companies, the big pharma, yeah, they go and research out in the Amazon, out in the African jungles, yeah. They go and find out from indigenous tribes remedies that they use. They take those things, they bring them back, they analyze and break it down to the molecules, and then recreate these natural remedies. They make the synthetic version, which becomes then marketable, and which you can now recreate at a profit and distribute to your citizens, right? The population. This is how big pharma work. Let's not pretend like you don't know that they replicate what is already found in nature. What? So if somebody doesn't want to go to big pharma, like you seem like a guy that rather than pick a bush and cook it for your herpes, you'd rather go to
Well, first of all, I practice safe sex. Second of all,
safe sex won't save you from herpes.
First of all, I practice safe sex. Second of all, a healthy body comes with working out, genetics.
You don't know
and
shit.
Eating.
Listen, bro.
Sorry, whoa. You don't have to say I don't know shit.
I just said herpes. You talking about safe sex? You think a condom can save you from herpes? You don't know shit, man.
Sir, generally, if I'm with a woman, I'm with her faithfully, so I'm not sleeping around like I did in my early 20s. I don't have to worry about herpes.
What does that mean? She could have herpes.
Sir, listen, you could be right, but what I'm trying to ask you is, sir, can I ask you a question? Do you know about the Cardos scale? The Cardos scale.
With the shoulda willy.
Do you know about that scale?
Once you break it down, I will.
Okay, it's. I think me and you've talked about this before. It's about the civilization scale. So there's civilization 0, which
0 is 1 to the space race.
Yeah, so we're in civilization.
We're gonna be living on Pluto in 50 years. Get the fuck out of here.
Just hold on for a second. Hear me out. Mankind, all the human beings are in civilization 0. Basically, we are using crude oil, pretty much natural resources, and we haven't used all of them. Civilization 1 is the ability for a civilization to harness the energy output of of all the energies on the planet. So at that point, we can use fusion technology. We can use nuclear technology to utilize that on ships to go outside the solar system. Now, hear me out for a minute. Do you honestly believe in your mind that the African would have ushered in us going into these civilizations?
We were those civilizations in the beginning. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Okay.
What are you doing?
We were those civilizations. Where are they at now?
You see what you're looking at here?
That is the Great Wall of China. That pretty much bankrupted China.
It's not the Great Wall of China. No.
What is that?
It's a Moorish castle. It's a Moorish castle.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's a Moorish castle.
I said, educate me on it. Where is it at?
I am doing it right now, man.
Okay,
It's a Moorish castle.
Okay, where's it at?
Built by your cousins, by your African cousins.
Sir, the Africans ain't built that shit, and you know it.
We built many castles in Europe.
are you
and
alright?
around the
No, they
world,
didn't, sir. No, they
Yes,
didn't.
we did.
No, they didn't.
Bro, the people in Gibraltar will tell you that these castles were built by Moors. You telling them that they didn't because they're African.
No, it's because first of all, let's be completely honest. This whole Moor shit didn't happen.
Oh, fucking hell.
No, hear me out for a minute. Wait a minute. Hear me out for a minute. Hear me out for a minute.
Yeah,
what happened to all the Moors?
You should see the castle in Spain called the Alhambra that the Muslims built.
But they're trying to say that the Moors were black Bantus. They
Some
were
of them
not.
What were they? What were they?
They weren't Bantus, and you know
what
that.
What was it?
Sir, you know they weren't Bantus.
What were they, bro?
Sir,
What were
black people want to point this out. They want to say that
Is
the
it only
Moors were
Bantus in Africa?
They were not Bantus, and you know that.
Okay, cool. What were they?
Sir, I don't know what they were. I know they weren't Bantus.
If you don't know what they were, how do you know they weren't Bantu?
I would say they're not more.
If they were okay. If they were Bantus, why aren't they there right now in large numbers?
Because
I'm asking you, why are they not there right now?
Because they married in with the British, the European. Hold on,
I'm listening.
Hold on. They married in with the British, Europeans, the Americans, and they blended in to higher society. Yeah, they essentially were turned out to be essentially sellouts. You know, but the Moorish people still exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Moorish people still exist. Sir, stop. The Moors were not Bantus. That's all.
You don't know that. You need but you need to stop propagating that if you don't have any evidence.
Sir, the evidence is clear in Europe itself. Where are they now? What do you mean evidence and data? The thing of the matter is you have eyes. You live in Europe. You know goddamn well where's the Moors at now?
That's why I know.
Moorish
I know.
flags and all
I
sorts.
know.
Don't do it to yourself, bro.
Because I live in Europe, I know. I'm not arguing with you. Yeah, but you don't know. You seem like it's a new topic for you. So I'll just show you. Yeah, Moors in Europe.
You're showing me pictures.
I'm bored. Yeah, depictions.
Pictures.
Historic depictions. They go with
that's
stories.
how far back they go.
They go with stories. It goes with history. It's not just a depiction. It's not just
Sir, you said okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me and guys, by the way, please donate to Red Pill Trill, guys, for this excellent content. It's about 80 people in here. Let's get him to a quick $1,000. Everybody give him $12 or $15. Now here goes the thing. Now the thing of the matter is that I'm not up here trying to troll, which people think that I am. I'm not trying to be an Uncle Ruckus. What I am saying is that it is a disservice when we start claiming things that we did not do. It makes us lazy as a race. We need to actually do these things, and I will admit, the Nigerian to a degree is doing these things. They've created a car, the Innocent. I know you know about the Innocent, correct?
No, I don't.
Yeah, the Innocent is a car manufacturer. They pretty much make the damn car. They manufacture it. They streamline it. They make it. It's a full process. It's a full streamlined process, manufacturing process with their own materials. Yeah,
there's other people doing it in Africa.
Before we go too far, let me just quickly welcome the Chronic. What's good?
No, what's up, man?
What's up?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I want to hear what this dude got to say. Yo, big up.
All right, man. Yo, big up, brother.
The Chronic sounds like he's an American.
Yeah, I couldn't take anymore, Joe. It's like, I have to jump on. I couldn't take anymore, bro. Honestly.
All right, you're gonna get that work, and we're gonna be calm about it. We're gonna give you that calm.
Yeah, no problem. I enjoy being over here, man. I enjoy being over here because at the end of the day, man, it's all about content. That's all it's about. It's about free speech.
Yeah, you're always welcome over here as well. All right, the Chronic. Talk to me though. You've been hearing what the dude is saying. The brother Kevin Sales. Like, even though you want to listen to more, I know you can add. Or you can give your perspective. Like, what are you thinking? What's going on?
Well, I don't know. I think this dude doesn't really know what he's talking about, to be honest. Well, I don't know. Like, you guys are jumping from point to point. Like, the Moors, the fucking no slavery, Harriet Tubman.
I'm just trying to answer him everywhere he goes, right? But essentially, what he's saying is we're hiding behind we're hiding behind other people's history, and we're not facing up to the fact that we're just lazy. And this is why, and that the white man is far superior to us, and has been just due to a higher work ethic.
Yeah,
I think this is essentially what the brother is saying.
You hit it right on the nail. Absolutely.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true.
Absolutely.
I mean, shit. Look at these Moors that y'all looking at. Like these dudes brought like sewer systems. They brought motherfucking architecture. Goddamn, the Arabic language. Damn, and y'all talk about who the Moors are. The Moors is just Berbers, Arabs, West Africans. It's like a mix. The Moor ain't one person. You know what I mean? Hella caliphates came through, different empires and shit. It wasn't just one person. That's impossible.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right, Zulu, talk to me, man.
Mate, bruh, like start from the those many sections of the conversation, yeah. And each section was a face palm, yeah. Like each section, and I mean, going all the way to the irrigation, to the hygiene. Like you could just mic drop everything, bro. But obviously, we're gonna take it in steps.
The white man had bathhouses in ancient Rome. I just want to put that out, by the way.
And who told the Romans? And who told the Romans? Who told the Romans?
Taught them how to bathe again?
The Romans weren't taught. Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off. Go ahead.
Who told the Romans, bro?
I'm sorry.
Who told the Romans? Who fed the Romans? During the Carthage situation, who fed the Romans?
Carthaginians were not black, sir. Come on.
Oh my God.
So hold on, they were not Phoenician.
The Carthaginians were they were Phoenician type group, but they were not black people.
And who are the Phoenicians? Who are the Phoenicians?
Wow.
Who are the Phoenicians?
The Phoenicians were a Mediterranean. The Phoenicians were
the Olympian, right?
They were a Mediterranean cultural group. They were not black people, sir. You know that.
So the Canaanites were olive-skinned, right?
Now you're talking about. First of all, you're talking about an ancient biblical culture.
You telling me they didn't mix with no Africans though?
The Roman bathhouse, the gymnasium, where they misogynized and raped and molested young boys.
Also,
because you have video footage of this.
Wait. But this is they document it. Because they never hid it. They didn't hide that they liked young boys. It wasn't something that they needed to hide. So they did that openly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just letting you know that, right? Secondly, you're talking about the bathhouses. These are the same Romans that shared a sponge to wipe the shit from their ass.
Yeah,
and they
I know all about that.
And people would, that you ain't got no accounts of Africans ever doing some shit like
that.
Right. Because the African never had an oral history. That's why.
What?
Goddamn. Name me one. Okay. Other than an Ethiopian. Other than an Ethiopian.
Bro,
other than an Ethiopian.
Let him get it off.
I'm sorry. Not oral. I'm talking about written. Other than an Ethiopian, name me an African group that had a written language. Other than an Ethiopian.
Man,
and let's be completely honest, the one in Ethiopia.
Bro, those written languages in West Africa, bro. What are you talking about?
Name one of them. Name one.
They found them in Timbuktu. These guys were writing books.
You said West Africa. Now you talking Timbuktu.
The first universities.
Timbuktu's not West Africa.
These guys were writing books.
No, they weren't writing books in ancient Africa. What's the name? Okay, name me one book in ancient Africa.
This is what I'm talking about, bro. Look hold on. Look up the Songhai Empire and look up the letters and the songs and poems that were written in the Songhai Empire.
In what language though? Because the Songhai Empire, if I'm not mistaken, was conquered by the Arabs.
Conquered by the Arabs.
So they wrote a book. Obviously, it's an
Arab.
They
were Arabs.
They were Arabs. What do you mean conquered by the Arabs?
They were black Arabs.
The Arab. First of all, you guys are intelligent. I can tell. You guys aren't in words like the ones.
What Arab is going to conquer West Africa, bro?
The Arab religion and language did not originate in Africa, and you guys know that. Here goes the thing. Name me an ancient African language that was written. That had a written language. I'll wait.
What? No, I know you're not doing this. Are you being? Are you? Right?
I'm being dead, sir. These are the things that used to get me chased out of class some days. Listen, I'm
not really.
Kevin, my brother.
Name me a language in Africa.
Say you don't know, but don't
say you don't know.
The Japanese language. You talking about? I don't know. Of course, I don't know because there was none.
Don't start coming in and asking kindergarten questions, man.
Sir.
What are we doing?
The Chinese have a language that is. oral and written, that goes back 10,000 years.
So what?
Name me a language, give me the written language of the Yoruba.
They have an alphabet. They have a language.
Show me that the alphabet is, sir. You and I both know, as Nigerians, that is new. I'm talking about what was the symbols that predated colonialism, that predated. Let's go back 1,000 years ago. Do they have a continuous language system?
It depends, because
Written.
what would you consider a hieroglyphic type
With
language?
symbols,
With
like in English. We
Besides,
have symbols
hold on.
Symbols, yes, for different
Hold
tribes.
on. Even the old alphabet system comes out of the Greek, right? With the alpha and omega and all of that, right?
Actually.
Started with the first symbols coming from the Phoenician on their side, right?
Yes.
But then them getting the language of Greek created out of the Coptic. Do you get what I'm saying? And we're not even going into the heretic, demotic, and then hieroglyphs, and then Medunetta. Like, we're not even doing that.
Language came from us.
I don't think you're ready for
now. Language
that
came
level
from
of
us.
information.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you don't.
Did we invent air too?
Language came from us, bro.
Did we invent air? Did we invent the grass too?
Hold on, Kevin. So let's take this slow.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
The current alphabet that you use, yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, etc., right?
You can actually sing, by the way. Go ahead.
I wasn't trying, but thanks.
You're a fucking clown, Kevin, man. You're a clown.
Don't let him finesse you.
He's funny, you know. He's probably funny.
Why in the Alpha 5? Why in the Buell?
Yeah.
We're gonna get into that one later.
Oh yeah. Alpha 5 with
we're gonna get into that
going
later.
on.
Stay there, Kevin. We're getting into that later.
Yeah,
But anyway,
forgot about that. What
when
is
you
the
look at
transsexual?
when you look at your modern English, Latin, whatever language it is now, alphabet, it all stems back to the Greek, then the Phoenician, the Proto-Kenatic script. When you look at alpha in Greek, it's practically the same as Aleph in the Canaanite script, which is a bull. Okay, so the modern language you're speaking is because of Africans. Even the European language you're speaking now is because of Africans.
That's right.
That's the facts. No debates.
Man.
That's the facts.
No debating. Mic drop.
If you think the Canaanites are not African,
I never said that. I know we all know the Canaanites were African.
Look at what Hamite is. There's no dispute there.
Sir, we listen. That's not up for argument. We already know the Canaanites were black people. But what I'm saying is that again, I asked you, give me a written language in West Africa. That's all I asked you.
What?
What language in Africa?
No, it's West Africa. You said Africa. You said what?
Okay, how about this?
What
Do me a favor.
countries?
Go back 10 minutes ago, and you'll see me hear me say the same damn
we
question.
just said to you. We
I
can
said
stop at
Ethiopia
Egypt
probably
alone.
Ethiopia probably had a written language. But other than that,
we can just stop at Egypt alone, and you're messed up. Like, we don't want to do that to you.
Sir, you mean to tell me
and Europeans?
Pictures
Hold
of ducks and birds and flowers. That's a language. Come on,
Kevin.
You don't know what that shit is, and you don't know what it is. You sound like Brother Polite now.
Kevin. But Europeans would tell you that Egyptians is the first civilization, right? Not of Africa, but that they first came across.
Sir,
and it seems to go. Hold on, my brother.
The Egyptians were not the first civilization, and you know that.
Hold on. I know. In Africa, no, but
they
it is an African civilization. Yes or no?
No.
What?
No, they weren't. Egypt. Listen, there are civilizations that predate Egypt in Africa. What are you talking about? You know that.
No, you're saying they're not Africans though. They're Egyptians.
He doesn't think that. He doesn't think they're Bantu. He thinks they're white.
Sir, there are. Okay, let me ask you a question. Where did they find Lucy at?
No,
in Ethiopia.
We're going back to Egyptians. Yeah,
the Egyptians were not the first. They may have been the first superpower in Africa, but they're not the first civilization.
According to the Europeans, not me. I didn't say that.
Sir,
I said according to the Europeans,
they don't say
the first
that.
civilization they depict after caveman, is Egypt. These are the facts because the artifacts and all of that and blah blah blah. So when we were growing up, Sumerian. And then they would ship to Samaria. No, would be the next one, right? But we still ain't in no Europe yet. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying what the established Europeans say, right? So we're just going with that. But we're saying internally within Africa, yeah, no, that is definitely not a truth, right? But those people had writing, invented writing as far as the Europeans concerned. Do you get what I'm saying? And if that's only one civilization of Africa on the coast, yeah, I was a bit scared. I thought you were saying that the Egyptians were not Africans.
No, I'm
Sounded
not
like
saying
it.
that.
Oh,
No,
okay,
no,
okay,
no, I'm not
okay,
saying
okay.
that at all. I
No,
mean,
no, no,
I mean, from what I've seen on hieroglyphs, they depict what the people look like. They were brown skinned, dark skinned people. So obviously they were.
So all those accomplishments are ours, right?
And what is? And
I
what
would
is
assume.
hieroglyph?
I would assume that the civilization in Africa, from what we see, the Sphinx, the pyramids, the temples, I would assume, just off of logic, that they were built by the Black Africans. Yeah, I've always assumed that.
By us, right?
I beg your pardon.
By us, right?
Yeah, I've never denied that.
Okay, so then, if you can acknowledge
your own
that
question.
If you can acknowledge that fact, historically, we can clearly see that these same Egyptians are teaching everyone else how to do astronomy, how to do agriculture, how to be efficient in terms of irrigation.
Yeah,
All
they
of
did
these,
that astronomy,
these
nigga. I
different
know
factors
I know.
that you're pointing out to show that. Hold on, let me finish. All these different things that you're pointing out to say, oh, look, they're more sophisticated and civilized than us. We were the ones, by your own admission, that
You
taught them
weren't,
those things in
sir.
the first place.
Sir, who's this guy? Dublin? Can I ask Dublin a question?
Dublin's driving.
Okay, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all how ridiculous that whole we thing sounds. Now, Dublin is. I'm assuming Dublin is from Europe, right?
He's from Ireland.
Okay, Ireland, right? Okay. Dublin, when a white man who's a wealthy Irishman, Irishman, accomplishes something, do you say, "Yeah, we did. I did that as a white man"? So here goes the thing, Zulu and everybody else. Just because the Egyptians did it doesn't mean that you didn't do anything. That quit saying we did this. You didn't build the pyramids, Negro. You didn't build the Sphinx. Stop. You didn't build that shit. You weren't around. You Negroes were born in 1990 talking about what we did. Stop it. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead. Sorry, I blacked out. Go ahead.
I don't know what that was. Still.
Yeah,
no, what it was is that he said we built it. No, you didn't build it. Just like Dublin, he didn't build the goddamn aqueducts in Rome just because he's white. No, he didn't build it.
Yeah, but his ancestors did. So like he can say
sir,
we. Yes.
We need sir. Here goes.
Yeah, he can say that. He can say that because he's the ancestor, and a European can claim any piece of history. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. The European's history and his story is his story, is it not? We're not going to change that and say Africans did what Europeans did, right?
Why can't you say my ancestors?
Yeah, well, Michael, listen, hold on.
Why can't you say my ancestors built it?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Quit saying we built it. No.
Yeah, but they're paying semantics.
No, your ancestors are you. You are your ancestors, so we
here we go with this ancestor mumbo jumbo.
No, we can't.
I'm not my ancestor, sir.
Kevin, you know what I meant.
We can't say we.
Even though
I know what you
meant,
meant, Zulu.
So come on, man. You know what I meant.
But the mindset.
Sorry, I blacked out. Sorry.
The mindset. I know.
Let
you whited
Dublin
out.
talk. Let Dublin talk.
You
Go ahead,
whited out. You didn't black out, man. You whited out.
You went to the circle place.
You know what I'm saying? Sunken. Yeah, definitely sunken. What the hell is this nigga talking about? You know what I'm saying? Man, I know Lubuto, man. He makes me laugh. He's trolling blatantly.
I'm not
trolling.
Kevin, the thing is, it comes off as trolling, but I'm dead serious.
Bro, you're literally smiling every time you say it. You're trolling.
I'm smiling because I'm enjoying myself over on the panel. I'm not trolling. I really believe these things, and I really talk about these things. Listen,
you believe everything you said?
The chronic, listen, I know you're a younger dude. You're like, 23, 24. Trust me, man. When you get a little bit older, I'm telling you, you will understand exactly what I'm talking about. Trust me.
Hell no, not
that what you're doing.
Chronic, hold on for a second. You're like 22, 23, right? 22, 23?
What's age gonna do?
You're a young dude. You're a young dude. I understand. Trust me, when you get a little bit older, like, my age, you will really see how you're being lied to.
You're a baby as well, though.
Well, you acting like you damn 6 years old or something.
Sir, I'm damn near 50.
You ain't even got no kids.
You're near 50.
Like, what are you doing?
No, you're not.
Sir, he goes.
You ain't got no children, man.
No,
baby, man.
No, he goes.
Because the manosphere thing won't be working if that's the case. You're saying you're what? You know, you're on a Kevin Samuels thing. So
No, I'm not on
saying,
Kevin Samuels' team. I'm on my team.
No, but you put Kevin when your name's Labuto, but you know, it's because of bloody Kevin. You've already expressed this to me, so like, I don't know why you're pretending, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
What didn't black people invent?
They didn't invent skullduggery, genocide.
Sir, stop it.
Sorry,
I'll go back
colonization.
25 years
Hold
ago.
on.
Blacks were in Rwanda killing each other left and
See.
right. That was a genocide.
See.
Stop. You're talking to me. I'm smart. Or at least I think I'm smart.
Yeah, you think you're smart, and
Yeah,
that's
at least I think I'm
that's your
smart.
biggest.
Now,
That's
you
your
mean
biggest.
genocide? Blacks were. What
That's
about the
your biggest
Biafran
failing.
War in Nigeria? Stop. You're talking to me. You're not talking to some dude off the street. I'm intelligent.
So
Blacks were hacking each other to death in Rwanda. Almost 1 million people were hacked to death. Hutus and Tutsis. Come on.
compared to the Second World War.
Sir, the Second World War was not a genocide. Sir, the
War?
Second World War was a war between nation states.
Okay,
What's the
and
difference?
was it still mass genocide?
Sir, we don't
Was
know
people
if
still
that
dying in
happened.
mass?
Sir.
Was people dying in
Sir,
mass
you
or
said
not?
that the black man didn't invent genocide. I'm telling you,
No, we
genocide
didn't.
happened in Rwanda. Yes, genocide
didn't.
probably
Genocide's been happening.
said
since
you
all
asked me.
over.
Genocide's been
It
happening
wasn't invented
forever.
by the
You
black
asked
man, or
me.
it wasn't invented by the white man.
You
Genocide
asked
happens
me
in
what
Africa
their
all the
skills
time.
It
was.
wasn't invented by the white man.
You asked me what the skills were, and I'm saying like to go to discover, go to places, find out what happened before they even existed, exploit the land, exploit the people, colonize people. This is a skill set, not a good one, but it is one nonetheless. And you're saying because they can do that, yeah, they're a better set of people than we are. That's crazy. Man.
They're a what better set of people than we are?
You say they are a better set of people, or they're better placed, and we're not as
Culturally,
advanced
technologically,
as them.
culturally, scientifically, yes, they are better than us. Yes.
Oh my
But
god!
I don't understand if
Kevin, man.
technologically it's necessary to have all this technology.
Okay, well, how about this? How about this? Take your computer. Log off real quick. Throw your computer out in the street if you don't believe in all this technology stuff. And give up your card
I
too.
mean, you talking now. I mean, like, weren't we fucking ahead of Europe and all that shit for a long time?
We definitely. I mean, if that's the case, then all this eco stuff would be unnecessary. If everything was running smoothly and that all this internet, all these cars, all this fuel emission, all of these things that we're using and sucking off the planet and creating pollution and all of these type of things and poisoning the waters.
Why are you driving then, sir?
Hold on. It's showing.
You're hypocritical.
Hold on. They're saying that they're showing that there's a byproduct.
Why are you driving? If you really believe that the white man has destroyed the Earth ecosystem with his vehicles, stop driving his cars. You be the voice of reason and stop driving. Give up your car right now.
My brother.
Give up the car right now.
I think just talking over and
stop taking planes and shit. Walk.
It doesn't even make sense, bro. You need to relax.
Well, you really think they made everything, don't you?
Be the bigger man.
No. It's not about making everything. He said that the white man made all these things that are destroying the ecosystem. Wait a minute.
Man said throw away your computer, don't fly a plane, don't drive. They made everything, didn't they?
No. That's not the argument. The argument here was somebody said that the white man made all these things that are destroying the earth. I'm saying, okay, well, if he did make these things and they are destroying the earth's atmosphere, then stop driving. Stop taking planes.
But I mean, my brother, when I mentioned like colonization and thing, I mean, where's the driving in that? I'm saying, and slavery and all of these type of things. You've got to understand colonization, slavery. Do you get what I'm saying? Mass genocide and the mass migration of people is because of these Europeans, right? And
so,
this
Michael,
is a skill set. Sorry, yes.
Is the white man just the evil white man then since colonization?
Go on, Dublin. Enough for your luck.
I'm just asking.
He's had enough. He's had enough,
man.
I think from time immemorial, it seems from time immemorial that wherever there was this interaction, it was a little bit hostile. Remember, you was just running around the Caribbean butt naked just a minute ago.
So how are we getting all this? How are we getting all this information off you if it was hostile all the time? How?
Because the one who wins the war or wins the battle tells the
Still
story.
the human
innit?
race,
Like,
and
what are we doing?
this is what I think. Before colonization, I don't
Mhm.
think there was. I don't think anyone thought of anyone as different.
I think so. I agree.
Maybe not.
I agree.
Because
No, I agree.
otherwise,
I agree.
information.
I mean,
I mean, the Romans might
Otherwise,
have been a bit
information.
racist. Kind of did.
There's
you wouldn't
evidence.
you
There's
wouldn't have got
evidence
in.
to suggest that.
Guys,
Yeah.
can we let the white man talk, please? Go ahead.
Oh, shut
Sure,
the hell
man.
up, man.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
I hate Kevin.
I'm
He's so
fucking
dumb.
done.
Yeah, sorry, for real though. Carry on, please. Yeah, he's right. He's right.
I mean, I think
Please,
I think it got bigger because of
Oh,
evolution,
shit.
because of Charles Darwin, like racism. Like judging someone by their race is because of evolution and Charles Darwin, I think, to some degree. But don't know about that though. In ancient time, no, I don't know.
Darwin gang.
Because I don't know. According to someone bent face, I don't know if that's derogatory or not. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Look,
Okay,
Kevin
so
said we never built pyramids. We're not this. We're not that.
he never said that. He never said that. He never
No,
said
he
that.
did. He did, bro.
No.
No, but he
He
did
said
admit that we were Egyptians, though. I don't know.
Yeah,
yeah,
but we never built the pyramid.
you individually. Yeah, I hear about all
Yeah, he
that.
said we
But then
were,
it's
but
like
we.
it's
Yeah,
like
it's mad.
half the feats that he is accrediting to the white race. He's not individualizing. He's not breaking it down. You know, he's just saying, "Oh, well, the white man, right?" So
Right.
No, he
it
got
shows,
bad because we said
shows
we.
a little bit of his over critical
Critical-
data
yes.
of himself, right? Like I don't really want to say, I don't want to use cliches like self-hate or lack of self-love, but he's hypercritical of anything to do with black intellect, black intelligence, or whatever. So he's like, "Yo, okay, they created pyramids, that weren't you, but the white man, look what the white man did." He's not picking out an individual white man that was behind a feat. He's just like, look what the whites did.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's kind of a hypocritical world.
There's a lot of brothers out there like
We're
this.
gonna move forward. Here's how we move forward. So instead of arguing about the past, Kevin Sells has a plan, guys. He has a route for us to get out of this lazy Negroid stage that we're in, and for us to take leaps and bounds and skips into civilization 1.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Yep, that's
And,
perfect.
and he's now going to unfold his master plan for us to get up off our asses and become something. So yeah, take it away, Mr. Sales. Take it away. Take it away. Let's hear this.
Well,
I
sir.
just hope it's not that
Excuse me
karaoke
for a minute. I
song.
mean, Clementine.
What's that? Watermelon?
Was that invented
it's
by
a
white man
Clementine.
that you're eating there?
What's that?
It's a Clementine.
Who made that? Who
Watermelon.
made that?
You say watermelon and chicken? I can't
The
hear
black
you.
man invented the Clementine, by the way. Now here goes the thing. Now, I will admit that there may have been geographical conditions that led to the underdevelopment of Africa. For example, the vast size difference of Africa compared to other places on the planet. It may have been hard. First of all, the African didn't make a road. So it may have been hard for the African to traverse across the geographical location. There were really no animals he could tame. There were no horses in West Africa. You had predator animals like the hippopotamus that are the #1 killer of humans in terms of animals in Africa, even to this day. You had cheetahs, you had hyenas, you had lions. So it may have been hard for the African to just traverse the environment. So he may have only stayed within a 2 or 3 mile radius.
You know,
so that probably led to the I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
A lot of things led to that.
You're right.
Be patient. Be patient. Sorry, continue.
I'm sorry, I mean this Clementine. I'm sorry.
Right.
It's not that I'm trying to talk about our people. It's that I have the ability to look in the mirror and look at myself and say, this is what you need to change. I even do it with my own self. We need to do a lot of self-reflecting, and we need to do a lot of race self-reflecting. Everything ain't the white man's fault. The fact of the matter is, for some reason, these people have achieved accomplishments that we really have not done. Now, you can sit up here all day long and say the space program is fake, but here goes the thing. They still have rockets. You've seen rockets. They still have advanced technology. You've seen jets in the air. You've seen actual fighter jets. I see them every fall in Cleveland when they have their jet ceremony here. So the thing of the matter is that what led these people to defy the laws of physics almost, to say, you know what, we can go faster than sound. You know what, we want to go to the moon. You know what, we want to do this. They have an adventurous mindset. And we need to have that as a people. I'm not putting the white man on a pedestal. I'm a black nationalist. But I'm telling you, if we start looking at ourselves in the mirror, exactly. That's what now, of course, some Negro on the panel going to say, oh, the black man invented the fighter jet. The black man invented the goddamn fighter jet.
I was just gonna say, how do you like Nigeria's 5 fighter jets? You like them? Pretty?
Well, those were gifted by first of all, let's be completely honest. Every resource that the Nigerian army has is gifted by either the Russians or the Americans. You can look that up.
You like the
Nigerians didn't build the goddamn fighter jet. Let's be honest.
And the American did. The American built the fighter jet.
Absolutely.
Where?
What are you talking about? Where they have manufacturing companies in America that are contracted with the U.S. government, and they just pay the company for it.
Are you sure? You sure that the
I'm
American
1,000% sure, sir. I'm an American.
Listen, are you sure that the components for the American fighter jet are built
Not every component in a
all right,
jet
let's
relax. That.
Relax.
Some of it may come from China, some of it may come from
India.
India.
Right. Let's relax.
Sir.
Listen, America buy weapons too.
Of course they do. America's some of the biggest.
Who they buy weapons from?
Sir, they buy weapons from
Who
all
they buy
over.
Jets from? Who they buy jets from?
Sir, they buy jets from American companies.
Okay, fair enough. Let me
You
do a
know
little bit
that.
of research. I'll be back. Let me do some research, man. I'm just letting you know, America's got jets, Nigeria's got jets.
But again, the jets.
Now.
But again, you as well as I know that the Americans actually create their own weapons sometimes, and they get them from fellow Americans. Nigerians don't build guns and mass produce.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question? Does Somalia have a government? Does Somalia have a navy?
Every nation on the planet has a government and some sort of.
No, they don't have a navy. Yeah, the Somalis barely got a government. Yeah, do they even have an army?
I don't know. I mean,
do they even have an army?
We all know that it comes. Now hold on for a second. Now listen. You and I both know when it comes to Africa, Nigeria is a superior culture. We already know that, and they're superior over every culture, economically, culturally. Let's be completely honest. I made a live stream saying that by the year 2100, Nigeria will be a superpower, not the superpower of Africa, but I'm talking about a global superpower. So yeah, I believe that. So yeah, it's But yeah, guys, I'm not trying to bash black people. I want you guys to understand.
No, I hear you. But listen. I'm gonna help you back onto the road, right? Because you seem to have wandered off track, right?
Sir, I think you wandered off track, but go ahead.
Let's get back on the road that I said to you was, please unfold your plan for the black man and his family to move forward and move into what you describe as civilization one.
I want to point this out real quick so I answer your question. Lockheed Martin produces most of the fighter jets for. I'm sorry.
Rustling. I keep putting you on mute. Someone, if you're doing lots of stuff in the background, be mindful that your microphone can pick up the sound, please.
Lockheed Martin, which is an American conglomerate, produces most of the vehicle parts and the vehicles for the fighter jets in America. Now, here goes the thing. What is my plan, sir? If it was up to me, my plan would be to eliminate liberal arts programs in college, like, bumfuck ass history degrees, psychology majors, sociology majors, criminal justice majors, African studies majors, all that bumfuck bullshit.
So what you
asked me a question. I'm asking.
Are you talking about what you went to university to learn? What you got to do?
I underachieved, sir. I partied. I was in a fraternity. I was really smart, but I majored in bullshit liberal arts degrees. I would eliminate these programs. I would make it an effort to say that Black people,
judging that you did African studies,
unfortunately,
African history,
yes, yeah,
and you know so little about Africa.
I know more about Africa than you do, sir.
Yeah, but you've not been able to display it in this conversation, and that's why I
sir,
agree
look
with
at
you.
the achievements.
Get rid of,
sir,
first
if
of
you,
all,
you
let's
asked
start
me a
with
question.
you.
Sir,
Hold
you
on,
asked me a
hold on,
question.
hold on.
Are you gonna let me answer the question, or are you gonna keep talking over me?
You
All right,
definitely don't
I'm
know
gonna-
about more. You definitely know more about Africa than us.
One second.
You
I'm gonna
definitely
let you
don't.
land. I'm just agreeing with you, bro. Yeah, you said the bumfuck liberal arts degrees that you took.
Absolutely.
Because listen, because your level that you of African knowledge you presented today is bumfuck.
Okay.
So I agree with you.
Yeah,
But yeah,
absolutely.
continue.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Entry level.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It's entry level. So here goes the thing. To answer your question, I would eliminate all the liberal arts programs and basically make an effort for Black people to primarily pursue the STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, things that you already know, things that propel society forward into the future. We are in a very technological paradigm. Everything is based on technology. Look at what we're using right now. So to be a superior race, we need to go with the paradigm. We need to understand how technology works. We need to understand how it can benefit us. And we need to look to the stars. We need to become scientists, astronomers. We need to prepare for the next phase in human history, which will be spacefaring. One day we are going to live in space. We're going to, our environment is going to be about space. And I think that's what we need to focus on instead of drama, fight videos, sex, drugs, alcohol, things like that, rap, things like that. Yeah, those things will propel us into the future. Does that answer your question?
No, ain't no one gonna argue with that.
Yeah.
Well, I do argue with living in space, though. I don't know about that.
Go for it, man. Let's talk about.
Can you read what? Hey, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Can you highlight what Chemo Ben Israel said? He said, this is the type of dude that someone let him in the door, and instead of letting another Black man in, he closed the door. Yeah. Oh, shit. I Love Soil says, I agree with more focus on STEM, but don't eliminate liberal arts. Laugh out loud. What do you guys think about that? Keep it real.
Yo. Yeah. Chronic, you're on mute as well. Come off mute, bro. It's time to talk, man. It's time to talk, bro. Go for it, Zulu. Hold it down for 5-10 minutes. I'm just gonna go do a shit. Yeah, nice.
All right. When you said liberal arts, other than African studies, what other liberal arts degrees do they have?
Oh my God, I got a bummy history degree, a bullshit criminal justice degree. I got a master's degree in special education. I was a teacher for years. All bullshit degrees. The only thing that the Black man should focus on either is business or a STEM, and go to a good college. The Chronic, you sound like you're a younger dude. If I were you, I would literally go to school. I don't know if you're in school or not, but if you are in school right now, make sure you're majoring in biology or chemistry and go to medical school. There's going to be there's already, and look this up, this ain't me just talking. There's already a lot of doctors are retiring, and there's going to be a doctor shortage within 10 years. Your average doctor right now is like 50 years old. Hold on for a second. So your average doctor is like 10 years old. 10 years from retirement. So if Chronic, if you're listening, go to medical school. Go into an in-demand field. Don't be a loser like me on YouTube with a bullshit liberal arts degree. Go ahead. But I also trade stocks, so I got a little bit of money here and there, though. Yeah. No. You guys still there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He dropped off. I think Chronic got what I was saying. I think he's about to go to medical school. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, so you were speaking about African studies. So in African studies, do you cover most tribes? Like how much stuff?
No. Well, when I took African studies, I focused on the African diaspora as a whole. So we focused on the social, economic, and political systems of Africa, or of the African diaspora. So we studied. Of course, you take like history classes and shit like that, but we basically study like economic patterns. We study domestic patterns, as in dynamic, relationship dynamics, crime dynamics, migratory dynamics, things like that. It was more. It's not just learning about tribes, like it's sort of complex. Like we have to like literally write, research papers, things of that magnitude. It wasn't easy as when people think, but it's still a bullshit degree. I would never recommend anybody get anything other than a STEM or a business degree. But if you get a business degree, go to a good school. Don't go to a no-name ass college and get an MBA or a business administration degree.
So it wasn't based on any particular time period in Africa.
So when I was in the African Studies program, we took classes that, some of the classes we did a lot of classes that went back thousands of years. So we learned about ancient Egypt. We studied some of the top scholars that study within the field. We learned about we learned about a lot of damn things. It was like 16 years ago, but we focused on history, but we focused a lot on the current paradigm of the African diaspora.
Okay, because that would make a lot of sense, because if you were learning more about ancient periods of time, or even just not ancient but old enough to where you're seeing advancement in Africa pre-modern age, pre-colonization, I think maybe you would have a more well-rounded view on.
No, we learned about history. It's just that I always debated that. I always said
you questioned what they were teaching you.
Yeah, I told you I used to get chased out of class by my friends because I questioned that statement right there. I never believed that there was any type of advancement in Africa other than maybe ancient Egypt, and other than that, I just don't. It was impossible in terms of just geography. Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. You can look this up. This isn't me. Sub-Saharan Africa is a fucking geographical obstacle.
What?
It is. It's a geographical obstacle. It's hard to traverse the land. And Africa is huge. Imagine no cars, no planes, no domesticated animals for travel. There were no horses. So it's hard to travel. And then you got to think about a food. Like, think about this, right? If an African thousands of years, like let's say 1,000 years ago, right? If you lived on the coastline of what is now Ghana or Nigeria, if you wanted to travel to, let's say, I don't know, the northern part of Africa in a boat, you got to think about currents in the ocean. You have to think about the material that you made the boat with. You got to think about food supply, those things. See, a lot of times people listen to people like me and say, "Oh, you're an Uncle Ruckus, you're Uncle Tom." I'm like, no, I'm a person who understands business. What about supply chain management? The difference between Europe and the difference between Africa is that Europe had domesticated animals. Africa didn't. So if you are traversing through, let's say you are somehow.
Africa didn't have domesticated animals.
Name one.
Bro, have you ever?
And I'm not trying to argue with them. I'm just asking you to name an animal that was domesticated in Africa,
Well,
other than a dingo.
Let me tell you who I am before I do that. So I'm from Zimbabwe, innit?
Yeah.
I'm from the Mela tribe. Yeah. So like Zulu. Our tribe is known for agriculture. Pre-Shaka Zulu, pre-warfare, pre-being a warrior tribe, we're known for agriculture. We actually brought down the Nguni cow from Northeast Africa into modern day South Africa, and we were known for domesticating goats, chickens, cows, even farming and corn, all sorts of things. We're very quote unquote civilized. So this whole idea of it being a hard terrain and you're unable to do advanced agriculture on it is highly untrue. When we see,
I guess my argument would be this, right? So I use the argument of traversing, like going somewhere. Other than the Nile River, what waterway in Africa was you could travel on it? It wasn't hard, other than the Nile.
Well, there's many rivers that spring forth out of the Nile. I mean, the
Okay.
Nile starts in South Africa with the Queen Victoria, the Lake Victoria, or something like that. So
Yeah.
there's many interconnective like other paths like along the way which are
Yeah.
habitable. There's people that lived along the Nile. They're called the Nile Valley Civilization, which
Yeah,
is
I'm
like
familiar.
which is sort of where some people speculate where we came from. So the point is, agriculture, science, astronomy, all these quote unquote civilized or advanced techniques have been used in sub-Saharan Africa. Not even talking about Egypt. If you look at many of these tribal civilizations, they had these forms of technology. It may not be to the grand scale that you witness today, and that's just due to modern age. No one's debating whether we are more technologically advanced than the times before. I can't deny that in some aspects. But in
Yeah, but
terms of
yeah,
go
I'm
on.
sorry. No, I'll cut you off. I'm sorry. Go
No
ahead.
problem. No comment. No problem. Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, I guess my argument would be is that if you logically think about it, the scale of Africa, and you're from Africa, you lived in Africa, correct? You lived in Zimbabwe, right?
Yeah.
So you and I both know that Africa is a huge landmass. I even think that some of the maps that we have don't do it any justice.
Of course.
I think that was a debilitating factor in the development of Africa in terms of like the scale of it, because it's just huge. And what I'm saying is that if you wanted to travel on the coastline, what would you have eaten? If you were in Nigeria, it wasn't called Nigeria back in the day, but if you were in Nigeria and you wanted to go to like the northern part of Africa, what would you eat? And then another question that arises is that Africa has some of the most vicious animals on the planet. So if you're walking through, different territories, you have to worry about, especially back in the day, predator animals like a lion, or imagine a lion that is old and they're unable to capture game. So they look at an easy target, like a human being is an easy target to a lion that's on his deathbed, And so those are the things that I think about or thought about when I was in these classes, and I would say, how did an African, how did they travel?
Okay, so can I stop you on the predator part, because we can go point by point. So are you familiar with the Kenyan tribe? What's their name again? The Maasai tribe. Are you
Maasai tribe? Yeah.
Yeah. Are you familiar that as a coming of age ritual they slaughter lions for sports?
So again, I'm familiar with the supposed culture.
It's documented. It's on video.
But see, here's the thing. I've never been to Kenya. I never met a member of I met a lot of Kenyans, but I never met an actual member. I met Kikuyu Kenyans, not Maasai Kenyans, and I don't know if that's true or not. I mean,
no, it's true. It's true.
Okay, again, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm gonna
you can say you don't know 100%. That's fine.
I'll take your word for it. But here goes the thing. I don't know how large the Maasai population is, but you mean to tell me that they were just killing lions just like left and right for rituals?
It's so fascinating that the lions would even flee from the Maasai tribe when they would see them, and the Maasai tribe would pick off the carcass from where the lion left off. So Africans have been living with these predators for so damn long, to the point to where we've engineered ways in how to defeat them, or how to swave them away, whether it's through smoke, whether it's through weaponry, whether it's through traps. We're well equipped in living and thriving with these predators present, to the point of even having them as pets, or even having them as luxury. Some African kings had lions and leopards in their palaces. Like, come on, bro.
So here goes the thing. Are you talking about modern day, individuals of influence who had these animals, or are you talking about back in the day? Because
I'm talking about back in the day.
You don't know that, because here goes the thing. You were born in 1990. You don't know anything other than 1990 and forward in terms of what you saw. We have to stop with this myth that we had these grand palaces in ancient Africa.
What?
We didn't. Where are they at now? That's the question. It's like,
have you investigated?
Have you? Here goes the thing.
I have. I'm not speaking of.
Sir, name the palace. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna look it up right now. What's the name of the palace that was in ancient Africa?
Kevin Sells. I'm not speaking on romanticism. I'm not speaking on speculation. I'm not even speaking on belief. I'm just telling you, upon what the research and even what the mainstream suggests. For example, look up at the Great Zimbabwe. Yeah, this is a well-renowned marketplace. There's ruins. There are actual ruins there till this day. Still
Everybody
there.
talks about Great Zimbabwe, and I think the wall is a wonder of the world. To me, it's just a pile of damn bricks just stacked up.
Oh my gosh!
No,
But
no,
it's more than
I
just the
understand this,
architecture. Do you
I
understand? It's
understand.
more than the architecture. The
Listen,
significance of that. Let me just give a quick brief on what that is for those in the chat that do not know. Yeah. So the Great Zimbabwe is essentially a marketplace. Not only was this a famous marketplace that was constructed through stones, it's very similar to kind of constructions of castles, right? But you had traders all over the world coming to this location, all the way in South Africa. You had Arab traders coming in there who are already there, obviously, with the Kenyans and the whole, slave trade thing over there with the Kenyans. But you also had Chinese people coming there. They even found Chinese ships and inscriptions. There were people coming from all the way from Asia in ships to the Great Zimbabwe to trade.
Now I believe that. I believe that 100%.
So again, not only were they advanced enough to have enough wealth in order for other people to come all the way from their countries just to come and trade with them, they were also able to house an international sort of trading location to where people could come, as if like today, if you went to the mall or if you went to some freaking Walmart, like that's what it was like. And that was hundreds of years, thousands of years ago. So it's like some of the stuff is not easy to find because they don't want you to find it. You have to do deep research into some of this stuff. It's not so readily available. I didn't know about the Great Zimbabwe, and I'm Zimbabwean. I didn't know about that until a few decades ago. I mean, a few 10 years ago. And do you know what they tell you about the Great Zimbabwe before the truth came out? Oh, Queen Sheba sent some people down there to build it. Or another theory was, oh no, the Greeks went down there and built it. Completely disregarded the Shona, completely disregarded the native peoples because they didn't think they were able to build it. But then when they excavated, they did the testing, they looked at the historical evidence, they found out that the Shona people built the Great Zimbabwe. As a matter of fact, they're known for being stone builders. So not only is there history that isn't readily available, that's being hidden, but there's an active, intent to take away our contributions to our own history within Africa, let alone our contributions to other countries. So there is an agenda against us knowing our history. So that's why when you're sitting there saying the white man made the car and the plane and the internet, there's so much shit that we really don't know about what we've contributed because they don't want us to know.
Well, here goes the thing. I'm fully aware of the minor contributions that the individuals of the African diaspora have contributed to the planet. Okay. But when we talk about full-scale contributions, we are not in the same playing field as whites or Asians. We're just not. Listen, I understand. I know what the Great Zimbabwe is. I understand that there were people who came into Zimbabwe. I mean, even if you go even southern in South Africa, some of the inhabitants even look Asian. That leads me to believe that they were breeding with some people. Obviously, Asians came there for some reason.
Oh no.
No, but I mean, that could. We really don't know. I mean, we really just don't know.
Are you suggesting that because they bred with Asians, they were able to do these things? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I was talking about. I was basically talking about what you were saying about in terms of people doing trade with other groups.
Yes.
Not yet. So what I'm saying is that, yeah, I can understand that Zimbabwe may have been some sort of a marketplace where people came from all over. But the fact of the matter is that the Zimbabweans did not conquer the planet. The Kushites didn't conquer the planet. The Egyptians didn't conquer the planet. The white man conquered the planet.
But wait, is that your way to distinguish whether someone is the best or
absolutely? I mean, absolutely.
So hold on.
Absolutely, 100%.
So let's compact that. Yeah.
Now, mind you, asked me a question. I'll give you my answer. But go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your answer, and then I'll.
No, I was just saying, like, no, absolutely. That's my. Okay. This may not be a strong comparison, but a basketball game. There's you keep a score and there's a time limit. After the time limit, whoever has the highest score wins. If you run a race, whoever passes the line wins. I think that, in my opinion, superiority is based on your ability for conquest. Your
Conquest.
ability.
So you equivocate conquest with superiority.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously they're superior because they conquered you.
Okay, so do you think it takes superiority to conquer somebody?
It takes intelligence to conquer people, and that's what the white man did. He's intelligent.
No one's saying he's not intelligent, Kevin. I'm not
Mhm.
ignorant to that fact, but I think a more appropriate terminology would be an opportunist.
Okay, and what's wrong with that?
The time that the whole Berlin conference, they didn't just roll into Africa and take over easily. This thing was planned out. Multiple countries came
Yeah.
together. Multiple European countries came together and agreed upon
Because they
what
saw
portions of the
because they saw the dysfunction in Africa. They saw
Okay,
that these people.
so it
were
wasn't an easy
dysfunctional.
task. It was
No,
far
it wasn't
from
an easy task. I mean, of course not. I mean,
and they lost many battles in Africa. I
Of
mean, I'll
course
give you an
they
example.
did.
They
Yeah.
fought against the Zulus. It's called the Battle of Idiswala. Yeah, they lost against African tribal men with spears and shields, and they had cannons and musket rifles.
The Italians lost to the Italians lost to the Ethiopians on 2 occasions. I understand that as well. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't mean anything because we lost the war. Our
It's because
ancestors
of our
lost.
hearts. It's because of our hearts.
And that in itself tells you,
They turned tribes against each other. They were opportunists. They gave us shitty deals.
okay. If we're so superior, how did we fall victim to that then?
Because we were unfamiliar with those kind of snaky behaviors. There's something about what's the word, honor. There's something about having some sort of moral or standard in African culture. Honor is a big thing. Lying. These things weren't as common as they are now. So all these tricks that the European played on the African man, promising them things, turning tribes against each other. These things we were just too honest.
We were a docile. Listen, let's be honest. Our ancestors. I don't want to say we because I wasn't born back then. But this is just my opinion. And again, I wrote about these things in college, which is almost 20 years ago. Our ancestors were not anything to be admired. They were not anything to be cherished. They were docile, and they are the reason. And they're the reason why we are in the position that we are in right now. Of course, they were docile. You even said it out of yourself.
Big up, mouth.
Listen. You even said it out of yourself. You just said that our ancestors were nice. They were nice. We're nice. No, that's not how this reality works. This reality is about ruthless ambition.
They had clean hearts, man. They had pure hearts.
But Tian Zulu, man, you're about 23, 24. I understand, man. You're young, man. But I'm telling you, I used to be like you. I used to be an optimistic like you in terms of our race. We have to start looking at our race in the mirror.
Kevin, I'm not romanticizing Africans. I'm not
saying you were
I would tell you there's problems. I'll tell you where where we fell short. I'm with you on that. Being neutral, being objective, but let's not go too far down that critical path to where we don't give any praise to what we did. Like that's what everyone is hearing you, and this is how it sounds to us because it's like you're not balancing out. You're saying all the negative stuff.
There is no negative thing that I'm saying about our race. I'm saying everything that is fact. These are facts. Our people were not.
No, but you're not balancing it out.
There is no balance. Our people were dysfunctional. I'm not trying to.
Everyone's dysfunctional. All people's.
Everybody wasn't dysfunctional, sir. The white man, the Romans, the Greeks, they conquered the planet.
The French were fighting the British.
It doesn't matter who they're fighting. The British.
English.
The
Danes were taking over Britain.
Sir,
the French were fighting. They were all fighting each other. They were all conquering each other. They were all lying about it.
Nevertheless, the British conquered the planet. Doesn't matter who they were fighting. Doesn't matter if whites were fighting each other. They conquered the planet. We speak their language. We use their fucking technology. We drive their cars. We watch their TVs. I don't watch TV, but we were on their computers. Sir, they conquered the planet. The richest people on the planet are white people. They transfer wealth to each other.
The Arabs. Actually, the rich people don't even know what the rich people look like.
Okay, I'm talking about on paper, the richest are white. Okay, we all know about the Arabs and Muslims and oil.
The Ottoman Turks did a lot of conquering too, right? Oops.
But sir, here goes the thing. But again, I'm not trying to bash black people. And I'm not trying to uplift whites. I'm just telling you the truth. Our skin tone is brown.
I don't think you are bashing black people, but I think you're just not. You're highlighting the criticisms of what we're doing wrong or what we did wrong. No one would have disagreed with you on some of them. But what happens is it's like you go so deep into them and you make it seem like there's nothing good about black people. And we're sitting there listening to you like, is this guy objective in any way? Because it's like you're framing it in such a negative way.
Okay, let me
about
ask you
your
a
own
question.
people.
What is good about our race then? You tell me, Zulu. What is good about our race?
Bro, we're the trendsetters in every facet of social, economic, any sort of thing you can think of,
Okay.
whether it's science, mathematics, any form of
Could
field
you
of
name me
study,
something in
any
mathematics
school.
real quick, by the way, that we're transcenders in mathematics?
Pardon?
Okay, you said mathematics. So could you name me something in mathematics that we're transcenders in?
Well, we were the first people to invent the abacus. Do you know what the abacus is?
Sir, everybody on the planet knows what an abacus is. Sir, I used an abacus when I was in kindergarten, before you were born.
Okay, so do you understand that we basically built the blueprint for most of the general things that we have today? Zulu,
listen.
Oh,
I know. Listen.
You ain't gonna address the point. You're just gonna do, oh, Zoo, you're young. You don't know what you're talking about. I've seen the whole
No,
world.
I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about because you're young.
The white man is
I'm pointing out your age because I used to be like you in terms of this viewpoint. What I'm telling you is that, assuming that our ancestors were the first mathematicians, which they weren't. Assuming that they were. What about now? What about the past 500 years? What about the past 1,000 years? What about the past 10,000 years? Our people did not win. Our ancestors lost.
Kevin.
They lost bad. That's why me and you were speaking English to each other. They lost.
I can speak my language as well.
What,
Sir,
Kevin, can you hear me?
No. How about this? How come you can't speak a language? How come you and I can't speak an African agreed upon language that you and I both understand? Because our ancestors did not conquer Africa.
But we're not. It's not within our interest to conquer.
And that's what makes us inferior to other groups of
But
people.
we've never had that vile. But Kevin Sells, we've never had the need or the vile.
It wasn't the need.
Hold on, Kevin. We never had the selfish, vile, criminal mentality to go around conquering the world and raping the minerals, the people, and everything around the world for our own good. We were never selfish. We never had these morals and these ideals. The reason why the European did this is because of the environment which he lived in, which was greatly scarce and violent. And these guys were even eating each other. They were cannibals. These guys were in caves. So of course, in their mindset, in mentality, they were just savages. But in comparison to them, we were living in, abundance. Not only were we living in abundance, but that abundance also aided our cultural and our scientific and our spiritual advancements. Hence why Kevin Sells.
Okay.
Hence why while we were building the pyramids, them guys were in the Caucasus Mountains. Okay, hold on. They say that ancient Egypt is 5,000 years old.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit older, but yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Show me a European civilization doing anything equal to that during that time period. I'll wait.
The Greeks.
They were not 5,000 years.
The Greeks had a comparable civilization.
The Greeks were not 5,000 years ago, my friend.
If I'm not mistaken, the Greeks are a very ancient civilization as well.
Okay, but they were not 5,000.
No way.
Egypt predates
they date some of the Egyptian stuff. They don't even know how old it is.
I will admit.
So did Nubia. Nubia predates Greece.
I will admit. It's common knowledge that the Egyptians were one of the first advanced civilizations. I will admit that. After that was Assyria, Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, and Rome. I will admit that. But again, what does that have to do with now?
No, but don't diverge.
We didn't usher in the computer age, sir. We didn't usher in the automobile age. We didn't usher in the space age. We didn't usher in those.
Shall I tell you why, Kevin? Shall I tell you why we've not advanced? It's because it's a mentality. I'm not trying to pin you down, but it's a mentality that you seem to have. The problems that Africans have today, we've basically conflated Westernism, being Western, to being modern. So when we think of the idea of being modern and being advanced, we look to the West. We look to what the white man's doing, and we're always going to be second best to the white man when we're doing what they do. If we go back to the way we looked at things, our own morals, our own philosophies, the way we kind of looked at the world, how we use nature, that's when we advance in what we're doing. And then we could start comparing how we used to do things to how they do things. But if we want to start saying, okay, where's our iPhones? Where's our computers? Where's our internet? We're always going to be second best to that. You see what I'm trying to say? The problem is we need to stop comparing ourselves to the white man and start
Right.
comparing ourselves to ourselves in a positive way, because we do compare ourselves to
We
ourselves.
have
by
different
negative way.
interests to them, Kevin.
We have different interests, just like Zulu was saying. Is that one of the problems we had? Not I would say a problem is that we had a lot of abundance in Africa. You could just drop a seed on the floor
would grow.
and literally it will grow. Literally it will
Mhm.
grow. We had everything, so
Mhm.
we're not as optimistic. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, we
Yeah,
had our little battles
the
and wars with our
sunlight as
neighbors,
well.
but we didn't have that desire to risk thousands of men to go across a sea or go to certain lands just to conquer for resources. We didn't have that. We had our little bit of wars, yes, but we didn't have that desire because we had a lot. We had all the basic things we had. Yeah, we may never had these roads and all these big technology things, like the things that you talk about, the cars and stuff, but we didn't really need that. We didn't actually desperately need that. You have to remember the reason. You have to think about, okay, why did a white man feel that they could actually sacrifice so many men, so much planning, so much resources to go around conquering? Is because they felt that they had a need for this, not just to be superior, but they felt they had a need for this to actually survive because of their history and how they had to come up. You know what I'm trying to say? Have you been to Africa before, Kevin?
Yes.
Where have you been?
To Nigeria.
Oh, are you Nigerian originally?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Are you African American, or are you actually a Nigerian?
My
living
parents
in-
are Nigerian. I consider myself African American, though. Yes.
Okay, so your parents are born in Nigeria.
Yes.
Okay, cool. But yeah, man. So that's the mentality a lot of us Africans have, man. We need to stop thinking of modernism
Trying to
and
be like the white
advancement
man.
as Westerners, and that's the biggest problem we have. And that's why we keep failing in Africa. We're trying to do what the white man tries to do.
It's
And
not
nothing.
working.
I'm not trying to knock the white man by calling him the white man. We're trying to do his thing, and that his thing has been problems to bloody the environment. I'm not trying to. That's not a dig at them, but we looked at things a lot more different before. We were one with
Need
nature.
to return back to nature.
Another thing you mentioned, sorry Zulu. Another thing you mentioned as well is that, okay, how do we traverse the landscape the landscape of Africa? If you do know about the Buta migration, you should know how we done that, because that should have been a core topic in your studies. Is how
Yep.
did thousands of people? This is the biggest migration that we know of. How did they transfer that climate and that landscape without not knowing how to do that? We had to use tools, right? So if you don't know about Buta plantations, you know how they actually were able to obtain that. So you remember they were not even, because if you look at it, they're coming from, let's say, the Niger Congo region, let's say modern day Cameroon
West Africa,
/ Congo.
yeah.
They were going through Middle Africa. I'm talking about Congo. That's a jungle.
Yeah.
How were they able to do that if
We
they didn't
came all
have
the way from
any-
West Africa.
if they didn't have any advancement, didn't have any tools? That's impossible. So if you look at the migration within itself, that is that's not, I won't say the word miraculous. That's a very
Very
heavy, advanced movement of migration to do something like that at that
You
level.
talking about the Bantu migration?
The Bantu migration.
Yes.
And think about this as well,
Big
Marv.
thing in history, and you have to remember how many people moved as well. It wasn't just like a neighborhood. Thousands of people moved.
And Marv, let's not forget they were establishing kingdoms along the way. They weren't just making mud huts like this guy thinks.
Establishing kingdoms.
They were kingdoms. You had the Rosvi Empire. You had the Matupu. You had kingdoms.
How
in
were
Central
hundreds
and
of
South,
thousands able
coming
to
from
even
all the way from West Africa? You had kingdoms.
How were hundreds of thousands of people even able to sustain themselves while moving?
Agriculture, farming,
while
cattle.
moving. Come
We
on,
weren't-
deep
we weren't-
that.
we weren't hunter and gatherers, Kevin.
How
We had
could- how-
agriculture.
Talk about even if put aside all the even advancements. Let's talk about mobilization, bro. How difficult it is for you to just mobilize 50 people in this day and age. Try and ask you, Kevin. Yeah, it's not easy task. Get 100 people from your phone contacts to meet you somewhere and protest or something for a cause. How difficult that will be. So now you got a lot of people realize, okay, cool, it's not working for us here. We need to move all the way down there and find different spots. We talk about hundreds, close to millions of people moving. Do you know the level of mobilization? How much rank they had to have? How many ranks they had to have within themselves? People taking command and taking command of different kind of segments of people. Okay, we're going this way,
Chiefs,
mapping out
chieftains,
areas of which way they've took.
clans.
So
Come on,
that's
man.
okay. So perfect. So that's what my argument was. It's not that it did or didn't happen. My argument has always been questioning, like, how did it happen? What was the supply chain management? I was just basically saying when I first came up, I think it's better for us to try to figure out these things in terms of science and logistics instead of just saying, "Oh, we did this," or we were all over the world. The question is,
the science is the main thing we use were masters of the resource of iron. Iron is what iron was at the core of that migration.
Yes.
Okay, now we're talking.
The
Bantus were really good at iron
for
smelting.
tools that will like no one used tools at that time. This like the Bantus did. We molded tools to actually traverse the actual land. So cutting down trees and setting up roads for us to move on, as well as using those tools for agriculture. This is something. This you sound surprised now, but it's something you should have learned.
It's not that I'm surprised. It's about you. And I'm not saying nobody else is capable of doing this, but you did it. You answered the question. You now are talking about logistics and supply chain management. That's and earlier I said
I'm a large scale.
Yeah, and earlier I said I'm a person of business. You just can't tell me that the slave trade happened. I need to know. Okay, we need to know. Okay, well, if the slave trade happened, what was the supply chain management? What was the logistics? That's all I was saying. Because if you've been listening, I literally said, where did the trees come from? Because obviously boats don't come out of thin air. So where did the trees come from? If they ate food, what kind of food was it? Was it preservatives? Because or was it fish from the sea? Was it or even the pattern that they took? What kind of fish are on that pattern? Those are the things we need to know, because if we knew these things, we have a better understanding of history. You just can't sit up here and say slavery. Oh, Harriet Tubman freed the slaves, because people like me are gonna say,
now
the fuck did she free the slaves?
Kevin, one sec there, bro. But you're kind of changing the subject. Let's go back to the Bantu migration. Talk about logistics.
Okay, but I'm talking about. I was talking about what you were talking
Kevin,
about.
We didn't really have much argument with the slavery, or we didn't have much argument with
Kevin,
that.
I'm
talking about I'm on your argument. I'm talking about logistics and supply chain management. For people to migrate back in the day with no cars, this, that, and the other. We're talking about large scale food preparation, large scale security management. So go ahead.
Of course,
right?
It's just obvious. Listen, me and Bantu me and Zulu are living testimonies of the success of that migration. I'm Bantu just like him, and there's probably other Bantus in this group and chat, whatever. But there's many of us. We're the largest population in Africa.
Is it safe to assume?
It was very successful.
Is it safe to? Okay, so now we're talking.
It was. Listen. Now let me just break this down. Now just use your common sense. It's not that deep. Listen, if maybe around 12 fellas from a tribe thought, okay, cool, run out of food here, let's go that way. Do you reckon you have the largest African population of people, the Bantu people? Do you reckon those 12 people became basically the largest tribe let's say family tribe in Africa? There was a lot of years of planning to do this. It wasn't just some kind of idea from some docile guys thinking, let's just go that way and look for some food.
Right.
It was years and years of planning.
Okay. Now we're talking. Marv, Marv.
No, but it's not. We're talking. This is just common sense. It's just really just thinking.
But a lot of people don't have common sense, Marv. A lot of people couldn't
No, but
break it
I don't
down
think.
like that.
No,
You
no
broke it down
disrespect to Kevin.
logistically.
No disrespect to Kevin, but I don't think you thought this out before you even made these arguments about the Bantu migration, because
I didn't.
Listen, you played the Bantu migration down like it was just a bunch of 12
Yeah,
fellas.
you did.
Let's walk that way. Wait, hold on a minute.
Also, but again,
this is why I question your credentials, bro.
But
About you
again,
studied
I
all this stuff.
also asked, how did these people do these things? And I'm telling you, you are hitting it on the nail. You're talking about logistics here.
That question. It's about even talk about the premise.
But a lot of people don't understand. Okay, a lot of people don't understand logistics.
Wait, hold on, Kevin. Why don't you have the same? Let me say one quick thing here. Why don't you have the same criticism for the Roman Empire or for the Greeks or for any of these other European civilizations in regards to technological advancements?
Because
when we hold on, Kevin. But when we present,
you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, but I haven't finished the question, have I?
Okay.
But when we present African civilizations and their technical advancements, there's always this laughing and mocking and prove it, show me logistics. Show me logistics about Greece and Rome.
Because okay, I'll answer that question. The difference between Rome and an African nation is because there are antiquities that are still on North Africa. There are aqueducts, there are cathedrals, there are a lot of architecture that still exists from antiquity. You and I both know that because you're an African. You know that. That's okay. The languages, the languages are there on the Mediterranean. Obviously, these people were going all over the place. There are groups right now that the Gypsies, for one of them, are descendants of the Greeks. They even talk about it in their culture. You see it with these people. They have the dress, they have the style, they have the language, they have the religions. The thing about blacks, when we say black people did this, black people did that, it's not fully documented because we didn't have a written history. We don't have historians that really go back and no.
How do you think the Greeks got so smart?
We don't have the story.
You asked me, hold on for a second. Wait a minute.
How do you think the Greeks got so intelligent?
Wait a minute. You asked me a question, trying to give you an answer, right? The documentation with the Romans is the evidence of their antiquity. That's their documentation. So it's obvious that these people were going all over the place because they left their ruins everywhere. Blacks, what did we really build? What do we have in antiquity other than the wall, other than the Zimbabwe wall? That's all I'm saying. So how can you say that these people were?
You have pyramids in West Africa. You have pyramids in
let me finish. You said people migrated out of Egypt. Where is the? Where is the antiquity?
I said pyramids in West Africa.
Where in West Africa?
Just type in West African pyramids.
You mean the Igbo shit?
Yes, the Igbo pyramids. You have pyramids, the Nubians. There's plenty of Kushites.
Kevin, another problem you have in here again is that
the Kushites beat the Romans. Shit, Romans ain't even that motherfucking powerful.
No, I don't know if it's ignorance, Kevin, or you're just showing a blind eye to the actual stuff that's right in front of you. Like, I don't
Kevin,
understand.
the problem is you want us to be the white man so bad because you're talking about documentation. One thing with Africans, if you studied what you say you studied, is that we had a strong oral tradition. That was our thing. This is if you studied what you studied, because I'm really starting to question that. We had a strong oral tradition, but because the white man wanted to document stuff in a way that they chose to document stuff, we're inferior. Well, we had our traditions, and a lot of those traditions are still spread. A lot of them are actually still spread within our folk stories, in our mother
songs,
tongue,
dances.
a lot of our histories, a lot of our songs, and we continue with those same practices. You know what I'm trying to say?
And you know why the white man had to start writing letters? Because they couldn't. There was no honor. There was no honor in speech anymore. You had to write it down, because if you were to delay a message for a messenger, you're not quite sure if that message would get through.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that they downplay oral history.
Were actually told through even childlike stories, but they were very metaphorical. I can't even pronounce that word.
I still remember stories from a tribe from thousands of years ago.
This is why I question whether you studied what you're studying, because this is very basic African history I'm talking about here. You should know about our oral tradition. This is very basic.
I know about the griots, and I know about all of that.
Why are you talking about they documented?
I agree.
Because okay. So again, when you made up a point about migration.
Yeah.
What I am telling you is that I rarely ever hear anyone talk about logistics with African migration patterns. Yeah. Okay. So when I was in college, we learned about the Dogon. We learned that the Dogon came from Egypt. But then I'm like, well, how do we know that the Dogon came from Egypt? What are the migratory patterns? How can you prove that in terms of data? No, just you telling me that, Professor. It just because you have a PhD doesn't mean anything to me. Like, how is because now you can tell me anything.
Kevin,
exactly.
Have you done the investigation to authenticate the claim?
Let me just 2 seconds, Kevin. The problem is you don't even know how to doubt. Sadly, you don't know how to doubt stuff properly. Let me give you an example.
I've doubted everything about this conversation.
You don't know how to doubt properly. Shall I tell you why? Look, we know about the pyramids in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
We don't know the logistics, how they set them up. That's still a big question mark around. Okay, how did they build the pyramids?
We don't even know how they built the Colosseum in Rome either.
Okay,
so I can use it.
I'm just using that for example.
Nah, you can't compare that though.
We don't know how they built those two places. Yeah? But one thing we can agree on is that, you know what, that was miraculous, and however that was awesome the way they done it. It was very high tech. It was very thing. We don't know how they done it, but we're amazed by it. We're astonished by it, right? So we could look back at what, for example, the Bantu migration, be like, you know what, we don't know the logistics. We may never know in our lifetime, but we could still admire it. I'm not going to look at the pyramids and be like, and start doubting and saying that aliens done it. Or
right, I was going to say that.
So it's like looking at the branch migration, because we can't pin down the actual logistics, because this happened like 4,000 years ago. So I'm gonna doubt it. I'm gonna be like, I want to belittle it because I don't know the logistics. But there's living proof it happened, and it's astonishing, man, how people could mobilize like that and organize themselves like that at such a large scale, long ago.
And Marv, have you noticed whenever it's something?
But because you don't know the logistics, you doubt it.
But
You
Marv,
belittle it. You need to. That's stupid. It's like me. It's like you.
But Marv, why is it stupid? Because if I want to understand the logistics, why is that stupid? Well, I don't understand that. Why,
because listen, first do you admire? First of all, let me ask you a simple question, because this one I could tell you whether you're sincere. Do you believe that the Bantu migration was actually a very advanced movement, advanced thing to do?
No.
So you believe millions of places, hundreds of thousands of people are able to migrate into different corners of Africa based on the whim. Let's go that way.
It may have been advanced at that time, but okay.
Let me tell you why you contradict yourself. Because about an hour ago, and this is what made me jump on, is that you talked about how are Africans able to move around Africa in that landscape with all those wild beasts. So I've just given you an example of hundreds of thousands of Africans moving around large space of Africa with all those untamed, as you called it, untamed vicious animals. How were they able to do that?
Because here goes the thing. Generally,
how were they able to do that?
You guys, let me answer the question. Generally, predator animals do not. First of all, predator animals generally don't randomly attack humans. A full-blown lion really isn't going to attack you unless you pose a threat to it. But if you have 100,000 people walking, that lion is not going to come within a mile of that shit because it doesn't even know what it is. So the thing of the matter is that it was possible that 20,000 to 30,000 Africans were migrating at the same time, which may have been advanced at that time. Because obviously, in terms of logistics, you got to have people who are the equivalent of a doctor or a nurse, because you have all these people, babies. You have to have people in charge of food. You have to have people in charge of security. So yeah, there is an aspect. There is logistics involved. You have to have a certain amount of food available, a certain amount of at night when it gets cold, whatever. But the thing of the matter is that you're asking me, a person from the 21st century, do I think that was advanced? Absolutely not. That's primitive to me.
No, but listen, that's not.
Well, you asked me a question. I'm giving you my answer.
I don't think you're being honest.
You don't think I'm being honest?
Listen, when I asked you, do I think that was advanced at that time? Obviously, come on, let's be honest.
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
It's like me saying, the first Game Boy is I admire it because what it was at the time, or the first iPhone, I admire it because what it was at the time, it was a big deal. You know what I'm saying? It was very advanced at that time. So I'm saying at that time, yeah, it was damn right it was advanced. But the problem is when you're quick to talk about European accomplishments and their buildings, you don't start saying that you don't belittle them.
No, because I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
The Asian ones, you don't belittle them. But when it comes to stuff that we've done in the past, you want to belittle them.
Okay, can I ask you a question? The reason why I don't, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because to this day, architecture is still based on Roman architecture. Because look at the columns. You have the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns. You go to almost any city in America. I've never been to the UK, but I know in America, they still build a lot of buildings here based off of Roman structures. In terms of, if anybody's familiar, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns are still used in America right now. The White House, for example, the White House looks like an ancient Roman temple. A lot of the structures,
America built on that shit.
No, hold on for a second.
Hold on, this country Roman shit.
He's asking me a question as to why I don't think that's primitive. Because if it was primitive, nobody would still be using those architectural structures. Obviously, there's something about those structures that they like. Now, if anything, they got it from Greece and they got it from Rome. But
where did Greece get it from, though?
If anything was superior about the African culture, why aren't Africans right now utilizing those advanced techniques or advanced structures right now? I'm not trying to talk about black people. I'm just trying to point things out that I see in my own eyes.
And I've answered that question. I said that the problem is that we have a mentality. We have a mentality thinking that being modern, being advanced is being Western, and that's a problem. So we're just basically doing what the white man's doing now.
Obviously, if these people are sir, you asked me this, right? You asked me why I don't say that the ancient Colosseum of Rome is primitive.
Oh shit, my phone.
Because of the fact is that the white man to this day still designs they still design buildings based off of that pattern or off of that building in ancient Rome.
It's not because it was super advanced. Listen, it's not because it is super advanced. One of the reasons they do it is it's symbolic. It's to show we're the new Rome. It's not because the architecture and the science behind it was just so profound. It's because it's basically, for example, what's one of you guys will probably know, what's that
Statue of Liberty
structure near the White House? They also got it in Egypt.
You're talking about it's an Egyptian structure, the obelisk or whatever it's called.
They've not got it there because it's just obelisk, that's it, whatever it's called. They're not got it there because it's
it's symbolic.
It's symbolic. Most of the buildings is symbolic. The reason why
why don't Africans do symbolic building structures then?
We
do. How come there's no buildings in Nigeria right now that mimic what the Great Wall in Zimbabwe is?
The same reason why we choose to speak English.
How come Nigerians are copying off of modern Western building structures?
It's because we were colonized.
Same reason why we choose to speak English and teach English and use English as our main.
If our culture was so superior, why aren't we utilizing it in a symbolic way? Then that's all I'm saying. We gotta start calling. We're all hypocrites. That's what
that's a psychological issue. That's a psychological issue, and that's another discussion. As I said to you, it's a psychological issue, and I've said that from the beginning, from the jump. It's a psychological issue between all of us. That's the same reason why. The same reason why we've abandoned even going down to our clothes, we've abandoned a lot of our culture practices. Is a psychological reason. That's why.
Or maybe tailored suits look better than African garb.
Wait,
and a lot of the African garb, and a lot of the African garb that we wear now was actually created by Westerners too. And let's be completely honest, if anybody's Nigerian, we know a lot of that.
You African American?
Sir, my parents are Nigerian, but I consider myself African American.
So your parents Nigerian, but you. I know you African, but you ain't African American.
I consider myself African American.
You want to question slavery and all that other shit that she was talking about earlier.
I don't believe that masses of black people,
like your credentials is kind of looking silly right now.
Sir, I don't believe that 6 foot tall Negroes who are muscular were just getting kidnapped left and right by white.
Well, you know
I don't
why?
believe that
Other
shit.
Negroes,
I can't believe that our people were that.
That's not how it happened. That's why I question. That's why I question the credentials again.
Do you not know like slavery and all that shit? You not know none of that shit.
Most of the captives
it's too many people talking on the panel.
We enslaved each other. The white man did not just run up in Africa.
Chronic, no offense to you, bro. No offense to you, bro. You were born 2 or 3 years before the World Trade Centers collapsed. You don't know what happened in ancient Africa. Neither do I.
Neither do you. I know a lot more than you do. Obviously,
no, you don't, sir. I haven't.
You don't even give credit to Harriet
did not
Tubman.
Live back then. You don't know what happened. Neither do I. That's why I always ask, sir. That's
we got records,
sir. That's
all
why
throughout that shit telling us Africans sold our ass. And I ain't getting on Africans at all, but that's just life. It wasn't the white man that came up in there and sold us. They sold us, and they sold us to the white man. And there's nothing.
Nobody really knows what happened in
that's just
Africa.
Real life. I'm not getting on any African for that shit. That's literally just life.
The chronic. Listen, nobody knows what happened in ancient Africa. I don't. I'm just asking questions.
This ain't even. I'm not even talking about ancient Africa.
You're talking about
like 400 years ago.
We don't know that. The concept.
We don't know that. You saying what?
Okay.
I don't understand that. Then why do you believe the Romans built all this shit and the Greeks? I don't understand.
Sir, I
don't understand that type of analogy.
Sir, they still have antiquity in their damn native country, which is Italy. You can see it all over North Africa, which they supposedly conquered. They left all their antiquity there.
Keyword conquer. Keyword.
Wouldn't you conquer an inferior race if you were a fucking power?
Inferior race. Again, why you say inferior race?
Sir, these cultural groups were inferior. They were conquered.
Okay, what?
Egypt is inferior to Greece. How is that possible?
Greece never conquered Egypt.
No, let's use that.
Rome conquered
How is
Egypt. Rome
inferior
conquered,
to
not Greece. Greece didn't conquer Egypt. Rome conquered Egypt. Yes. At the time, they were inferior. Yes.
Do you believe it's biological?
Maybe at the time, yeah. Because who was it? Who was there?
Do I believe it's biological? Do you really want to go to that conversation, Marv?
No, simple question, yes or no. Do you believe that the white man are superior to the black man based on biology?
I think in terms of intelligence, absolutely.
Okay, can you just break that down then? I knew it.
No,
I knew it.
nah.
Can you break that down, please? I knew it because
Okay,
I knew.
now this all makes sense now.
It had to lead to that.
Okay, man.
Okay, if I can get a
all I
chance
can
to.
tell you, all I can
So
tell you is
wait,
that the Greeks are
is the
great
Caucasian?
learners.
Okay,
Is
it's
the
two people
Caucasian?
talking now.
Great
It's
learners.
three people asking me questions.
Let me say this here: is the Caucasian the most evolved?
Well, now that I don't know, but in terms of intelligence, yes. Now in terms of evolved, I don't even know what
Okay, break it down.
evolved
Can you
is.
give it? Just break it down. We'll give you the platform. Why'd you believe this?
Because they have an ability to abstractly think. Not all of them do, and not all black people are simple-minded either. But whites typically have the ability to think abstractly, and that's what makes them more intelligent than most groups of people on the planet. They have the ability to think outside the box. Because just hear me out for a minute. It's because it's just look at their culture, look at their achievements, look at their culture, look at their systems. Look at their science fiction. Look at their science. They think outside the box.
Do you feel inferior to white people?
Do I feel inferior to white people? No, I don't feel inferior to anybody. But I will admit that their culture and technology is far more superior than black culture in technology. Yes.
So that's superior to you, yeah.
Well, in terms of science and technology, I mean, yeah. I mean, isn't LeBron James more superior to you?
Let me ask you a question.
Marvin, let me ask you a question.
Who gave credit for astronomy?
Hold on for a second. Let me ask you a question.
Who gave credit of discovering astronomy?
Marv, let me ask you a question. Marv, you there?
I'm still here. I'm listening, bro.
How tall are you?
I'm not too tall. I'm like 5'10".
Okay. Would you ever get into a fist fight with Shaquille O'Neal?
Probably not, unless he really provoked me to a point I would want to.
Yeah, because you can admit he's more physically superior than you.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So the thing is that I'm not saying that an individual white is superior, but what I'm saying is that their culture is superior. How?
They did not map out the stars themselves.
The fact that me and you are
superior to us?
Sir, the fact that me and
I want to know that.
The fact that me and you are talking in their language proves it right there.
But it's
Why
not
aren't
their
me and you
language.
talking in African?
Shit. The damn Native Americans are speaking English, praying to white
they were
people.
conquered.
A lot of people are, nigga.
We're
What?
speaking Canaanite,
They were
bro.
conquered,
What
sir.
do you mean their language?
We ain't the only people that was conquered, though, man.
We're speaking
Sir,
Canaanite.
the Native Americans were conquered. The
Yes.
East Indians were conquered. That's why they speak English.
Yes.
People, the white man in England ain't speaking Hindi because he wasn't conquered. What I'm saying is that these people conquered everybody. He asked me a question: are they smarter? Absolutely.
I think you've got a slight point there. I have to be honest, but shall I tell where this outside of the box thinking has basically developed to where it is now? Is was going back to what Zulu talked about. Is that this environment before we didn't have the need to have actually really think so deeply abstractly based off us living in abundance. We had everything around us. Put it like this: let's talk about a kid which grew up with a silver spoon, and the kid grew up hustling on the street. Who's going to be able to, let's say, just navigate through just general life, talking to people, hustling, getting things sorted, getting things kind of patterned a bit more easy? Is that street kid who had to go out and get stuff for himself, right?
Well, let me ask you a question. If what you're saying is, Mark, can I ask you a question?
They could both be brothers, for example, but they don't live with each other. Just cheap example. It's not because one's biologically more smart than the other.
You're full of
just
smart.
Environment.
Marv, no offense, you're full of shit. Because if what you're saying is true,
go on.
Why aren't Fortune 500 CEOs from the street? Why aren't doctors who become medical doctors from the street? Because
yes, they are.
No, they're not. No, they're not. CEO. No, the average CEO comes from a good. The average CEO.
A lot of CEOs come from
the average CEO comes from I'm talking about Fortune 500, the people who control the planet. Elon Musk came from a family, and his family, he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his family gave him $500,000. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Hold on for a second. Jeff Bezos grew up, his mother, was a teenage mother, but she was married, and she gave him, his mother and her husband gave him $600,000 to start Amazon. He grew up good. A lot of CEOs grow up good. They grew up with silver spoons in their mouth, and they have ruthless ambitions. So that street shit doesn't mean anything.
No, listen. Remember, I said example. I'm talking about basically when you're left on your own devices. What's the best way to say it? Is that you're forced to think outside the box. You know what I'm trying to say? If you've not got much, around you. But with the Africans, they had a lot around them. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying in real life, okay, cool, a street kid is gonna end up being more successful than a kid who was born in Silver Stream. That's stupid. It kind of, anyone who's got given $1 million has got a head start. Is he still there?
He's muted. This is crazy, man.
I think he just wanted to say that last bit and say I'm
Give me a second, I'm
and
here.
run away after it.
But I think the whole thing about them being smarter, I think that's where he really like hit the, we get his position now.
I mean, I don't know how you can say that.
I thought it was genuine ignorance before.
They
but now
never
I see
built
that.
nothing like what you see in Africa. Nothing. I can't even think of something that they built that you could even compare. Not even just to Egypt, just all types of places around Africa and shit. I just can't even think of a country. Fucking Greece, hell no. Fuck Greece.
For someone that did African studies, it's like there's very little you know about African culture, man.
Sir.
Isn't this guy from Africa?
Sir,
I'm not even from Africa. Shit, man. I'm from goddamn California.
The Romans to this day, they still have roads of antiquity right now throughout the Mediterranean. The African did not even build roads to connect to other fucking villages, and there were no cities. They didn't. It's just
There were no cities. Get the
There
fuck
were no
out.
cities in Africa.
The road shit. I don't know what you're talking about, but there was no cities. Bullshit.
We didn't build roads.
Bullshit.
We didn't build roads.
The road shit, maybe, but no goddamn cities. I don't know.
What it takes to build.
Just like you said, there's no palaces. Bullshit. There's palaces, nigga.
There were
Even
palaces in ancient
West South Africa, there's palaces. What you mean?
Yeah,
I
they
really want to
built
know
them
what you mean by
25
that.
years ago. I'm talking about ancient Africa.
Yes, ancient.
yes.
Even better ancient
They
because
had
it's pre-colonial.
palaces, they
It's
had
pre-colonial.
cities. What
It's
you
even
mean?
better.
What was
when
it?
you go-
Okay. Can I ask you guys a question?
They just
There were
recently
ancient-
found a fucking palace in West Africa or
Okay,
some
can I
shit
ask you
like
guys
that.
a
They
question?
recently found a
You
palace.
guys know, okay, Marv, you probably are better suited for this question. Marv, you still there?
I'm still here.
Let's be honest. You know what it takes to build a city. I'm not talking about a village. I'm not talking about a little rural area. A city
we're not
takes
talking about
a city takes planning and management and takes systems. There needs to be systems that need to operate. A city needs to have an education system, an irrigation system, a sewage system. What you mean to tell me that there was a city in Africa thousands of years ago that had that? Bullshit.
Kingdom of Morocco had sewer systems. What do you mean?
Morocco, sorry, no, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
It did. Most definitely.
The king. Okay, first of all,
They
let's be
invented the
completely
toilet.
honest. Let's be honest. The Kingdom of Morocco was not a black city or a black kingdom. It was
No, it became
an Arab kingdom.
They
And
say
you know
there's no black people there.
don't try.
They say there's no black people there.
The native Kevin.
Don't go
So
there with me.
you mean to tell me there were cities in ancient Africa that had skyscrapers too?
Were dark skin.
That's a whole nother question.
The problem is, listen, Kevin, why stop comparing? As you said, you're 21st century man. Don't compare 21st century accomplishments to accomplishments thousands of years ago. So you basically he wants to see a London 5,000 years ago.
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one
LA
better. I'll do you one better. The
5,000
white man
years
was
ago.
the white man was building cathedrals 1,500 years ago. Name me something on the same scale as a cathedral in Africa from 1,500 years ago.
He helped build
a cathedral. I don't know the names, but like they got like I mean, if you mean like a mosque and type shit like that, like it don't matter. It don't matter if it's a mosque or not. It's Islamic and was built by damn Africans. You got them in goddamn Somalia, damn all of North Africa and shit. It's
But Kevin, listen, I'm not gonna have this.
You've got the dome of the rock. Hold on. You've got the dome of the rock in Israel. You've got all these massive temples. Like let's got the temple that was there in Israel. Let's not play around, man. We know we're master builders, bro. Let's be real. Hence why America was built by black people mostly.
Oh my God,
Let's be
America
real.
wasn't built by black people, man. You know it. America was not built by black people.
So let
me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Other people built it too. Chinese, all them other niggas, but
they built the White House.
You cannot say black people didn't build this shit. Or at least
black people built New York City.
Are you goddamn kidding?
Are you serious, bro?
All the pictures, all the video footage of people building the skyscrapers, you see black people building those skyscrapers and all that shit.
Why do you keep going with the skyscrapers?
Kevin, listen, you're measuring it very wrong. Listen, Do you know
What
our
do you mean
people? We've
stop?
not changed. Africans have not. Let me just say something here. You know, Africans, black people, we've
Yeah,
not
yeah.
changed in terms of our interests. We've not changed. Listen, the white man, he takes honor in, let's say, for example, and when I say white man, I'm not saying in a derogatory way. They take on in, let's say, structures and building stuff like that. Do you know what we've taken pride in and honor in then, and we still do now? The arts. It's not changed. We prefer orchestra. It may look primitive. It may seem amusing to other people. We prefer dance. Then we prefer setting up big buildings and making sure those dances go through
And that's
generations.
what made us primitive.
No, it's not what's primitive. That's our interest. It's not because.
But hold on, Marv. I
Do
think
we have?
those
Listen, no, let me
interests
say a
differ
point. Do we have to
per tribe.
build a cathedral,
exactly what
a
a
thousand,
European would
or
say.
something similar to a cathedral, 2,000 years ago, just
That's what makes
to
it
prove
primitive.
that we're intelligent?
Yes.
Why? Why is
Because
that a
it's.
proof of intelligence?
Can I ask you a question? Because
Go on.
it shows proof. It shows proof to the interest of the people in your government to say that, you know what, we have people in our society that are engineers and architects, and look at the achievements that we've done. That of course you need to compare yourself to stuff like that. You know what I find funny about especially our people? We compare each other when it comes. And I'm not talking about you guys because you guys are obviously intelligent, but it's something I noticed in the States. We sit up here all day long and compare clothes, compare houses. Oh, look at outside guy. Compare jobs. But then when you say, look at our culture and look at their culture, why are you comparing us to whites? So what the fuck is the difference? And I challenge. In the chronic, you're an American, so you already know. You went to high school in America. You went to junior high school. You know goddamn well Black Americans will compare any fucking minute thing with each other. When it comes to achievements, in terms of a cultural group, we don't want to compare.
It's the
Now
same.
we're
It's the same here in
comparing
the
all of a
UK.
sudden.
No, it's the same. No, that's a good point. That's a very good point. I agree with you there.
Thank you.
But going back to, as I said, the kind of mindset I have, I don't have the mindset of whereby I compare material things with maybe other fellow black people. That's just my mindset, and it's a rare mindset. I'll be honest with you. A lot of us want to just stunt on each other. That's a fact. We're very similar. That's a fact. Black people love to stunt on each other.
Hey, hold on for a second.
I mean,
can somebody highlight Cold Cat real quick? He said twerking skyscraper.
I don't even know.
It's an American thing. Fuhrer says, Kevin says you are an
right?
African black man. You clearly deny the historical achievement results of ancient Africans. Oh my God. No, I'm not denying anything. I can't deny anything that didn't exist. Every other cultural group on this planet has antiquity. Why don't Africans have antiquity on a grand scale? Because we didn't build shit like that in ancient Africa.
You're so confident in their supposed accomplishments, but with us, it's so ambiguous.
Their supposed accomplishments, you can see their supposed accomplishments.
Yeah, but even their own accomplishments were because of our contributions.
Sir, the Colosseum in Rome had nothing to do with Africans.
So there wasn't any Ethiopians there during the
Pantheon. The Pantheon.
You know they had Colosseums in Africa.
Nothing to do with Africa.
You know they had Colosseums in Africa.
Well, yeah, like Libya.
Where?
In Libya and most of North Africa, they had fighting grounds. They had these similar constructions.
Grass field.
And it wasn't just built by Romans.
Yeah, it had a grass field.
Grass fields. Bro, I think you need to go back to Africa,
yeah,
bro,
grass
and see
field.
what
The
niggas
was on there with a grass field.
I think you need to do it. You need to do it.
I'm not taking any shots or nothing. Do you have a partner? Do you have like a girlfriend or a wife or anything?
Yes, I do.
Is she Caucasian?
She's black American.
She's black.
Yeah, dark skin, tall, thin. Yes.
Okay. Have you shared her thoughts on the slavery thing?
Yes, she doesn't. She agrees with me on some points, but not on all the points.
Is she African American or
she's African American? I listen. I ain't gonna lie to you. As crazy as black women are, and as annoying as they are, I prefer a black woman over any other woman, and I think that black women look better than almost every woman on the planet. But in terms of the African diaspora, I prefer African American over African women or island black women. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. You ask me a question, man. I'm giving you an answer. Now here goes the thing. Somebody said they melted it when it rained. Though. Okay. Now here goes the thing. Now, you asked me about you said that there were Colosseums in Africa. I don't agree with that. Talk about in ancient Africa, because again, to have a Colosseum, you would need to have a city, because a Colosseum takes
engineers, it takes architects, it takes people who are trained in,
We have all of that.
in the so a city would provide that. A village of 75 people couldn't provide the seating.
A village of
for people to go to.
75 people.
Some of these villages in ancient Africa had 75. Some of them may have had 750. But what I'm saying is that we. Oh my God!
Hold on, Kevin Souls, please don't get it twisted, bro. The villages you see today in their numbers or in their dispersion was no way how it was in the ancient period. You do know all of these great.
If there were no cities,
hold on.
If there were no cities, how could thousands of people live in a village in ancient Africa? If there were no cities, it's impossible.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Yeah, like as you said, the landmass of Africa is humongous. So there is no need to confine. There is no need to confine a small to mid amount of people, let's say a few hundred people, to a small location when the landscape is huge. What would happen is you would have villages around each other within a location that all fall under a kingdom, and then maybe a capital in the center of it where the chief would live or where the king would live. But there would be it would make no sense to have homes plotted an inch from each other, all around each other, one small confined spot, when they're in a massive landmass. Duh.
Okay, can I please address this, please? Please, can I address this without anybody interrupting? Okay, hear me out for a minute. Just hear me out. Now, Marv, he gets it because obviously Marv has some sort of background in business. A city takes systems to operate it. You need an irrigation system. You need a sanitation system. You need an educational system. You need a system of a unified government. Oh my God. Can I finish? Can I please finish?
Yeah,
you need a unified government. Somebody on the panel said that there were coliseums in Africa. How could there be coliseums in Africa if there were no cities in Africa? No cities where there were tens of thousands, 20,000 people? Because a coliseum fits thousands of people. If there were just pockets, if there were pockets of villages everywhere, how could they even get all these different?
I never said the Colosseum could fit thousands of people. I never said it was that big.
How many people roughly does a column fit, Zu? Let's just show me your evidence.
There were Colosseums in Africa.
I'm not saying that the ones in Africa were. Hold on. He asked me a question. I'm not saying that the one in Africa is as big as the one in Rome. That's not what I said. But what I said is they had similar constructions, obviously at a smaller scale, in Africa during the time the Romans were in that area. But it wasn't built by Romans. It was built by the local people that were there because they had their own fighting championships and challenges. There's images of black people fighting in colosseums. Like
yes,
we know
there
that
were Africans in Rome. Yes, they conquered.
I don't know, maybe. I don't know who built that shit in Libya, but somebody built that damn Colosseum in Libya. So I got that. And then wherever else goddamn Colosseums there are in North Africa.
Now, the chronic, listen, a hole in the ground in Libya is not a Colosseum. I just want to point out.
No. You want to look it up real quick. Look it up. It looks no different from any other Colosseum.
Listen to the comedy. Listen to the comedy. A hole in the ground. Look how you degrade your own people, bro. Listen to yourself.
I degrade my own people, sir. Have you listened to rap? Have you listened to rap music?
You're doing just the same damage.
Have you listened to rap? I'm doing the same damage. Oh, okay, that's quite
a hole in the ground. Kevin.
It's a hole in the ground. What Coliseum are you talking about? You're talking to me. So guys, by the way, please hit the Cash App Red Pill Trill. Go ahead.
You're saying hole in the ground before even looking at it.
So
you see?
So he's equating all the other Colosseums in Italy and shit a hole in the ground too. Technically. That shit looks no different, the Colosseum in Libya, than the Colosseum. It may be a little damn smaller, a little bit smaller, but it's just still big and intricate and fucking. You had some damn intelligent people.
Let's unpackage your beliefs a bit more. So, for example, so where did it stem from? So the white man's ability to think outside the box. Where did it stem from? Was it environmental? Is it biological in terms of whereby maybe evolution?
Listen, now we're getting into something that may be a little bit down the rabbit hole.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys believe in God or you believe in a computer simulation or I don't know. I mean, listen, to be quite honest, me personally, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I just know that I'm some sort of a being living on a fucking floating rock in infinity. Maybe the white man was just encoded to be smarter than most people on the planet.
So you believe it's so you warm to the idea, would you say, of him being biologically superior to us?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You warm to the idea of him being biologically superior to us in terms of.
I'm assuming warm. So it's a little language thing. So I'm assuming warm to the idea means that
you side closer to the idea. You basically side to the idea a bit closer than the opposing idea. So you kind of semi-agree with him potentially.
I think that either two things happen: either breeding patterns or just whatever wrote their code. I believe that other groups of people can be like that, but I think that it starts mainly with breeding. I said this 3 hours ago when I got on the panel. I think that breeding plays a big factor. I think that if blacks bred good, we probably could be the superior race, but I think it's too much inbreeding in our race. I think it's too much of the dummies outbreeding the smart blacks.
Inbreeding?
Yeah, there's a lot of inbreeding in the black community.
But the most genetically diverse. Africa's the most genetically diverse place in the world.
No. It's a lot of no. Come to America. Listen, do me a favor. You guys never been to America. Come to America. Okay, your average city in America. That's perfect. That's perfect. You said Florida. Your average city in America. You have black people who have never left the city. You have a lot of black people in the city who breed with each other, who don't even know who they're breeding with. You have a lot of men who have kids out of wedlock who don't even know that the kids are theirs. So there's been hold on for a second, Frank. You have
maybe your fucking fourth.
No, wait a minute.
Like, wouldn't that no. Take that shit if you're like in a like your parents in a Nigerian village or whatever the fuck.
Most Nigerians don't live in a village, sir. They live in the city.
Whatever.
There's a lot of genetic diversity in Nigeria. It's 300 million people.
Yeah. Whatever. You living in the same city in Nigeria for a long time.
Yeah.
Say 100 years, 50 years or some shit. That same shit's gonna happen. You really think that's gonna happen? Is you gonna inbreed?
It happens a lot in America, though. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like a lot of people in America.
Does it happen amongst the white people in America?
I'm gonna tell you something difference between whites and blacks. It may happen in pockets, like in West Virginia, but it doesn't happen because generally whites they leave their hometowns and go somewhere else.
But listen, this is not your point.
Listen,
remember, we talk about history.
Cut me off every time I talk.
Kevin, we talk about history here, but you talk about
why don't you want to talk about the South? The white man's so superior, but the South, goddamn, these niggas almost look like aliens compared to us. Like,
sir,
so
Kevin, you talk about
America today. You talk about America today. So now let's rewind it back to before the Colosseums, before these things that you're very proud of that the white man done. Were they basically not interbreeding before in the ancient times? Were they not interbreeding before?
I believe that whites have done a better job at selectively breeding than blacks.
Oh fuck no.
And that's why they're more superior to us in terms of.
I'm on Trilluminati's page. Come over there for a minute.
Wasn't the Romans known for like doing some weird inbred shit like that? Fucking. I'm trying to think of who else, bro. I think we're especially in front of the Europeans. There's no way we inbred more than them niggas, man. Hell no. It's a weird topic anyway, but there's no way.
Listen, I don't know who's inbred more or not. But the question was, who do I think is intellectually superior? Your average white is probably more intelligent in terms of IQ than a black. It's just the way that they breed. Like blacks who are intelligent aren't put on pedestals in the black community, so they're not breeding like the Pookies, Ray Rays, and Tyrones. The Pookies, Ray Rays, and Tyrones, the dumb fucks, they have more children in the black race than the intelligent blacks. You listen, guys. Listen, you guys. I don't understand why everybody's fucking pretending. Why is everybody pretending over here? You know, goddamn well,
intellectualism is not embracing the black community. What the fuck are we talking about?
That's why you've not been to Africa, because
Sir,
Africa holds
stop it. The
academia
average
to a very
African
high
isn't
standard.
smart either. There's 300 million Nigerians. Yeah, you may see some doctors and shit here, but
Yeah,
your
I
average
agree.
Nigerian is
No. That's okay. This is the problem. You've not looked into it, because in the UK, another your fellow white man's country, the conquerors, the most I believe it's, I don't know if someone could correct me, but the most highly qualified people academically in the UK
are
now
Nigerians.
actually, and females.
Yeah.
So what does that say?
Sir.
So we don't. So if we don't celebrate academia, then why are we pushing our children?
Sir, if you're gonna ask me a question,
go on.
Okay.
Go on.
I live in America.
Go on.
I, for myself, have witnessed things from my perspective.
Right.
Black people don't embrace science. Black people as a whole don't embrace intellectualism. Black people as a whole don't embrace science fiction. Black people as a whole don't think abstractly. I'm not trying to dog our race. I'm just trying to point out things that are culturally facts. You know goddamn well listen, why don't you go make a movie about science and see if black people go watch it as a whole in Africa? How come Nollywood doesn't make science fiction? It ain't because of the budget. It's because niggas, they know blacks aren't into that kind of stuff. Every Nollywood movie is about some goddamn marriage.
You think whites like is gonna go to a fucking whatever you just said science movie more than blacks? Like nobody's gonna go there.
They're into science fiction. Black people aren't into that.
I could agree that I don't know. I could agree about some of the things you just said. Like we ain't a lot of us aren't into that shit, but I don't know. Like I don't know.
Listen, I'm I'm not trying to talk about blacks. I'm just trying to tell you what it's facts. Black people don't watch Star Trek. They don't watch Star Wars. They don't give a fuck about NASA as a whole. I'm not trying to talk about black people. I love black people.
You talking about science fiction.
We have our problems. Listen, I'm not disagreeing. We have our problems.
That's why they're more into.
I've seen black people watch Star Wars and Star Trek. What the fuck that got to do with anything?
It has everything to do with the conversation. He's saying who is more smarter, and I'm telling you, out of the box thinking, abstract thinking, a lot of it has to do with science fiction, factual science, adventure. Black people don't even like going outside their goddamn neighborhood. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me.
But you talking about us.
No, but you're talking
about the Black American. The Black American is different. At the end of the day, we are different.
The African is no different either. The island black, they only move because of money. If Nigeria was economically prosperous on the same scale as any Western country,
lives in his goddamn homeland.
Listen, if Nigeria was economically prosperous like any Western country, Nigerians would not leave Nigeria. They're not. They only leave for money. The Nigerians only become doctors for money. They don't listen. Let's stop. Nigerians are greedy. Stop. No, we gotta stop painting this.
We have our modern problems. No, listen, we have our modern problems. I agree with you with that.
Why are we trying to butterfly our race like we're some sort of like
we have our modern
butterfly race? We're not.
No, we have our modern problems. We have our modern problems. I agree with that. From the jump, I did say that we do have.
Okay, I'm done. Our 10 and said Star Wars movies are based on a lot of African tribes from the language to the custom. I'm out of here. You guys have a good one. No, I'm playing. Go ahead. Go ahead. Everything got to be African. Next thing you know, you niggas will be telling me George Lucas is a black man. Oh, he black. He married a black woman. No, he's not. Go ahead.
Let me just read some of these comments one second.
Okay.
Star Wars movies based on.
I'm not trying to. I know. It could be hurtful. I know. I always talking about black people. I know. It could be hurtful. But these things are the truth. If you suck at something,
you ain't the only dude. You ain't the only dude doing that.
Listen. I'm not trying to say anything about your age, but listen. I grew up in a different time period than you. You grew up in the Me Too era, the anti-bullying era, etc. I grew up in an era where if you tried out for the football team or basketball team and you sucked, the coach would say these beautiful, sweet words to you. You suck, Kevin Sells. You suck. Get your shit and get the fuck out of here. See, that's the generation that I grew up in. But they don't do that.
Tell you that till this day.
Kevin, how old are you?
The fuck out the motherfucking team. Yeah, they tell you that shit, nigga.
What, Kevin? How old
I
are
mean,
you?
I'm sure times is a little bit different, but I mean,
Go
shit,
ahead.
how old are you again? How old are you?
I'm 36, man.
Yeah. I mean, shit.
I'm telling you, in the
you
90s.
not old enough to be my father yet.
Jesus Christ. Erdo Can says, I don't know nothing about all of this. Let's talk about cars, girls, food next. Yeah. Marv, what's up, man? Marv?
Wait, 1 sec, 2 secs.
Okay. Guys, listen, I know you guys in the chat are like, man, please, Kevin Sells, please stop. Please, you hurting my feelings. Black people invented everything. We invented air. Stop it. You didn't invent air. You didn't invent air. Next thing you know, you Negroes will be saying you invented goddamn the moon. You didn't invent the moon neither, Negro. Stop it. Come back to reality. There's nothing wrong with admitting the truth. You didn't invent every goddamn thing. Sounds crazy when we say that. Oh, we invented this. We did this. You didn't do anything.
Okay, no. Stop there. With the you didn't do anything. Shit.
Okay. We did do something, but okay. Invented peanut butter. Somali says he got a point though. Blacks more into dancing than science. Thank you. Sarah says this guy's putting on the show for clout. He trolling. I'm not trolling. I'm for real. Go to my channel and watch my videos. Let's see.
Is this your thing, Kevin? Is this like one of your main topics?
No, a lot of my main topics focus on oh shit. You know, I've been doing more what's the word? Trending topics. But I focus on like race. I focus on women. I focus on male development. I focus on a lot of different things. I can talk. You know, it's really like a free for all show.
But typically, it's resolving around race.
Not typically. No, it revolves around truth. For example, one of my latest videos was about Jordan. What's his name? Jordan Peele. Oh my God, he's I forgot. Jordan Peterson. He's a white guy from Canada, and how he was talking about how the Canadian government has pretty much implemented a law that forces employers to call transsexuals by their what's that pronoun? And you know, so I talk about like a lot of political things like that, like you know, how can you politically tell? How can you tell me to refer to somebody as the pronoun? No, absolutely not. That person is not biologically a female. But nevertheless, though, come to my page, you'll see it. But let's go, Marv. What's up?
Would you agree that when black people have, because you know a lot more about America than I do, right?
Yeah.
So would you agree that when black people have tried to, let's say, uplift themselves economically and stuff like that, because I do believe the only way we can come back is economical. That's economically.
Yeah.
That's my firm belief. I don't believe nothing else.
You know what happens when black people? You know what happens when black people try to uplift themselves economically? This is what happens.
You know what happens.
This is what.
Go on.
We get to a point where we start thinking that. So, for example, we had the Negro Baseball League, or blacks at the Negro Baseball League 70 years ago. It was a very successful league. But blacks wanted to be in the major leagues because they thought that the major leagues were better. Now, to a degree, maybe so, because the major leagues were making more money. Obviously, there are more whites in the country. Obviously, more whites are going to the white games. So I guess it was a money thing. We sold out. There are black communities in America that were, you know, it was black businesses all over and up and down the damn streets. But black people started selling their businesses or their real estate to the Arabs and to the Asians. That's why they dominate the community now, because we sold out. A lot of times.
I beg your pardon? Is it pronounced Tusul? Tusul. That black is it Tusul? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. 1 sec. Let me just Google it 1 sec.
Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar. But yeah, so a lot of times when we get to a position of good economics, we look at whites, and unfortunately there are more whites in the country. So obviously they're making more money. We say, well, we want to get with them now. We start selling out, and that's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens. The Chronic. I don't know how old you are, man, but listen, go to med school. There's going to be a shortage of doctors within the next 10 years, and they're going to need doctors. So go to med school, man. That's a nice guaranteed job. Don't be a loser like me and
get a liberal arts degree, teaching fucking inner city public school badass kids. Yeah.
That's it. Yes, Somali. Somali Flame goes. Yes, it's Tulsa. So when is it? I believe is it Oklahoma or something?
Yeah.
And when black people, you should know. I'm assuming you know, it's been living in.
You're
America
talking about Black Wall Street. So Black Wall Street was an incident that, according to different historical accounts, it was over the supposed rape of a white woman, the supposed sexual assault of a white woman. We don't really know, but there was something that happened between blacks and whites, and the neighboring town that was white came over and destroyed the black town. Now, mind you, the black town was nothing more than 7 or 8 shops. It was like 2 blocks, but they tried to make it seem like it was a goddamn metropolis, and it wasn't. It wasn't. And
you say it was 2 shops.
It was like 7 or 8 shops, businesses. It wasn't like this goddamn metropolis that we were taught in school. It wasn't like that.
No, but you're forgetting that it's at a time when black people are building independently. So regardless whether it was 2 shops or whether it was many shops, it's that it was all burnt down to the
We're talking about one isolated situation. Blacks have had all types of communities that have been thriving. You ever heard of Harlem? Harlem was a thriving black community for 100 years. In fact, Harlem was so economically wealthy, they even called it the Harlem Renaissance, where art, literature, culture, science, math, employment, businesses thrived. You can look it up, Harlem. It's called the Harlem Renaissance. Nobody destroyed that shit, and blacks kept Harlem up into the 80s until regentrification, huh? Or drugs. Gentrification. I'm sorry.
Wasn't it drugs? Wasn't it drugs?
Until drugs destroyed. Yeah. Other than that, Harlem was thriving for 100 years, and to a degree, you know, you can blame the government or you know, outside influences, but yes. So we have a lot of black communities that thrived. Shaq A asked me, Kevin, do you have a relationship with a white male? See, you know what's funny about our race? Every time somebody says something that doesn't go with the monolithic, dumbass black view, it's something you got to say something homosexual. Oh, he's gay. He's that. He's this. No, I'm just a person talking about the truth. You niggas destroy communities. You litter. I make videos about how niggas litter and niggas get mad at me. I make videos about how black women are fat. Niggas get mad at me. Go ahead, Mark. I'm listening. I'm sorry. I white it out. Go ahead. Sorry. Sir. Okay, I'm gonna take over here. All right. Guys, we've been here for about, I've been here for about 2.5 hours. Please, guys, follow Red Pill Trill, like and subscribe. Please hit his Cash App. I think the euro, or not, I'm sorry, you guys aren't with the euro. You guys are Brexit, so you guys kept the fucking pound. I think the pound today is like $9 compared to $10 USD. Obviously, the United States dollar is better. Please donate to him. You know.
No, the US dollar it's about $7 to the sterling pound.
Okay, let me look this up right now. Hold on for a second. The USD to pound. Oh shit. Yeah. So yeah, he's right. Happy Day says, Kevin Sales, are you the guy that stole Sarah's bike? Sir, no. I haven't ridden a bike in 5 years. No. Marv, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Marv, listen, I understand, Marv. You know, you are a apologist. You're an apologist. You have a optimistic view about Black culture, and to a degree, and please forgive me, I think that you have a romanticized view.
No, I don't. So what have I said? Which I'm totally against. I'm probably the opposite of that. I don't have a romanticized idea of Black people. What have I said that makes you think that I do? What have I actually said?
Well, I think you have a. I think what you're saying is that, you know, every time I try to say something about European culture, you came up with, but you introduced things or achievements that Blacks had did. And all I was just trying to say is that, for example, you were asking me about who's the more intelligent. And there's a reason why you're asking me. And I think Marv, that whites are more intelligent in terms of just, your average, in terms of you were just to scale it at the same. You had 10 blacks and 10 whites. Obviously, 10 whites would be more intelligent. I think even that. I think that it hurts.
That's not true.
What's not true?
That's not true.
What's not true?
The white people are not more intelligent than us.
Then how were they able to conquer the world?
Pardon?
How are they able to conquer the world if they weren't intelligent? If they're not more intelligent than us?
It's just like you said.
Don't talk about the past and that shit. Now you're talking about how whites conquer the world.
It's just like what you said.
And that's the reason they superior to us and shit. Come on, man.
The problem is that you're basically saying that because they conquered so much, that they're intelligent.
Yes.
So if somebody chooses not to conquer, that means they're dumb.
Yes, it means that they have not.
Why would one choose to conquer?
Because, believe it or not, sir, you may not believe this.
Right.
We are animals. We are some sort of an ape.
I don't believe.
Well, hear me out, but just hear me out for a minute.
Go on.
We are some sort of an ape. We didn't evolve from apes, but we are an ape. We are some sort of an intelligent ape, but we're nothing more than wild animals. So we make laws and we set boundaries on our animalistic nature to pretty much manage the potential chaos that can ensue because we're conscious beings. For some reason, these groups of people figured out that, hey, we need to develop a society that ensures our survivability. And I think that the whites were thinking about their survival while the blacks were enjoying the hot weather in Africa. I think that they thought about survival at all costs, whether they were being attacked or not, whereas we weren't. I think that's what happened. I think that's what makes them more intelligent.
But you have to look at the mindset. Is that, as I said, that we were in a land whereby we had abundance. We had pretty much everything that we needed around us in abundance, enough for your so-called white man to come and take a lot of it and still have enough left there. You see what I'm trying to say? We had so much around us, so we didn't have to think of survival to that extent. You see what I'm trying to say? The same way, look, as I said, I'm not using this example literally, but take two households. One household was living beneath the breadline or just at the breadline, and one which is, got six-figure incomes coming in. One household's going to think about survival more than the other. It's the same analogy. It's not because you know what I'm trying to say. It's exactly that. Is that one didn't feel the need to think of survival to that extent.
Yeah.
And that could have been, I won't say that would be our shortcoming, because when a white man came to Africa, they didn't come down and because remember, as you said, there was a very heavily thought out idea about coming to conquer Africa. They came in, they befriended us. They were not befriending us over a weekend. They were there for years. They were there for years before they actually chose to actually come down and actually start, being open with some of their agendas and turning some tribes against the others. They were there for years, understanding and basically and learning about us. They were there for years. They were quite cunning. They were there for years. They probably thought this out. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to say that black people. I don't agree with what Zulu said a bit earlier, but big up Zulu. We said a bit earlier that we just had clean hearts. No, a lot of us didn't. One of the harsh reality is that a lot of these tribal leaders and kings, African leaders and kings, sold their prisoners to the white man. That's another harsh reality, it just is what it is.
Somebody, Marv, thank you. Somebody in the chat said something very interesting. They said that Kevin and Sales wouldn't mind if a white man called him a gorilla. And and this is something else that goes along with what the question that Marv asked me about intelligence. Intelligent people don't fear words. Intelligent people don't react to words. You ever notice when you call a white man something, he just says, "Oh, whatever, I don't care. I'm white, or I don't care." Because the white man, he knows that words don't mean any goddamn thing. Black people, I've noticed this, and I'm not trying to be a mean.
But you're probably talking about black. No, listen.
Some people. Think about a child, a child, especially a child with low self-esteem. You can make a child cry by calling him a word. You little shit. Because that's a lower
that's a lower mind. A child obviously has a lack of intelligence that an adult has. If a white man were to call me a gorilla, I wouldn't react at all. I don't give a fuck. It's no different than him saying the. Words don't mean any goddamn thing. And when black people get off of being fearful of words, I think that we will become the race that we romanticize about.
Kevin, you're painting us with all the same brush. Listen, your experience in America, in whatever state you've lived in, or whatever states you have lived in, does not mean that those black people that you've come across are not the same as all the other black people across the world. Then we're not the same. Like, have you proper spent time in Nigeria before? Like proper time, like you've lived there for more than a year?
Absolutely not. Nigeria's a shithole.
Okay, that's your opinion, but you understand that.
Come on, stop.
Listen, that's your opinion. Look, I'm not trying to debate you. That because I know
almost all the Africans are shitholes.
I know you want to do your act, and I'm not going to debate you.
Sir, I'm not acting. I'm not.
Listen, what I'm trying to say to you is this. Listen, what I'm trying to say to you is this: that you find out in Africa is that we're not quick to react to certain words, but this is more of a black thing in the West, which is very common. No, even in the West as well. In the UK, I live in the UK. I'm African. I understand it. I know, and it's a big problem here as well. It's a big problem with us. A lot of things you're saying about our modern day problems, I agree with, and I've said that we have a lot of psychological issues, but a lot of those issues is to do with black people in the West. It's not black people in our own countries. A lot of issues you're describing that we have is issues that we have in the West, where we have an inferior complex. A strong one, and we deny it, and we project on ourselves rather than the people we're kind of hate to say that we look up to. You know, you're trying to say.
Marv, I'm sorry. Marv, you said you're from Zimbabwe, correct?
No, I'm from Uganda.
You're from Uganda. Okay. You know about O'Shea Jackson?
Who?
O'Shea never mind. He's in a red pill. Never mind. He's a black American, but he lives over in Uganda. He says that he's actually suggests that a lot of black Americans move to Uganda, and I actually was considering at one point. Yeah.
One thing you kept on mentioning, you kept on saying culture.
Yeah.
We have to understand that different cultures have different interests.
Yeah,
and that's okay. And that's okay.
No, it's not.
It is okay. It's okay because you forget that. Listen, generally, do you know what black people love? And we've not changed since, as I said, since back from 1,000 years ago to
dancing.
Now. No. Do you what we like? Do what we strive for?
Beating on drums.
No, okay. If you want to call it that, what we strive for is basically is you could say happiness. To sum it up, is happiness. That's what we kind of strive for. That's what we kind of strive for. That's why you find.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you.
No, listen, it's a fact. It's what
it is. I agree with it. As much as I don't want to agree with you on this one, I agree.
No, but it's true. That's what we strive for. And if you had to ask me, now think out properly now, because I know you're very marveled by the Colosseums and the White House and these stuff. Listen, have you got children by any chance? Have you got children?
Absolutely not.
I don't know why you had to say absolutely, but just say no. Because what's wrong with having children? Because you said absolutely not. Like it's
because I'm a selective breeder, and also I want to have children if I'm wealthy. I don't want to have children. I don't want to have children.
That's enough. Okay, that's another topic. But anyway, quick question. I've got children. I think many of the people in the panel and
you do
have children. One thing I would love for my children to have. Yeah, they're quite young.
Okay,
they're all under 5. One thing I would love my kids to have is happiness.
Yeah.
Whether it's them being billionaires,
I can see that.
Whether it's them, I don't know, being a carpenter. Nothing against carpenters, but maybe earning not so much, basically, right? It's just them to actually have a happy life, right? But I don't want them to feel like I wouldn't want them to basically have the. I want them to be okay just to survive, and just strive for survival and think about their genes and their genes going down. That's not the kind of mindset you should have. It's not a healthy mindset. That's why you find in today's world is the most happiest countries are not these white countries that you keep, these European countries that you praise so much. Look at America. One of the most happiest countries in the world. I think is Ghana is one of the most happiest world.
Yes, I read that.
That shit who you're talking about. So
like
people
depression
so happy,
and shit like that.
Listen, so if people are so happy there in that shithole, bro, what are they doing which is wrong? Now I'll ask you a question as a human. Put aside the Colosseums and all these things that you're fascinated by.
Okay.
Isn't happiness what we all pursue?
Yes.
Right. So the Caucasian man, there's nothing against the white man whatsoever. So he's built his Colosseums. He's built his White Houses. He's built his major leagues. He's built all these things.
But he didn't build the White House.
But wherever he built all these things, right? but
But he's
and
miserable.
he's striving for survival, as you say.
But he's
But
miserable.
he's got so many people. He's got many of his race killing themselves or on depression pills.
Yeah. And
Listen, you live in America yourself, so just put on any
Marv,
American
I'm not gonna
TV
lie to you.
channel. Let me just finish my point here. Put on any of your American TV channels and look at the craziness you see, man.
The amount of depression commercial pills
And no, just the entertainment, how degrading it is, and just how filthy it is.
Yeah, I'll admit you're
how much it
absolutely
destroys
right.
you. So you like science fiction? You talked a lot about science fiction, right?
I
And
love
how
it, yeah.
great it is, right? Do you know Neil? Is it Neil
deGrasse
deGrasse
Tyson? Yeah.
So, I like him as well.
I met him before.
Oh, great. But anyway, one thing he talks about a lot is that one of his firm beliefs is just a belief because it's just an idea. He believes that human beings will end up technology will get so advanced to the point of whereby we will be our own demise. Based on technology, we'll probably create some kind of robots that will wipe us out. We'll create some AI which is smart enough to realize that they don't need human beings anymore, and they're better off just surviving without us. And that's likely to happen to us. That's his idea of what will happen in our future. So, but the point I'm trying to make here is that basically, sometimes thinking about advancements for the sake of advancing and just survival could be your own demise. But if what you're actually really one thing that we've done as Africans, and people may just think about, oh, it's just twerking, or it's just this, or it's just that, is that one thing we've always kind of hold as our core values is basic happiness. And you see that a lot even through African American cultures, not putting aside African culture, but African American cultures, those are Africans too, but they've held onto that based even despite of the negative history they've had in America, in that land, is, their soul food, their family gatherings. A lot of it is getting picked apart now, but they've held on to those core morals and values and those aspirations of actually chasing happiness.
Marv,
you see what I'm trying to say?
Marv, listen. Everything you're saying, I agree with. I do. Trust me.
So the question I'm trying to ask you here, so my final point here, this is the last point because I actually shoot off, is that, so what is the actual intelligent choice then?
They understand.
Survival or happiness?
Okay.
And that's just my final question.
Okay, survival. But Mark, before you go, they understand that we live in nature. There are things in nature, regardless if you're nice, regardless if you're a good person, that are trying to kill you. The lion does not give a shit if you have a PhD, does not give a shit if you have a bachelor's degree, does not give a shit if you are a doctor. If the lion, if his tooth is aching, he can't hunt a actual gazelle or something, he's going to eat you. The grizzly bear is going to eat you. Okay. There are people on this planet that are evil. There are people on this planet that are absolutely evil. For some reason, the white man, not all of them, but for some reason, they said, you know what? The world is bad. We need to protect ourselves. And for some reason, they went throughout the world in terms of conquest because of that fact. They don't want to be the conquered. Now, here go me.
Conquered. Yeah, conquered.
So hear me out for
why though? Why?
So,
why?
Because
they understand. Why though? Just why?
Because they understand that the world is nasty, and they don't want to be in a position that blacks have been in for the past 1,000 years. Because being nice,
you controlled everything before then, though. Like you talk about that Roman shit.
But what I'm saying
who
is that being
no. Who controlled the Mediterranean, all that shit before Rome, bro?
The Greeks.
Carthage.
The Carthaginians were Phoenicians and they were white.
It don't matter. They was from North Africa. And plus, okay, first of all, you telling me the Phoenicians didn't mix with the North Africans when they've been there for hundreds of years? That's a whole different thing. But my point is, North Africans, they ruled the Mediterranean when Rome was like made out of wood and shit. They ain't even made marble or none of that shit.
But
Rome was nothing.
But again, what I'm saying is that regardless if the African was pursuing happiness, there are monsters and there are predators out there, and I'm talking about human beings. Yeah, and it's nothing wrong with arming yourselves and being in a state of defense. And I think that's what the African people truly lacked.
No, listen,
No.
no, listen. When the Europeans came to Africa, they didn't come in invading straight away. They came and mixed with us. As I said, if you know your history, this is why. Again, I'm not trying to belittle you. This is why I question your credentials. Because when they came to Africa, they were amongst us for years.
Yeah,
they were amongst us for years. For years, they lived about. They lived with. They met the leaders in the area. They were given homes. They lived amongst us for years.
Yeah, they
It's
were
when
gathering intel.
it's when exactly. So is it? You could say that if you want to say that, okay, that was our weak point in basically accepting them, then yes, I agree with that was that was a big mistake. That was a big mistake.
Yeah.
But the question is, but you forget that remember, this is a people who have got a lot of stuff around them, so they're not thinking, okay, cool, this white man who's coming and showing me stuff that I've not seen before, but seems pretty cool. I've got my own stuff as well. Is going to come here and actually is just gathering intel, and he's just going to come back and invade. People have been with him years, so sometimes you kind of have that kind of, let's say, I think people may say it's a problem with us, but you just have that thing of whereby, you know what, I'll trust you, and that's the thing. We probably just trusted the wrong people, and I think that's probably one of our biggest downfalls is just trust.
Yeah, I mean,
but in terms of us, I'm not trying to say that we were good people because we're going trusting people. Sometimes, and there were cases as well whereby, do you know what? This white man showed me a bunch of this artillery that I've not used before. I've got problems with this other tribe down there. Okay, cool. We'll do business because I'm looking to take them out. Sometimes it was just for conquest gains for Africans trying to conquer another African tribe. There's so many different kind of reasons. The white man didn't come with one plan. They came with many plans of how to conquer. It wasn't just a one-way thing of whereby, okay, gather intel, come back and invade. Or no, there's many ways that they actually were able to colonize Africa. There were so many different kind of ways of them doing it. Benny, just to sum up, as I said that I agree with quite a bit of what you're saying. I agree with that. But I'm trying to say to you is that best advice to you as a black brother. Hey, if you want, I don't know if you deem yourself as one. You know what I mean? But that was just a little joke. But anyway, my advice to you is that one thing, the most important thing in life, as you'll probably agree with, is just happiness. So you have to if you agree with that, then you look at life a bit more differently. You know what I mean? I say one of the most important things in life is pursuing happiness. So you may look at things a lot more differently. Don't look at all these glitz and glamours, think that, okay, cool, that this is it. This is the being and bend all, and these people are just great and superior. You know what I mean? But bigger than white people, man, I've got no problem with them as well. I'm not trying to say that they've built up toxic societies. No. You know what I mean? There's certain things. Africans have built up toxic societies as well. What I'm trying to say to you is that the point I'm trying to say is that don't feel like all these things equal. You know, they're all going they're all going the right way. It doesn't mean that we're all going the right way. We may be going to a complete negative way. You know what I mean? Look at us. Look at all these countries, the biggest countries you talk about, harboring nuclear weapons. Something kicks off, that's a lot of guys getting wiped off the country based on survival. Where me and you and even white people are not considered if things kick off. They'll drop in them anywhere. It's only the few superior people in this world, in terms of economically superior people, are going to be kind of safe and harbored. They're probably flying off, get taken off the planet when things kick off. So don't look at. So there's no real kind of, let's say, competition. It's just the people on top against everyone else. You know what I mean? So I won't look at this kind of. I won't waste a lot of time thinking about this race is more superior than this race. No, that's all garbage. Every nation's had its time. That's how I look at things. Every nation has had its time. And right now, it's probably it's European races. Every nation, every country, every people have had their time. You know, you look at the Far East, they've had their time. Look at India, they've had a time. Africans, they've had a time. It's gone. And I said it to Africans as well. We had our time. It's gone though. Let's think about what we're doing now. I don't really give a damn about pyramids. Really, I kind of wish that they were broken down, so black people could actually start acting rather than remembering. That's my honest opinion. Because I think black people are just happy to see them up there and say, yeah, we built them. That's my opinion. You know what I mean? I think they should go down because I think it's holding our people down. But yeah, man. So I'm just thinking, like, put all that kind of crap aside, man. At the end of the day, it's not even. It's just about, you know, what truly matters in society, what you're really trying to build, and yeah, man.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I think you got some of your fans in the chat. Is it Sam N?
What is he saying? Dirty water, malaria, bad out there. Jesus Christ.
And you come to learn that, you know. So I personally believe once you have kids, you come to understand that, you know what, survival is not the most important thing.
Yeah,
and you start up and you appreciate happiness.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But then again, you have to be in moderation with the pursuit of happiness. You can't just be happiness every day, and that's a problem with Africa. A lot of Africans in general, African Americans, Africans in the UK, Africans in Africa, we love to party too much. We love good times too much. We love vibes too much. Not Africa, you know what I mean? We've got no balance. That's the problem. And another problem is that is because there's so much of us in the entertainment industry. So we portray a party lifestyle where nobody should be partying every single day. And people think it's cool. So if you've got Instagram pictures of you partying, you know, you got bottles up every day and you've got money, it looks like you're living a life. That's not real life, and that's the problem that we have. You know what I mean?
Chemo Ben Israel says, Kevin, look what you laugh at and think it's funny. You from West Africa, bro. You think that joke is funny. Yeah, I do think it's funny. Just like other cultures laugh about idiosyncrasies within their own culture. Do I believe that all of West Africa is full of malaria and dirty water? No, but it's funny. We sit up here and make jokes about each other. Comedians make jokes about black people all the time that are black. Rappers say the most derogatory things about black people, and I bet your black ass Ben Israel listen to it. So stop the hypocritical shit. Camera.
One of the major problems Africa developing is foreign aid.
Yeah,
that's one
I
of the
agree with
that's
that.
the that's I think that's probably number one. Is foreign aid. Is African leaders accepting foreign aid?
Yeah, and I think it's not necessarily foreign aid, but I think China is gonna. Nigeria.
It's dressed up as foreign aid, but it's basically I'll give you this much money a year if you let me just set up shop in your country.
Yeah, they're about to be massively
dressed up as foreign aid.
Yeah, they're going to be massively in debt for the next 200 years.
And plus, corruption is one thing. I think somebody said corruption. I think it was one of your bedrooms, Sam N. With corruption, yes, the problem with us, we don't know how to be corrupt. I'm not endorsing corruption. We don't have to be corrupt. So for example, is that if you're a government body and you've got a budget to build, I don't know, like a freeway or something in Africa, what they'll rather do is steal from that budget directly, and the freeway is not built because they just rather steal that way rather than build the freeway and then set up cameras and speeding meters and start taking money from that if you want money. So make business out of the country and probably steal money from the profits. That's a better way to steal, and that's why there's corruption that's the difference between corruption in Africa and corruption in other developed countries. Is because we steal from the pot rather they steal from the profit. Corruption's everywhere. But the problem with us, we don't know how to be corrupt. I'm not endorsing. I don't believe in corruption. Is that we just don't know how to be corrupt. We're too greedy. That's another problem. We don't have to be corrupt. You know what I mean? Because these guys know how to be corrupt. They steal from the profits.
Yeah.
We steal from the pot. That's one of our major problems as well.
I want to point out that Chemo Ben Israel says a racist made the joke, you dummy. Why? It's nothing more pathetic than a whining black man. So goddamn what if a racist made the joke? The shit was funny. It is goddamn brown water and malaria in Africa.
So this is my last question to you, and I do have to shoot off. So now that I made a point about Ghana being listed the most happiest place in one of the most happiest places or the most happiest places in the world, in spite of its shortcomings.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about culture here. We're not talking about achievements, just culture preservation, and where the culture could lead you to, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that's admirable within itself? Is that these people are able to have a certain culture and practices which actually facilitates a general happiness within the country in spite of its shortcomings, whereas another country which has got all the fancy stuff, all the shiny lights, they've got a problem with with just happiness within itself. They've got a problem with depression. They've got a problem with suicide and all these kind of stuff. Would you say that, okay, cool, we need, this is something which this is something which is quite interesting, at the very least.
It is, because I've always wondered that. It's fascinating that you brought that up, because depression and suicide is, for the most part, unknown, or if it happens in the African culture, I'm talking about the continental African culture.
Yep.
It's either they're not talking about it, or it just is not in the culture. Just like homosexuality is not a part of that culture. So there is something that is fascinating about the Black DNA. It's something that's I think is on a genetic level. I think that genetically African people are stronger mentally than other groups of people. I think that we can go through things that other groups of people can't go through. And I've always said that, I've seen white men collapse when the littlest things happen. Whereas a Black dude, he can go through, getting shot, hit by a bus, and a nigga will still go to work the next day. And that's just something unique I've always noticed about the Black man. People could talk about him. He won't have no low self-esteem. He's like, hey, I'm gonna kill myself. Everybody talk. I've never heard a Black man talk like that. That's why, like, this dude Ben Israel's pissing me off, because he's sounding weak right now. So it is fascinating compared to like a place like Japan, where it's technologically advanced. It's pretty much zero crime, and you have people offing themselves in record numbers because of some bullshit cultural stigma about success. Working themselves half to death. It's a robotic culture. Same thing with a lot of you already know, white people kill themselves in droves, left and right. So you brought up something that is very fascinating, I think. Yeah.
So that's why I said that culture is different, and that's what my main point anyway. What I was saying from the beginning is that we both different cultures have different interests.
Yeah. So
we can't start comparing. I think Jeddah said it very earlier, because when I started listening to this conversation when I was driving, that's why I didn't jump on earlier.
Yeah.
I think Jeddah said something about you're judging a fish's ability to climb a tree.
Yeah.
Not saying that Black people are unable to be intelligent and build coliseums. Of course we can. We're human beings. Is that our interests are different?
Yeah, right. And I want to make that.
So that's my point of view. That's what our objective view is. That it's not because they're biologically advanced or anything. No, we're human beings. Funny enough, there've been studies on this. Hence why I was quite surprised that you actually warmed this. They've done studies on this about, is there any biological advances in any kind of race? There isn't. We're pretty much exactly the same. Indian, African, blah blah blah. We're all the same. White people, all the same. Biologically, we're all the same.
Yeah.
The only thing which is different is interests. Is that we have different interests.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like I don't know why you brought up Japan. Don't know why Japanese choose to work 16 hours a day. I don't know why that's a big culture there. But they've got their own interests. I'm not going to start knocking them too much. I could see the content. I could see the pros in it, but it's not within my interest.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm trying to say? It's absolutely not in my interest. You know what I mean? So as I said, that different kind of people have different kind of interest in it. So that's how you should kind of measure it and look at their interest rather than looking at their ability because I think you've got the wrong kind of perspective on the way you can look at it. But at the same time, I think half of you is a troll. I think half of what you're doing is entertainment, and that's my opinion. That's my opinion. I'm not trying to be offensive, but I think I think you're a smart man. You're actually definitely a smart guy. But I think half of your persona is for entertainment purposes. That's my opinion as well. I think deep inside, things do click for you. A lot of what I've said, and a lot of things that Zulu said, a lot of things that Jeddah said earlier, and a lot of the other guys that jumped on, Chronic, they do click for you. They do make sense. But also, you got to put up the persona. You got to put up the act, and you're very good at it. In fact, Jeff, it actually made me laugh quite a few times. You got to do your thing, and it's probably going to make you some paper. You know what I mean? You want to get your Kevin Samuels on. You know what I mean? Throwing a few facts with just a bit of chucking a few bit of facts and just, dramatize it. It's probably going to make you make some paper. I'll say to you all the best with it, but I don't agree with what you're doing because I think it's quite harmful. But yeah, man. But all the best to you. Hopefully that you individually. I hope that I don't know if you jump on here again, but all the best with you individually, not with your with your agenda. But I hope that you kind of, let's say, I just hope generally that things just work out for you, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Big up the panel, man. Big up the chat. May jump on later on.
Thanks, Marvin. It's good talking to you.
it was good talking to Marv. Marv is he's a scholar and very intellectual, and uses good diction and a certain level of order in his conversation pieces. Who is this that just cammed up? Who are you, sir?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah.
I'm doing fine. I was listening for, I would say, the last hour maybe. Had some good takes on how to swallow red pills for
Aaron,
some.
your microphone is absolute garbage.
Oh wait, I fix it.
Guys, we've been up here for quite some time. I'm gonna get the hell up out of here within 15 minutes. But before I go, I want you guys to donate to the Red Pill Trill. There's 75 people in here. If you are in Europe, donate €1. If you are in Britain, which is Europe, but they're not under the euro, donate £1. If you're in America, donate $1 in terms of the currency, but donate about $10. Let's get him up to $1,000 today. Let's do it.
How's my mic working now?
Your mic sounds good. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, first of all, what's your channel name? I want to check you out.
My channel is Kevin in Sales. It's right here. See it? Yep.
Your name.
Kevin in Sales. Yep. I do a lot of red pill commentary, and I also I'm in the business of offending people, all in good fun. What say you, sir?
I like to offend too, but is there any way in this society we can't offend anyone? Really?
No, because we live in a post-liberal pussy society. So I don't know how old you are, but I grew up in the 90s. I grew up in the 90s as a kid. And some of the things we said to each other, some of the things teachers said to us would not play out in the 21st century. I think my generation was the last tough generation. You know, you can't say certain things anymore. You may offend somebody. You can't. It's dumb shit. So, you know, hopefully panels like mine, if you ever were to come over, you can be free to say whatever you want to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the best. I think that the process in the elite spheres was already there like a decade ago, or maybe even longer. But in popular culture, also to some extent. But if you just look at, for example, South Park, right?
Yeah.
And the episodes they made like just a few years back would be impossible today. They have become very political correct now. They're embracing the establishment, especially with the whole COVID thing, right? The last episode they did. Yeah, so I think there was like an acceleration of the elite, what was going on in the elite circles. It was accelerated into the main public over the last years. I would say for the last 7 years, maybe 5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
you
good
hit it on
stuff,
the
good
nail.
stuff.
Yeah, you hit it on the nail. Yes, I don't know what's been going on, but what do you think is going to happen? What do you think will be the change of it all?
To be honest, I mean, the elites are trying to get away from liberalism and become more totalitarian. So I think all this stuff, my freedoms and so on, where the West always like praise themselves as this their world model, right? We are the leaders of freedom and so on. This era is gone now. They are, especially when you look at the World Economic Forum, they lay out their plans for the future, which is a technocratic, bureaucratic future where everything is basically micromanaged. That is the future of the current elites they have in mind. I hope that these progressives, for example, that they would collude with this kind of plan, because they, especially the old left, they were all these hippies, right, for freedom, but they were fully embracing all of these changes over the last years. They were basically useful idiots for that agenda. So, yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of enemies and not many allies against the system, I would say. And we need to, unfortunately, we have no other choice but to ally ourselves with people who are fundamentally different than us. For example, I'm an ethno-nationalist, right? I would ally myself with the old left. There are still some left there from the old guard. I would ally myself with a black nationalist against the system, right? Because we have no other choice. The enemy is so strong with all their technology on their hand, their power grabs over the school system. Every institution of social power is so enormous. We have no other choice than to work together. And that was my conclusion over the last years.
Okay. AP Trill says, laugh out loud, he is a white nationalist who lives with his mom in the basement. See, and AP Trill, you don't know that.
No, I'm not a white nationalist.
Yeah, that's what somebody in the comment section has said.
Yeah, it's more nuanced than that. I would call myself the best description is ethno-pluralist, because I'm not only fighting for like my German people, for example. I'm a German, right?
I could tell, by the accent,
Yeah, I also have this concept of it starts with basically the family as the core, right?
Exactly.
Goes then to maybe your small village or something like this. Then comes the states. Then comes the national level. Then comes for us Europeans comes the European civilizational level, where we have common things in mind, like the Greco-Roman era and history, right? Where we can unite under. And then it comes to the humanity level, right? Where I say, what I want for my people is also we can't then have this double standard and have like imperialism, whether it is like old school colonialism, right? Like in the case of America, for example. But now it's this new kind of universal idealism, right? Liberalism would be one of them. This new technocratic state of mind would be another one. Or even we have to respect that there's other ways, right? That people want to live different ways according to their needs, their evolution or whatever. And we have to respect that, and we don't have to judge that, right? I think this is what Europeans for the first time came into contact with this whole multicultural project, came to the conclusion of. They never had to think this way before, but basically they have evolved this concept of ethno-pluralism now.
Yeah, and I think it's and I think that it is a good ideology. When I was in college, I used to speak with a lot of very conservative whites in, of course, the States. And they couldn't believe my sentiments towards them. I used to always say, Europe is for the European, for the whites. And what'd you say?
Based.
What does based mean?
Yeah, this is based in this world. It is based. It shouldn't be even man. This is, everyone would say, of course, right? Asia for the Asians, Africa for the Africans, and so on. But in this day and age, to say basically Europe for the Europeans is based. It is outside the political correct.
It's I'm sorry, because I actually about base. I'm from America, so we don't. I never heard the word base before. So,
what?
Yeah,
I learned it from America, man.
That must be some hip hop stuff. I never heard that before. But and because if you think about it, look at what is happening with immigration in Britain or other countries that openly allow it. It's the culture becomes degraded. The society becomes degraded because you have too many ideologies, too many different cultures in that don't really work hand in hand together. For example, I've never been to the UK, but some of the things that I've seen with immigration, you have people from, I'll give you a better example. Do you know why segregation existed in America?
Why it existed?
A lot of people don't know this, but a lot of older blacks that I've talked to, they said that segregation existed because of this. You had a lot of blacks from the South who were not refined, who lived in small rural areas, etc. When they moved up north, they bought their Southern behavior up north. So when they would go to restaurants, when they would go to certain places, they were uncouth. So a lot of Northern whites didn't want blacks around them. So a lot of so that's where it's a cultural thing. It's an economic thing, but it's a cultural thing. So in terms of Europe, culturally, most Europeans, if not all of them, are not Muslim. Yeah. But when Muslims come over there, they some exceptions they bring and hopefully I'm talking on what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I mean the Albanians, for example. They have this like it's almost like how can I say it? It's like the Swedish concept of what is it called when someone rapes you and you sympathize with the rapist?
Oh, Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, Stockholm syndrome, exactly. Yeah, they have this crazy. Yeah.
You're like in your late 20s, 30s.
In my 30s, early 30s.
Now, let's be completely honest. German people that I've met, I knew a German professor. He was actually German. They, in my opinion, they tend to be more refined than most Europeans. If that makes any sense, they tend to be more refined. When you introduce people who are less refined into Germany, it kind of disrupts the continued culture of Germany, in my opinion. Same thing with Britain.
Yeah,
Britain, to me, from what I've seen, has become a cesspool of just degradation because you've let so many different people with so many different cultural behaviors come into the country. One of the problems that we have in America is that the Mexicans, right? Culturally, they are not into education. Culturally, they are really not, they work odd jobs, but they're not elevating the culture like, let's say, the Jews are, or let's say the, most Asian.
We have some debates about that. But continue.
And they come over here. So it's like, so when Mexicans come into the country, there is a surge in crime. There's a surge in so many, different other factors. Neighborhoods tend to go down. Same thing with blacks. A lot of times, I don't know if you've ever been to America, but there are. I'm only 36.
I was in Vegas a few times.
Yeah, I've seen communities in my lifetime that were destroyed when blacks moved in there because you're dealing with. We're all human beings, but culture is behavior. And when you let certain people around you and you let's say you're an orderly group, when you let people who are disorderly around you, it creates disorder. And so it's not like, and I'm not saying all black people are like this, all Mexican people are like this, or all whites are like this, but let's be completely honest, Albanians are not as refined as Germans.
Well, once again, it depends on what aspect you're looking for, right? When you look at this civilizational level, where you can make. On the other hand, right, I'm looking for the Albanians. They are still strong men, right? They if you insult them in any way, they will fight back. And what this whole tolerance is within the Western world, Western Europe, right, especially, but also in Southern Europe, I see it in Spain as well. There are some crazy feminists out there going wild there, and some crazy left-wing governments there. But it's mostly a Western European thing with the whole liberalization process. I would say that the whole tolerance, the very word, most people don't even know what it means. It means basically that you can't defend yourself, that you have to tolerate stuff that is hurting you. That is what it means. It means it is basically demanding of you a cultural genocide.
So
that's what it is.
We're having this issue in the States with transsexuality. You familiar with
Oh
transsexuality?
yeah, it is.
So we're having the same
crazy
thing.
here as well.
It goes back to what you're saying. Like you have a group of people that the government now has said that these are a special interest group and you can't say anything about them. And you have these people who literally cause harm to the order. They disrupt society with their mental illness, and you can't say anything. And it sucks that you can't say, I don't think you're a fucking woman. You're not a woman. I don't want you around me. I think you're disgusting. You can't say these things in America because you will be criticized, you will be canceled, and you will be ostracized by the community. I really don't want to compare that community to an ethnic group, but it's the same thing with some ethnic groups. Some ethnic groups should not be around other ethnic groups.
Yeah,
and you should have a right as a person of that dominant group to say, I don't want to live around this person.
You ever heard especially when we are talking about the LGBTQ people, right? And that whole agenda. You ever heard of the word bio-Leninism?
No, I never heard of that. What is that?
You must write it up. It's you can check it out in the blog of Curtis Yarvin. I think he was on Tucker Carlson lately. He's a neo-reactionary NRX Dark Enlightenment stuff. And he basically explained how they are using the worst kind of people to further their agenda and control over the system. And that's for example, Marx called them the Lumpenproletariat, basically the bottom of the society, right?
Yeah.
You can also call it minority tyranny, but there could be, for example, very honorable minorities, right? But they are looking for the worst kind of people and pushing the worst kinds of behavior in our faces, in our pop culture and everything like this, right?
Yeah.
So to basically control us, degrade us, so we are not looking at, so we have to deal with these kind of lunatics, right? And not looking at of the real important stuff that the elites are doing right now to us. So that's what it basically is. And check it out, bio-Leninism from Moldbach or Curtis Yarvin.
You said bio-Leninism by, let me see, by who again?
Curtis Yarvin. He writes his blog under Moldbach. I can send you the link in the side chat if you want.
Yeah, I see it. Curtis Yarvin,
Yeah, that's an interesting read to understand how the elites right now are basically using different fraction of the society to further their agenda. Yeah. So basically what you can see is when you're talking about the rainbow flag, for example, it has replaced the national flag. It's the new kind of symbol of power. That's what it is. It is not only about LGBTQ. It is a symbol of what we are calling global homo, which is the homogenization of the whole world, right? That's what it is. That's what it stands for. This symbol is basically the new world to come. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
And it's replacing national symbols. In Germany, you can burn a German flag, but you're getting basically fined when you burn the European Union flag, which is another symbol of this globalized system, right?
Yeah.
And you also see the whole system when you burn like a rainbow flag, they will come down on you while they're praising burning the national flag.
Yeah. It's insane. It's insane. And unfortunately, and you're El Ron, right? I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Yeah, you can call me Aaron.
Oh, Elron, yeah, it's unfortunate, Elron, that we live in a society or a global society like that, and it's unfortunate, really, for you being white because you really can't say anything because everything that comes out of your mouth will be considered racist, and it's not. It's not racist, and I don't think that it's racist that if a white man says, "I'm German and I want Germany for Germans," it's because here goes the thing. You ever been to Japan?
Yep.
The Japanese are very nice people, but there are places that you can't go into as a foreigner. They say we don't want foreigners in here. This is a Japanese only club. I have a friend who moved to Japan. He married a Japanese woman. Now he's as light as you probably. He's black though. He said that he's gone out places. Japanese people are friendly, but certain bars, certain restaurants, they don't want. They say no foreigners. We don't want foreigners. Now I don't know where he's at. I don't know, if he's in the town or the village. I don't know if that's how it is in Tokyo. But he says they openly they openly in Japan is super homogenous. Homogeny.
Yeah.
So why is it cool for the Japanese to be homogenized, but not the Germans or not the British? Well, the British can't do it now because everybody lives in Britain.
But the system is more and more attacking the Japanese people as well. We saw that in the last Olympic Games. They are next. When white people are basically defeated, the Eastern Asians are next. Yes, I think they will have some troubles with the Chinese. They won't put up with this. But the Japanese, they are a dying society as well, right? And they have some issues with of their own success. They are basically as the West. We are tired of our own success, and that is the same for the Japanese. I think this is the major issue with us right now. But the Japanese, they are hungry. The Chinese people, they are hungry, right?
Yeah.
With all what basically they were like the top of the world basically a few hundred years back, and then basically from 1500 onward, and they were basically our bitch, right? And they are hungry. They want to be the next superpower, and they are basically what they are is, I would even say, a national socialist or a national Bolshevist would be much more precise government. They are very eugenic. They have all kinds of
eugenic. You're absolutely
they're
right.
even implementing or trying to implement all these designer babies. I think we at least need to have a debate about that, because I see a lot of things that can go wrong with that, but these people will do it. And the stuff with the Chinese people is they are very collectivized people, always have been. They are not as individualistic like most of the Western Europeans, which is also which can be a weakness. But they will just do it. The party will say something, and then they will implement this. They are like ants people, right? Sophisticated ants people, and this is something everyone should watch out for. Do you think the Europeans were bad for you? The Chinese people don't give a shit
Can I
about
ask a
anything.
quick question? Sorry, Kevin, do you believe in the Great Replacement?
I'm not familiar with the Great Replacement. Sorry, I'm ignorant of that. What
Because
is
that's
that?
a lot of what Elron is talking about. It's
Oh,
the
you
whole-
mean with
the whole thing of-
foreigners replacing white inhabitants of Europe?
Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Do I agree that it is something that could possibly happen, or do I agree that immigrants
Do you
should
agree
do that?
anything's possible to happen, but do you agree that it's happening at the moment?
I agree that I agree that it is happening, but it's not ever going to happen at a full scale. If that makes any
To
sense.
what extent is it happening?
It's happening for the simple fact is that European whites have a low birth rate. So it's very possible that you can look up one day in the year, not the year, but it could be in the 22nd century, and half of Europe not half of Western Europe is half white.
Right. Why is it that they've got a low birth rate?
Because like Elron said, whites are a victim of their own success. Same thing with Asians. They're not breeding as much anymore because they don't have to anymore.
So whose fault is that then?
Yeah.
It's not it's their fault that they have a low birth rate. But
this whole thing of
the
the Japanese are a dying people, the Europeans are the dying people. It's their own fault. There's lack of ownership and lack of responsibility.
It's their fault. But the fact of the matter is that Elron is I know he's probably terrified to say this thing. I know he comes on this platform, but in real life he probably is terrified to say it. But he has every right. That's his genetically, that is his homeland, just like in Africa. Could you imagine? It's his homeland.
Why would?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you, but I'll lose my train of thought.
Yeah, because
why would it then be called a great? Why would it be called a great replacement? Surely it should be called a great fear of breeding, in a sense, because that's what's happening.
Because that's what it is. It is a fear. And if I was white, I would be fearful of that. It's not your homeland. It's not
a replacement.
I beg your pardon?
It's not a replacement.
It is a replacement because the fact is that they're replacing the natural inhabitants of Europe.
Yeah. No. A replacement is when you have one thing in a place and you take it out and move something into its place. Yeah. What we have here is a group of people. Elron, stop. We have a group of people who are focused on one thing above the other, still even as they know their birth rates are declining and are refusing to take action upon that. They are, as you said, and Elron has said, victims of their own open quote success.
That is one factor.
So
yeah, that is one factor.
It's the biggest factor.
One amongst
So to turn around and say you're being replaced when the truth of the matter is that you aren't having children because you're focused on things instead of.
But first of all, can I ask
your base desires are now more materialistic.
Let me speak on your behalf for a minute, Ron, because
they are more materialistic than they are the other way around. So for you to turn around and be like, "Oh, look, the Japanese are dying out," and there's virtually no immigration to what's it called?
Whether
Japan,
Western
birth rates.
But let me say this real quick. Whether and I gotta go in a minute too, by the way. Whether Western Europe has 150 million whites or 300 million whites or 50 million whites, it's not your land. And if these people are saying, I believe in a society that is essentially white, and there should be restrictions on immigration, they have every right, because the Asian countries do it, Arab countries do it. Why can't they do it?
Dude, we have literally people in Germany here, Kurds, for example, or Palestinians, who are demanding of us Germans to make sure that they have a homeland here, while they're conquering our countries and colonizing our countries. That is the crazy thing.
One's colonizing.
We have literally people fighting for their own ethno state.
Colonization, Elron.
In the diaspora. This is how crazy things are. And let me ask you this. Can you please define the great replacement for me? Because it means different things to many people. I think the term is a bad term. I would more call it white erasure than the great replacement, because there's nothing great about it, right?
Elrunda, can you hear me?
But that's the term out there that was recently also discussed on Tucker, and I'm glad that Tucker discussed it.
I just wanted to say to Elrunda, keep up the good fight protecting your Aryan people. There's no problem. The main reason I came on was, Kevin, you disappointed me, man. You told Jedi and Sniper that you did a degree in African studies, and you kept on saying that in antiquity in Africa, they didn't build any stone structures.
No, I say that there is no antiquity now. There's no evidence of it. That's what I'm saying.
So what do you say?
Scale. That's what I'm saying.
What do you say to the great Zimbabwe, the medieval city?
A pile of bricks, sir. That's
okay, but it ain't mud huts, is it? And it's not grass huts.
It's not mud huts, but sir, listen. We're the same age. I can tell you, like in your 30s. Listen, let's be honest. We were lied to growing up. We were giving a beautified version of ancient Africa. It just wasn't like that. The fact of the matter is that telling people that we did all these things, it hinders our future.
Kevin, I'll be honest with you. I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but you were lucky you were told that. I was never told that about Africa. I was told the complete opposite.
Okay. Okay.
I was told it was a complete dump. The men, the women never achieved anything at all.
But they really didn't, though.
I'm saying that compared to you, you were actually told good things about Africa. I never learned that in school.
I mean, I was, but
so we're coming from I'm actually impressed that the American education system, wherever you were, actually taught you some good things about Africa.
It wasn't just that. It was the American education system. It was my parents. It was people around me. Africa, but the problem is that they made Africa look like goddamn Wakanda. It's not like that. That's the problem I had, and like that's the lie. It's not like that.
Yeah, I agree. It's not. That's
Wakanda. What pissed me off. And you got these black women running around talking about their queens, and they act like bitches. Like, I'm an African queen. I'm like, bitch, you ain't no goddamn queen.
But come on, you know why that is. It's because Black Americans were subjugated and were denied their history in America for so long that the average Black American sees himself as a king because he was told he was no better than a dog. In fact, dogs were treated better. So it makes sense that the average Black American wants to feel better than that. He doesn't want to be treated like a second class.
Where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from the country you constantly keep bringing up in the discussions, Nigeria.
Okay. What city are you living in Nigeria? Abuja, Lagos?
No. I live in the state of Lagos, Lagos State.
Okay.
That's where I grew up. That's where I schooled.
You seem to be very intelligent. You're Nigerian, so you're either an engineer or a doctor, one of the two. So the thing of the matter is that you know that I'm not lying, sir.
Yes, I'm still here. What were you saying?
You know that I'm not lying about anything that I said. And the fact is that Raheem, unfortunately, is attacking Elron. And what I'm trying to say is that
there's no attack.
I'm sorry about that, Raheem.
It's correcting the language that's been used. Because the language that's been used is to inflame and make people, and it's victim speak.
It's not victim speak. It's
victim speak.
It's the reality.
Okay, I would say the same thing if a black person was like, I can't get a job because of a white man.
No, it's the same thing as a black person saying we don't want other groups of people to come into our country and take our shit. So we need that. So that's why I love when whites of every philosophical background say we want a Europe that is about our people. We're not racist. We're not this. But why can't we have our own shit? Why do we have to acquiesce to everybody else?
Europe is their own shit.
Okay,
and it's everyone else's shit.
It's not everyone else's shit.
It is everyone else's shit.
No, it's not, because that's like saying Africa. So you mean to tell me
it is? So Europe is categorically built upon every other culture and industry out in the world. Okay. Don't lie. Everything from the base designs of their buildings to shampoo that they fucking use. It is all from around the world.
Sir, I talked about Roman architecture. I talked about the columns in Rome, talking about the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. They didn't get that shit from any other place but their own. They invented that shit. Because the Egyptians had columns, but they didn't use the style of Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. That was invented in Europe. I'm not trying to take up for these people. I can care less. The fact of the matter is that we as black people got to stop lying to ourselves.
No, what I would say is, if you're talking to me, what I would say to you,
if it was 10 million whites living in West Europe, they have the right to say, you know what, we want to restrict certain people from coming over here. We want to make it. They have every right because
that's fine. I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree with you. But what I would say is
the same thing.
What I would say is this, Kevin. When you talk about the architecture of Rome, I agree with you. They did amazing things. The Persians did amazing things. They all did amazing things. And in the African civilizations didn't do that. But what I would like you to do is just acknowledge what they did do. But what you seem to be doing is just
yes, I agree to that.
Insulting every single thing that the Africans did. I won't disagree with you on Europe. I think they did amazing things. The Renaissance period, their art, their music, classical, Baroque, all this stuff. The philosophies which Elronda hates, things like liberalism and egalitarianism through the French Revolution. There are many things that the Europeans did which are amazing, and I agree with you there. But I would just say don't denigrate or ridicule whatever happened in Africa, because they did achieve certain things. It might not be as great as the Europeans, in your opinion, but to say they didn't achieve anything at all, I think that's unfair, and I don't think you should do it. But that's just my opinion, Kevin. You're free to do whatever you want. But it seems to have resonated with you because you're quite quiet, because you're not.
No, I mean, I agree. I'm sorry, I was looking at something on my phone, but in terms of like I was ordering something, I agree with you. How can you say that there are reasons we are coming over here? More wealth leaves Africa every year than enters it. They need to rob Africa and cover up their fraud with aid and distribute to corrupt people while they ship out billions of dollars worth of resources. Sir, Sarah, sweetheart. The African was walking on diamonds and gold for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, and didn't do a goddamn thing with it. Some Negroes just wore the shit. If the white man came over there and said, these are some ignorant ass niggas, I'm about to take their resources and I'm about to refine it and make a product out of it, can you blame them for it? And you didn't fight back? But supposedly our ancestors were so great at warriors, this, that, and other. No, we gotta stop. Can we once as black people look in the mirror at ourselves and say,
you're simplifying.
Not only that, Kevin.
A lot of things.
It is.
Hold on, Elron. You are simplifying a lot of things from a single train of thought. It wasn't a thing of, oh, we were the best warriors and we were walking over gold and all of this type of stuff, and that didn't have or use its value. There was always throughout history in Africa, the value of gold was known. It was used for great people like Mansa Musa, or the ancient Egyptians who buried it in tombs. Or the Yoruba, all the Yoruba coins. Hold on, all the Yoruba coins.
Stupid shit.
Hold on, all the Yoruba coins. So the value of gold was known. However, when it comes to warfare, the warfare that the Africans were used to was a physical one, but the game that was played when they were used against each other was a psychological one, and that was done through people coming in, learning, and then pushing that information back on against them in the opposite manner.
So isn't that
so for you to turn around and say, "Oh, we said, oh, we was kings," because that's what you're alluding to. We was kings, yeah.
It's funny.
You're diminishing directly the way that things were done in order to get to the situation that Africa is currently in now.
Give me 1 second. Give peace a chance. It's all one word. Kevin in sales. Like in my description right here. It's just Kevin in sales. K is this one word. Kevin in sales. Here goes the thing. Elron is a white German. His people pretty much helped push forward science and ingenuity within America. The Autobahn, which we now in America call it the highway or whatever. His people are very ingenuitive. They are great engineers.
But no one said that they're not.
I'm sorry, Ryan, give me a second. He knows that certain people are not culturally on the same level as Germans. He knows that allowing these certain people into the country will degrade the country, like Britain. Britain looks like a shithole in some places. So what is so wrong with him saying we don't want these people over here, or we want to make sure that when people come over here, they're productive? If the African can figure that out and stop being so goddamn nice and open arms and use the resources for himself, maybe we'll be just like the Germans.
If that was the only thing that Elron was saying, then I would agree. However, Elron knows full well that's not the only thing that he has said or will continue to say. So
can you give me an example? Right.
You believe in the bell curve. You believe in the bell curve theory. You believe black people are genetically inferior intelligently than white people.
But they are. That's the whole thing. It's no.
But they're not.
They are not. Say that. It's the truth, and you know
they are not. No, they are not. Because
sir, you are on a white man's.
Hold on. Even modern day psychologists and scientists agree. Hold on. even modern day psychologists and scientists agree.
Yeah, you know what dominates psychologists?
Are you
It's
gonna be quiet?
Freudian psychologist. Freudian was a
Be
fucking
quiet,
pedophile, right? These lunatics control social science right now. Talking about LGBTQ people, there's no sex and everything like this. These are the same people, my friend.
Scientists and psychologists have agreed that the measurement of IQ is no longer accurate because of the varying factors that span across the world in terms of educational standards are not the same. If you put level playing black people, hold on, stop talking, man.
You are talking for 5 minutes, making several points, and then expect me to debunk you.
And you're being upset that I'm calling out on your bullshit. The fact is, you believe in the bell curve theory.
Okay,
The
tell me
bell
when
curve
you're
theory
done.
is a load of bollocks. The fact is, psychologists and scientists agree that IQ is no longer measured correctly because of the vast disparity of educational systems across the world. Hence why poorer countries do worse. However, there is fact that ethnic minorities across the world are starting to outperform their Caucasian counterparts when they are in the same educational establishments. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yes, you are wrong. First of all IQ. First of all, the so-called scientific, how do you say, consensus, right? That they also claim with climate change, with the virus now, with COVID, that there's no other opinion out there, right? Is completely false. No, they dominate. The experts, they are saying, have a legitimacy to claim this thing, right? When you look at, for example, China, they all believe in eugenics. They all believe in IQ differences, genetic differences, and so on. Why is there no expert that believes in the thesis that you are saying, are debating race realists? They are scared to shit. They're scared to shit. And even if you look, you asked me to let Raheem speak out, and now you're interrupting me.
I know, but what I'm saying, Elron, we all know this argument that you've been espousing this viewpoint for a long time. I jumped on because the brother was saying that England compared to Germany is a shithole, and I have to come on and defend it and say, like, that's absolutely wrong.
No, he wasn't saying that. What are you talking about?
Germany's way better than. Oh my god,
bro, can I say something to you? England or Britain is made up of English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, genetically more diverse than the Germans, and historically have outperformed the Germans on everything. The Germans were the last to even have a country or a nation, right, in the whole of Europe. Like, you don't know what you're talking about, really, bro. Like, to be honest with you, like,
a span of 7 to 8
even
years
currently
in the 30s
speaking,
and 40s.
England on every front outperforms Germany.
Germans
Like, what you
led
talking
the
about?
Holy Roman Empires for hundreds of years. Before the industrialization, we already ruled Europe.
No. The Romans ruled Germany, not the other way around.
Yeah, tell him, man.
Very careful, as I was going to say. We have to give the credit where credit is due. The Germans were very much responsible for what we call automobiles. They first created the horseless carriages, which use motors.
All types of all science in America came from.
And we also have to be careful in the UK because the manufacturing industry is dominated by the Germans. We tend to buy a lot of German cars.
But is that
BMW
based on IQ, Ellery?
No, we're not talking. I'm not talking about IQ. I'm just talking about their ingenuity. We also have to. There are a lot of British cars, which are actually now owned by the Germans.
Excuse me, Ellery, can I just
wait?
Can I
Hold on, I'm
not
trying,
everything.
I
Right?
haven't finished yet. Morris Minor is owned by the Germans. There's another company that's owned by the Germans, which was originally British. So the Germans are actually doing quite well in the manufacturing industry.
Right,
so just
because
give
they've
credit
got
where credit is
workers.
due.
They've got workers and they've got factories, and it's based on them being low IQ workers, not on them being high IQ workers. That's absolutely wrong. Like, if there wasn't low IQ people working in factories, Germany would not have the industry that it has today.
I think you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding what I'm talking about. I'm talking about innovation in technology. You know,
but
the
that
creation
that
of things,
innovation,
that's what I'm talking
like
about.
you're saying, that came from one particular German, like who made an invention. But the fact is, everyone can have an invention. The fact is, can you put it into production? Do you have the workforce to carry out your desires and see them generated into reality?
Yeah.
And the Germans had that.
I'm just
In
saying,
the spirit
give
of
respect
fairness,
where respect is due. Just they did it
100%.
with the horseless carriages, and they were able to manufacture cars eventually.
In the spirit of fairness,
you can't compare.
Germans do have a really ingenuitive and diverse workforce that has allowed them to become industrial giants. I cannot deny that. They are
what
good
it
at
is,
what they've
Raheem,
done.
what they have.
However, they are not they are not this infallible group of people who are fucking, I don't know. As you said,
Raheem, let me add
No,
one point.
Raheem, you know what it is.
Germans,
with Khan is
one minute.
he has
Germans
to
have a closest thing to a classless society. That's what they've got, and that's because they're all on the same basic level. Like they didn't have the aristocrats and the royalty and the echelons of society. They didn't. Not compared to other countries.
The Kaiser.
But the country's called Alemania, all men.
Yeah,
They're the most
I get that.
egalitarian society.
You have to remember,
but in terms
the
of
Queen and her family, the Queen and her family come from Germany.
Society.
They do have a royal family. They did have a royal family. They became the Kaisers and all of that. They did. I can't rely on that.
Bro, come on. Like anyone can have a royal family sitting at home. Yeah, but what did they do?
But that
compared to the
goes
British
against what you're saying, though. That goes against what you're saying. You're saying that historically they were classless, but they can't be classless if they had a royal family.
Yeah, but of sorts, like of basic structure. Or, like, come on, bro, come on. Like, you comparing that to Britain.
If they were, think about it. If Germany really was a classless society, Karl Marx would not have created communism, would he?
Well, what I'm saying is, out of all the Europeans, I think the Germans have the lowest percentage of actual Indo-European DNA. You get me? The ruling elite.
Talking about? Okay, now I have to step in, right? I have to step in. First of all, to say that the diversity within the Scottish, Irish, and English is greater than the Germans, maybe a little bit, but you have to keep in mind that the genetic distance between a German and an Englishman or an Irishman is much closer than to a Polish guy, for example, right? There's not much difference between us and the British people. That is a fact. I've already showed it on several streams. Whenever Jupiter has her Golden Girl like monologue, right?
Yeah.
I show her the graph.
No, that much I'll concede. That much I will concede. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. So and the other thing is,
your own
Raheem,
or Ralph's
you know why?
or is it a real one?
You know why Khan is downplaying some of the German achievements, and I would even, I give you that. Compared to Rome, right, over 2,000 years back, we were not very
forthcoming.
Civilizational. I don't know, had this great achievements as the Roman Empire. The Romans were clearly, on a civilizational standpoint, much superior to the Germans in that time. That also had to do with climate. Back in that day, we didn't have this industrialization. Climate had huge impacts on the prospering of societies. We even see that in the small ice age, that the whole of Europe had like a little dark age when it comes to scientific achievements, literature, and so on. So even before the industrialization, climate had much more impact on the civilizational level than others. And there's many things, for example, the Yamnaya people, right? They have moved all around, right? They have even moved as far as India, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't say, for example, even the Greeks had Yamnaya DNA within them.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
But bring it back to the subject, Elron. I'm sure you will not agree with our friend when he says that England compared to Germany is a shithole. You can't say that.
No, that is we are all on the same page here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say the
All right, that's
UK
it. I'm
is
happy now. I'm
yes.
happy.
When it comes to the UK, I would say Britain is like 4 years ahead of us, and France is maybe 6 or 7 years ahead of us. Yes, I would go as far as this.
Decay.
Yeah.
What do you mean by the decay?
We are at what Oswald Spengler says. We are at the winter of Western civilization.
But thing, Elron.
Guys, I have to drop
that,
off. It was good talking to you guys. If you guys are still up,
yeah. Don't ever come on here and say England's a
Kevin.
shithole, bro. England ain't a shithole, bro. England ain't a shithole. Know that, yeah.
Kevin, I wanted to say before you leave,
yeah,
it was a pleasure talking to you. I've been on your panel a few times. You've let me on, so but don't be so hard on the African history. Don't be so biased.
It was all in love. Yeah, absolutely. I talk to you guys. And Elron, please come to my channel, man. You open to talk.
Yeah, I would check it out, and I hope I can join you for a little stream. I put something in the side chat you might want to check out. Talking about, what you talked about before, like we have to be aware of breeding patterns, bad breeding patterns and good ones. And Edward Dutton was talking, for example, to a very what I call based Muslim panel. They're not like the average Muslims, right? They're very educated in different spheres. They are following different channels, also right-wing channels. And they had a great debate of, it's not only a white thing, right? To believe in something like eugenics, which has a bad taste, right? You can call it some other name, right? But they were agreeing, yes, we should definitely care about that. And it was great to see basically a white ethno-nationalist talking to Muslims, and they were agreeing to basically 99% of the time on that topic.
Awesome. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you, man.
And we white people also have problems with, dysgenic breeding patterns. That's what I'm saying. It's not only Africans.
Yeah, so Elron, does crossing cultures and crossing races and breeding, does that not create stronger genes then? No.
I mean, look, that would mean that, for example, the Brazilian would be on top of the world right now, or the Turkish people, right? They are one of the most mixed people, or the Mexicans even, right?
Are they healthier than you? Are they healthier Are they healthier than are they living longer than Germans?
Can you give me some source of that?
I'm asking.
Because as far as I can.
To be honest, I don't think mixing with and in of itself would benefit genetics. It depends what you're mixing. If you've got quality people to start with, and then you mix them, then you can benefit from mixing because you'll all share the good qualities of each other. But like just mixing for the sake of mixing, I don't think's gonna generate any kind of like improvement. Anyway, what else?
Is it not better than
what I was going to ask Elron?
For centuries and centuries. No.
Can I just ask Elron something? Elron, you're saying that England is 5 years ahead on this decay chart that you've got going, right? But is that not due to the cultural?
4 years more.
Okay, is it not due to the cultural effect of and the relationship with America and the United States?
Yeah, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's nothing to do with IQ, and it's nothing to do with
I see many of the things.
Many
of the things I criticize, I already saw without the American influence. Going back as far as the late
hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed, and don't forget to hit the notification bell. We've got links in the description for PayPal. You can hit us up on the super chat if you want to support. I also got Cash App. Keep it trill, keep it locked. You're done now.
Oh, sorry.
So, what you saying?
Yeah, I think that the liberal process started in and out of itself much earlier in Britain than in Germany. So yes, and the special relationship between Britain and America, that made it basically, they're farther ahead of this progressive agenda.
Than the Germans.
Yeah, but we are catching up.
The Germans are running the EU, and you're saying they're more progressive than the British government. No way, man. Fuck you talking about?
When I'm, for example, what I'm comparing is, for example, the British police and the German police. That is the biggest, like, indicator for me of like a country going to hell, right? When it comes to totalitarianism, for example, I would keep Australia ahead of anyone else right now. Of totalitarianism, right? When you look at the pictures of these COVID regimes, right?
Astaghfirullah, 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 astaghfirullah.
God forbid.
Yeah, I agree with the black gentleman there. You shouldn't be doing that at the age of 50 plus.
Why not?
Yeah, HRT's got a lot to answer for, I'd say.
Know your place. With different age, you have different tasks in life, right? Someone with 50 should be like almost like grandmother
Don't be so serious
at
all
that
her
stage.
life. She was just having a laugh. For fuck's sake, give it a rest.
Very
The
undignified.
fucking German.
Very
German
undignified.
attitude. So what though? Not that deep.
Mm.
So what were you saying
No
anyway, Elron?
egos.
Oh yeah, you.
Even ugly ones.
I don't know. Yes, Elron, what's your prediction for the future, judging by the massive changes that we've seen of late? Has it changed your worldview at all?
No, not really. The only difference is before I was thinking that there's this progressive decay of civilization, basically, but now it is coming more and more obvious that the elites have a plan to basically what they basically pushed and which put us in the situation we are in. They have an answer for this, right? They have an answer for this.
Right.
And it looks like a Brave New World scenario. That would be the closest I think of when you read the book of Klaus Schwab. It is this Brave New World scenario. So yes, they have an answer for it. They will say, well, we give you all this freedom. Look what you did with it, right? And now we take total control about every aspect of your life. And if you're not doing that, well, we haven't planned digital money. We will, you can't travel anymore.
Elron, doesn't this go hand in hand with the economic situation, whereby when things get tighter, even if it's gradually like getting tighter, people come to the point where they're going to rebel against the government. So the government has to take preemptive a position of reducing people's rights to rebel. It's all economic, isn't it? Really driven by economy, driven by the lack of growth, driven by the fact that countries like Germany are better off investing in foreign countries where they have a greater return for their investment. Now, this is the current situation. You know, production's low, manufacturing's low. You know, you're going to see rises in unemployment. Like, it's going to happen, is it not, Elron? Is it not written on the wall? Is the writing not on the wall in regards to this? The social unrest is going to happen.
Well,
do you not see that? Do you not agree?
I don't. I'm not an economic expert, right? We have other people that could speak about that. I know some that are very educated in this. I'm very basic in what I discuss about economics. What I see is that even though we have like a production expansion since World War II, right? The people like are having less and less. They can't afford housing anymore. So I'm asking myself, even though we have much better production right now, much more technology, where is all this productive increase going through? Who has it? Someone has to have it, right? And that is my main point. So I don't see why now, even though we are producing more than ever, right, why we should have this financial collapse. There must be something wrong with the system in itself. And you can talk about the fiat money system on that, for example, right? And they have a solution for that as well, right? With their new plan. They will change the financial system. They will go. How they what do they change? They have a specific name for that. Yeah, I forgot what it is, but yes, there should be absolutely no reason why we should have it worse than our ancestors, right? Who hasn't?
What I'm saying is, Elron, it's cyclical, isn't it? When China goes up, India goes up, Turkey goes up, Europe goes down, right?
But we are
it's
going
cyclical.
up as
When
well.
Europe goes up, yeah, these countries are down. It's cyclical. It just goes. The money just goes from one to the other and back around again. It's the same money going round, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying who's going to have the wealth? It
Even
seems
this.
like China has worked out a way to get a higher percentage of the growth than it should have. Now, America and Russia really need to like slow up China's progress by allowing competitors to China to take the front and front up the fact that they're taking business away from China, taking money away from China. But America and Russia, what they've done is they've not allowed small countries to basically grow. They've taken all the growth for themselves personally, right? So America's grown, Russia's grown, right? Turkey hasn't really grown. Germany hasn't really grown. All right, it has a little bit, but like, you know, now we're going to see the small little countries are going to have to come in and do their little bit, and the accumulation of wealth amongst them maybe will take a bit of money away from China and slow China up. Otherwise, China's going to walk all over everybody.
No, but yeah, but you're right, Cam, because all the industries in Europe, Turkey, Russia, and America have all stagnated because all the new paper mills, all the new plastic industries, all the new big factories are being placed over in China now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. We have allowed these companies because we have a lack of nationalism, and it is being replaced by post-nationalist ideology.
Elron, it's Elron. Did you know what it is? It's the minimum wage. That's what it is. That's what it's down to. It's down to the minimum wage.
Yeah,
not really.
China doesn't have one.
What, for example,
Exactly.
what the German idiots did, that is a big factor. Yes, when it comes to energy prices, for example, right? We have, I think, the highest energy prices in the world because of
Europe shouldn't have any problem with energy prices, but there's natural gas all over the place. And if they haven't got enough oil, they can always trade natural gas for that. There shouldn't be any problem with energy in Europe. But we keep selling it to the likes of Shell, like all around the west coast of Ireland, all up at the top of the north of Ireland, is all natural gas fields under the sea.
Dublin. The fact is, yeah, everyone's prospered underneath the military protection of America, but America's taken such a big slice of the pie for themselves that's where it's become. Sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's become what's the word?
Untenable.
That's untenable. It. Untenable. That's right.
Yeah,
And now
I
the
don't
Yanks
know about that.
the Yanks are up to their fucking eyeballs in debt with the
Yeah.
Chinese.
Yeah, you got to rate the
There's no
Germans though, because the Germans were the ones that sort of tried to kind of hedge it off before it got to this. You know, like even with the Brexit thing, you see the Americans were even Obama got involved, telling British people how to vote and things like that. You know, the Germans
Yeah.
obviously had a different plan. They didn't want it to go that way. They didn't want it to be like that. But you know, England as usual follows America. That's the problem. And there's a knock-on effect for everyone, isn't it? Because they're taking a bigger slice of the pie. Germany and France are getting less. That creates an antagonism between everyone. You know, what chances other countries got? Like with the big dogs fighting over the bone, right? Little countries ain't got looking, have they?
Exactly. Yeah.
You know. It's a
Well,
bad
at the
situation.
same time, America
Great
has, of
analogy,
course,
that is.
intervened in the relationship between Germany and Russia, right? The same thing.
Yeah, but to me, Oron, I might be wrong, but I look at it as caused by nationalism, not like the other way around, like what you're suggesting.
Exactly.
Like you're saying we should be more nationalistic. I'm saying no, I think we should like work together at a better level.
Nationalism is a disease.
well-
At the end of the day, nationalism is a disease, and it takes young, especially if you're at war, it takes young men, and it kills them.
Exactly.
No,
and
nationalists would have never allowed our, for example, is it
what age are
correct?
you, Elron? You should have grown out of this nationalism buzz by now.
Look, everything you are seeing, if you are saying that is the problem of nationalism, name me one politician, one company who is in favor of nationalism. Just one.
None.
So it is not a problem of nationalism what we are seeing here.
No, 1 minute.
We're living in a post-nationalist
You're
state.
saying nationalism is the solution to the problem. You're saying that nationalist people will care more about their country. That's not true. Like, because you caring more about your country and oppressing other countries to achieve your goal is creating more oppression. What we need is more people working together.
Well, that is one narrative of what nationalism is. No, you shouldn't be like a national chauvinist. That is what I would call a national chauvinist. A nationalist, and what I understand under nationalism is Germany in this word, for example, right? If I would be in power right now, Germany would not be strong enough to defend itself from China alone, right? So of course we have to have a relationship with other countries, right?
Exactly.
That have the same values, ethno-pluralism. This is what I am pushing for, right? Under ethno-pluralism, you can have relationship with other countries, of course, but you won't allow these globalist companies, right, to move over to a different third world country or something to just produce stuff cheaper, right? A nationalist would never allow something like this. Like a process that we see. You criticize it yourself that all these companies.
Elron, how can you, as a
China,
nationalist, Elron, brother, how can you, as a nationalist, ensure your population the high standard of living while at the same time remaining competitive on a global level? How can you achieve that?
I tell you, under nationalism, especially in the modern way we think about nationalism, was crazy enough. It was basically established through to the implementation of liberalist thought, the Enlightenment, right? That nationalism was like a stepping stone under like this more social progressive liberalism, right? It was a stepping stone. So, and under nationalism, the whole industrialization process took place, like a bettering of everyone's life, never seen in the world before. Lifespans going up, healthcare going up, the richness of the average people going up. That was under nationalism. And since about, I would say,
but
especially after World War II, we are in a new era.
Of other people, of other nations, right?
What are you talking about?
So I'm saying is like for the average American to live good, right? His clothes need to be made in Bangladesh. People there need to be working for 5p a day.
Look at the Africans, for example. They have increased their living standards. Look at the Indians. They have increased their living standards.
Yeah,
so I don't know what metrics you are using.
They're flogging off the resources of their country. That's to achieve that. That's what they're doing.
No, that was, you can say it wasn't fair enough or something, but they have prospered from this. For example, yes, for example, let me give you, yes, for example, in South Africa is a perfect example, right? White people, mostly Netherlands people, but also some German people and some English people moved there, created, I think it was called first, but I think that the first like township was called Oranje or something. But you will see there that Africans were moving into that country because they saw that even though under apartheid, they could better their living standard than living in the traditional way that Africans were living there before. They were moving there out of their free will. They were a tiny minority at the beginning.
What human moves of their own free will? Who will leave their own home, their own land, and move of their free will? Are people coming to Europe coming of their own free will? Have you ever seen immigration done of its own free will? Even look at the reverse immigration of Europeans going to America or to Australia. Did they do that of their own free will?
Of course they did.
No.
Oh
and there
my
were
God.
different reasons for this. Yes, it has to do with birth rates, for example, right? Birth rates were one example that you have very young people there, right? And they want to expand, right? That is just like a natural thing, right? And I think we should be aware of that, and we should teach that, so we won't have that in the future, right? We are learning from history. I don't say anything was good, but it was a different time, and people were thinking otherwise than today.
Migration is never down.
The main point is people are moving to countries that are more prosperous, right? And they saw they could benefit from the civilization that white Europeans built in South Africa, and they moved to South Africa. They still had their lands everywhere else in Africa, basically, but they said, no, our living conditions, not because white people are like exploring us, they had the rule over these territories, right? But they said, no, in South Africa, it is much better, so we moved there.
Yeah, right.
Dublin, have a word with your boy, Dublin. What is he saying? I think, Elron, you might be good with numbers, but when it comes to empathy and dealing with human beings and their motivations, I think you're slightly lacking.
He's good at looking at fucking numbers on a computer screen and statistics and stuff.
Man. See, this is the problem with nationalism. It's at the expense of other people. That's the problem. It's not really fair. Like,
not all the time. Not all the time, Con. Like there was nationalism in Ireland that was bred and meant for one thing, was getting a foreign occupier out of here. You know, and I think nationalism has died down a hell of a lot since we've got the foreign occupier out. But I don't think it's been all that
effective.
All that rosy, yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
But definitely the type of nationalism Elron is talking about, European. I mean that is the nationalism that has parted the world against each other, or set the world against each other. Do you know what I mean?
People fight each other. Yes, I agree, because there wasn't this concept of also, especially when we're talking about nations, we're always thinking about World War I, World War II, right?
Yeah, but,
there's different. Right, I would even say that nationalism, even within these wars, that nationalism was the main factor for these wars. But even if I grant you this, people are fighting each other for all kinds of reasons, for religious disputes, for different ideologies like communism versus liberalism versus I don't know what, right? They're fighting each other of many different things. And I think nationalism under the concept of ethno-pluralism could actually unite people. I have much more in common with someone like a black nationalist who understands this concept and says Europe for the Europeans, Africans for the Africans, and so on, than I have with a liberalist, right? So I think it is actually because it's respecting differences.
You know what I mean?
It is respecting differences.
That's
it is
all good
not
on paper.
an imperialist. I'm not an imperialist. People always think of nationalism that is contradictory to nationalism, in my opinion, because I'm not an imperialist, right? It is more like the concept of empires, I would say, like the Roman Empire, the British Empire, and so on.
So far, you've mentioned four different types of nationalism. So I can see that like there is a lot of nuance to this that we're not really aware of. The fact that we're not aware of it might actually mean that it's not really that important to distinguish between different types of nationalists, because the end result is usually going to be the same, no?
No.
What? Who's that just jumped on the panel? Bitcoin. Who's that?
I mean, you have nationalism all around the world.
What have you got to say about this German talking a load of poop? All right, go on, Elron. I'm sorry. What have you said?
I mean, nationalism is the norm all around the world. And if you don't participate in nationalism, if you don't protect your own people, you get overrun by expanding empires like China and the Tibet situation, right?
All right. But your greatest
you will go down. You will be erased from world history.
There's no nationalists in Tibet.
1 minute.
You're saying there's no nationalists in Tibet.
You're saying that your greatest enemy is the globalists and the people that basically want to take their money and put it where, you know, the situation is good for them. They have no loyalty, no allegiance. They don't care. Exactly. And you're saying that the people themselves obviously care about their country, you know, regardless. Like, obviously, like there's probably Turkish people that live in Germany now for so long that they're invested so much into Germany that like they count themselves as German, right? Even though they're not German by blood.
No, they are not.
Even though they're not German by blood.
Oh my God!
They don't regard themselves as.
You got so many
German.
Turkish millionaires in Germany.
They're paying into the German system, which is.
They're millionaires. They're millionaires. They got factories. They're making stuff. They're exporting it to the rest of Europe. Then people can't leave Germany and go back to Turkey, can they?
No, there's many Turkish people moving to Turkey.
Outside those countries.
What, right now?
Moving back to Turkey, because one thing is the financial thing. If they are like retired, right? It is much more achievable to have like a very. If you're average like middle class here, you could be a king in Turkey. Not a king, but basically you can live a millionaire life.
When was the last time you were in Turkey, Elron? When was the last time you were in Turkey?
He's got Turkish friends, isn't it? He knows what's going on in Turkey.
Yeah, I spoke to someone very successful businessman, Turkish businessman.
I'm in Turkey every year, and certainly you could not live like a king on a minimum wage.
No, I was like what's the word? Exaggerating, the situation. Yeah, you would be a king in Africa. Let's say this, okay? Compared to Turkey, if you're middle class, like.
When was the last time you were in Africa?
I wasn't in Africa ever, but $1 here is basically like $50 or to $100 in Africa and most of African nations.
I'm saying probably any big city in the world now is probably fucking on a par with each other, and what you're talking is baloney.
Well, you can believe that the stats say otherwise.
Dublin, I think he's rejecting that because it sounds more like a civic nationalist kind of position than an ethno-nats position. Like, I think Elron would like to kind of like promote the idea that people who are indigenous to the land would have a higher level of loyalty to the country, and less
100%.
like, yeah. But how true is that?
Oh, very true. I mean, I can show you a video where the Turkish nationalist team played the German, and all the Turkish fans. There were basically none of the Turkish fans sitting in the German place, right? They were all cheering out for Turkey, and they were calling out in the open at the TV station, German media station. They were saying like, what's the footballer? Very
Ozil.
famous. Yeah, Özil. They were calling him a traitor. So
because he played for Germany.
German, yeah.
That's ridiculous. If one person's not a traitor, it's Ozil. Come on, he's a legend.
Yeah, I think it was in 2013 or something, and that he might have getting pressured from his community there, and then he became nationalist, a Turkish nationalist, basically after the backlash from the Turkish community. I think that could very well be like a changing of process, because afterwards he was shooting pictures with Erdogan and so on.
Yeah, but that's not because of Turkish nationalism. That's because of Islam.
Of course,
because because of the whole situation with China and the Uyghurs and Arsenal football team. It was because of that, I think. So now I think he's at Fener. He's at Fener now, you know. He's at Fenerbahce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, he's home, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you know, I still think that you know, people will be more invested into the country where they're kind of like invested in. Like, if I've got a house in England and I'm paying the mortgage, like, I'm just as English as any other person, aren't I? Because my whole idea is to see England being a betterment of the people of England, right? Because I'm invested. I think financial investment with people is a greater incentive than national pride. Now, national pride is all right for football and things like that, but when it comes to social mobility and, you know, like becoming part of the country, like, I think foreigners work harder than the indigenous people to contribute to society.
That is simply not true. Especially when we're talking about, yes, you have some very successful Turkish people. For example, one of them, even though I hate the vaccine, you had this Turkish inventor of the what was it again?
Pfizer.
Yeah. Pfizer, right? You can point that out, but when you go to the average is like 40% of the Turkish people are unemployed in Germany, compared to I think it is about 4% of the German people. So yeah. We are actually paying, like, we are working slaves for the Turkish people who moved here. Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm asking myself, why is no one speaking about modern slavery? We are not gonna. We are
what you're
getting
talking about,
from
what you're saying
above
is like
and
a form
from
of
below.
reverse slavery. You've invited people over to be your slaves.
We are getting fucked.
And then,
we are getting fucked by the migrants, and we are getting fucked by the elites, right?
Yeah, but maybe you shouldn't be inviting farmers or farming people to come and work and live in cities, because they're just not really money orientated.
Yeah. That is, you know, you can't. I don't think that it is just incompetence or something, or they are all just like ideological, so blind in this. We are all humans, kumbaya, and everything like this. No, I think that was different things, especially when you're talking about the Turkish migration. The main factor there was the German people were against it. It was this American-Turkish relationship. America wanted to have a basis in the Middle East, and they forced, because the Turkish people after World War II were in a desperate situation there, they forced upon the German people, defeated people, to take in those who hasn't got work into Turkey, so Turkey can be more stable. Okay, that was one of the main reasons for that at that time. Now
No. So their relationship with Turkey can be more stable. A few Turks moving to Germany ain't going to make Turkey more stable. It's to have a better relationship with Turkey. So when we're highlighting this point now, Elron, you have to understand that immigration between countries isn't just based on economic migrants. Like there's always been this kind of like exchange of people between countries that are, building a future together, let's say.
No, we had much better relations to the Ottoman Empire when we don't had this migration flood from Turkey. Now we have a very bad relationship with Turkey because the Turkish people basically they are.
You say that, Elron, but how many Germans spend time in Turkey like every year? Like you got loads of Germans, even before the English, going to Turkey.
Yeah, but
still,
do you want to tell me that the Turkish-German relationships are good?
No, but what I'm saying, Elron, when as a German you step foot in Turkey, an average Turkish person knows that you are the host of over 1 million Turks. His attitude towards you is not going to be one of a negative type. He's going to look at you as like a brother. That serves a purpose.
Not really. They treat us good.
If you look at the investment of Germany, how much money they invest in Turkey allows them to invest, and people are begging to invest in Turkey. Spain is investing in Turkey rather than its own country because the return is greater. Why are they going to invest in Spain? The economy is going down. They invest in their money in Turkey now. Yeah,
you can invest in countries, work together with countries, and we had this phenomenon of mass migration or something completely new. It's a concept of the middle 20th century, right? That it started in the 1960s. Before we had relationships, I don't know what it is. Japan still has great relationships with Germany. We don't demand that they let our German people flood into Japan. We even have like great relationships when it comes to we have trade dealings with China, one of the most autocratic states that puts everyone down, treats everyone, every foreigner like shit. Okay. So I don't know where you get this concept from.
I've got a question, Elrond, if you don't mind. Yeah. So obviously these are saying you're good with numbers. How are you guys doing anyway today, man? I hope you guys are well. Yeah. Yeah, man. Big up everyone. I was gonna say, so like Elrond, what is the percentage, that is being spent, on migrants or anybody really that isn't working in Germany? So basically, your equivalent of what we have universal credit here. So people who are unemployed. What's the percentage out of the tax that is coming in for the government that's being paid to people that are out of work, for example, for benefits?
Well,
just for people out of work.
We can't really know because in Germany
do you think it's a percent? Do you think it's 1%? Do you think it's 10%?
What's the unemployment rate? What's the unemployment rate, Elron? Don't take the piss now. We know you're reading statistics all fucking day, every day. What's the unemployment rate in Germany?
I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. But the whole COVID situation. But I think before COVID, it was like 4 or 4.5%, something like this.
Right. Well, listen, migrants are paying into them being paid, right? 4.5%. That's German people.
Yeah, I mean, whatever money they're getting from the government, a lot of that money is probably being put back into the economy, right? Like with food and bills and whatever else, right? Isn't that the case? Generally speaking,
what do you mean? So if someone is on social benefits, he's basically paying back that thing because he gets himself food or spend his money on like a TV or something. Yeah, but someone has to work for it.
Right, but my thing is, look, the tax, right, basically comes out of your wage anyway, right, and whatever, right? So basically, you got to pay your taxes. That's going to come out. The government have got this massive pot, right? I'm asking, what's the percentage of that that's going out to the people that are unemployed? Because in this country, I'm not exactly sure what the data is, but I know it's a very, very tiny percentage, dude, compared to what they spend on so many other things, right?
Yeah.
So,
okay, I understand where. I have to check that, but I would say, it isn't the biggest factor. One of the biggest factor that is crushing the German average people is, for example, this project of the green agenda, right? that they have closed down, shut down, for example, the what is it called, nuclear power plants, right? That is costing the average German, I think, 300 euros per year or something, or one single person, 300 euros. That has a big impact, this project alone, right? So this is a big thing. Then all the money we are spending at the European Union is a big factor. Yeah, there's many projects these lunatics are spending that is lost for the German people. Yes. It's
So
not only social benefits
it sounds
from
like
the
you want a bit of
migration.
yeah, it sounds like you want out of the EU as well. Is that something that you're also calling
At the
for?
current, or take it over. I'd take it over. We need
Trilla,
something
they're
like
running the EU.
a European Union.
I know.
Take it over. They're
Well,
running
it's
the
in
EU.
Brussels, right? It's in
The
Brussels.
German
Where,
Chancellor, the German Chancellor is running the EU.
yeah, she's in charge.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
no
Doesn't
mistake.
matter. Doesn't matter. These people are not
They
nationalists
got their
or
way. They got
ethno-pluralists.
their way.
They are globalists. So it depends on
Whatever,
who's ruling.
Elron.
Just be, yeah, whatever. This is. Are you coming
Elron,
from
use
England?
it on,
Just your typical English point of view when it comes to the European
Typical
Union.
English.
Very uneducated, very short-minded.
Tell me how.
So, for example, when I'm speaking to black people, for example, I keep saying that because they think, for example, that many countries of theirs are puppet regimes, right? So they are telling me it doesn't matter his color of skin. They are being controlled, right? And they're not working for the average people. The same thing I say for our current elites. Doesn't matter if it's a German sitting in the European Union, because they basically all agree on the fundamental things. They're all working in process for this globalized new world order in the same thing. There's minor differences between them, yes. But the most different ideologies that I see within the European Union are coming from the Eastern European countries, because these people are nationalists still. But all these other governments like France, Germany, and so on, no, Sweden is not in it, I think, but these people are all globalists, that people that are sitting within the European Union. So it depends on what morality guides you, what ideology guides you.
Yeah, Elron, you're under the assumption that liberalism is the downfall of empires. That's the thing, isn't it? Because you always refer back to the Romans, right? And you kind of assume that obviously they conquered so much and they had to integrate, they had migration and everything else, right? That was inevitable. But the thing is, you know, you're under the assumption that liberalism is what causes the downfall of empires. When you really know, when an empire really expands as big as it has, right, it's going to have tons and tons of problems maintaining all of it, right? So your answer is nationalism, but nationalism, really and truly, dude, you know, it's proven
Yeah, but he's not saying he's not an imperialist. He doesn't want to expand. Do you understand?
I know he doesn't want to expand, but that's why his solution is downsizing to nationalism.
What he's saying is the opposite. He's saying kick out all the foreigners and move all the Germans back to Germany from around the world, and basically we'll keep ourselves to ourselves and no one fuck with us. Basically, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but see that doesn't work on so many different levels. I mean, the thing is, I think that's just more problematic than it is a solution. You know what I mean? And I don't know why, Elron, you have.
So wait, mass migration from Africa will work, but Germans coming back to German won't work. Is that your point?
Let's just make a precedent here. Like, if you're going to say something,
migration
Trilla, if you're going to say something, you have to substantiate it. You can't just say something like that. Like, back it up with something, innit?
Look, for example, dude, yeah, end of the day, I come from a so look, he gave China as an example, right? Let's take India, for example, the largest democracy in the world, right? This is on top of my head. I haven't done any homework, right? So basically, you got like 150 different religions out there, right? Loads of different people out there, 500 different spoken languages, yeah, a lot of them sub-dialects, right? So the thing is, what you call it? Like I said, right, when you have this sort of like what's going on in India at the minute, right, in terms of like of the last couple of years, especially with this new right-wing kind of Modi, government in power, right, they've been trying to have this Hindu nationalism, for example, right? Now, a lot of people find that to be very problematic, right? There were a lot of things that happened within the police force, the corruption already, and now it's just probably getting even worse in terms of like, like just trying to ruin people's way of living. You know what I mean? Treating people like second-class citizens, for example, just because they're different. You know, they're not Hindu, for example.
Hindus, Hindus aren't the only ones.
There's a lot of discrimination and prejudice, yeah. What were we saying, Dublin?
No.
Oh, cool. So basically, yeah. My thing is, look, end of the day, it doesn't work for me at all. A bit, especially coming from a Sikh background, where again, I didn't really want to bring it up, but like, so we believe in like reincarnation, for example, right? So we believe we're all connected anyway. Do you know what I mean, right? So we believe that more or less. You know what I mean? We're just different people.
The
You know what I mean?
Germans also believe in this.
Oh, cool. So we have basically just different complexion. You know what I mean? End of the day, we're just people out here for the same reason.
The Jews also believe in this.
All right, I didn't know that.
By the way, most people don't know that. Yes.
So we're all trying to basically, get to the same place. You could say heaven, right? You know what I mean? So we're all trying to be good people, and we're all trying to get along, and that's it. And I think we're closer to that than any time in history. So going backwards to something like nationalism doesn't make any sense to me.
It's not backwards.
I think it is.
Well, listen, Elron, if you believe in reincarnation, is it only reincarnating into European bodies that you believe in?
Yes, I believe in this. Yes.
Oh, what? You're nuts, man.
Unfortunately, we don't get to decide. Maybe we do to an extent,
exactly.
but yeah.
One of our greatest story. Yeah. You remember that Lord of the Ring, right? Narrative that the king will return, right? That had this concept of reincarnation in this, and it's at the darkest times, the king will return, and you will find that basically all around
Europe. This is where
Europe,
you get your Elrond thing from, is it?
It was a bit of a more,
indeed.
yeah.
And the Germans, they have this with King Barbarossa, right? They have this myth of a king returning at the darkest hour. Some said it has happened many times already in the German history, right?
King's going to return at the darkest hour on what? On what? What's he going to do?
He will save us.
From what?
From liberalism.
From someone like you, man.
From
yeah, dude. I
think.
Yeah.
Don't worry. You will bend your knee as well.
I don't think so. That's the thing. See, again, people have been forced to bend the knee when it comes to oppressors, right? And oppressors have been the biggest problem in history, right? So tyranny, oppression, these are the things that we're fundamentally against. When I say we, I mean the majority of any good people with any moral code or, conscience. It's the oppressors that basically try to get others to bend the knee. And this happened,
not
people have tried before.
No. Not in the example of Lord of the Rings, for example. That was a person, it was a sign of respect for this man, where at the end of the Lord of the Rings, everyone was kneeling, right? That was a sign of respect. It was not that his brute force, everyone was forced to kneel, right? Yes. I would say, for example, the Black Lives Matter example, that is something that is being forced upon people. Yes.
Okay,
but if it's what's the correct word? Like organic, right? Then I think it is a beautiful thing.
For argument's sake, if I said to you, Black Lives Matter, would you respond with All Lives Matter or not?
No, I would say with an. I would answer it with an ethno-pluralistic worldview. Yes, Black Lives Matter, White Lives Matter, and therefore you should be against multiculturalism, multiracialism, because if you're not pro Black Lives Matter. If you're pro Black Lives Matter in America, you would be against the mass migrations of Mexicans coming into America and replacing basically also black people there, mixing with them, putting them into an even smaller, more tinier minority
marginalized.
politically, right? That they don't have political influence when their population shrinks and so on. So yes, I would respond. But Black Lives Matter is not walking under this banner. It is walking under this banner of Black Lives Only Matter.
Okay.
Black Lives and an anti-white
Elron,
banner.
you and your
white
are far
people,
too late. Far too late to the party, you and your
So, no, but if you added the word "to," to the end of that speech, at the end of that sentence, like Black Lives Matter too, then basically it changes the whole idea of it, meaning that obviously, because the whole, it was supposed to basically mean that, you know, again, black people are being oppressed more than other people in other communities.
Well, for the first
That's
time,
what it kind of meant,
Trigger,
right?
I actually agree with you fully.
Yeah,
Agree
that's
with
what
you.
it meant, though.
One
And
word
again,
added would have changed
that's
everything.
narrative,
of course.
right? If it would be like, let's say no one has used that frame, Black Lives Matter, I would simply say yes, Black lives do matter, right? But it's the people behind it. What's the ideology behind it? What's the people in power positions? For what reasons they are pushing it? For what moral values guides them? And when it comes to this, the people that are basically controlling Black Lives Matter, no, I'm absolutely against the movement of Black Lives Matter.
Right. Because of the mismanagement of the movement, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I understand. I think
They
a lot of
won't
people
grant me
will agree
white
with you.
lives matter, right? They won't grant it to me. They want to destroy white people. They want to push them down. They want white people to kneel in front of them.
Yeah,
No, look, I understand the kneeling thing, why people might be a bit weirded up by that, right? But the thing is, like when we take footballers for example, right? They're doing it because they're sick and tired of the racism that continuously goes on. You get me, right? And they know that obviously in something like, you know, high-end football, right? So we got high league football. It shouldn't be there, right? You know what I mean? And it is there, but they're trying to basically make a stance, right, by doing something like taking the knee to show people, listen, we're sick and tired of this. Yeah, we'll do whatever it takes for us to get rid of this. Get me? Yeah, we don't want this here anymore. And that goes for a lot of
Black
people from every
are
community.
put on a pedestal. What are you talking about?
I'm just
white
saying,
people are when it comes to systematic racism, it's white people that the whole establishment is fighting against. I think it is just like a cornerstone. Black people and also Muslim, we are already seeing it with Muslims, because they are one of the most basically organized groups. They don't need the begging of the government. Basically, they have their own communities and so on. Especially when it comes to the whole mosque thing, it's basically like a a military base for them, right? So they have all of this. This is why the system has some anti-Muslim sentiments. But black people won't be granted that status for very long. We are already seeing it with Black Lives Matter going up against the COVID thing right now. I don't know if you noticed that, but some chapter of New York, Black Lives Matter, they were going now against the forced vaccination, right? And what happens there? The media don't give them any attention, right? Before, everyone was having them on their TV channels, giving them all the support, the money, and so on, the big companies, right? And now that they're going against the system, because this is something that is going against the system, no one is speaking about these people anymore. They're ignored. So they are just a tool. They were granted to them to basically undermine the what is currently the main still the major population, which is white people. They are fearing them the most at the moment. But in the future, you will see they will go against all kinds of different people that they grant now to have identity politics, to have black groups within the school systems, black, I don't know how they call it, like but black advocacy groups in schools and so on. All of this is granted now, but will be because they want to equalize the world. They want us all to be slaves, basically, with a new kind of feudalistic 1%er class that will manage everything. This status they now have, it will be not granted for a long time. It will only be granted as long as they basically have destroyed white people.
Yeah, so I think yeah, you're more or less fueled by the change of times, right? More than anything else, because my thing is, right, obviously times change, right? And you know, I mean, like everybody wants to be a fucking millionaire, everybody wants to live the high life, right? But nobody wants to put in the work, right? So this is the thing. So the thing is, right, I think a lot of people right now are underachieving, especially in the you know, I mean, in you know, European society. So a lot of white people are underachieving as well. So with that, right, I think they are basically looking at an outlet to blame other people instead of really looking at themselves and saying, well, I didn't fucking really and truly try hard enough, work hard enough, you know, might have come from a broken home or whatever, right? But whatever it is, they look at blaming other people, right, and other factors, rather than actually just thinking that, you know what, I'm lucky to be here, and yeah, I got to put in the work like everybody else, and you know, I hope that I can basically make a good living. Do you know what I mean? With what I've been given. So I don't really truly agree, you know what I mean, with the fact that, you know what I mean, it's a thing about pointing your finger at, you know what I mean, other people and saying white people are the victims now, yeah? Everybody else has been pedestalized, right? You know what I mean? I don't think that.
I said it in context, right? I explained it why that is. And it's not like this black and white how you described it, how I explained the situation that is right now. So how can I explain the problem with white people? I would say yes, they are still achieving compared to most other migrant groups. They are overachieving, but they're actually what the potential they have, they are way underachieving, right? And one of the factors for this is because white people they have lost all of their basically morality, all of their culture, all of their unifying factors that made them strong. You can have the best, for example, let me give you a football example, the Netherlands team, right? It had all these superstars, right, with in their teams over the last years, right? But they never achieved any title. Why is that? You can have the best individualistic superstars, but if you don't have like a common ideology, a team basically, right, you achieve nothing. You can have the greatest scientists out there. If you don't have a population basically that is supporting them, that is granting them the infrastructure, these people will work in like bricklayers or something like this, right? You need to have a unifying factor to achieve full potential.
Let's stick to the football. Let's stick to the football, yeah. So France, right, won the World Cup, right, and they do extremely well in football, right, and they've got people from all over the world, right, coming into their country. You know what I mean? A lot of them come from a poor background, and they basically, you know what I mean, yeah, become superstars, and they put in the work and everything else, and they become a good team, right? Because again, if it's not an individual sport, it's a team sport, right? So how is that? How is it that they can find cohesion in their team and others can't? You know, because again, that they are probably the most diverse team out there in terms of European football.
Trilla, let me ask.
Look, that is one thing, right? I was just giving an analogy, a simple analogy. Football is much simpler than a society. You have one thing to do. You go out there on a football place, right? Kick the fucking ball or something like this. People can unify under this much easier than on all the other stuff in society that is going on. What I would say is, you are saying the West is basically now into a decline. China is rising, India is rising. Why is that? If we are now much more diverse than we ever were, yet we are seeing homogenized societies like China taking over. How is that? How is that explainable?
Elron,
if you have if diversity is our strength?
Traditionally, haven't diverse populations outperformed like what you would call maybe ethno-nationalist nations? So for example, the British being an amalgamation of English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh. The Americans obviously had, you know, different ethnicities that they united under their one banner. Same with the Ottomans, same with Islam in general. Like, would you not say that in terms of nation building, multiculturalism is far superior method?
What was the diversity within the British Empire when they were at
What
the
do you mean?
height of their power?
The whole Commonwealth, they had Indians fighting for them. Trillers lot were fighting for them.
Yeah, but separate, right?
What do you mean separate?
Guidance of brutal guidance of white British people. They had the say, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying
Britain was 99% white British in that time when they were at the peak of their power.
If that never happened, if all these nations didn't fight for England, right, would you see people like, for example, in the Windrush generation coming over here? Would you see immigration from all these Commonwealth countries being received like the way it was? Obviously, those people had to prove themselves. They had to do something, right? They had to spill their own blood to basically to be welcomed.
Exactly, and I was going to say you can give orders, Elron, but the people have to be smart enough to take the orders.
Yeah, so that is true. That is true.
So my answer to what your question was, Elron,
but
you
look,
said why?
For example,
Why is it that now that we're diverse?
Wait.
Elron, let me ask you your question.
Yeah. Before you ask the question, I want to expand on that point, and then we can change the topic slightly, right?
All right.
So before World War One, right? Germany. Well, they had 1 or 2 colonies or something. That it was laughable. They were out-competing the whole British Empire. They were gaining more power than a nation that controlled, in comparison, most of the world ever seen. They were out-competing the British.
Doesn't make sense. They were gaining more power because, 1 minute, Elron, they were gaining power because they never had power. So their increase of power was greater. But ultimately, England had more percentage of the world.
Yes, but they would still have lost, for example, the war, as well as the economic thing, prosperity thing, the influence thing. Because Germans, what they did, they didn't like colonize other country or do this thing. No, they had simply trade relations, and they become stronger and stronger with this. Without dictating or putting in puppet regimes in other countries like India or something, right? They were out-competing the English people. Also, I think one of the reasons is also because that was already a process where a lot of, especially the British elites, were so lazy at that time already, because they didn't have to do the work, right? They let others work for them. They had this like merchant class. They weren't like so focused on producing own stuff and all of this. This was already back then like a process. It was nothing in comparison to now, but you already see that. Yeah, I think that was one of the main factors anyway. And now you can ask your question.
No, I wanted to answer the question that you're saying. Now that you're so diverse, why can't you compete with countries which are what you say ethnically homogenous like China? But China isn't ethnically homogenous as you would think. If you understood the history of China, there is a lot of diversity in China.
Come on.
I'm telling you, like they got like about 5 different types of Muslims that live there. They got like about
they put them in concentration camps.
Tribes of Turks no, only the weak are in the concentration camp. They got about 5 different tribes of Turks that live there. They got all different types of people living in China. Like we think that they're all Chinese. It's like we think all Indians are Indian. Like we don't recognize that they are actually very diverse.
Look, when I'm thinking about diversity, the main factor and that is why I don't agree with the diversity index of the world, right? When I'm thinking about diversity, I first think about racial diversity. That's the first factor. When it comes to race, China is very homogeneous. It's about 90% Han Chinese, and even the Uyghurs or something, they are very close related to the Chinese genetically. You could call it like the difference between, let's say, a German and a Russian or an Italian or something like this. That is the diversity you mean.
Maybe
it would be like saying, for example, America before 1960s, right, was about 90% white. yes, you had all these different European people living there, but you wouldn't say it was racially diverse. It was a bit ethnically diverse, yes, but it wasn't like when we thinking about multiculturalism, we are thinking about different races, completely different cultures, and so on. And under the Chinese regime, even the cultural differences are mostly abolished, right? Under the communist nationalist regime, right?
So if we took different people, and put them together over a period of time, they would become homogenous. Like they would become like one people. Even the genetic differences would disappear. So when you're talking about the Uyghurs being similar to the Chinese, the Han Chinese, that's only because the Uyghurs under the Mongols and the Turks ruled over the Han Chinese for like 600 to 800 years. So obviously, like they're going to have a great affinity with each other. That's not because of some accident or the reason why they're living next to each other. They're completely different civilizations. They're different people, but over time they become one people. And I think like Germany hasn't done that yet, hasn't achieved that yet. You know, and when we're talking about people being so different from each other, that's because that hasn't yet been achieved. So you're looking at the difference between, let's say, you know, like a salad bowl where you got different people represented within one like country, like you got tomatoes and lettuce and cucumber. There's a difference between that and then what China would be, the equivalent, it would be a soup where everybody's like more homogenized with each other to the point that even you don't recognize them as different people. But historically, we know that they're completely different. They have different origin. They have different, probably Y chromosome. Like they're completely different people. Yeah, but you're right.
Okay,
But
so,
today, they would be very close to each other now after a period of time. So I'm saying is like it's the same with the British. You're saying, oh, they're not that different from each other, or the Americans, they weren't that different from each other, right? So over a period of time, that does become the same for whoever. So if you're saying now people are too different from each other, that's because we're at the beginning of the story. But in a couple of years, those people will be mixed with each other. In a couple of generations, everyone will be marrying the indigenous people. Do you know what I mean? Like I could move to England and say, oh, I want my children to marry people from where I'm from. But their children's children and the children's children's children won't have that same problem. They'll marry the indigenous people. And like you said, they will 90% be homogenized. So like this ethno
that is a beautiful fairy tale.
It's not a fairy tale, bro. It's like you proved it by explaining America and China and Britain.
For how long?
We proved this is the case. This is the case.
So you're saying they were completely different people genetically?
Of course, like the Uyghur and the Han Chinese, completely different. Completely different. But don't forget, the Turks and the Mongols ruled over the Chinese for at least 600 years minimum.
The Mongols, if I think you're referring to the people like Genghis Khan, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They would not be Han Chinese.
These people were Asians from the beginning.
Yeah, but there would have been people originating from Anatolia that moved to that region. They will have a different Y chromosome than the indigenous people. And the indigenous people have different mixtures, like not Dravidian, what they call Denisovian DNA mixed in. They're completely different people with different history, different language. The fact that they live together and mix together is the reason why today you can say, okay, they're very close with each other. And I'm saying that would happen with everybody. The British,
the differences,
the British would be the same. The Americans would be the same. And eventually, like Germany would be the same.
The differences are still enough that the Han Chinese are putting them in concentration camps, even after thousands of years living next to each other, something like this. So
look,
what are you talking about, man?
The Uyghurs are sitting on all the minerals, right? And they want them gone. Even if they were Han Chinese, they'll treat them, they'll get rid of them. They just want them off that land because that land is where all the minerals are. That's why they want them gone. They don't care about them being Muslim. There's so much Muslims living in China. All different groups of Muslims. They don't target them. Why are they targeting the Uyghurs? Because they're sitting on a gold mine, literally. That's what it is. Because moving forward, Elron, you know, these things are going to be worth money, right? Lithium for the batteries, the copper for the coils to make the electric cars, all these minerals that we're talking about, right?
Maybe we go to another continent. Let's say India, right? For how long do I think it is mostly the whiter people are coming from the Iran mostly, and from Anatolia, the early European farmers. That's why they are more white, right?
Yeah.
So they are living together with the what's the more darker skinned people?
Dravidians
Dravidians and so on. Over at least 2,000 years, right? I think it is even longer when from the skeleton findings I was seeing. I think the migration patterns occurred like 3,500 years ago. Basically, it appeared when the Veda, I think they're calling it, their holy book, right? That is when these groups were coming together. You can still distinguish between them, right? So how long do we have to wait for this to happen?
It obviously is his own recipe. It depends, like, what are the constitutional elements that are, and like, what is the impetus for them amalgamating. So it's the same as any recipe, right? But eventually, as we know, it's inevitable. Eventually, it will be one people, one nation. Eventually, so this maintaining what's it called, ethnocentrism, is really, it's an impossibility given in today's circumstances, today's world.
Because the people in power won't let us have the freedom of self-determination, right?
It's not that.
Yes,
the people,
we are being forced to live together.
But can't say what I'm saying, in terms of being in power, right? The rule goes, never make a law that you can't enforce, right? So never go against the trend or against nature. If you're a real leader and you want to maintain authority, you don't go against nature, right? You don't make a rule that you can't enforce. So if something is inevitable, as a leader, you have to align yourself with it. That doesn't
Never
mean
go
that the
against
leaders...
nature. We are living in the state where they literally are teaching our children there's no such thing as a man and a woman. There's no difference. It's just like how you think about yourself. Man can be a woman, and you're telling me these people don't go against nature. I would say they go specifically against nature.
You're saying that this... Hold on.
To create chaos,
You're
so
saying
then
that
they
this
can
idea...
say that they have an argument.
No, but hold on.
Totalitarian
Look at the difference between
system.
what we're saying. Hold on. You're saying that this idea comes from the elites and it's been used as a way of inflicting some sort of negative thing on the population because they're self-serving elites, right?
Yes.
I'm saying no,
It
it's
is
not. It's not. It's not that.
Hegelian dialectic. You create a problem, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right? You create a problem, and then you basically play as the hero that will save the day, right? And they have this plan already laid out. It's called the Great Reset, right? They create all of these problems, or even imaginary problems like climate change, right? The air you're breathing is now something that is basically like the new devil, right? We need to fight it. So they create a problem even that you can't see, right? And then they are legitimizing their power grab over every aspect of your life with this.
What if? Oh, all right. Let's put an alternate thing to it, right? An alternate spin to it, because what you're putting to it is a spin, right? It's from your side. Let me put an alternate spin to it. Imagine that these deviants, these sexual perverts, these confused people have always existed, but in poorer times they've had better things to worry about, like putting food on the table and having kids and producing a workforce for a nation. Now that everything economically has come to the point where no one gives a shit if you have kids or not, no one cares if you're gay, straight, or whatever, because you're just going to live, you're going to be a consumer, and you're going to die. So when these kind of like people have got nothing better to do and they start talking about, oh, I've got these feelings and I used to be like this and I thought this and whatever bullshit, right? Then the people at the top must think to themselves, wow, we need to embrace this, get all these people on board, tell them it doesn't matter how weird you are, just keep working and paying your taxes. And that's all it is. You can't say that this idea has been pushed by the elites. Yeah, they've benefited from it. They've worked out a way for it to not be against them. But that's what leaders do, right?
So once again, I bring up the example of Black Lives Matter.
Go ahead.
Why are they ignoring right now the chapter of Black Lives Matter that is going against what they say is a racist policy? Of course they are saying this, these idiots, right? So it's racist that you force black people to take the vaccine, right? Now they are ignoring them. Why is that when it's this organic thing? No, it isn't. And we have proof for that. When you're talking about, I think it's also short-sighted. It's something, yes, it is something that is to some extent organic. For example, that people tolerate much more when they're having like stable living condition, when they are like prosperous, when they have work and everything like this, they will tolerate much more, right?
Mm-hmm.
But whenever you look at polls, for example, right, of migration, they were always in favor against it. And yet the elites pushed mass migration upon the people. When you look at these crazy lunatics, which were outsiders, like someone like all the thinkers of the Frankfurt School, right? These people were tiny, tiny minorities with all their crazy thoughts. Yet, when you look at the American government, the CIA was implementing these thoughts and were pushing these crazy peoples into the universities. So it was deliberate. It was not an organic thing. The population were against these kinds of things. And with propaganda from Hollywood and so on, they gradually changed the tolerance level of the people, yes. But the people are still against transgenderism, still against all this degeneracy that they are seeing on TV. But they have no power. They are atomized. They're atomized people. And yeah, we basically need to collectivize on some banner.
I would say it's the opposite. I would say that they're collectivizing these people, same way like the Labour Party does in the UK, right? To make themselves have a majority over the Conservatives, over the established people. They fight the cause of all these different people. Like they fight for gay rights, they fight for ethnic minorities, they fight for workers' rights. All the minorities, they try to unite them under one banner and create a majority over the established people.
Yeah, bio-Leninism. Yes,
right. There you go.
Bio-Leninism it is. When most people, when it would be like an organic process, they don't have to have laws for this. When everyone would accept LGBTQ, you don't need minority rules. It's called minority for a reason, because it is a minority view.
But what I'm saying, Elron, you're
pushing
putting
it
people together
on
who
the
normally have got
majority
nothing
view.
in common with each other. Black people got nothing in common with gay people, but yet they put them together in this Black Lives Matter run by a couple of lesbians. And it's like, people who've got nothing in common with each other have to be forced together, and these laws are basically done for that reason.
Yeah, so you are saying, yes, it isn't an organic. Now you're basically disputing yourself.
No, I'm not. Because
who
what
makes
I'm
the
saying
laws?
is,
Who makes the laws? It is the people on top. It is not the average everyday people. These laws are being put in place by powerful people against the majority will.
I don't think you're getting what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that the fact that these groups arise, is not being like seeds planted by the people at the top. But once they do establish themselves as 1% or 2% of the electorate, the laws put in place to unite them as one group of people, that does come from the top. I agree. Like I said, the Labour Party does it in the UK. They fight the cause of all these different groups that have got nothing to do with each other, and they have to find a way of making these people sit well with each other. So Muslims don't want to sit well with LGBTQ people, right? You see what I mean? So
there
like,
you have it.
Someone like,
there you have it. A great example of it being forced upon the Muslims. The Muslims don't have the freedom to live in the way they want. So they need to be basically, and that is the end consequence, right? The end consequence is even shooting people. If you don't abide by a law, the end consequences is if a police stand in front of your door, right, and you still reject following the orders, you are getting shot. That is being forced upon people. The Muslims are fed up with this, but they don't have the power. Basically, they have to submit to something that they don't want. So it's not organic.
You missed the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that there's Muslims is organic. The fact that there's gay people is organic. The fact that black people want to fight for their rights, or the Irish want to fight for their rights, these are all organic things, yeah, that have been put all in one basket to create the illusion of representation. So people, even if they're 1% or 2% or 10%, right, if they're not included in the process of democracy, yeah, what happens? That means the people who do involve themselves don't have the mandate of the population. So they don't rule the country with an inclusive power. They have a marginalized power. Then you have oppression. You have, let's say, 40% of the population who turned out to vote have their way over the 60% that didn't bother to turn out to vote, right? So in this system, everyone has to be represented. And even the small groups can get banded together to make bigger groups or bigger movements to give them the illusion of representation. So they get appeased. That's all it is. They never have a chance of overthrow. It's like the film The Matrix.
You
like
want to appease the majority, not the minority.
In the film The Matrix, right, the people offered the opportunity to rebel against the system, and they fight to bring about the end, like to defend Zion or whatever. But in reality, they never have a chance to win. But the fact that they give you the opportunity to fight and die, yeah, they're satisfied. They think that they tried. And it's the same with democracy. Everyone has to feel like they're part of it. Otherwise, the whole system.
It's an illusion anyway.
Yeah, the illusion becomes real then, doesn't it? And then it's like nobody's really got any chance of changing anything.
Exactly.
No matter how much.
Just like Ireland. Like Ireland.
Exactly that. So that's the purpose of the elites, right? To make everybody feel included, so they have an equal chance of bringing about change. So then we're all
except the majority, right?
Right.
The majority, they don't have any rights. They have to tolerate all these privileges that the privileges all these minorities get, and the majority has to suffer under this.
Yeah, but that don't make sense. That's like if we go back to the analogy of the Matrix, is that you're saying, well, the robots don't have any rights. No, the whole system is designed for the benefit of the robots, right? The humans need the illusion of inclusivity. The robots don't need that. So, you know, when you're talking about the majority, you're talking about the robots, the system, the people that invested, like the people that are
because they know what's going on.
No, you can't.